A young boy accidentally finds himself in a mysterious new world and unexpectedly awakens the legendary yet hardest-to-master dragon affinity. In the beginner's class of Nanshan Third Academy, Mr. Chen Song, whose hairline had retreated dramatically, stood at the podium and announced the start of the awakening ceremony. The 29 students in the classroom erupted into excitement, chattering eagerly about their future as beast tamers. However, Lin Bei, sitting in a corner, looked completely bewildered, still trying to figure out how he had suddenly ended up in this unfamiliar place. At that moment, a surge of unfamiliar memories flooded Lin Bai's mind. Meanwhile, Mr. Chun began calling names. The first was Li Kai, who walked to the front and, under the teacher's guidance, swallowed a pill the size of a peanut. 3 seconds later, a faint glow radiated from her body, and a purple insect image appeared above her head. Mr. Chun promptly announced that she had awakened the poison insect affinity. The class buzzed with chatter. Some marveled at the strength of the poison insect affinity, discussing powerful creatures like the crimson flame scorpion, the 100-legged demon spider, and the bomb ant. Following this, Zhao Lei awakened crab affinity, Si Chuan gained small bird affinity, and Zhang Yu discovered ant affinity. As this unfolded, Lin Bei gradually pieced together his situation. This was a world of beast tamers, where everyone was born with an innate affinity for a certain type of creature, though it remained dormant until the age of 18. Affinities were categorized into 3 levels: the most basic, single-species affinity, like ant affinity; the more advanced, multi-species affinity, like poison insect affinity; and the highest level, species group affinity, such as swarm affinity. The stronger the awakened talent, the higher one's future potential and status. Finally, it was Lin Bai's turn. Without hesitation, he swallowed the awakening pill. Instantly, a dazzling 7-colored light burst from his body, illuminating the entire classroom. Everyone had to shut their eyes against the brilliance. 10 seconds later, as the light faded, all eyes eagerly turned to Lin Bei. Above his head, a series of dragon shadows appeared. Eastern dragons, Yinglong, Western dragons, and even demonic dragons, each soaring majestically through the air. Mr. Chun and the students were stunned. It was the legendary dragon affinity. However, some of the more knowledgeable students exchanged peculiar glances. While dragons were undeniably powerful, they were also extraordinarily rare, and taming even one was considered harder than winning the lottery. The classroom fell into an eerie silence, and the looks of envy directed at Lin Bei quickly shifted to ones of pity. Just then, a voice echoed in Lin Bei's mind. Ding. Basic conditions met. Dragon editor system officially activated. Ding. Activation gift package delivered. Chun Song fixed his gaze on Lin Bei, whose demeanor was clearly off. Don't lose hope, Lin Bei, he attempted to comfort him. It's true that taming the dragon species is incredibly challenging, but if you persist, it's possible. And if it really doesn't work out, you can always try taming other pets. The moment the words left his mouth, Chun Song couldn't help but shake his head. While it was true that those who had awakened a talent could tame pets outside of their affinity, the results were often far from ideal. The difficulty of taming would increase by several times, the compatibility would be severely compromised, and betrayal could happen at any moment. Only pets that matched one's innate talent could ensure loyalty and fully unleash their potential. Lin Bei snapped out of his daze, but didn't immediately respond to the system. With so many people in the classroom, it was clearly not the right place for such a conversation. I'm fine, teacher. I just need some time alone, he said calmly before returning to his seat. He stared out the window, lost in thought. Noticing his unusual behavior, the other students wisely chose not to disturb him. Time flew by, and soon everyone's awakening ceremony was complete. Chun Song let out a sigh of relief and announced, "That's all for today. You can head home or back to your dorms to familiarize yourselves with your abilities. You may also try taming a pet. Tomorrow at 9 o'clock sharp, everyone must report to school. The school will provide each new student with an opportunity to tame a PETA little safety net, so to speak." As he spoke, his eyes drifted to Lin Bei, who was still gazing absent-mindedly out the window. Chun Song sighed again but said nothing more. A few minutes after Chun Song left the classroom, the room erupted into chatter. Haha, I'm going to tame a pet right away. My family's already prepared for this. I used to think my ant affinity talent was weak, but now it seems way better than a useless dragon affinity talent. One student exclaimed confidently. A regular student thinking they can tame a dragon? What a joke. Dragons are the apex of all creatures, another mocked. The noise made Lin Bei furrow his brows. He wasn't upset by their ridicule, he simply preferred peace and quiet. Rising from his seat, he left the classroom, intending to head home and have a proper conversation with the system. As he walked out, the eyes of his classmates followed him. Some had already written him off as an outcast. Others looked at him with pity, while a few seemed to take pleasure in his predicament. If someone of high status awakened a dragon affinity talent, they might stand a chance of becoming a revered figure. After all, wealth could persuade people to take great risks. But for an ordinary person to tame a dragon? The odds were virtually non-existent. It took Lin Bei an hour to return to his homey modest three-bedroom house in a remote area of Nanshan City. The small, rundown neighborhood was sparsely populated, primarily by elderly residents or families facing financial difficulties. Most of the neighbors knew each other well. Once inside, Lin Bei immediately sat down on the couch and initiated a conversation with the system. System, are you there? Can you explain your functions to me? The system responded promptly. Ding! This system is called the Dragon Editor system. Its primary functions are as follows. 1. A baby dragon will be issued weekly. 2. Materials can be collected and fused with dragon species, including both system-issued dragons and those tamed by the host. 3. Any material can be fused, but the characteristics and quality of the materials will determine the resulting dragon's form. 4. Rewards can be exchanged in the system's shop using points. Points can be earned through various methods. Lin Bei was thoroughly impressed with the system, especially the feature of receiving a baby dragon every week. This alone resolved his dilemma of not having a dragon pet. Oh, right. I haven't opened the activation gift pack yet, he quickly reminded himself. Ding. Activation gift pack successfully opened, the system announced. The rewards were as follows. Starting funds of 1 million yuan. An Eastern baby dragon. A body enhancement pill. Rare material. Claw of the blazing flame lion. Rare material. Shell of the earthbound giant tortoise. One ability extraction opportunity. The rewards materialized instantly. A small dragon, about a meter long and covered in green scales, appeared on the floor. Its eyes were closed, as if it were asleep, and its two long whiskers occasionally twitched. Beside it was a glass bottle containing a black pill, as well as a massive fiery red claw radiating heat and a black tortoise shell with earthy yellow patterns. The system notified him that the starting funds had been deposited into his account, and the ability extraction opportunity could be used at any time. Lin Bai's eyes lit up. The sight of the baby dragon and the rare materials filled him with hope. Huff. Lin Bei's chest heaved as he struggled to contain the surge of anticipation and joy lighting up his eyes. The awakening of his innate dragon affinity was once considered a useless talent after all. From the vast memories he had inherited, he knew all too well how rare and powerful dragons were. But the arrival of the system had completely changed everything. Even if he could only acquire a relatively weak hatchling, the system's fusion functionality, combined with the ability to tame wild dragons, opened up boundless possibilities for the future. Suppressing the excitement roaring within him, Lin Bei turned his attention to the four neatly arranged items before him. The first thing that caught his eye was a pitch-black pill, the body enhancement elixir. He mentally inquired about its effects, and the system promptly responded with a concise explanation. Upon consumption, the pill would expel impurities from his body, refining his physique to a state of pure clarity. It would also accelerate his growth and, more importantly, make his enhanced state highly appealing to any companions or pets he might have. Without hesitation, Lin Bei swallowed the pill and settled onto the sofa to await its effects. Such a precious treasure was best consumed as quickly as possible to avoid any unforeseen complications. Moments later, his body turned an intense shade of red as his blood surged wildly. Yet, instead of pain, he felt an unprecedented sense of comfort, as though he were experiencing a top-tier massage. His eyes closed involuntarily as he surrendered to the sensation. 5 minutes later, Lin Bei reopened his eyes, feeling more refreshed and invigorated than ever before. However, his clothes were now stained pitch black and emitted an unpleasant odor, evidence of the impurities that had been purged from his body. It seemed he had accumulated quite a bit over the years. After quickly changing into a fresh outfit, he returned to the living room. By then, the little Eastern dragon hatchling had awakened. It was crawling curiously across the floor, taking in its surroundings. The moment it spotted Lin Bei, it leapt into the air and dove straight into his arms, clutching at his clothes with its tiny claws and letting out soft, adorable cries of a woo, a woo. Lin Bei was momentarily taken aback by the little creature's enthusiasm. He gently stroked its head, marveling at the cool, firm texture beneath his fingers. His hand moved over its scales, claws, belly, and horns, while the hatchling closed its eyes in contentment, relishing his affectionate touch. As a being summoned by the system, the dragon had shared a profound bond with Lin Bei from the very moment of its creation. After a brief moment of bonding, Lin Bei withdrew his hand and turned his attention to the two remaining materials on the ground. It was time to get to work. He looked down at the hatchling nestled in his arms and spoke softly. I'm going to use the fusion function now. Be ready. The hatchling nodded its tiny head vigorously, showing no signs of resistance. It understood that the fusion would only alter its abilities and appearance. Its soul and consciousness would remain unchanged. Lin Bei stepped into a smaller room and issued his command to the system. System, activate the fusion function. He was finally about to utilize the system's most powerful feature, the Dragon Editor. The system's voice immediately responded, "Please select the fusion materials. Simply state their names. A minimum of 3 components is required." Lin Bei had already planned everything. Eastern hatchling dragon, blazing fur lion claw, and rocky earth tortoise shell. Use these 3 materials for the fusion. In an instant, the 3 materials were enveloped in golden light, transforming into small, radiant orbs. The orbs converged into a single, larger sphere, which hovered in midair. The system announced, "Fusion in progress. Please be patient, host." Lin Bei sat back on the sofa, his mind racing with anticipation. What form would the fused Eastern dragon take? What new abilities would it gain? How powerful would it become? Only by witnessing the results of the fusion firsthand could he finalize his plans for the path ahead. The system notification sounded again, causing Lin Bei's heartbeat to quicken involuntarily. "Rest assured, host, no matter what kind of dragon species it is, the fusion will make it stronger. And not just stronger, it's an overall enhancement." The system's assurance only heightened his anticipation. In the secondary bedroom, the large glowing orb, formed from the 3 merged entities, gradually dimmed, as if it could shatter at any moment. Lin Bei sat on the sofa, staring intently at the room, afraid to miss even the slightest change. The moment he saw any sign of the orb dissipating, he was ready to rush in immediately. Just as the tension reached its peak, a sudden, rapid knocking sounded at the door. "Brother Bei, open the door. It's me, Xiaolinger." A familiar voice broke through, interrupting Lin Bei's focus. Lin Bei frowned slightly as a memory surfaced in his mind. Xiaolinger's real name was Wang Yuling. She was his childhood neighbor, and they had grown up together, sharing a bond as close as siblings. He had even given her a spare key to his home. This girl really picked the worst time to show up? Lin Bei quickly walked to the secondary bedroom door, closing it tightly before rushing to answer the front door. He had no choice but to open it. Wang Yuling had a key, and several people had seen him return earlier. Ignoring her would only raise suspicion. As soon as he opened the door, a petite figure threw herself into his arms, hugging him tightly. The sudden embrace caught Lin Bei off guard, leaving him frozen in place. "Brother Bei, I heard about everything that happened today," Wang Yuling said softly. "I know your awakened ability is dragon affinity, and I also know what's been troubling you. But don't worry, you have me, your little Linger, to help." As school let out, Wang Yuling heard some exciting news. Lin Bei, a classmate in the same grade but a different class, had awakened a rare dragon affinity talent. At first, she was ecstatic. After all, the legendary dragons were unimaginably powerful, and such a talent was nothing short of miraculous. But when she learned how rare dragons were, her joy quickly turned to worry. Without hesitation, she rushed to Lin Bei's home. Lin Bei listened quietly as Wang Yuling spoke. Due to the memories he had recently absorbed, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with her. With tears in her voice, Wang Yuling hugged him tightly and said, "Beige, I awakened a herbivore affinity talent. When I grow up, I promise I'll catch a dragon for you. But until then, you have to stay alive and well." Her words were sincere, clearly coming from a genuine desire to help Lin Bei. To her, awakening such an extraordinary talent, but being unable to use it must have been agonizing for him. Her concern touched Lin Bei. Seeing how much she cared for him, he simply replied with a soft, "Thank you." Although he didn't need her help right now, he couldn't bring himself to dampen her enthusiasm. A few moments later, Wang Yuling released him from her embrace, and their eyes met. For the first time, Lin Bei took a good look at her. Her fair and delicate skin, rosy lips, well-defined features, and especially her clear, spring-like eyes, all of it highlighted her beauty. "What's wrong? Not planning to let go? Is hugging me that comfortable?" Lin Bei teased with a small smile. Wang Yuling's face turned bright red as she quickly stepped back. But soon, she noticed that Lin Bei seemed completely unbothered by the situation with his talent. In fact, he appeared to be in a surprisingly good mood. Puzzled, she asked, "Beige, are you really okay? You look like you're in high spirits." Just as Lin Bei was about to reply, a loud crash came from his bedroom. The door shattered into pieces, and cracks spread across the floor. Both of them turned to look, only to see a newly formed young dragon standing before them. The creature was about 2 meters long, its body covered in earthy yellow scales adorned with fiery red patterns. Flames burned fiercely on its 4 claws, and its horns shimmered in alternating hues of red and yellow. Its white whiskers and piercing eyes remained unchanged, exuding a commanding presence. A mechanical voice echoed in Lin Bei's mind. "Congratulations to the host on a successful synthesis. As a reward for completing your first synthesis, you've received a beginner's gift pack. You may open it at any time." Wang Yuling was completely stunned. Stammering, she said, "A dragon? Beige, there's a dragon in your room. Am I seeing things?" Realization dawned on her as she exclaimed, "No wonder you're so calm. Those people are idiots. They said your talent was useless. but you've literally been hiding a dragon in your house. Lin Bei was equally taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. System? What's going on? Why didn't you warn me that this would happen after a successful synthesis? The system responded in a slightly aggrieved tone. The host didn't ask in advance. The system's response left Lin Bei utterly speechless. Internally, he resolved that for any future synthesis attempts, he must find a remote, deserted area. Never again would he risk doing it at home. This experience had taught him a hard lesson. However, the most pressing problem now was how to explain all of this to Wang Yuling. After all, it had only been a little over an hour since his talent awakened, and he had already created a synthesized dragon. No matter how you looked at it, this was far too suspicious. Lin Bei took a deep breath and turned to face Wang Yuling, who was still standing frozen behind him. Just as he was about to call her by her nickname, Xiaolinger, Wang Yuling raised her hand and gently covered his mouth. Feigning maturity, she cleared her throat and spoke in a deliberately raspy tone. Brother Bei, there's no need to explain. I get it, you're growing up, and every man has his secrets. Keeping a dragon hidden in your golden house? That's fine. Just don't let it turn into a golden house for a mistress, okay? Despite her curiosity, Wang Yuling chose to exercise restraint. She understood that some secrets were better left unspoken, especially when they concerned someone important. More than anything, she didn't want to make Lin Bei feel uncomfortable. Lin Bei's heart warmed at her words, fully appreciating her thoughtfulness. Unable to help himself, he reached out and ruffled her hair. Quit pretending it doesn't suit you at all. Don't worry. When the time is right, you'll know everything. By now, Lin Bei had already decided that Wang Yuling was someone he could trust. Her care for him from the start, and her understanding now were more than enough proof of her sincerity. Suddenly, Wang Yuling's expression turned forlorn. She pouted pitifully. But now that you have a dragon, does that mean you don't need my help anymore? I was really hoping I could be of use. Now I don't know if I should be happy or sad. Lin Bei couldn't bear to see her so downcast. He quickly came up with an idea. How could I not need you? Sure, I have one dragon now, but wouldn't more dragons be even better? Pets are like money, the more, the merrier. You need to work hard and get stronger. Then we can go catch dragons together, and he'll help you too. His words carried both the sincerity of their friendship and his acknowledgement of Wang Yuling's unique affinity for herbivorous creatures. While it wasn't as rare or powerful as his own dragon affinity, her talent was still extraordinary. After all, herbivorous creatures covered a vast range from giraffes and elephants to horses, cattle, and even kangaroos. Who knew? Maybe there were herbivorous dragons out there too. Wang Yuling's face lit up with joy, and she nodded enthusiastically. I'll do my best, Brother Bei. You can count on me. After a brief pause, she added, they'll go home and start researching which creatures are best suited to my talent. Oh, and if the school asks us to form teams tomorrow, we're on the same team, okay? With that, she headed back to her house, rushing straight to her room to dive into her research. Lin Bei closed the door and turned his attention to the newly synthesized Eastern dragon. The young dragon hovered in midair, its large eyes fixed on its approaching master, while its tail thick as a grown man's thighs wished back and forth. It let out excited AOAO sounds, clearly thrilled to see him. Reaching out to touch the dragon, Lin Bei was immediately flooded with information. Unnamed dragon species, currently in its weakest juvenile stage, possesses unwavering loyalty and will never betray its master. In addition to the basic abilities of an Eastern dragon, it can manipulate fire and earth for offensive and defensive purposes, boasting incredible destructive power and resilience. This dragon was synthesized using an Eastern dragon, the claws of a firemane lion, and the shell of a rocky tortoise. I'll call you Yi, Lin Bei said with a satisfied nod. You're my very first dragon, after all. Yeah. Yi chirped happily, clearly pleased with its new name. After spending some time bonding with the dragon, Lin Bei settled back onto the couch, watching as Yi curiously explored every corner of his modest home. Then, he remembered the reward pack he had received upon successfully completing the synthesis. Without hesitation, he called upon the system to open it. The system's voice chimed in. Ding! Beginner's gift pack successfully opened. Congratulations! You have received 2 million startup funds automatically transferred to your account, a map of the evil dragon valley, juvenile dragon feed, thunderbird feathers, and a western juvenile black dragon. All rewards have been stored in the system space and can be accessed at any time. Additionally, you have one ability draw available. Lin Bei eagerly opened the system space, and the first thing he saw was the western juvenile black dragon. Unlike the snake-like form of the eastern dragon, the western dragon resembled a powerful tiger, its body covered in jet black scales. Massive wings extended from its back, and its sturdy limbs radiated strength. Beyond appearances, the two dragons also differed significantly in power. Excitement surged through him as he realized the potential of his growing team. Looking at the slumbering western dragon in his system space, Lin Bei was utterly astonished. In just one day, He had obtained 2 dragon hatchlings, one eastern and one western. Such an incredible stroke of fortune was almost beyond belief. Most people might spend their entire lives without ever encountering a single dragon. Yet he had acquired 2 in a single day. His luck was truly jaw-dropping. System, release the western dragon, Lin Bei silently commanded in his mind. The next moment, the sleeping western dragon appeared inside the room. Its size was even larger than that of Yi, the eastern dragon. Lying on the floor, it resembled a small truck. Not wanting to disturb its slumber, Lin Bei turned his attention back to the other items in the system space. Currently, aside from the 2 dragons, the system space contained only a map and a pair of blue wings. He took the map out for a closer look. It depicted a pitch-black valley with 5 conspicuous red circles marked on it. The overall design was quite simplistic. "What is this map?" he asked. The system promptly responded. "This is a map of the Valley of Evil Dragons. It is home to an unknown number of wild dragons, whose strength is also uncertain. The red circles indicate dragon lairs, which may belong to a single dragon or to multiple dragons. With this map, you can easily locate the Valley of Evil Dragons. However, it is recommended not to venture there until your strength is sufficient." Lin Bei immediately stored the map back in the system space. Just hearing the name Valley of Evil Dragons was enough to convey its danger. It would be wiser to wait until he grew stronger before considering such a perilous journey. As for the pair of blue wings, they were clearly a crafting material, but a single component wasn't enough. He would need to collect 2 more pieces to complete the synthesis. "I should check out the pet market," Lin Bei thought to himself. In this era, where taming beasts was the norm, the pet market was a thriving industry. It not only sold all kinds of live pets, but also traded various materials. By taming pets, people could gain corresponding ability boosts, and the more pets they tamed, the stronger they became. Looking at Yi, who was freely soaring around the room, and the western dragon still peacefully asleep, Lin Bei couldn't help but smile. Though both dragons were still young and their ability enhancements were minimal for now, as they matured, his own strength would undoubtedly grow exponentially. Recalling the ability extraction opportunity he had just obtained, Lin Bei decided to act immediately. "System, use the ability extraction. Please select a dragon pet," the system prompted. Lin Bei chose without hesitation. The system began the extraction process. Progress 10, 30, 70, 100. Congratulations, you have obtained the dragon's intimidation ability. When using this ability, you will exude the aura of the dragon race, capable of suppressing any species weaker than dragons, including humans. The strength of this ability depends on your own power level. This unexpected reward delighted Lin Bei. Locking his door securely, he headed to a nearby medium-sized pet market. Even on a weekday, the market was bustling with activity, crowded with thousands of people browsing and selecting goods. Lin Bei stopped at one of the stalls, his eyes drawn to a colorful ant. "How much is this?" he asked. "Juvenile rainbow ant, 250,000. Honest pricing, no haggling," the stall owner replied nonchalantly. The price left Lin Bei stunned. A tiny ant, no larger than a fingernail, cost 250,000. He could only imagine how astronomical the prices of other magical beasts must be. No wonder people often said his talent was a waste. A single ordinary dragon would likely cost at least $1 billion, and even then, it would be hard to find one available for purchase. Once a dragon appeared on the market, its price would only skyrocket. After all, he wasn't the only person in the world with a talent for bonding with dragons. Lin Bei strolled through the bustling pet market, his gaze sweeping over the stalls on both sides. Amidst the lively chatter around him, one topic stood out: the upcoming trial for new students at school. "Tomorrow, the schools are taking the freshmen for the trial again." "Yeah, my daughter mentioned it. Better get some gear for the kids and hope they can tame a pet tomorrow." "Exactly. I'm here to buy equipment too. Not just gear, but also tools for capturing magical beasts. Even if they can't tame one tomorrow, they can bring one back to train over time." Conversations like these drifted into Lin Bei's ears, reminding him that the pet market was not only a place for trade, but also a valuable source of information. He noticed 2 men chatting nearby and decided to strike up a conversation. "Excuse me, gentlemen, do you happen to know what exactly the schools will have us do tomorrow? I'm a student who just awakened my talent today, and I'm eager to understand the plan." Seeing Lin Bei's modest attire and sincere demeanor, the 2 men let down their guard and warmly explained. Every year, after the freshmen awaken their talents, the schools take them to their designated safe zones in the forest. There, you'll encounter magical beasts. Whether you can tame one depends on your ability. But don't worry, the safe zones mostly have young beasts, and high-level ones are rare. Plus, there are teachers patrolling, so it's perfectly safe. With this crucial information, Lin Bei quickly began forming a plan in his mind. After thanking the men, he continued to explore the market. He spent another half an hour browsing the roadside stalls, but couldn't find the materials he was looking for. Finding the right wing material is so hard. I might as well head to the largest shop and see what they have. Lin Bei had already decided to find another pair of wings as materials. Since Western dragons naturally have one pair of wings, and the materials from the starter pack included another pair, adding a third pair could allow him to create a six-winged black dragon or a Western dragon with exceptionally powerful wings. He headed straight to the largest shop in the Market Beast Treasure Pavilion. A courteous attendant greeted him warmly. Welcome. How may I assist you? Do you have any magical beast wings? You're in luck. We just acquired a pair of Gale Demon Bull wings this morning. The attendant opened a sealed box and revealed a pair of massive, dark green wings. These wings are excellent for crafting highly mobile equipment. If you work with an engraver, you can even add wind runes. However, keep in mind that equipment can only hold one rune, and it must match the item's attributes. For example, Gale Demon Bull wings can only be engraved with wind runes, and their usage is quite specific. Lin Bei was very satisfied with the wings. Having gained experience from his first synthesis, he understood that the attributes of the materials could likely be inherited by the dragon. This explained why his dragon could wield both fire and earth powers. Not bad. How much for this pair of wings? 1.2 million. The steep price left Lin Bei in silence. The staggering price of 12 million made Lin Bei gasp in shock. This figure was far beyond what he could afford. He patted the bank card in his pocket, which held only a modest 3 million, leaving a daunting 9 million gap between him and the asking price. Zhao Shuai keenly noticed the subtle change in Lin Bei's expression and immediately pieced together the situation. As an experienced salesman, he had encountered this scenario countless times, people coming in with high hopes, only to be deterred by the price tag. He sighed softly, ready to pack up the displayed Gale Demon Bull wings and move on to assist the next customer. Just as his hand was about to touch the wings, Lin Bei suddenly spoke up. Wait, I'd like to discuss something with you. Raising an eyebrow with mild curiosity, Zhao Shuai turned back to Lin Bei. What is it? Without hesitation, Lin Bei pulled out his bank card and placed it casually on the table. I'll put down 1 million as a deposit. Please hold these wings for me for 7 days. If I don't come back to buy them within that time, the money is yours. Hearing this, Zhao Shuai quickly walked over to an elderly man not far away and whispered the proposal. After a brief exchange, he returned to Lin Bei. 2 million, and well, hold them for 5 days. Deal. Lin Bei agreed without hesitation, then added, with the remaining 1 million, I want to buy as many beast containment bags as possible. This unexpected request caught Zhao Shuai off guard for a moment, but as a professional salesman, he swiftly got to work. He returned to the counter and expertly processed the transaction, ensuring every cent of the 3 million in Lin Bei's account was accounted for. Finally, Zhao Shuai handed Lin Bei a black shopping bag filled with goods, his tone professional yet polite. Your account had a total of 3 million. 2 million has been set aside as a deposit, and the remaining 1 million has been used to purchase 100 beast containment bags at 10,000 each. Please confirm and verify. Lin Bei took the 100 magical beast containment bags and the empty account card, preparing to leave the store. At this moment, he had no extra funds left and could only head back to plan his actions for the next day. If everything went smoothly, not only could he buy those wings, but he might even be able to purchase additional magical beast materials. Just as he was about to step out of the store, Li Kai pushed the door open and walked in. Her eyes, which had just awakened with the poison insect affinity talent, showed a hint of surprise when she saw Lin Bei, quickly replaced by disdain. Well, isn't this Lin Bei, the classmate who awakened the strongest talent? What are you doing shopping in a place like this? They don't sell dragons here, you know? Her tone was laced with mockery. In her eyes, Lin Bei was nothing more than a poor boy with an extraordinary talent. While there had been no prior conflict between the two, Lin Bei had stolen everyone's attention earlier that day, leaving Li Kai, who thrived on vanity, feeling resentful. Though the poison insect affinity wasn't as powerful as the dragon affinity, it was still a talent to be reckoned with. Powerful venomous insects could even wipe out an entire city. Hearing the sarcastic remark, Lin Bei halted, his brows furrowing. Li Kai, is it? Are you trying to pick a fight? I don't recall ever provoking you. His voice was cold as ice. Li Kai, unfazed, intensified her tone. Oh, come on now. Who am I to provoke someone like you, with the dragon affinity talent? That's the strongest talent out there, isn't it? Her deliberate repetition of the phrase successfully drew everyone's attention in the store, including the clerk Zhao Shuai. The looks from the crowd were a mix of awe and skepticism, eerily similar to the reactions of their classmates earlier that day. Dragon affinity? That's an incredible talent. Too bad it's practically useless. You'd be lucky if even 1 in 100 awakened individuals found a suitable pet to bond with. Seeing that things were going as she had planned, Li Kai pressed on. Exactly. Someone with dragon affinity talent, how could I, with my poison insect affinity, ever dare to provoke them? Her words immediately garnered admiration from the surrounding crowd. This girl's no-joke poison insect affinity is really strong. Yeah, venomous insects are everywhere. Way more practical than trying to tame a dragon. If it were up to me, I'd choose poison insect affinity over dragon affinity any day. Basking in the admiration and envy of those around her, Li Kai reveled in the attention she felt she deserved. Lin Bei, however, finally understood her intentions, his expression growing colder by the second. So that's it. You're stepping on me to make yourself look good? Fine. But remember Thizzy'll pay for what you did today. With that, Lin Bei walked away without sparing a glance at anyone. Li Kai, on the other hand, paid no mind to his warning and smugly approached Zhao Shuai. Hey, was that guy here to buy a dragon or something? Zhao Shuai snapped out of his daze and answered honestly. No, he just bought 100 magical beast containment bags. And he used 2 million as collateral to reserve a material. The 2 million is ours now. Li Kai and Zhao Shuai were secretly overjoyed. They no longer believed that Lin Bei could possibly gather 10 million within just 5 days. In their eyes, how could an ordinary student who had only recently awakened his dragon affinity talent accomplish such an almost impossible task? Even for those with exceptional strength, raising such a massive amount of money would require an extraordinary effort. Li Kai watched Lin Bei's departing figure with growing disdain. Not only is his awakened ability questionable, but he doesn't seem too bright either. He actually went ahead and bought 100 magical beast containment pouches in one go. She felt fortunate about her judgment, thinking to herself, this kind of person is definitely not worth associating with. This brief episode was soon drowned out by the bustling crowd at the pet market. Lin Bei had already returned home, where the newly awakened Western dragon was joyfully chasing Yi around. The two little creatures played harmoniously, getting along well with each other. Seated on the couch, Lin Bei carefully studied the instructions for using the magical beast containment pouches. These tools were extremely common among beast tamers, with each pouch capable of holding one magical beast, provided the beast was in a non-resistant state. The pouches he had purchased, priced at 10,000 each, were only capable of containing weaker magical beasts. After placing all the containment pouches into his system space, Lin Bei spent some time playing with the two small dragons before falling asleep. Early the next morning, he set off for school with the two dragons hidden safely in his system space, his demeanor calm and composed. Upon arriving, he found the campus already packed with over 300 students, each of them brimming with anticipation, clearly excited about the event that was about to unfold. Lin Bei stood at the school gate, his sharp eyes scanning the crowd. It didn't take long for him to spot two familiar figures, Wang Yuling and Li Kai. Both were surrounded by a throng of students, clearly the center of attention among the freshmen. This came as no surprise. After all, they not only possessed striking looks but also exceptional talent. By contrast, Lin Bei, though decent-looking himself, remained largely unnoticed due to his average abilities. But that suited him just fine, as his upcoming plans didn't require too many participants at most. He could consider bringing Wang Yuling along to share some benefits. The campus was already bustling with students, many of whom came from privileged backgrounds. After awakening their abilities the day before, they had poured all their energy into taming pets. Through relentless effort, some had already succeeded in taming their first companion and were now eagerly showing them off. Li Kai was among those achievers. She had spent a hefty sum to purchase a stinging fire bee and, with professional guidance, successfully tamed it. At this moment, she was proudly holding the fire bee in her palm, showing it off with a smug expression. Look, this is my stinging fire bee. Its venomous sting can inflict fire poison. With it, they'll be able to tame even more pets today. It's way better than some dragon affinity talent. The surrounding students chimed in enthusiastically. Kai Jia is absolutely right. Your affinity with venomous creatures is definitely stronger than dragon affinity. Let's team up with Kai Jia. With her, we'll get twice the results with half the effort. By the time Kai Jia tames her 100th pet, dragon affinity might not have even been useful once. These flattering remarks reached Lin Bei's ears, but he merely took mental note of the faces of the dozen or so speakers, thinking to himself how pragmatic this world truly was. It was then that Li Kai noticed Lin Bei standing alone. She pushed through the crowd and approached him, looking down at him with a condescending smirk. Why not join us? Who knows, you might even catch a dragon. We could help you out. Her followers burst into laughter. Yeah, what if you really find a dragon? Ha ha ha, you couldn't tame it on your own. Lin Bei stared at Li Kai with disdain, as if she were an ominous presence, and shook his head firmly. You lot? Forget it. You're too weak and would just slow me down. With that, he deliberately took a few steps back, his contempt evident. To Li Kai, his words were nothing short of a slap in the face. How dare someone with such a useless ability talk down to her, someone who had already tamed a pet? She took a deep breath to suppress her anger and mentally commanded her fire bee, go. Sting him. Let him feel the power of fire poison. Just control the dose, don't kill him. The stinging fire bee immediately buzzed into action, its stinger glowing red-hot as it brimmed with fire poison. Yet Lin Bei, faced with the incoming venomous creature, remained calm. even allowing a faint smile to curl his lips. Perfect. Time for a little test. Dragon's might. A surge of overwhelming majesty swept across the area like a mountain crashing down, instantly enveloping the fire bee. Its world turned silent. Its wings froze mid-flap, and it hovered motionless in the air. The glowing stinger was retracted, the fire poison dissipated, and its entire body trembled uncontrollably. In the next moment, it plummeted to the ground, too terrified to move. The tiny venomous insect had sensed an aura from Lin Bei that was utterly terrifying, a presence that crushed it entirely on a bloodline level. It was the unmistakable aura of the dragon race. Through her connection as its tamer, Li Kai could clearly feel the firebee's fear. She swallowed hard, disbelief written all over her face. What's going on? Why is it scared? He's just an ordinary guy. Lin Bei slowly approached the paralyzed firebee, eventually lifting his foot and stomping down on it with force. Feigning an apologetic expression, he said, "Oops, I accidentally stepped on a bug." When he lifted his foot and stepped back, all that remained on the ground was the crushed remains of the stinging fire bee. The firethorn bee, a magical creature that relies on its flying speed and venom in combat, is not known for its physical strength. Moreover, this particular one was still in its juvenile stage, with its abilities far from fully developed. Lin Bei, on the other hand, was not only a healthy young man but had also gained significant physical enhancements after bonding with the two dragons, Yi and the Western Dragon. Crushing a juvenile firethorn bee underfoot was effortless for him. Li Kai suddenly felt the connection between herself and the firethorn bee sever completely. This could only mean one of two things. Either the bee had been sealed and could no longer maintain its bond with her, or it was dead. Clearly, the latter was the case. Impossible. How could my firethorn bee be dead? Li Kai's face twisted with disbelief as she rushed toward the lifeless creature. Her bloodshot eyes were filled with shock and denial. This was entirely outside her expectations and completely derailed her plans. When she approached and saw the motionless firethorn bee on the ground, she had no choice but to accept the harsh reality. Clenching her fists tightly, she glared at Lin Bei with gritted teeth. "You did this on purpose. You absolutely did this on purpose. Why? Why would you do this?" In contrast, Lin Bei remained remarkably calm. He spread his hands in a helpless gesture and shook his head. "How can you blame me for this? If you want to blame something, blame it for not watching where it was going." His words referred not only to the firethorn bee but also indirectly to Li Kai herself. Li Kai failed to catch the deeper meaning behind his words. Instead, Lin Bei's nonchalant attitude only fueled her anger further. Just as she was about to make a move, a voice rang out, commanding everyone's attention. "Everyone, stop whatever you're doing. Whatever grudges you have against each other, now is not the time to settle them." Li Kai took a deep breath and reluctantly lowered her raised hand, but she still shot a venomous warning at Lin Bei. "Just you wait. This isn't over." Lin Bei chuckled lightly and nodded. "You're right. It's only just begun." To him, things were indeed just getting started. Li Kai's repeated provocations had worn out his patience. Lin Bei was neither a villain nor a saint. He preferred to avoid conflict if left alone, but if someone deliberately caused trouble, he would not hesitate to respond in kind. He showed no mercy to the weak who sought to provoke him, nor would he hold back simply because his opponent was a woman. More importantly, the incident with the firethorn bee confirmed the feasibility of Lin Bei's plan, a plan that would inevitably involve many people and had the potential to earn him the million he needed to purchase wings. Soon, the campus returned to its usual calm. The same voice that had interrupted earlier now provided detailed instructions about the upcoming teleportation and the precautions to take in the magical beast forest. Every student listened carefully and took note of the critical information, including Lin Bei, who already had a clear plan in mind. With a flash of blue light, all the new students were transported to a vast open field. Before them stretched the endless expanse of the magical beast forest, teeming with life. Flying beasts soared through the skies, agile primates leaped between branches, ground-dwelling creatures darted across the earth, and tiny insect-like beasts buzzed about, barely visible from afar. For the newly awakened students, this safe zone felt like paradise. Behind them was a bustling marketplace set up by merchants, offering everything from equipment, materials, and potions to food. There were also traders eager to purchase captured magical beasts and rare materials. This time of year was always a lucrative season for merchants. Students from different schools were assigned to separate areas, marked by distinct colors and spaced at least 100 meters apart, with the zones extending from the forest's edge to its deeper regions. Excitement buzzed among the students as they eagerly discussed their plans, all itching to venture into the forest and tame their first magical beasts. Standing amidst the crowd, Li Kai's gaze burned with hatred as she fixed her eyes on Lin Bei. She couldn't forgive him for crushing the firethorn bee she had spent hundreds of thousands to acquire. In her heart, she vowed revenge. She refused to acknowledge any fault of her own. whether it was her jealousy-driven mockery or her rash decision to command the bee to attack. Meanwhile, Lin Bei was fully focused on observing the magical beasts within the forest. While others saw these creatures as potential companions, he saw them as glittering piles of gold, each one a step closer to his financial goal. Before long, Chan Song, one of the instructors, addressed the new students with a stern expression. You will soon enter the magical beast forest. I hope all of you will support one another and work together to ensure that everyone has the chance to tame a magical beast. There is no place here for underhanded tactics or petty schemes. As the homeroom teacher, Chan Song was well aware of the conflict between Lin Bei and Li Kai. At this moment, he deliberately made such remarks, but he also understood that they would have little effect on these impulsive young awakeners. Sure enough, the students present all responded perfunctorily. Got it, got it, let's get started. We'll definitely help each other out. Don't worry, teacher. In reality, everyone was focused on the upcoming task of taming their pets. Although Li Kai's flame stingbee had been stomped to death, she was still surrounded by quite a few people, though fewer than before. This was entirely due to her exceptional talent. The group glanced at Lin Bei, who was standing not far away, their faces filled with hostility. Originally, with Li Kai's flame stingbee, their chances of successfully taming pets were much higher. Now that their plans had been disrupted, they naturally harbored resentment toward Lin Bei. Don't be too upset, Sister Kai, someone offered comfort. With your abilities, you'll definitely tame even more pets. The safe zone may be small, but there are plenty of magical beasts around, and poisonous insects won't be hard to find. Exactly. Lin Bei can't even compare to you. Once we're inside, we'll help you find poisonous insects first. After you've tamed them, we can look for other magical beasts. Hearing these flattering words, Li Kai finally shifted her gaze away from Lin Bei. All right. Anyway, his talent is useless. There will be plenty of opportunities to deal with him later. I was careless just now probably because I had only recently tamed the flame stingbee and hadn't fully mastered controlling it. Meanwhile, the others began forming teams. Some paired up with close friends, some sought out the most capable individuals, and some lingered near those they admired. But not a single person approached Lin Bei. In fact, they deliberately avoided him, even though everyone knew he possessed the most powerful dragon lineage talent. 5 minutes passed, and Lin Bei remained standing alone, his gaze fixed intently on the distant safe zone. In just those few minutes, he had already crafted a plan in his mind. However, before entering the safe zone, he had one thing to take care of. Turning around, Lin Bei scanned the crowded group. Unable to spot who he was looking for, he finally called out loudly, "Xiao Linger, I'm over here." This kind of shout was common when someone couldn't find a teammate. Before long, Wang Yuling pushed her way through the crowd toward Lin Bei, wiping the sweat off her forehead. With excitement in her voice, she exclaimed, "Brother Bei, there are so many people, it took me forever to find you." She was brimming with anticipation for the adventure ahead. After all, for every awakener, having a pet was a dream come true. Pets were invaluable, whether for combat, support, or everyday life. Lin Bei, however, remained unusually calm. "I promised yesterday that I'd team up with you, so I called you over. Ha ha ha, teaming up with Brother Bei, what a stroke of luck." Wang Yuling clasped her hands together in excitement. She was the only one present who knew Lin Bei had a dragon, but even without that knowledge, she would have chosen to team up with him without hesitation, for reasons known only to her. News of their partnership quickly spread to those who were more observant and scheming. They quickly arrived at the spot where Lin Bei and Wang Yuling were. A group of students had gathered around Wang Yuling, their faces filled with confusion and a hint of disdain. "Yuling, what kind of move is this? Teaming up with Lin Bei?" one boy said with a frown. "Lin Bei's talent might sound impressive, but it's completely useless in practice. Just kick him out and join our team instead. Together, we'd definitely achieve way more than you could with him." It was clear these students were all vying for Wang Yuling's attention. It wasn't surprising whether it was her talent or her looks. Wang Yuling was undeniably one of the top students, garnering widespread admiration. However, despite their persistent invitations, Wang Yuling remained firmly resolute in her rejection. What surprised them even more was her decision to partner with Lin Bei. Over the course of the day, Lin Bei's reputation had spread across the school as the boy with an extraordinary talent that, unfortunately, seemed destined for nothing. After all, dragons were creatures that most people would never even glimpse in their entire lifetime. Hearing these dismissive offers to team up, Wang Yuling's expression darkened. She couldn't stand anyone insulting Lin Bei. Just as she was about to defend him, Lin Bei's calm voice cut through the chatter. "Yuling, it's about time we head out." Wang Yuling froze for a moment. She had been ready to respond, but upon realizing something, she chose to ignore the crowd around her. Instead, she quietly stood by Lin Bei's side, waiting to enter the safe zone. Seeing this, the group huddled together and then tried again. "If you want kick Lin Bei out, at least let us join your team. With us, you'll accomplish so much more." Exactly. Otherwise, dragging around dead weight like him will just waste your talent, no matter how strong it is. The moment someone called Lin Bei dead weight, Wang Yuling clenched her fists tightly. Anger flared in her eyes, yet she didn't know how to respond. Before she could say anything, Lin Bai's steady voice rang out again. Sorry, I'm the team leader. Let me make this clear. There's no room for dead weight in my team. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving the group speechless. For a moment, Wang Yuling froze in place. The atmosphere at the scene turned tense in an instant. The people who had come to invite Wang Yuling were visibly stunned. No one had expected Lin Bei to say such a thing. Wang Yuling quickly composed herself, a faint smile appearing on her lips. Brother Bei is right. Having one burden like me in the team is already enough. With that, she followed closely behind Lin Bei, leaving the crowd behind. The remaining group was left in shock, Wang Yuling's words hitting them like a thunderclap. It wasn't until Lin Bei and Wang Yuling disappeared into the distance that they snapped out of it, exchanging bewildered glances and whispering among themselves. Did I hear that right? Lin Bei is the team leader, and he called us burdens? Exactly. My mosquito affinity might be average, but it's definitely better than his useless dragon affinity. Yeah, mosquitoes are everywhere. Who's ever seen a dragon? Is Wang Yuling out of her mind? How is her herbivore affinity a burden? Lin Bei is probably relying on his looks. Just wait until we're inside. I'll show them who the real burden is. What they didn't realize was that, in Lin Bei's eyes, these people truly were dead weight. By now, Lin Bei and Wang Yuling had reached a more secluded area, waiting for the moment to enter the safe zone. Lin Bei glanced at Wang Yuling beside him and said softly, Xiaolinger, you were wrong earlier. They're the burdens, not you. This wasn't just a comforting remark. It was his genuine belief. He had long decided to support Wang Yuling, which was why he had chosen to team up with her. Wang Yuling, however, misunderstood his words, assuming he was trying to console her. Her heart warmed at his thoughtfulness. Thank you, Brother Bei, she replied sincerely. As time passed, the noisy surroundings gradually quieted down. The school official simultaneously announced, Attention, all students. You may begin in 1 minute. Remember, do not venture beyond the safe zone, or your lives will be at risk. With your current capabilities, you are only allowed to operate within the safe area. 1 minute later, the students eagerly rushed into the magical beast forest. Lin Bei and Wang Yuling maintained a calm pace, staying at the back of the group. Merchants in the rear chatted about business, with some mentioning that the Huang family was aggressively purchasing pets. The quickest students had already begun engaging with magical beasts. Since fighting solo was rarely effective, most opted for group combat. While some relied on brute force to tame the beasts, a few managed to succeed through mutual recognition or bonding with the creatures. Li Kai and her group also entered the forest, carefully scouting for targets and planning to adopt a cautious growth strategy. Meanwhile, Lin Bei and Wang Yuling continued moving forward, gradually distancing themselves by several hundred meters from the others. Along the way, Wang Yuling spotted several herbivorous creatures suitable for taming, but she chose to follow Lin Bei without hesitation. When the surroundings grew quiet and no other students were in sight, Lin Bei finally stopped. After carefully surveying the area, he turned to Wang Yuling and said, Xiaolinger, let me tell you the primary objectives for this mission. Wang Yuling immediately focused her attention, her eyes fixed on Lin Bei without blinking. There are two main goals this time, Lin Bei explained. First, to help you tame as many herbivorous creatures as possible. Second, to capture around 100 magical beasts. Even though she had mentally prepared herself, Wang Yuling was still taken aback by the ambitious plan. From the moment Wang Yuling saw Lin Bei that morning, she had been puzzled. Why would someone who already had a dragon come to this forest, which was home to only ordinary magical beasts? Dragons were simply impossible to find here. It wasn't until now that it finally dawned on her. Brother Bei, are you here to catch magical beasts? Wang Yuling asked, blinking her large eyes. Are you planning to sell them? Did you hear about the Huang family? Lin Bei nodded calmly. Yes, I plan to sell them, though I haven't decided on a buyer yet. He paused for a moment before continuing. The Huang family? Why did you bring them up? The mention of the Huang family brought an image to Lin Bei's mind. Their name was synonymous with power in Nanshan City. As one of the city's 3 major families, they controlled the entire food market and were known for their arrogance and disdain for others. Wang Yuling quickly shared the news she had recently heard. The Huang family has been buying up magical beasts in large quantities lately, regardless of rank or species. They've been seeking out merchants and even students. Just yesterday, when I awakened, someone from the Huang family approached me. They said they were willing to pay a high price for all the magical beasts I could catch today. And it's not just Mathieve contacted Li Kai and the others too. No one knows why they're doing this. Hearing this, Lin Bei frowned, his eyes flashing with thought. A prominent family suddenly acquiring magical beasts in bulk was undoubtedly suspicious. Though the reason remained unclear, it was a matter worth investigating. He made a mental note of this information, planning to revisit it after dealing with his current tasks. Once he ensured no one was around, Lin Bei summoned EE from his system space. With a deep dragon's roar, the uniquely shaped EE appeared in midair, curiously surveying the forest around it. Soon, it turned its attention back to Lin Bei, circling him eagerly, as if waiting for an opportunity to prove itself. Wang Yuling stared at EE in awe. Even though she had seen it the day before, she still found it unbelievable to witness a creature as rare as a dragona being more precious than diamonds. Due to the scarcity of dragons, those with dragon affinity were often dismissed as useless. Similar affinities, like Qilin or Phoenix affinity, were also considered impractical despite their immense potential, simply because finding a corresponding companion was nearly impossible. Historically, 99 of those who awakened such affinities lived unfulfilled lives. Brother Bei, summoning your dragon like this could expose you. Many people will come after you, especially the Huang family, Wang Yuling said anxiously. Lin Bei had already thought this through. Xiao Linger, let me ask you this: if you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, would you ever associate me with a dragon? Of course not. It's just too far-fetched, Wang Yuling replied immediately. Exactly. Lin Bei nodded. Even you, who are closest to me, wouldn't think of it. So how could anyone else? What we need to do is take advantage of this kind of preconceived notion. Remember, this learning to use your circumstances to your advantage is the key to survival. It was a gamble, but one with high odds of success. To achieve his ultimate goal, Lin Bei had no other choice. He needed EE's cooperation. Lin Bei's words were filled with determination. He firmly believed that with enough time and resources, any challenge could be overcome, even if it meant taking some risks. Although Wang Yuling couldn't fully grasp his perspective, she nodded earnestly, committing his words to memory. Brother Bei, what should we do next? She asked softly. Lin Bei's response was straightforward and decisive. It's simple. We'll wait right here. EE will drive the magical beasts to this spot. You handle taming the herbivorous ones, and I'll take care of the rest. Before Wang Yuling could reply, he turned to EE and issued instructions. Start by herding the magical beasts within a 100-meter radius over here. Don't go too far for now. It's not the time to reveal ourselves. E nodded its dragon head and swiftly darted into the forest. Exuding its unique, draconic aura, it began approaching the nearby magical beasts. The dragon's authority was undeniable in this area. The weaker magical beasts in the safety zone didn't dare resist, with some even frozen in fear. In just 3 minutes, 3 small magical beasts stumbled their way over. 1 herbivorous magical beast and 2 of other types. As they drew closer, Lin Bei unleashed his draconic pressure. Though his aura was relatively weak, it was more than sufficient to subdue these smaller creatures. Boom! The dragon's pressure enveloped the 3 magical beasts instantly. They froze where they stood, as if their very spirits had been shattered, too terrified to move forward or retreat. Lin Bei quickly retrieved a magical beast containment pouch from his system space and strode toward one of the creatures. At the same time, he called out to the still stunned Wang Yuling. What are you waiting for? While they're still immobilized, hurry up and tame that herbivorous one. Before he finished speaking, he'd already deftly sealed one of the magical beasts into the containment pouch. The process of placing the magical beasts into the containment bags was surprisingly simple, as effortless as putting a head of cabbage into a shopping bag. Wang Yuling stood frozen in place, staring at the 2 remaining magical beasts, completely stunned. Is this really the entire process of capturing magical beasts? No fighting required? Her worldview was utterly shaken. Up until now, everything she'd learned from textbooks, TV reports, or other people's accounts described capturing and taming magical beasts as an incredibly challenging task. Just on the way here, she had personally witnessed people struggling to capture magical beasts, some even getting injured due to the creature's violent outbursts. Yet the scene before her was so effortless it felt like a dream. Lin Bei placed the containment bag holding the magical beast to the side and pulled out a new one. These bags were cleverly designed, compact and easy to carry, with their size remaining almost unchanged even after holding a magical beast. To avoid unnecessary attention, he had purposely brought a single-strap backpack to store the bags. With a gust of light wind, the second magical beast was also easily secured, leaving only the last herbivorous magical beast standing motionless on the field. Lin Bei turned to the still-dazed Wang Yuling, furrowing his brow slightly. Xiao Linger, focus. If we wait too long, the magical beasts will return to normal. His words snapped Wang Yuling out of her trance. She took a deep breath, looking at the 2 containment bags on the ground, her tone complicated. Brother Bei, you never failed to surprise me. It was true, while everyone had only awakened their abilities yesterday, Lin Bei already had a dragon as his companion and had now effortlessly captured 2 magical beasts, far surpassing anyone else's progress. Yet, her heart held no jealousy, only astonishment, because Lin Bei was the person she trusted most, second only to her parents. Lin Bei gave a faint smile and gestured toward the last magical beast. Go tame it. Don't forget our plan. Summoning her courage, Wang Yuling approached the herbivorous magical beast, which resembled a goat. It was her first time this close to a magical beast, and she couldn't help but feel nervous. Swallowing hard a few times, she gently placed her hand on the creature and began to activate her ability. Good little goat. I mean no harm. Before she could even finish her sentence, the taming process was already complete in less than 3 seconds. How is this even possible? Wang Yuling was once again thrown into disbelief. The ease of her success completely overturned everything she thought she knew. Realizing that there had to be more to it, she turned to Lin Bei. Brother Bei, this has to be because of you, right? Lin Bei nodded and explained. That's right. The magical beasts in the safe zone are relatively weak and cannot withstand the dragon's aura. They experience an overwhelming fear from the depths of their souls, rendering them unable to resist. It's completely normal. Dragons are supreme beings, and even the weakest dragon's bloodline is far above that of other magical beasts. It was only then that Wang Yuling understood. Through the mental connection she had established with the ironhoof goat, she could clearly sense the creature's immense fear, a terror far greater than that of a shrimp facing an orca, as if it transcended countless levels of the natural hierarchy. Even she felt her knees weaken, only regaining some composure after the dragon's aura dissipated. Wiping the sweat from her forehead and brushing back her damp hair, Wang Yuling couldn't help but marvel at the power of dragons. Even the aura of the weakest dragon was this formidable. A fully grown dragon would undoubtedly be even more terrifying. With such a dragon as his companion, Brother Bei was destined to stand at the pinnacle one day. What she didn't know, however, was that Lin Bei already possessed 2 entirely different dragons. If she were to learn that, she might be too shocked to speak. Just then, 5 more magical beasts were driven toward them, including 2 herbivores. A glint of excitement flashed in Lin Bai's eyes as he turned to the still-stunned Wang Yuling. Stop spacing out and get ready. We need to move quickly. Lin Bei and Wang Yuling moved effortlessly through the forest of magical beasts, handling wave after wave of creatures with ease. Whenever a group of magical beasts appeared, the two worked in perfect harmony, capturing what needed to be captured and taming what could be tamed, achieving remarkable efficiency. In a short amount of time, Lin Bei had already filled 33 of the 100 magical beast containment bags he brought with him, all with low-level beasts. Even at the lowest estimated price of 100,000 per beast, they had already accumulated over 3 million in value. The goal of acquiring that crucial wing was drawing closer and closer. Once the wing was obtained, the plan to synthesize the Western dragon could finally begin. Moreover, given the extravagant spending of the Huang family, it was certain these beasts were worth far more than the minimum estimate. Wang Yuling's accomplishments were equally impressive. The number of beasts she had successfully tamed had already hit double digits, far exceeding expectations. At that moment, a group of docile, herbivorous magical beasts surrounded her, creating a scene that looked almost surreal. Stroking the head of an ironhoof ram, she couldn't help but remark, those who said Brother Bei was a burden are utterly ridiculous. How could someone capable of this ever be a burden? Meanwhile, the situation for other teams was drastically different. Li Kai's team had just endured a grueling battle, barely managing to subdue a withered wood venom spider. The cost of the fight was steep. 2 students had already been poisoned. The toxin was spreading slowly through their bodies, causing the affected areas to take on the decayed appearance of withered wood. Sister Kai, tame it quickly, one of the poisoned students urged in pain. Once we tame the venom spider, we'll learn how to create the antidote. Their teammates watched the scene unfold, their hearts gripped by fear and anxiety. This harrowing experience made them realize just how formidable even the weakest magical beasts could be. Li Kai steadied her breathing and prepared to tame the already subdued withered wood venom spider. As the team's most talented beast tamer, she understood that taming a wild beast in the field was an entirely different challenge compared to purchasing a pre-tamed one from a merchant. She forced herself to remain calm and reassured her team, "Don't panic, everyone. They'll start taming it now. Once we succeed, things will go much smoother. The only reason this feels so difficult right now is because we're all still just ordinary people." Li Kai focused all her attention on channeling her innate power. Streams of energy flowed steadily like small rivulets toward the withered wood venom spider. Her hands trembled slightly, beads of sweat forming on her forehead as she poured her heart and soul into this crucial moment of establishing a connection. The process of taming a magical beast was never easy. First, it required physically subduing the creature to render it incapable of resistance. Next came the establishment of a mental bond, a step that tested the tamer's innate gift for empathy. Only after that came the final stage of true taming, where the beast would willingly submit through various methods. Time ticked by, second by second. 3 minutes passed, yet the power Li Kai projected seemed to vanish into a deep abyss, yielding no response. She bit her lip, her heartbeat quickening as she murmured under her breath, "Come on, why aren't you responding?" I've successfully tamed the thornfire bees before. Another 10 minutes dragged on. Finally, after 13 long minutes of deadlock, a faint connection was established between her and the withered wood venom spider. Li Kai could distinctly sense the existence of the spider, but this was only the beginning. The true challenge was just about to unfold. Without pausing to wipe the sweat from her brow, she immediately began the taming phase. Through the mental link, she continuously conveyed goodwill, attempting to persuade the powerful magical beast to submit to her. Time slipped away unnoticed in her concentration, and after roughly 20 minutes, Li Kai finally let out a deep sigh of relief. A joyful smile spread across her face. I did it, she announced excitedly to those around her. I successfully tamed the withered wood venom spider, and this time, it only took less than an hour. Everything went so smoothly. For someone who has just awakened their innate talent, taking less than an hour to establish a connection and tame a magical beast is undoubtedly an impressive achievement. The surrounding students watched in awe as Li Kai successfully tamed the magical beast. Their eyes sparkled with envy, and they couldn't help but shower her with praise. You're amazing, Kaijia, taming a magical beast so quickly. Way faster than anyone else. Kaijia is truly the best. She's definitely the strongest in our class. Some even took the opportunity to criticize Lin Bei. That Lin Bei must be out of his mind to offend Kaijia. It's like asking for trouble. Who cares about talent? Being able to tame magical beasts is what really matters. These flattering remarks greatly satisfied Li Kai's vanity. She had always been someone with a strong sense of pride, which was why she held a grudge against Lin Bei and took pleasure in mocking him. Vanity, much like a poison, could drive a person to take reckless actions and commit unthinkable deeds. First, let's detoxify them, then continue searching for suitable magical beasts, Li Kai said, glancing around. With a pet's help, defeating other magical beasts will be much easier. Let's make sure everyone tames a pet. Stick with me, and you'll all benefit. Naturally, no one objected. They followed Li Kai in hopes of gaining advantages, and her ability to tame a magical beast in under an hour was certainly remarkable. 10 minutes later, Li Kai led the group into action again. She searched within the safe zone, her eyes scanning the surroundings, but she still couldn't find the person she was looking for. That useless Lin Bei isn't here? Looks like I can't settle the score for the bee incident just yet. Li Kai snorted coldly. Fine, I'll let him off for now. We'll cross paths eventually, and there's no way he can tame a pet anyway. For now, I'll familiarize myself with the rotten wood venom spider to avoid any surprises later. Meanwhile, Lin Bei had already filled all 100 of his magical beast containment bags. Wang Yuling's results were equally astonishing. She had tamed 30 pets. For most people, taming even one magical beast required immense effort, but for her, it was as simple as channeling her energy and forming a connection. Wang Yuling had grown numb to her own achievements and no longer felt surprised by the sheer number of magical beasts she had tamed. If this continues, I might tame over 100 magical beasts by the end of the day, she thought to herself. Taming 100 magical beasts on the second day of awakening, this has never happened before. This extraordinary feat was thanks to her unique abilities, the dragon's aura and her innate affinity with herbivorous creatures. Even those capable of taming dragons wouldn't bother with these low-level magical beasts. Lin Bei, looking at the filled containment bags, decided to take action. Stop for now, he said to the young dragon, which had been eagerly driving magical beasts toward them. Blinked its round dragon eyes, clearly reluctant to stop. For a young dragon, hurting weaker magical beasts was both a game and a way to assist its master. I'm stepping out for a bit, but I'll be back soon, Lin Bei said, surveying his surroundings. Although more than an hour had passed, no one else had ventured this deep into the forest. Continue driving magical beasts as you see fit, but make sure no one spots you. Herd them toward the edge of the safe zone and use the dragon's aura to keep them subdued. Xiao Linger, focus on selecting and taming magical beasts. You don't need to overthink it. Once Wang Yuling and had disappeared from view, Lin Bei stored all the containment bags in his system space and quickly headed toward the entrance of the magical beast forest. Along the way, he noticed many students locked in combat with magical beasts, though none of them were familiar faces. In less than 5 minutes, he reached the entrance of the safe zone. As soon as he stepped out, all the merchants stationed outside turned their attention toward him in unison. Lin Bei was the first to return from the forest. The merchants' attention immediately locked onto him, scrutinizing the young man's every move. Among them, 3 merchants who were on friendly terms even started a betting game. This kid looks unfamiliar, not someone I've come across in my research, one merchant muttered. Probably not very talented. Wait a second. I remember now. Another merchant suddenly exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. He's the student who awakened the dragon affinity talent. In that case, why don't we place some bets? Suggested the third merchant. He'll wager 1 beast spirit pill that he's here to buy equipment. They'll put up 1 too, betting he's here to buy a pet. How am I supposed to bet now? The first merchant complained. I can't exactly gamble on him selling magical beasts, can I? That would just be asking to lose money. Dragon affinity talent. It's just a useless ability anyway. These merchants had already gathered basic information on the students participating in the event through prior investigation. They knew exactly who had exceptional talents, such as Wang Yuling and Li Kai. But for someone like Lin Bei, whose talent was strong yet deemed useless, none of them held any expectations. Lin Bei, unaware of their conversation, approached the betting merchants with a calm expression. After a brief pause, he asked, "How much do magical beasts cost here?" The three merchants exchanged glances, and the plump one among them smirked triumphantly. "Looks like I've won. Don't forget to hand over your beast spirit pills, you too." The other two merchants, though reluctant to part with items worth over 30,000 coins each, honored their bets and retrieved the pills from their spatial rings. The price of a typical pet starts at 200,000, depending on the specifics of the pet. One of the merchants explained. "Young man, are you looking to buy a pet?" Lin Bei nodded at first, then shook his head. "The price is reasonable and within my budget. But I'm not here to buy a pet, I'm here to sell one." His words hit the merchants like a thunderbolt, leaving them momentarily stunned. Zhao Qi, the plump merchant, asked in disbelief. "What? You're selling a pet, not buying one?" "That's right," Lin Bei replied, his tone carrying a hint of impatience. "Are you buying or not? If not, they'll find someone else." Taking a deep breath, Zhao Qi responded. "We're buying. As many as you've got, we'll take them all. But the price will be 20 lower than the market rate. For example, if a pet sells for 200,000, our purchase price will be 160,000. Lin Bei did some quick calculations and found the price acceptable. Pretending to rummage through his backpack, he took out 20 magical beast containment bags, though in reality, he retrieved them from his system space. When Zhao Qi opened the first containment bag, he couldn't help but exclaim, "A bloodthirsty hunting wolf? How is this possible?" The other two merchants rushed over, equally astonished. After all, the bloodthirsty hunting wolf was not only incredibly fast and ferocious, but also notoriously difficult for even intermediate beast tamers to capture. The market price for such a magical beast was no less than 320,000. Eagerly, they opened the second containment bag, brimming with anticipation over what surprise might await them inside. Zhao Qi gasped in shock. "The night-eyed king cobra?" His voice was full of astonishment. Though it's not as fearsome as the bloodthirsty hunting wolf, it's still incredibly powerful. There's no way a newly awakened student could handle a magical beast of this caliber. The other two merchants began to breathe heavily. Lowering their voices, they said, "Quick, check the other magical beast containment bags." They swiftly opened the remaining containment bags, each revealing a magical beast inside. From the third bag to the 20th, without exception. Some of the beasts were extremely difficult to deal with, while others were relatively easier. But the key point was within just 2 hours, they had captured a total of 20 magical beasts. Incredible! Zhao Qi and the others exchanged stunned glances. In all these years, this is the first time we've seen anything like this. Even for seasoned merchants like them, it was hard to accept this reality. If someone had caught 20 magical beasts in a day, that might still be believable, but in just over an hour? This completely overturned their understanding. However, this shocking discovery was known only to Zhao Qi and his two companions. For the sake of profit, they all understood the importance of keeping this matter confidential. After all, purchasing a single magical beast could yield a 20 profit. At a minimum price of 200,000 per beast, that meant a profit of 40,000 per beast. 20 beasts would amount to 800,000 in profit, with plenty of time to earn even more. Zhao Qi put on a friendly smile. "Young man, don't worry. I'll give you the most reasonable price. You definitely won't lose out." As he spoke, he was already calculating carefully in his mind. Lin Bei stood quietly to the side, waiting. He knew very well that this batch of magical beasts was worth at least several million. After about a minute of calculation, Zhao Qi finally spoke. 20 magical beasts, with a total value of 4.19 million. The 20 containment bags cost 5,000 each, totaling 100,000. Altogether, that's 4.29 million. This is a fair price. No one else would offer you more. Lin Bei nodded. "Deal. But I want to use this money to make another trade." "What kind of trade?" Zhao Qi asked, intrigued. Lin Bei pointed at the magical beast containment bags. "I want to exchange part of it for a loadier spatial ring, and the rest for more magical beast containment bags." The three merchants exchanged bewildered looks, stunned by such an unusual request. Purchasing millions worth of magical beast containment bags in one go. It was practically bulk buying on an unprecedented scale. After a brief discussion, Zhao Qi readily agreed. "Deal. 4.29 million for 858 magical beast containment bags. Fortunately, I specialize in producing these. I'll throw in the spatial ring as a gift, along with 2 beast spirit pills." in hopes we can continue working together in the future. He quickly packed the items into the spatial ring and handed it to Lin Bei, along with the 2 beast spirit pills. This unexpected generosity caught Lin Bei off guard. He gave Zhao Qi a meaningful look. Don't worry, he'll remember this. With that, he turned and walked away. Once Lin Bei was out of sight, the other 2 merchants couldn't help but question Zhao Qi. Zhao Qi, that was quite a loss. At least 300,000 gone, was it worth it? Zhao Qi carefully stowed away the magical beasts and chuckled. How is this a loss? It's an investment. As long as he's satisfied, he'll definitely come back. Someone who can sell 20 magical beasts at once is bound to bring more business in the future. The 2 merchants finally understood, but they couldn't help regretting not seizing the opportunity themselves. How on earth did he capture so many magical beasts? With his abilities, it seems impossible. Zhao Qi's eyes glinted with a knowing expression. Did you notice? Not a single one of those magical beasts was herbivorous. And his teammate happens to be a genius girl with the talent for herbivore affinity. The 2 merchants suddenly realized. Ah, so that's it. It was the talented girl who caught the beasts, and he was just the one delivering them. The misunderstanding Zhao Qi and the other 2 merchants had about Lin Bei stemmed from their overly simplistic intelligence. The information they possessed merely categorized Lin Bei as someone with an awakened affinity for dragons, born into a humble family, and with average abilities. Coupled with the fact that there hadn't been any dragon-related news in Nanshan City or its surrounding areas for over a century, they naturally concluded that Lin Bei couldn't possibly tame a dragon. In truth, without the assistance of the system, their assessment would have been entirely accurate. As Zhao Qi contemplated, he shared his analysis with the other 2 merchants. This young man may seem ordinary, but if he maintains a good relationship with that girl, his future prospects might not be so limited. Judging by their interactions, their connection is clearly more than just classmates. That's why I gave him the spatial ring and the beast spirit pills. On the surface, it looks like I'm giving them to him, but in reality, they're meant for that girl who awakened the herbivore affinity. Zhao Qi felt quite pleased with himself, confident he had made a shrewd decision that could yield profits in the hundreds of millions. The other 2 merchants listened attentively, nodding repeatedly, their hearts filled with both envy and admiration for Zhao Qi's boldness in risking tens of thousands to gamble on limitless potential. Brother Zhao, you're truly impressive. Please look after us in the future, the 2 said sincerely. They now fully understood Zhao Qi's intentions and could only lament their own hesitation, having missed such a golden opportunity. Seeing through their thoughts, Zhao Qi patted their shoulders and laughed heartily. No need to feel down, my friends. I'm not a selfish man. Naturally, I've considered your interests as well. The 2 beast spirit pills I just gave him? They're for you too. The moment these words left his mouth, the other 2 merchants lit up with joy. If not for the setting, they might have jumped for joy on the spot. They realized with excitement that this meant the girl with the herbivore affinity might also extend her favor to their businesses. While the 3 were celebrating their apparent good fortune, a group of individuals from the Huang family approached quickly. At the forefront was Huang Failong, who fixed his gaze on Zhao Qi and asked with a frown, "What did that student just sell to you? Tell me the truth." "I'm from the Huang family." It turned out Huang Failong had been lingering in the area, waiting for students to sell magical beasts. The Huang family was in urgent need of magical beasts and was willing to pay a premium to acquire them. Seeing that a student had just completed a transaction with others instead of him left Huang Failong visibly displeased. Unwilling to offend the powerful Huang family, Zhao Qi immediately answered honestly. He sold us 20 magical beasts." Huang Failong froze for a moment, his breath catching as his eyes widened. "What? 20? Helplessly, Zhao Qi produced 20 magical beast storage pouches and opened one of them. "I wouldn't dare deceive the Huang family. It's indeed 20 magical beasts." Huang Failong carefully inspected the contents and, after several audible swallows, still felt his throat dry and parched. "You 3, come with me. I need a full explanation," he demanded, his mind already racing with plans. If someone with such talent could be brought into the Huang family, it would undoubtedly strengthen their influence significantly. Unbeknownst to Lin Bei and Wang Yuling, their seemingly simple transaction had drawn the attention of the Huang family. At that moment, Lin Bei was making his way swiftly through the magical beast forest, aiming to reach the deeper safe zones. His goal was to tame as many magical beasts as possible before time ran out. However, plans rarely go off without a hitch. Halfway through his journey, Lin Bei spotted Li Kai and his group ahead. Not only were they in this safe zone, but people were swarming in from adjacent safe zones as well. This central area of the safe zone was equidistant from both the entrance and the endpoint, making it a natural convergence point. Lin Bei frowned not because of Li Kai's group, but because of the sheer number of people in the vicinity. At this rate, these crowds would soon flood the deeper safe zones, significantly disrupting his plans. After half a minute of intense deliberation, Lin Bei devised an extremely risky plan, one that, if executed, would plunge the entire magical beast forest into chaos. Lin Bei took a deep breath, his fists clenching unconsciously. He muttered under his breath, "Let's take a chance. Fortune favors the bold." The situation was clear. If these people entered the safe zone, the secret of driving away the magical beasts would inevitably be exposed. Once that happened, the efficiency of capturing and taming the beasts would plummet. Despite being fully aware of the potential consequences of his plan, Lin Bei decided to take the risk. "System, can the Western Dragon appear directly in another location?" he asked. The system quickly responded, "Yes, but only within a radius of 1 kilometer." With confirmation in hand, Lin Bei exhaled in relief. His plan was simple: release the Western Dragon to divert everyone's attention, thereby safeguarding the secret hidden deeper within the safe zone. He carefully selected an unpopulated area, dense with trees, perfect for concealing the sudden appearance of a dragon. "System, over there," he commanded. As soon as he spoke, the Western Dragon was transferred from the system's space to the designated location high above the ground, concealed by layers of treetops. Its massive wings flapped powerfully as it locked eyes with its master, fully understanding the task assigned to it. At that moment, a male student following Li Kai accidentally spotted Lin Bei. "Kaijia, look back there, it's Lin Bei," he called out gleefully, clearly relishing the discovery. Li Kai immediately turned around, her eyes brimming with hatred, as though she wanted to tear Lin Bei apart. The others also directed looks his way, some mocking, some amused, and a few even pitying. "Seeing us up ahead, and you still dare follow? Lin Bei, you've got guts." Li Kai stepped forward from the crowd, pointing at him. "This time, I'm going to teach you a lesson and avenge my fire sting bees." Under the crowd's gaze, Lin Bei remained calm, even exuding a hint of defiance. "Teach me a lesson? Go ahead and try," he replied. His words infuriated Li Kai even further. She placed her rottenwood venom spider in her palm and gave a cold command: "Shoot a web to restrain him, then inject him with some venom. Make him suffer, but don't take his life." The rottenwood venom spider immediately shot out its venomous web. Lin Bei dodged swiftly, his agility heightened thanks to taming 2 dragons the day before. The spider released 3 massive webs in quick succession, each 2 meters wide and interconnected, making it increasingly difficult to evade. Watching Lin Bei dodge repeatedly, Li Kai taunted smugly, "Where does your arrogance come from? You're completely powerless. The fire sting bee incident was just because I wasn't skilled enough back then. But now, things are different." Lin Bei dodged another web and glanced toward the direction of the Western Dragon. His expression turned cold as he uttered a single word: "Action." The enraged Western Dragon immediately spread its wings and soared out, weaving swiftly through the forest. Its gigantic wings whipped up gusts of wind, sending leaves cascading down like rain. The commotion drew everyone's attention. They turned to look, only to be stunned by the sight of the majestic Western Dragon. "A dragon? It's a dragon. No way. Is this for real? I can't believe it, an actual dragon." Though it was the first time any of them had seen a real dragon, the iconic features matched the descriptions from countless legends. There was no mistaking this was the mythical creature itself. The stillness of the forest was abruptly shattered by a series of panicked gasps. Heads tilted upward as a collective sense of awe gripped the crowd. Hovering high in the sky was a Western Dragon, its colossal wings slicing through the air with a majestic rhythm. The sight alone was enough to draw the breath from their lungs, their pupils dilating as wide-eyed stares fixed on the mythical creature. Bloodshot eyes betrayed their shocked disbelief, so profound it left them paralyzed. "A dragon? A real dragon?" A student stammered, their voice trembling with both fear and exhilaration. "I can't believe it, I actually saw a dragon. This has to be the luckiest day of my entire year." Indeed, dragons were beings of legend, shrouded in mystery and revered in both myth and history. For most, encountering one was a dream forever out of reach. The annals of history brimmed with tales of dragons, eastern and western, skeletal bone dragons, and the celestial Yinglong, each possessing unique traits and behaviors. While there were rare accounts of people taming such creatures, the odds of such an event were astronomically slim. Even the magical beasts inhabiting the forest were not immune to the dragon's overwhelming presence. Creatures that had been prowling the so-called safe zone now cowered, trembling uncontrollably. None dared to lift their heads, let alone challenge the dragon. The once vibrant forest fell eerily silent, as though time itself had been suspended. The Western Dragon glided forward, its sharp gaze locked onto a specific target: the decayed wood venom spider. Under the crushing weight of the dragon's aura, the once menacing spider froze in place, its defiance extinguished. Fear seeped into its very core, paralyzing both its body and spirit. Li Kai and her companions stood rooted to the spot, their previous grudge against Lin Bei momentarily forgotten as they watched the scene unfold in stunned silence. But Lin Bei, ever composed, seized the opportunity. Without hesitation, he strode toward the immobilized spider. Power surged through him, his right foot alight with the potent energy he had inherited from the dragon. With a decisive stomp, he brought his heel down onto the creature. A sickening crack echoed through the clearing as the fist-sized spider was obliterated, reduced to nothing more than a smear of gore. The creature, known for its mastery of webs and venom, proved utterly powerless against sheer, unrelenting force. Lin Bei finally broke free from her trance, her gaze dropping to the pitiful remains of the spider. It's dead? Just like that, she murmured, disbelief thick in her voice. The memory of the fire sting wasp meeting a similar fate replayed in her mind, the déjà vu almost mocking in its cruelty. Lin Bei's voice cut through the tension, cold and scornful. Do us all a favor and keep your poisonous pets under control. Otherwise, this is how they'll end you every single time. Finished with his warning, Lin Bei tilted his head upward, his expression shifting to one of feigned excitement. A dragon. This is perfect. If I can capture it, my talent will finally come into play. The Western dragon seemed to understand the unspoken cue. With a graceful turn, it banked toward the dense forest to the left, its wings propelling it forward. Lin Bei took off in pursuit, his figure darting through the underbrush. The other students, spurred by the chance to seize their own fortunes, scrambled to follow, their hearts pounding with the hope of altering their fates. Lin Bei, however, remained motionless, her gaze fixed on Lin Bei's retreating figure. The sting of humiliation burned in her chest. Both of her prized magical beasts had been unceremoniously crushed, her confidence and pride shattered. The thrill of seeing a dragon had long since been eclipsed by the bitter taste of defeat. Is this a nightmare? She whispered to herself, her voice barely audible. Not only did I see a dragon, but I was humiliated like this? She desperately clung to the hope that she might wake up, that this was all an illusion. But the acrid stench of the spider's remains and the distant shouts of her peers grounded her in the harsh reality this was no dream. It was all painfully, undeniably real. No matter how much Lin Bei wanted to deny it, she had to face the harsh reality. It had all truly happened. Her legs suddenly gave out, and her body collapsed heavily to the ground with a dull thud. Tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes, silently rolling down her cheeks. Damn it! She growled through gritted teeth. Why am I so unlucky? I could accept the incident with the flaming fire bees, that was just me being inexperienced, letting Lin Bei take advantage. But the death of the rottenwood venom spider? That's absolutely unacceptable. I was so close to success, and then out of nowhere, a dragon appeared? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, her voice laced with venom. It's all because of that dragon. It scared the rottenwood venom spider out of its wits. Otherwise, this would never have happened. Is the universe itself conspiring against me? Why is it so hard to deal with Lin Bei? Could he really be some kind of chosen one? Thanks to Lin Bei's deliberate misdirection earlier, Lin Bei simply believed her bad luck was to blame for the utterly bizarre appearance of a Western dragon. But even this explanation did little to quell the bitterness in her heart. Those who followed Lin Bei watched her outburst in silence, keeping their heads down, too afraid to speak. The tense atmosphere weighed heavily on everyone until, after a minute of oppressive quiet, someone cautiously broke the silence. Sister Kai, what should we do now? Should we keep trying to tame magical beasts? Or should we go after the dragon? Go after the dragon. Lin Bei snapped decisively, her eyes gleaming with malice. Even if we can't claim the dragon for ourselves, we absolutely cannot let Lin Bei have it. Who knows? If we're lucky, we might actually capture it. Then we could buy as many magical beasts as we want. Hearing this, the others quickly chimed in their agreement. Yeah, it's worth a shot. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The Magical Beast Forest safe zone is only open to students, so our competitors are on the same level as us. Worst case, we just lose a few hours. Although their original goal had been to tame magical beasts, no one wanted to miss out on such a rare chance. Even obtaining a few materials from the dragon's body would be an incredible windfall, far more valuable than taming a low-grade pet. Driven by the promise of immense rewards, the group quickly reached a consensus and set off in the direction the Western dragon had flown. Even Lin Bei, who had been overcome with grief moments ago, temporarily pushed aside her sorrow. Her sole focus now was to thwart Lin Bei. Her hatred for him had only deepened, to the point where she wished nothing more than to see him eliminated. Meanwhile, Lin Bei had quietly made his way deeper into the safe zone, where no one was around. Overhead, the Western dragon was deliberately flying in the opposite direction, serving as a decoy to mislead the pursuers. Despite its relatively weak strength, the dragon showed no objection to this role. On the contrary, it seemed eager to assist its master. On the ground, over 100 students were running, chasing the Western dragon's trail with expressions of excitement and anticipation. However, A few students with special affiliations had chosen to head back toward the forest entrance, intending to report this discovery or revelation, sure to send their respective families into a frenzy. As time passed, more and more students became aware of the dragon's presence. Whether they were Lin Bei schoolmates or students from other academies, they all joined the growing pursuit. Is that a dragon in the sky? Oh my God, am I really seeing a dragon? This isn't a dream, right? What are you standing around for? Start chasing it. Forget the Academy's rules for now. Catching a dragon might even earn you a reward. Everyone who spotted the Western dragon joined the chase. Meanwhile, Lin Bei had already reached the deepest part of the safe zone, where he found Yi driving away magical beasts and Wang Yuling fully engrossed in taming one. During the time Lin Bei was away, astonishing changes took place in the magical beast forest. Wang Yuling had successfully driven in nearly 100 magical beasts, among which no fewer than 30 were docile herbivores. As soon as Lin Bei stepped into the area, Wang Yuling's urgent voice called out, "Brother Bei, you're finally back. You didn't encounter any danger, did you?" She had been fully focused on taming the magical beasts, but interrupted her efforts out of concern for Lin Bei's safety. Her genuine worry warned Lin Bei's here at last. He had someone in this world he could truly trust. "No, everything went pretty smoothly. We can keep going," Lin Bei replied with a light smile. Hearing this, Wang Yuling finally breathed a sigh of relief. She quickly walked over to the herbivorous magical beasts and resumed her taming process. Meanwhile, Lin Bei retrieved a batch of magical beast containment bags from his spatial ring and unleashed a powerful draconic aura. Under the pressure of this overwhelming aura, the surrounding magical beasts froze in place, unable to move. He began methodically storing the magical beasts into the containment bags. Within just a few minutes, 60 to 70 bags were filled, an impressive haul by any measure. Lin Bei felt a surge of joy as he realized the total number of magical beasts he had captured now exceeded 100. Once these beasts were sold, it would be enough to purchase the crucial wings he needed to complete the synthesis of the Western dragon. At that moment, a large group of students suddenly emerged from outside the magical beast forest, immediately drawing the attention of those gathered on the outskirts. Among the crowd were not only merchants but also high-ranking officials from various academies, members of prominent families, and even representatives from powerful organizations. None of them were ordinary individuals. What's going on? Why are so many people coming out all of a sudden? And from every school, no less? Their expressions seem off too. What could have happened? Although the exact situation inside the beast forest was unknown, the scene before everyone's eyes was enough to convince them. Something extraordinary must have happened in the forest. Groups of students came rushing out of the forest, their expressions a peculiar mixed bale from sheer terror, yet brimming with uncontrollable excitement. They paid no attention to the bewildered gazes around them and ran straight to their family members or acquaintances. "Second brother, hurry. There's a dragon in the forest," they exclaimed excitedly. "It's a Western dragon, a unseen-a-century sight. It looks exactly like what's described in the texts. We saw it with our own eyes." The news landed like a bombshell, instantly causing an uproar among the crowd. What? A dragon in the safe zone? People were incredulous as they questioned. How is that possible? This isn't even a dragon's habitat, let alone a Western dragon. Their skepticism wasn't unfounded. Western dragons were known to appear only in the West and were rarely, if ever, sighted in other regions. What made it even more baffling was the fact that there had been no dragon-related rumors all year, and no Western dragon had ever been encountered during past freshman trials. "We're not lying to you," the students insisted anxiously. "The safe zone is in complete chaos right now. At least 80 of the people are chasing after that dragon. We have no reason to make this up." As more details surfaced and began to align, the crowd on the outskirts finally started to believe this astonishing revelation. Merchants, young heirs of noble families, and academy officials all felt their breathing quicken. Some people clenched their fists in excitement, veins bulging. "A dragon! A real dragon!" Someone murmured under their breath. "If we can capture it, our family's fortunes will soar overnight." Despite the overwhelming desire to rush into the forest and join the hunt, no one dared to act recklessly. There were two reasons for this hesitation. First, today was a pivotal day for the freshmen's awakening, and any rash actions could have dire consequences. Second, the safe zone in the beast forest was private territory belonging to the academies, and entering without permission could lead to serious trouble. The heads of various academies quickly pulled out their phones to contact their respective deans. An incident of this magnitude required decisions from the highest authorities. The deans wasted no time, convening an emergency meeting to discuss the situation. Meanwhile, the Western dragon that had caused such an uproar was leisurely flying through the forest, its powerful wings slicing through the air with ease. Above the skies of the beast forest, a massive Western dragon was leisurely gliding in circles. Below it, a dense crowd of students, resembling a swarm of ants, followed closely, including Li Kai and her companions. Though everyone was well aware of the formidable power of dragons, the demeanor of this particular Western dragon led them to believe it was likely a juvenile dragon whose full strength had yet to awaken. The students' eyes glimmered with ambition. While capturing a juvenile dragon was no easy feat, they believed their sheer numbers might just make the impossible possible. However, who would ultimately seize the upper hand remained a mystery. The Western dragon gazed down at the relentless students with a trace of disdain in its eyes. In truth, these students, oblivious to the situation, were falling perfectly into the elaborate trap set by its master. Compared to the master who orchestrated every move, the gap between these students and true strategy was as vast as heaven and earth. Still, the pursuers were caught up in their excitement, eagerly discussing tactics. When the dragon lands, we must go all out. Subdue it first, then decide on its ownership. Exactly. If we can't agree, we'll split it evenly. Even a share worth hundreds of thousands would be enough to buy the pet of our dreams. What they didn't realize, however, was that the Western dragon had no intention of engaging them in combat. It was merely toying with these humans for its own amusement. Meanwhile, in another part of the beast forest, Lin Bei had already successfully captured his 285th magical beast, while Wang Yuling had tamed 66 herbivores. At that moment, the deans of several academies arrived at the outskirts of the beast forest through a teleportation array. The headmaster of the first academy gazed at the seemingly ordinary beast forest before him and remarked with awe, "Who would have thought such an opportunity would come to Nanshan City? We cannot let this chance slip away." The deans of the 6 academies hovered in midair, their sharp gazes fixed on the lush forest below. Even these figures of immense authority couldn't hide the excitement flickering in their eyes. A real Western dragon, a legendary creature they had only ever heard of in myths, now lay before them. Breaking the charged silence, the dean of the first academy spoke up, his voice steady but eager. "Shall we proceed as planned?" "It's the most practical approach," the second academy's dean responded immediately. "First, we clear the area and disperse outsiders. Then we'll enter the forest and capture the dragon. As for what happens afterward, we can decide once we've secured it. Too many eyes here will only complicate things." The other deans nodded in agreement. Without hesitation, the first academy's dean descended to the ground and addressed the crowd gathered at the forest's edge. His tone was firm, leaving no room for negotiation. "Everyone, leave at once. The 6 academies have urgent matters to attend to." The announcement was met with instant outrage. "Why do you get to monopolize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity?" someone shouted. "If there's a dragon, we all deserve a chance to capture it." Angry protests rippled through the crowd. The first academy's dean furrowed his brows, his patience thinning. With a sharp stomp of his foot, the ground cracked open, and a pitch-black serpent, 50 meters long, emerged from the dust and debris. Its cold, menacing eyes swept over the dissenting crowd. Not to be outdone, the other deans descended as well, their presence exuding an unshakable authority that silenced all but the boldest onlookers. "This forest lies within the domain of the 6 academies," one of the deans declared icily. "It is our right to handle matters here as we see fit. Should a Western dragon appear in another region, we would not interfere. But if you insist on challenging us, understand that you will be opposing the 6 academies themselves. The consequences will be yours to bear." The warning had its intended effect. Most of the crowd, weighing the risks, reluctantly withdrew. After all, offending the 6 academies could have dire repercussions, especially for those with aspirations of enrolling their descendants. Only the most powerful factions, like the Huang family, remained undeterred. Gathered in a tight cluster, the Huang family members whispered among themselves. "We'll let them go in first," one of them suggested. "Then we'll follow." Capturing a dragon is a far greater prize than acquiring ordinary magical beasts. The Huang family had been quietly amassing low-level magical beasts for use as fodder, and a dragon could accelerate one of their more ambitious plans. Eventually, the crowd thinned, leaving only the representatives of the 4 great families Huang, Wang, Ji, and Zhan. These 4 families, alongside the 6 academies, formed the power core of Nanshan City. The academies focused on education and cultivation, while the families controlled the economy. Their power was comparable, but their relationships were fraught with subtle tensions. Seeing that the remaining factions refused to leave, the deans had no choice but to concede. "Since you insist, you may join us," one of them said, his voice tinged with warning. "But know that you do so at your own peril." Without further delay, the 6 academies' personnel and the representatives of the 4 great families began making their way into the magical beast forest. Meanwhile, deep within the forest's safe zone, Lin Bei and Wang Yuling were hard at work. Lin Bei was busy storing magical beasts into containment pouches, while Wang Yuling focused on taming those that resisted. As time passed, the number of magical beasts in the area dwindled rapidly. At last, Lin Bei secured the final magical beast and stretched lazily, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. Turning to Yuling, who was resting nearby, he exclaimed. "We've caught at least 300 magical beasts. What a haul! 300 magical beasts in total." Such a number represented a staggering fortune worth at least 50 million. Lin Bei calculated in his mind this was more than enough to purchase the precious pair of wings he desired, as well as a large quantity of other materials. Suppressing the urge to immediately go shopping, he reminded himself that these matters required careful planning. At that moment, a western dragon was circling above the forest. With its naturally superior vision, a hallmark of its kind, it clearly spotted the group of people entering the magical beast forest. As a symbol of dominion over the skies since ancient times, dragons were renowned for their extraordinary eyesight, and the sky dragons in particular were unparalleled rulers of the heavens. Even with the dense canopy obscuring much of the view, the western dragon easily pinpointed the figures of the 6 academy principals and their group. Despite the considerable distance, the western dragon instinctively sensed danger. This group was no ordinary assembly. It swiftly decided to retreat, flapping its wings at maximum speed and weaving rapidly through the forest, heading deeper into its territory. The students who had been following the dragon froze in confusion, unable to comprehend the sudden change in events. By the time they regained their senses, the western dragon was already far away. In less than 5 minutes, the western dragon had flown to a location less than a kilometer from Lin Bei. The distance was neither too close nor too far, but the dense forest and rarely traveled paths ensured that no one noticed its presence. Lin Bei, however, immediately sensed the dragon's arrival and quickly deduced the situation unfolding in the forest. Without hesitation, he issued a command to the system in his mind, collecting the western dragon and the magical beasts into the system's spatial storage. Wang Yuling, meanwhile, had no idea of the western dragon's presence and remained completely unaware of its existence. Lin Bei carefully stored 50 of the magical beast containment bags into his spatial ring, while the remaining 250 were placed in the system's space, adhering to the principle of not putting all his eggs in one basket. The empty containment bags were casually tossed into the spatial ring for future use. "Xiaolinger, it's time for us to leave," Lin Bei said. "Very soon, others will arrive here, and we can't afford to linger. The western dragon has already been taken care of, and their search will end in vain. But it won't be long before they comb through this area. If we cross paths with them, it'll only lead to unnecessary trouble. The wisest choice now is to leave while we can and wait for things to settle down." Although Wang Yuling was still in a dreamy, surreal state, she obediently nodded in agreement. This day had been like a dream for her, minimal effort with tremendous gains, far exceeding her expectations. The two quickly left the area, disappearing into the dense forest. Behind them trailed a large group of herbivorous magical beasts that Wang Yuling had tamed. While awakened individuals typically possessed a pet space, Wang Yuling, being newly awakened, had yet to develop this ability and could currently only house 3 pets at a time. Meanwhile, the academy principals who had entered the forest regrouped with the gathered students and learned of the western dragon's escape. As expected of a western dragon, its vigilance is extraordinary. It sensed our presence the moment we entered the forest. Truly worthy of its reputation, they decided to continue pursuing it deeper into the forest while instructing teachers, students, and members of the less powerful 4 great families to retreat. The principal of the first academy, after a moment of contemplation, reassured the students, "No need to feel disheartened. We will organize another event like this in the near future." This promise lifted the students' spirits, and they gradually began to leave the forest. The faculty members from various academies then turned their attention to locating other students. 10 minutes later, Lin Bei and Wang Yuling had put significant distance between themselves and the danger zone, reaching a relatively safe area. Receiving the retreat notification, they began heading toward the forest's entrance. Another 10 minutes passed before they encountered 6 middle-aged men and women, the 6 academy principals. Members of the 4 great families had dispersed elsewhere. The 6 principals halted, their gazes filled with astonishment as they took in the sight of Lin Bei, Wang Yuling, and the herd of over 60 herbivorous magical beasts trailing behind them. The first academy principal stood with his hands behind his back, a look of bewilderment on his face. How interesting. A pair of students, a young man and woman, managing to coexist so harmoniously with such a large group of magical beasts? What is going on here? When did humans become so close to magical beasts? Even these seasoned and knowledgeable principals were momentarily at a loss to explain the scene before them, even suspecting they might be under some sort of illusion. Lin Bei, Wang Yuling, and the herd of magical beasts stopped in their tracks as well, locking eyes with the 6 principals. A silence lingered for about 10 seconds before the headmaster of the first academy broke it with a meaningful smile, asking, "And you two are?" This seemingly casual question was laden with underlying menace. Should it be confirmed that Lin Bei and Wang Yuling were not students, the group would act immediately. After all, the situation was highly unusual. If they were students of the city, it could be overlooked, but if they were outsiders of unknown origin, a thorough investigation would be unavoidable. If the situation escalated, they might even resort to eliminating them. Lin Bei stepped forward without a trace of emotion, positioning himself protectively in front of Wang Yuling. In a calm tone, he replied, "My name is Lin Bei. I'm a student from Class 1 of the Junior Division at the 3rd Academy, under the guidance of Teacher Chun Song. She is Wang Yuling, a student from Class 3 of the Junior Division at the same academy, under Teacher Zhang Xiaohua." He had already deduced that it was the arrival of these individuals that had made the Western Dragon feel threatened. These people, who had entered from outside the Beast Forest, were clearly high-ranking officials from the academies. Without sufficient strength on his side, it was best to tread cautiously. As for the reason for their interrogation, it was likely due to the unusually docile beasts following them. This was indeed out of the ordinary. Magical beasts obediently trailing behind students would arouse anyone's suspicion. Upon hearing that the two were students of the 3rd Academy, the headmasters visibly relaxed. If outsiders had been capable of such an extraordinary feat, it would have posed a far greater problem. The headmaster of the 3rd Academy, Bai Zhou, a man in his 40s with a gift for taming white-furred beasts, stepped forward. Known for his ability to domesticate creatures like the Arctic overlord bear and the blood-eyed white spirit lion, he approached with a smile and asked, "Lin, Wang, could you explain the situation with the magical beasts following you?" At his words, the other headmasters and senior members of the 4 great families immediately turned their attention toward the duo, their curiosity piqued by this mystery. Lin Bei glanced at Wang Yuling, gently patting her head as he spoke to her warmly. "Xiaolinger, why don't you explain it to them? Just tell them what you did." Wang Yuling took a deep breath to calm herself, fully aware of what she should and shouldn't say. "The reason these magical beasts are following me and Brother Bei is that they're all my tamed pets." Her words were met with a stunned silence. The 10 people present were frozen in disbelief. This answer was far beyond their expectations. Taming 60 magical beasts in 3 hours? Even Su Tanxiang, the most gifted among them, couldn't achieve such a feat. "What? That's impossible," someone exclaimed in shock. "Taming 60 magical beasts in 3 hours? That's 20 per hour. Young lady, lying to the headmasters will result in punishment." Faced with their skepticism, Wang Yuling felt a wave of helplessness. If she hadn't experienced it herself, she wouldn't have believed it either. Just then, Lin Bai's calm voice cut through the tension. "Just because something hasn't happened before doesn't mean it can't happen now. Humanity is always capable of progress." Though his words were soft, they carried enough weight to make the headmasters begin to accept the reality before them. After all, the scene in front of them seemed to defy any other explanation. And what Wang Yuling did next erased any remaining doubt. She turned to the beasts behind her and gave a clear command. "Line up on both sides." The moment she spoke, the dozens of magical beasts swiftly divided into 2 lines, standing in perfect formation like disciplined students. The 6 deans wore expressions of utter shock. Though they had come to accept the reality before them, their hearts were far from calm. They fully understood the significance of this unprecedented phenomenon. It would completely reshape the academy's dynamics. Their gazes shifted back and forth between Wang Yuling and the group of magical beasts, each pair of eyes glimmering with complex emotions. After a brief silence, the dean of the 1st Academy was the first to break it. "Lin Bei, congratulations. The 3rd Academy has produced a true genius, someone capable of such an extraordinary feat." The other deans quickly chimed in, their faces filled with genuine admiration. "Lin Bei, you're truly fortunate. With a talent like this, the 3rd Academy is bound to soar to new heights. Just don't forget to share any benefits with us in the future." This kind of talent in taming magical beasts far surpasses the potential of the students in our academies. Bai Zhou graciously accepted his colleagues' congratulations, the joy in his heart nearly overflowing. His breathing quickened with excitement, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha! Heaven has truly smiled upon me, granting me the chance to meet such a prodigy. This luck is nothing short of miraculous. Rest assured, I will spare no effort in nurturing you. Resources, rewards, whatever you need, you'll have it." However, Wang Yuling, the center of attention, appeared uneasy. She knew deep down that her ability to tame so many magical beasts and the praise she was receiving were all thanks to Lin Bei. In her eyes, Lin Bei was the one who truly deserved to be called a genius. Just as Wang Yuling was about to speak up and reveal the truth so Lin Bei could receive the recognition he deserved, Lin Bei leaned in and whispered softly in her ear, "Do you remember what I told you yesterday?" In an instant, Wang Yuling recalled Lin Bei's words from yesterday. Those words still seemed to echo in her ears. "I'll help you," Lin Bei had said in a low voice. "This is your opportunity, and you shouldn't miss it because of me. With the Academy's full support, you'll grow quickly. Only by becoming strong yourself can you truly help me." He paused briefly, then continued in a more serious tone. "And if you reveal anything about me, it would only harm me. That's the truth. Exposing the truth now would end badly. A dragon, especially a special synthesized dragon, isn't something that can be easily explained. But for you, it's different. While taming so many creatures might seem unbelievable, with your herbivore affinity talent, at least it makes sense. These words jolted Wang Yuling awake. She quickly covered her mouth with her small hands, her eyes widening instinctively. Just moments ago, she had been so caught up in her feelings of injustice for Lin Bei that she almost forgot something crucial. Brother Bei, I'm sorry. I almost. Her words trailed off as Lin Bei interrupted her. There's no need to apologize. I know you're only thinking of me. The 6 academy deans observed the two whispering to each other. Though curious, they refrained from eavesdropping. Wang Yuling quickly composed herself and turned to Bai Zhou, the dean of the 3rd academy. Thank you, dean. I promise to work hard. Bai Zhou nodded in satisfaction and laughed heartily. By the way, Wang, we don't yet know what your talent is. Could you share it with us? My talent is herbivore affinity, Wang Yuling answered without hesitation. Herbivore affinity? The deans exclaimed in surprise. No wonder you've accomplished such feats. That's an incredibly promising talent. Seeing their recognition, a glimmer of excitement lit up Wang Yuling's eyes. She quickly added, it's all thanks to this talent and brother Lin Bei's help that I was able to tame so many magical beasts. Brother Bei was a huge help. Bai Zhou glanced at Lin Bei, pondering for a moment before saying, excellent. Thank you, Lin. You won't go unrewarded. Making a talented student happy is worth far more than any small reward. Wang Yuling instantly perked up at these words, her eyes curving into crescents as she clasped her hands together. Thank you. Thank you, Dean. The 6 deans exchanged knowing glances, realizing Wang Yuling's soft spother happiness was deeply tied to Lin Bei. She cared little for her own rewards, but lit up when Lin Bei was acknowledged or rewarded. Bai Zhou made a mental note of this and then continued, oh, there's another matter we'd like to ask about. Have either of you seen a dragon around here? Wang Yuling froze on the spot, her joyous expression stiffening. Panic surged through her mind. Why are they asking this? Could Brother Bei's Yi have been exposed? I can't let them take Yi away. Her breathing quickened, her face flushed, and she stiffly turned to Lin Bei. Yet, Lin Bei remained calm and composed, earning her silent admiration. Brother Bei is amazing. How can he stay so calm in front of 6 deans? What dragon, Dean? Could you provide more details? Lin Bei asked, his tone steady. You may have been too busy to notice, Bai Zhou explained. We're looking for a Western dragon. It appears to be in its juvenile stage. This response only confused Wang Yuling further. She clutched Lin Bei's sleeve tightly, stammering, Brother Bei. Did you hear that? A dragon. A Western dragon. That's amazing, so amazing. Her emotions swung wildly one moment. She was worried about Yi being exposed and causing trouble for Lin Bei, and the next, she was filled with excitement. If they could capture a Western dragon and have Lin Bei tame it, how incredible would that be? Lin Bei silently let Wang Yuling tug at his sleeve, his mind racing with countless thoughts. He was fully aware that the fact he had awakened with 2 dragons on the very first day must remain a tightly guarded secret. 1 dragon could still be explained, but 2, possibly even more in the future, would only bring him endless trouble. At that moment, Wang Yuling was brimming with excitement. Brother Bei, we have to catch that dragon. If we can capture it, you'll be able to tame it. Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, completely oblivious to the presence of the 6 deans. Her mind focused solely on helping Lin Bei capture the Western dragon. Lin Bei gently patted Wang Yuling's head and said softly, let it go for now. It's not the right time. He knew full well that the Western dragon was currently safe and sound within the system's space, where no one could find it. Although Wang Yuling was a bit disappointed, she nodded obediently. All right, they'll follow Brother Bai's lead. She didn't fully understand why Lin Bei chose to give up, but her instincts told her there must be a reason behind it. This exchange naturally reached the ears of the 6 deans. From Wang Yuling's genuine reaction, they were convinced that the two had not seen the Western dragon. Dean Bai Zhou then asked, Student Lin, may I ask what your innate ability is? Dean, my ability is dragon affinity, Lin Bei answered truthfully. The 6 deans exchanged looks of surprise. Dragon affinity, while far more powerful than an affinity for herbivores, was notoriously difficult to utilize effectively. For the 3rd academy to have 2 students with such extraordinary talents at the same time was truly unexpected. Dean Bai Zhou studied Lin Bei and Wang Yuling thoughtfully. He hadn't anticipated that his academy would welcome 2 freshmen with such rare abilities. While dragon affinity often ended up being a talent with limited practical use, under the right circumstances, it could lead to unimaginable success. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Zhou spoke, it seems the 2 of you haven't encountered the dragon. It's likely gone beyond the safety zone. For now, return to the main group. The academy will determine an appropriate course of action. Lin Bei had no objections. He had already achieved his goal for this trip, and his next priority was purchasing those wings. As the 2 made their way toward the entrance, Lin Bei's mind was already imagining what the Western dragon would look like once it merged with materials from the 2 sets of wings. Lin Bei and Wang Yuling left the magical beast forest with ease and soon spotted a large gathering of students outside. The students were still animatedly discussing the Western dragon, their words filled with awe and admiration. Unbelievable. I actually got to see a dragon with my own eyes. Even though it got away in the end, just seeing it is enough for me. Out of 10,000 people, maybe one would ever get to see a dragon. I don't even dream of taming one. I'd be happy just to touch it. Lin Bei and Wang Yuling walked calmly at the front, followed by a large group of tamed magical beasts. Before being tamed, these creatures could be stored in magical beast containment pouches, but once they became pets, the pouches could no longer hold them. Even though Lin Bei had plenty of empty containment pouches, they were of no use at the moment. It didn't take long for the crowd to notice their arrival, especially two distinct groups. One led by Li Kai and her students, and the other being members of the Huang family, who had recently been aggressively acquiring magical beasts. As time passed, more and more people were drawn to the unusual sight, dozens of magical beasts, quietly and obediently following the two as they walked. The scene was both surreal and harmonious, with a visual impact rivaling that of the Western dragon's appearance. What's going on with those two? Are my eyes playing tricks, or are there really dozens of magical beasts following them? That's Wang Yuling, who awakened the gift of affinity with herbivores. Could they have tamed all those magical beasts? Wang Yuling listened to the murmurs around her but remained silent, her gaze fixed on Lin Bei with undisguised admiration. She alone knew that all of this was thanks to Lin Bei, but to protect him, she chose to stay quiet. The members of the Huang family exchanged glances and quickly reached a consensus. They pushed through the crowd to approach the pair. At the same time, Li Kai, who harbored resentment toward Lin Bei, also led her group in their direction. Huang Zhengyang wasted no time and got straight to the point. Fellow students, are the magical beasts around you up for sale? Our Huang family is willing to purchase them at high prices. You won't be disappointed. Wang Yuling was momentarily stunned by the offer and instinctively looked at Lin Bei. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow and, after a moment of thought, asked, "What do you mean by a high price? How does it compare to market value?" "Of course, we'll offer 10% above market price." Huang Zhengyang quickly explained. "If a magical beast is worth 200,000, we'll pay 220,000. If it's worth 400,000, we'll pay 440,000. You can trust the financial strength of the Huang family." Lin Bei nodded and said, "All right, we can make a deal." Huang Zhengyang breathed a sigh of relief and immediately began tallying. A flame-patterned big-eared rabbit, usually worth 250,000, it'll give you 275,000. An iron-armored earth-splitting ox, 440,000 inch. Lin Bei interrupted. "Hold on, we're not selling these magical beasts." Huang Zhengyang froze. "What? Not selling these? Are you messing with me?" Huang Zhengyang's expression darkened instantly. Just moments ago, the deal had been settled, but now the other party suddenly went back on their word. This was outright mockery of the Huang family. In the entire Nanshan city, not even other prominent families of equal status would dare treat the Huang family this way. As his brows furrowed and he prepared to take action, Lin Bei's calm voice broke the tension. "What we're selling are different magical beasts." As he spoke, he took out 50 magical beast containment bags from his spatial ring. "Here, take a look for yourself. These are the magical beasts we're selling." Lin Bei had carefully planned to sell only 50 magical beasts. Selling all 300 at once might have brought in more funds, but it would also attract unnecessary trouble. The biggest issue was how to explain capturing 300 magical beasts while simultaneously taming dozens as pets. A smaller number could be brushed off with a plausible excuse, but such a large quantity would be difficult to justify. Moreover, he had no desire to get too involved in the Huang family's plans. While he wasn't sure of the details, his instincts told him they were up to no good. Huang Zhengyang stared blankly at the containment bags, momentarily stunned by the sudden turn of events. It wasn't until Lin Bei urged him that he snapped out of it and began inspecting the bags. The inspection took 10 minutes. To Huang Zhengyang's astonishment, each of the 50 containment bags held a magical beast, with values ranging from 200,000 to 250,000. He found it hard to believe within just a few hours. These two individuals had not only tamed a large number of magical beasts as pets, but also captured an additional 50. Even the Huang family's most talented young prodigies couldn't achieve such a feat in just a few days. Taking a deep breath to suppress his shock, Huang Zhengyang said, "Give us a few minutes to calculate the exact price." He then turned to discuss with other members of the Huang family. Meanwhile, Li Kai and her group arrived nearby. Though filled with resentment at the sight before her, she knew better than to provoke the Huang family and could only watch silently from a distance. 3 minutes later, Huang Zhengyang returned with an account card in hand. "Brother, these magical beasts are of excellent quality. Their total value is 16.5 million. The funds have already been transferred to this card." Lin Bei accepted the card without saying much. The deal was done, and so was their relationship. After Huang Zhengyang and his group left, He gave orders to his subordinates once they were far enough away. Investigate these two thoroughly. If we can recruit them, all the better. Lin Bei put the account card away and turned to Wang Yuling with a smile. Tonight, I'm treating you to a feast. With this newfound wealth, he could finally purchase the wings he had been eyeing. Wang Yuling nodded happily. Sure. Congratulations, Brother Bei, on becoming a millionaire. At that moment, the teleportation array activated, sending everyone back to their respective academies. The academy officials immediately announced the dismissal, and students dispersed, some to boast about their experiences, some to shop, and others to take care of personal matters. Watching Lin Bei's departing figure, Li Kai clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms. Her bloodshot eyes burned with hatred. You freeloading scumbag. I'll make you pay for this. Later that evening, Lin Bei treated Wang Yuling to a lavish dinner before returning home. The moment they arrived, Yi and the Western Dragon burst out of the system space, gleefully darting around the room. Checking the time, Lin Bei saw it was still early afternoon. He decided to rest for a while before heading out at night to purchase the wing materials. But just then, the system's notification sounded. Ding! The host now has sufficient funds. Would you like to convert some of the funds into points? Points are essential for shopping in the system mall. Ever since Lin Bei gained access to the system, he had been aware of the system store but had never used it. This was partly due to a lack of time and energy, and partly because he didn't have enough points. Now, with the system prompt echoing in his mind, he finally decided to take a closer look. Open the store. Before his words even faded, a virtual interface slowly unfolded before his eyes. The screen was filled with an array of items, most of which were grayed out, while a few glowed brightly, clearly distinguishing between items that could and could not be redeemed. The system provided a timely explanation. Based on the number of dragons you currently own, the items available for exchange are limited. As your collection of dragon species grows, more items will become accessible. Additionally, 1 unit of currency equals 100 points, and you are free to exchange between the two. Even though there were only 10 items available, each one had remarkable capabilities. Lin Bei carefully examined the descriptions of the items. The first to catch his eye was the basic Beast Spirit Pill, an essential item that could enhance the strength of pets. Unlike the Beast Spirit Pills commonly found in the world, the system's version was free of impurities and had no side effects. Price: 500 points. Next was the designated teleportation array, which could set up 2 invisible teleportation points undetectable by ordinary people. Only the host and those granted permission could use it. The teleportation range spanned 100 miles, with unlimited uses. Price: 10,000 points. These 2 items alone were enough to make Lin Bei's heart race. At 500 points for the pill, which equated to 50,000 yuan, and 10,000 points for the teleportation array, costing a steep 1 million yuan, the latter was particularly expensive. As he continued browsing, 2 other unique items piqued his interest. Foresee an ability to predict the next dragon species he would obtain: Eastern Dragon, Western Dragon, Sky Dragon, etc. with 100 accuracy. Limited to 1 purchase per week. Price: 500 points. Change: an option to randomly alter the dragon species he would acquire in the following week. Each species had an equal probability, leaving the outcome to luck. Unlimited purchases per week. Price: 1,000 points per use. These 2 items were practically tools for controlling the acquisition of dragon species. With enough points, it was even possible to assemble an army of Eastern dragons. System: exchange 5,000 points. Lin Bei decided to take the plunge, converting 500,000 yuan into points. Once the points were credited to his account, he immediately purchased the foresee item. The system informed him that he would obtain an Eastern dragon next week. However, since he already owned one, Lin Bei was not satisfied and quickly spent another 1,000 points to use the change feature. The result: a Western dragon. What a ripoff! Lin Bei couldn't help but complain about spending 1,000 points for such an outcome. The system replied, the results of random changes are unpredictable. To specify a dragon species, you'll need to increase your strength and unlock the corresponding feature. Let's try again. Lin Bei decided to give it another shot. This time, luck was on his side. Obtained a bone dragon, a species as powerful as Eastern and Western dragons. Satisfied with this result, he finally closed the store. Lin Bei then carefully placed the Western dragon and bone dragon into the system's storage space to prevent any unforeseen conflicts between them. Half an hour later, he arrived once again at the Beast Treasure Pavilion in the pet market. Zhao Shuai greeted him warmly. Welcome back. But upon recognizing Lin Bei as a customer from the previous day, his tone shifted to one of suspicion. Huh, why are you here again? Let me make this clear. The deposit is non-refundable. Clearly, Zhao Shuai didn't believe it was possible for Lin Bei to have earned a few million yuan in just over 20 hours. Zhao Shuai's perspective was indeed rooted in his understanding of the situation. After Li Kai revealed Lin Bei's talent and background, the figure of 10 million seemed overwhelmingly large in his eyes. For an ordinary student, Raising such an enormous sum in a short time was almost an unattainable fantasy. Lin Bei did not argue with Zhao Shuai. Instead, he calmly pulled out a bank card he had obtained from the Huang family. "Relax, I'm here to pay the remaining balance," he said. Zhao Shuai hesitantly took the card and instinctively inserted it into the reader. The screen immediately displayed, "Current account balance, 16 million. This sum came from the sale of 50 magical beasts. Lin Bei had not touched this money before, except for spending 500,000 to purchase points. 16 million? Zhao Shuai exclaimed, rubbing his eyes repeatedly to ensure he wasn't mistaken. The number remained unchanged. He couldn't help but swallow nervously, wiping the sweat from his forehead. It was hard to believe that this seemingly ordinary, unremarkable young man had amassed such a fortune in just over 20 hours. Noticing Zhao Shuai still staring at him, Lin Bei frowned impatiently. "Can you hurry up? I'm in a rush." Snapping back to reality, Zhao Shuai quickly apologized. "Sorry, I'll get the goods right away." Moments later, he returned with a box containing the wings of the Gale Demon Bull. As he opened it, he said, "Your decision yesterday was very wise. Thankfully, you paid the 2 million deposit in advance, or these wings might not have been available now." Seeing Lin Bai's puzzled expression, Zhao Shuai explained, "In a few days, the largest nearby city will host its annual public auction, which lasts for a week. It features everything from magical beasts and materials to equipment, pills, and rare treasures. This morning, someone even tried to buy these materials at a low price to resell them at the auction. The event has a long history and is always bustling, attracting everyone from academy-level powerhouses to the children of ordinary families." Lin Bei took note of this information. With the wings and the remaining 6 million bank card in hand, he left the shop. Since he had now gathered all the materials needed to synthesize the Western Dragon, it was time to consider the materials required for the Bone Dragon. Being a unique type of dragon, the choice of fusion materials had to be made carefully. Half an hour later, Lin Bei returned home. Although everything was ready, he recalled the commotion caused by his previous synthesis attempt and decided to conduct the next one outside the safe zone of the magical beast forest. System: exchange 1 million credits for 10,000 points. Purchase the specified teleportation array. Instantly, 1 million credits were converted into points. Once the system confirmed the successful purchase of the teleportation array, Lin Bei set the first teleportation point at his current location and the second at the center of the magical beast forest. This setup would allow him to travel conveniently between the safe zone and the forest depths. As the teleportation array unfolded in his living room, Lin Bei commanded, "Teleport." In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished and reappeared in the heart of the magical beast forest. The forest of beasts seemed to transform into two entirely different worlds with the passing of day and night. During the daytime, sunlight filtered through the canopy, offering a faint sense of security. But when night fell, the entire forest was consumed by an impenetrable darkness, with only the faint glow of moonlight sketching out the silhouettes of the surroundings. At this moment, Lin Bei stood in the heart of the forest, his expression grim as he carefully observed his surroundings. Blood-red beast eyes occasionally flickered in the darkness, accompanied by sporadic roars that echoed through the air thick with the scent of blood. After a brief moment, he slightly relaxed his guard. This area, being the border of various territories, was ironically a relatively safer zone. After all, the beasts were highly territorial and rarely crossed into each other's domains. Any attempt by a beast to claim this central area would undoubtedly provoke challenges from others. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Lin Bei sprang into action. With his current strength, lingering in such a perilous place for too long was tantamount to courting death. He swiftly summoned a Western Dragon and EE from his system space. The two dragons spread their wings and soared into the night sky, circling with excitement. Next, he retrieved the Thunderbird feathers and Gale Bull wings, laying them neatly on the ground. System: activate the fusion function. Lin Bei commanded without hesitation. First material: Western Dragon hatchling. Second material: Thunderbird feathers. Third material: Gale Bull wings. In an instant, the three materials were engulfed by a dazzling white light, forming orbs of varying sizes that illuminated the dark night sky. 3 seconds later, the orbs began to move and merge, ultimately coalescing into a larger orb that hovered motionless in midair. A system notification chimed. "Fusion in progress. Please be patient, host." Lin Bei fixed his gaze on the overly bright orb, his heart growing heavier. Such a conspicuous phenomenon was bound to attract unwanted attention, whether from humans or beasts. Still, compared to conducting the fusion in a populated city, this location was undoubtedly a better choice. While waiting for the fusion process to complete, Lin Bei turned his attention to another task. He signaled E to land and retrieved a pile of compressed dragon feed made from various beast meats from his system space. Then, he used his remaining 2,500 points to exchange for 5 beast spirit pills. He let out a pleased rumble upon catching the scent of food. Since being tamed, it hadn't had the chance to eat properly. Though it could sustain itself by absorbing its master's energy, the effect was far inferior to actual nourishment. At Lin Bei's gesture, Yi devoured the entire pile in one gulp, a satisfied expression spreading across its dragon face. The system promptly displayed Yi's updated status. Species, Dragon Clan. Status, Juvenile Growth Value, 50. Loyalty, Absolute, Unwavering. Lin Bei realized this was a unique growth mechanism of the system. Once a pet's growth value reached 100, it could be upgraded by paying a certain amount of points. This discovery thrilled him, as it meant he could accelerate the growth of his dragons far beyond the normal rate. Finally, he made up his mind. Convert all remaining funds into points. Are you sure you want to convert the remaining 5 million into 50,000 points? The system's voice carried a hint of surprise. 5 million was no small amount, after all. But Lin Bei had already made up his mind, firmly selecting exchange. The system's prompt followed immediately. Exchange successful. 5 million funds have been converted into 50,000 points. Despite losing such a large sum of money in an instant, Lin Bei's expression remained calm, devoid of any trace of regret. He knew deep down that this was an investment worth making. Compared to the growth of the dragon, money seemed trivial. Once the dragon grew strong enough, would there ever be a shortage of wealth? After a quick calculation, Lin Bei reached a conclusion. If 5 beast spirit pills could provide 25 growth value, then each pill contributed 5. To achieve the remaining 50 growth, he would need 10 more pills. Each pill required 500 points, equivalent to 50,000 in funds. 10 pills would cost 5,000 points, or 500,000 in total. All things considered, the price wasn't too steep. System. Exchange for 10 beast spirit pills. Almost instantly, the system completed the transaction. Exchange successful. 10 beast spirit pills have been stored in the system space. Lin Bei closed the store interface and accessed the system space to retrieve the pills. However, instead of feeding them to EE right away, he cautiously asked the system, "Will this method of growth have any side effects? I want EE to become stronger, but only if it's absolutely safe. Rest assured, host." The system responded promptly, "All products of this system are completely harmless. Additionally, these beast spirit pills can be sold to others. While their effectiveness will decrease by 80, they will still prove useful." Satisfied with the assurance, Lin Bei finally relaxed. Holding the 10 beast spirit pills in his hands, he gently stroked Yi's massive, sturdy dragon head, saying softly, "Go ahead, if you want to eat them." Unable to resist the temptation, Yi opened its wide jaws and swallowed all 10 pills in one gulp. The pills were quickly digested and absorbed. The system's voice promptly announced, "Yi's growth value has reached 100. The host may now spend 10,000 points to initiate the next stage of evolution. Would you like to proceed?" Lin Bei didn't hesitate for even a moment. Evolve. This had been his goal all along. Not just for Yi future dragons, whether Western dragons, bone dragons, or others, would all need timely evolution. Who would settle for remaining in the weakest juvenile stage? 10,000 points have been deducted. EE will enter the evolution state in 3 seconds. Evolution duration is uncertain. During this time, the host is advised to ensure personal safety. 3 seconds later, EE was enveloped in a golden glow, forming a floating sphere beside the Western dragon. The forest, previously bathed in white light, was now half illuminated in gold. Lin Bei walked to a nearby boulder and sat down to wait. He began calculating. The initial evolution required 20 beast spirit pills, totaling 10,000 points, combined with the 10,000 points needed for evolution, making a total of 20,000 points or 2 million in funds. It was a cost he could tolerate, but he was well aware that this was just the beginning. Future evolutions would undoubtedly demand an even steeper price. Meanwhile, deep within the magic beast forest, the 6 academy deans and members of the 4 major families, who had been searching all day, noticed the unusual phenomenon at the forest's center: golden and white light radiating suddenly. The first dean, crushing the skull of a black ice demon bear with his hand, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and suggested to the other 5 deans, "Let's head there. The dragon might be nearby." After a brief moment of thought, the other deans agreed. The leaders of the 4 major families, along with others scattered throughout the forest, also noticed the anomaly and began converging on the location. A looming threat was fast approaching. 10 minutes later, the glowing white sphere enveloping the Western dragon, along with its 2 wings, began to show signs of change. Thick cracks, as wide as an arm, appeared on its surface. Lin Bei leapt to his feet from the boulder. His excitement barely contained. It seemed the fusion was finally about to succeed. Cracks began to appear on the glowing white orb, resembling an eggshell being pecked from the inside by a chick. Lin Bei held his breath, focusing intently on the massive orb. Even though his eyes stung from the brightness, he refused to look away. After 30 seconds, The orb was covered in countless cracks. Just as Lin Bei murmured, "It's coming out," the orb shattered with a thunderous sound. Countless white fragments scattered like a snowstorm. At the center of the fragments, a massive figure emerged, a colossal dragon, over 10 meters long and 8 meters tall. The most striking feature was its 6 majestic wings. A system notification chimed in right on cue. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for a successful synthesis." The white light in the sky dissipated completely as the Western dragon let out an earth-shaking roar, its sound waves reverberating in all directions. Far in the distance, 6 academy deans and members of the 4 great families, who were making their way through the forest, heard the dragon's roar. Their suspicions were confirmed. The dragon was indeed at the heart of the magical beast forest. Excitement surged within them as they quickened their pace. Meanwhile, Lin Bei was intently observing the dragon before him. Its 6 wings were a stunning interweave of black, blue, and green. Each flap of its wings stirred up gales akin to a level 10 storm. Around its body, lightning crackled while the sky grew dark and ominous. What was most awe-inspiring was the dragon's jet-black scales, each one wrapped in visible blue lightning. Its limbs and head were similarly surrounded by arcs of electricity, making it look like a divine creature born from a storm. Satisfied, Lin Bei gestured for the dragon to land. The Western dragon descended obediently, and the lightning and winds around it dissipated. It gently nudged Lin Bei with its massive body, its 3-colored eyes filled with joy and excitement, letting out a soft, affectionate hum. The moment Lin Bei touched the dragon's head, a surge of information flooded into his mind. This was an unnamed juvenile Western black dragon, fiercely loyal and fused with the wings of a thunderbird and the wings of a gale bull. It possessed the abilities to control lightning and wind. Despite its immense potential, its power was currently limited due to being in its weakest juvenile stage. Seeing the anticipation in the dragon's eyes, Lin Bei decided to give it a name. Recalling the awe-inspiring scene of its arrival, he quickly made up his mind. "From now on, your name will be Lu Shan. It stands for your 6 wings and the divine presence you exude, like a god descending amidst lightning and storm." The Western dragon nodded vigorously, accepting its new name with delight. From that moment on, it became Lu Shan. When Lin Bei named the Western dragon Lu Shan, there wasn't a hint of mischief in his heart. The name was both powerful and easy to remember, making it the perfect choice. On most days, he affectionately called it Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu flapped its wings joyfully, clearly pleased with the nickname. It appreciated the grandeur of Lu Shan, but also enjoyed the intimacy of Xiao Lu. At that moment, Xiao Lu noticed Yi, who was enveloped in a golden sphere of light. Being a creation of the dragon system itself, it immediately understood what was happening. Excitement lit up Xiao Liu's eyes as it turned to face Lin Bei, its large dragon eyes brimming with a pitiful, pleading look. Lin Bei shook his head helplessly. He had already planned for Xiao Lu to evolve, but it seemed the dragon had reached that conclusion on its own. Gently running his hand over its tough scales, he issued a command to the system. "System, exchange 20 beast spirit pills." With a balance of 35,000 points, there was more than enough for EE to undergo an evolution. The system quickly responded. "Ding! Exchange successful. 20 beast spirit pills have been purchased for 10,000 points and stored in the system space." Though losing 10,000 points stung a little, Lin Bei didn't regret it. Retrieving the pills from the system space, he handed them to the eager Xiao Lu and said, "Here, these are all for you." Xiao Lu opened its massive jaws and swallowed all 20 pills in one gulp. The system promptly alerted. "Ding! Lu Shan's growth value has reached 100, meeting the evolution criteria. The host may now spend 10,000 points to initiate evolution." Proceed with evolution? Just as Lin Bei was about to agree, the sound of chaotic footsteps echoed from the nearby forest. It was clear there was more than one person approaching. Most of the steps were light and nimble, not typical of humans. A gruff male voice followed, exclaiming, "Holy crap! It's really a dragon. A 6-winged Western dragon. No less. Though it's a bit small, it looks extraordinary." Lin Bai's brows furrowed as his expression turned cold. He had ventured into the magical beast forest to avoid attention, yet trouble found him anyway. On any other day, things might have gone smoothly, but today, word of the dragon had evidently spread. The speaker seemed oblivious to Lin Bai's presence, his attention fully fixed on Xiao Lu. "Haha, luck is on my side. The others won't be here for at least 20 minutes. That's more than enough time to capture this dragon." As the footsteps drew closer, Xiao Lu turned to face the intruders, allowing Lin Bei to get a clear view of the man. It was none other than Huang Feilong from the Huang family, the same person who had been eyeing Lin Bei during his transaction with Zhao Qi. Lin Bai's voice was icy. "Capture my dragon? Did you ask for my permission?" Huang Feilong finally noticed Lin Bei, his face twisting in shock. You're that student? What are you doing here? And what's your connection to this dragon?" Why isn't it attacking you? Realization dawned on Huang Failong, and his surprise deepened. Wait a second. You're saying this dragon belongs to you? Impossible. A broke student who just awakened their power couldn't possibly tame such a rare dragon. Lin Bai's gaze grew sharp as he assessed the 15 magical wolves flanking Huang Failong. Among them were a razor-claw windwolf, an 8-eyed three-tailed wolf, and a withered tree wolf, their sizes ranging from that of a house cat to a bear. Though many bore injuries, they were still formidable opponents. Xiao Lu instantly spread its 6 wings wide, shielding Lin Bei protectively in the center. Its piercing eyes locked onto Huang Failong and his wolves, radiating an icy killing intent. After a tense silence, Huang Failong finally came to terms with the situation. Xiao Liu's protective stance made it clear the dragon truly belonged to Lin Bei. Lin Bei knew all too well that a fierce battle was inevitable. Huang Failong's eyes had already given everything away. He was here for the dragon. Xiao Lu, get ready. Huang Failong's gaze locked onto Lin Bei, his eyes brimming with undisguised killing intent. His breathing quickened, and his fists clenched tightly in anticipation. In front of him stood just a student and a dragon. If he could eliminate the student, the dragon would be his for the taking. The thought of it exhilarated him. This dragon could bring not only him, but the entire Huang family to new heights. Taking a deep breath, Huang Failong suppressed his urge to strike immediately and chose to speak first. Hey, I'm from the Huang family. Be smart and hand over the dragon, and the Huang family will compensate you. Otherwise, you die here. 2 choices make one. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised by the mention of the Huang family. Huang family, he murmured to himself. Perfect. Let's see what tricks you have up your sleeve. No matter how many people the opponent brought, Lin Bei was confident of his advantage with the teleportation array. He could leave with Yi and Xiao Lu at any moment. Hand over the dragon to you? Lin Bei sneered. What am I, your father, here to spoil you? This remark completely infuriated Huang Failong. The veins on his forehead bulged, and his face twisted in rage. He barked out his command to the wolves poised for action. Kill. Leave the dragon alive, but the boy makes sure he's dead. Before the words had fully left his mouth, 15 wolves bolted toward Lin Bei and Xiao Lu like arrows loosed from a bow. Their piercing howls filled the air of the magical beast forest, and their swift, shadowy forms darted through the trees. With his current strength, Lin Bei could barely track their movements. Huang Failong was a mid-tier powerhouse within the Huang family, notorious for his underhanded dealings. Known as the Huang family's vicious wolf, his reputation preceded him. Yet Lin Bei remained calm. Turning to the stern-faced Xiao Lu beside him, he said, Xiao Lu, give it your all. This was a rare opportunity. Neither Yi nor Xiao Lu had ever faced a true life-or-death battle before. Their previous encounters in the magical beast forest had been mere skirmishes. Moreover, Yi, who was on the verge of completing her evolution, was preparing to join the fray. Xiao Lu let out a thunderous roar and charged at the scattered wolves. Huang Failong smirked disdainfully. Just a juvenile dragon? How could it possibly compare to my wolves in their prime? In this world, magical beasts were categorized by both growth stages and power levels. Growth stages included juvenile, adolescent, mature, peak, and ultimate stages. Power levels ranged from basic, intermediate, advanced, beast king, to beast emperor levels. Typically, juvenile beasts corresponded to basic level strength, adolescents to intermediate, and mature beasts to advanced. This was the source of Huang Failong's confidence. How could a juvenile dragon possibly stand against 15 advanced level wolves? The battle erupted in an instant. The wolves encircled Xiao Lu, their razor-sharp claws gleaming coldly in the night. After 3 tense seconds, a blood-red, ferocious giant wolf suddenly swelled to a size equal to Xiao Lu's and slashed down with its claws. The other 14 wolves followed suit with ruthless precision, some with poison dripping from their claws, others igniting flames as they launched their attacks. Huang Failong nodded in satisfaction. One round will be enough to take this dragon down. Faced with the onslaught, Xiao Lu's fury exploded. A mere pack of wolves dared to harbor killing intent toward its master? With a deafening roar, Xiao Lu unfurled 6 enormous wings, each crackling with lightning and swirling with fierce winds. In an instant, the skies above darkened as storm clouds gathered. Thunder and lightning intertwined, and violent winds tore through the heart of the magical beast forest. Huang Failong glanced up at the sky, an unsettling sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. The display of dual mastery over lightning and wind by Xiao Lu left Huang Failong utterly astounded. For such a young Western dragon to wield such destructive power was both terrifying and tantalizing. The sheer potential it held made his heart race with a mix of fear and greed. Yet just as his eyes settled back on the young dragon, a golden orb of light suspended in the sky caught his attention. What is that? Huang Failong muttered, narrowing his eyes at the radiant sphere. However, he quickly dismissed the thought and refocused on the battle before him. On the battlefield, Xiao Lu was a whirlwind of chaos, his body entwined with crackling lightning and roaring winds as he clashed fiercely with the wolf pack. Bolts of lightning shot forth like unrelenting machine gun fire, each strike reducing the wolves' fur to charred patches and their flesh to smoldering wounds. The raging winds tore mercilessly at their injuries, amplifying their agony. In mere moments, at least 5 wolves had been grievously injured, their blood dripping steadily onto the ground. Under the relentless assault of lightning and wind, the pack was forced into a desperate frenzy of evasion, unable to mount any coordinated counterattack. Huang Filong's sharp eyes quickly discerned the crux of the situation. Xiao Liu's astonishing power, while impressive, came at a cost. Such high-intensity attacks could only be sustained for a few minutes. Once his energy was depleted, he would be left with no choice but to engage in close combat. Moreover, the wolves had already been weakened from injuries sustained while crossing the safe zone, leaving their combat effectiveness significantly diminished. As his gaze wandered to Lin Bei standing in the distance, Huang Filong was taken aback by the confident smile on the other man's face. The expression puzzled him. It was as if Lin Bei had already foreseen the outcome of the battle. The fight raged on. Xiao Lu pressed forward, advancing toward the wolves while unleashing waves of lightning and wind. The once flat ground had been torn apart, now riddled with craters from the relentless lightning strikes. Despite Xiao Liu's impressive efforts, the disparity between a juvenile dragon and fully mature wolves was undeniably a child facing off against 15 seasoned fighters. The gap in raw power, speed, and combat experience was a canyon too vast to bridge. What a waste, Huang Filong murmured to himself with a sigh. If it weren't for the importance of the family's plans, I'd hate to see this dragon meet its end. Meanwhile, Lin Bai's smile remained unwavering. He wasn't just confident, was deeply satisfied. Xiao Liu's performance exceeded his expectations. For a dragon so newly synthesized to hold its ground against 15 adversaries and even gain the upper hand, the potential was staggering. It filled Lin Bei with hope for the future. His eyes lifted to the golden orb in the sky where Yi was undergoing its evolution. Although the details of the transformation were obscured, the powerful presence radiating from the sphere was unmistakable. Yi's presence was escalating at an astonishing rate, far surpassing its pre-evolution state. The energy fluctuations had increased at least tenfold. Lin Bei instinctively realized that the evolution of the dragon race must be fundamentally different from that of other magical beasts. This transformation would bring an unimaginable surge in power. At that moment, the system's notification sounded clearly. Ding! Attention! Host! Yi will complete its evolution in 10 seconds. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Xiao Lu was also recalibrating its strategy. Faced with the enemy's frequent evasive maneuvers and its own repeated failed attacks, it finally identified a breakthrough, locking its sights on the massive bloodthirsty wolf. Since dealing with the entire wolf pack at once was proving impossible, it decided to focus its firepower on eliminating a single target. Xiao Lu sprang into action. Its 6 wings flared simultaneously as its limbs deftly maneuvered across the ground. It deliberately chose not to take to the air, as these ground-based creatures posed little threat to airborne targets. Instead of securing an easy victory, it saw this as an opportunity to hone its combat skills. Drawing upon all the wind and thunder energy within, it created a formidable energy field. In an instant, Xiao Lu closed in on the bloodthirsty wolf. With a single leap, it landed heavily on the wolf's back with its massive claws, sinking them deep, while its jaws locked firmly around the wolf's neck. In that moment, raging lightning and howling winds intertwined, enveloping both combatants in a violent storm. Boom! A deafening explosion shattered the air as a blinding flash of lightning illuminated the entire battlefield. It took a full 5 seconds for the light to gradually fade, revealing the outcome of the battle. The once mighty bloodthirsty wolf was now a charred corpse, its fur entirely reduced to ash. This was Xiao Lu's most powerful strike, pouring every ounce of its wind and thunder energy into the attack. Such a desperate effort was driven by its own awareness of Yi's impending evolution. Xiao Lu sought to test the absolute limits of its strength at this critical moment. Huang Filong gasped sharply as he stared at the bloodthirsty giant wolf's corpse, now charred black like coal. A chill ran down his spine, and goosebumps covered his back. An adolescent dragon had managed to kill the strongest bloodthirsty wolf of his pack in such a brutal fashion. This scene not only shocked Huang Filong, but also left the remaining 14 wolves momentarily stunned. They couldn't recall the last time they had witnessed the death of one of their own. In past battles, the worst they had ever sustained were minor injuries. Furious howls erupted one after another, echoing through the night sky. At that moment, the lightning and fierce winds surrounding Xiao Lu abruptly dissipated, and even the sky returned to its usual calm. Huang Feilong's eyes lit up as he instantly realized that Xiao Lu was completely spent. Heaven is helping me. Capture this dragon, and handing it over to the family will surely bring me a great reward. They'll be able to buy as many wolves as I want. Xiao Lu cast an annoyed glare at Huang Feilong and quickly retreated to Lin Bei's side. Spreading its 6 wings, it formed a protective barrier around its master, revealing only Lin Bei's calm expression. Xiao Lu let out a low, frustrated growl, clearly dissatisfied with its performance, having exhausted all its strength to kill just one wolf. Lin Bei gently reassured it. Xiao Lu, you did well. After all, you haven't evolved yet. The remaining 14 wolves no longer held back and gathered around Huang Feilong, their eyes filled with ferocity as they stared at Lin Bei and Xiao Lu. Huang Feilong regained his composure, a smug grin spreading across his face as he studied his prey. Oh, what's this? Choosing to defend yourselves? Have you finally realized there's no escape? Lin Bei responded calmly in a way. You could say we're defending ourselves. But you're mistaken about one thing, we're not defending against you or your wolves. Huang Feilong dismissed Lin Bei's words as mere bravado and waved his hand, giving the command, attack. Kill that man. The 14 wolves pounced at Lin Bei and Xiao Lu in unison. However, Lin Bei showed no signs of panic. Instead, a mocking smile appeared on his face. Just as the wolves closed in, less than 3 meters away, a system notification rang in Lin Bei's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. E has successfully evolved. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the first evolution during the juvenile stage. A special evolution reward pack has been granted. Lin Bei tilted his head to gaze at the golden orb of light dimming in the sky. It's your turn to shine. A thunderous dragon roar shattered the stillness of the magical beast forest, reverberating through the entire area. The golden orb exploded in the sky, scattering countless fragments of golden light across the dark night, creating a dazzling spectacle. The breathtaking scene captured everyone's attention, including the 6 distant deans rushing toward the commotion. The moment emerged from the golden light, Huang Feilong's eyes widened in disbelief, his entire body frozen in place as if struck by lightning. After its evolution, revealed a stunning new form. Its body had expanded to an imposing 5 meters in length, covered in neatly arranged, earth-toned scales, intricately adorned with fiery red patterns resembling ancient, mysterious runes. Its 4 dragon claws had grown thicker and stronger, radiating an intimidating aura, while its fiery red whiskers were now longer and more elegant, flowing like silk in the wind. The sheer presence of this transformed creature immediately struck fear and awe into everyone present. Huang Feilong stood frozen, his eyes wide and mouth agape, his Adam's apple bobbing nervously as his teeth chattered involuntarily. Witnessing 2 dragons in the span of just a few minutes, an event rare, even in centuries, left this seasoned elder of the Huang family utterly bewildered. One dragon bore clear Western traits, while the other exhibited distinctly Eastern characteristics, yet neither matched the descriptions found in ancient texts. Am I seeing things? Did I eat some hallucinogenic wild mushrooms? Huang Feilong muttered to himself, desperately searching for a rational explanation to convince himself that this was all just an illusion. Even the esteemed 6 deans would likely question their own senses in the face of such a spectacle. As for the 14 wolves, they were trembling uncontrollably in abject terror. Unlike the confidence they had displayed when facing Xiao Lu earlier, now they were overwhelmed by a primal fear emanating from the very depths of their souls. This oppressive presence rendered them completely immobile, a stark reminder of the vast gulf in power between a juvenile dragon and a hatchling. As Yi's bloodline continued to awaken, its draconic aura grew ever more formidable. The only person who remained calm amidst all this chaos was Lin Bei himself. He observed the evolved with satisfaction, nodding in approval. Not bad. Now you finally look somewhat like a proper dragon. Before, at just 2 meters long, you weren't even big enough to ride. These words instantly elicited a pitiful whimper from Xiao Lu, who cast a resentful glare at Huang Feilong. If it hadn't been for their interference, Xiao Lu might have completed its own evolution by now. Lin Bei gently stroked Xiao Liu's wings in comfort. Don't worry. Once deals with them, they'll let you start your evolution. Worst case, they'll spend another 10,000 points to build a teleportation array for you. At that moment, turned its fiery gaze toward Huang Feilong, its eyes blazing with unrelenting fury. It hadn't forgotten the actions of Huang Feilong and his group earlier. Sensing Yi's intent, Lin Bei gave an order at just the right time. If you want to make a move, go ahead. Kill the wolves, but leave the humans alive. He needed answers from Huang Feilong about the Huang family's recent large-scale acquisition of pets. With a resounding dragon's roar, unleashed its power. Flames erupted across the sky, and the ground trembled violently. Massive chunks of earth rose into the air, merging with the fire to form dozens of blazing meteor-like spheres, each radiating devastating energy. It all happened so fast that by the time Huang Feilong regained his senses, he had already stumbled back 2 steps. Struggling to find his voice, he stammered. How do you have 2 dragons? Originally, Lin Bei, a poor student, already seemed impossibly fortunate to possess a dragon, a stroke of luck far beyond Huang Feilong's expectations. But now, to his utter shock, Huang Feilong realized that Lin Bei actually had not one, but two fully tamed dragons. The revelation left him speechless. After all, even the powerful and influential Huang family couldn't hope to own a single dragon. To possess one required not only immense wealth and authority, but also an extraordinary stroke of luck. Two dragons, it's really two dragons, Huang Feilong murmured, his eyes wide with disbelief. Yet, almost immediately, a troubling thought gripped his mind. His pupils contracted sharply, and his breathing turned slow and heavy. No, this doesn't make sense. He stared at Lin Bei in the distance, his voice trembling in disbelief. A student who just awakened, how could he possibly tame two dragons in just a few days? Even if they were ordinary dragons, it would be impossible, let alone dragons that are clearly this special. What kind of secret is he hiding? His words, unfiltered and loud, reached Lin Bei's ears. Instantly, Lin Bei's expression turned icy, and his gaze toward Huang Feilong became as cold as frost. Sometimes, knowing too much truly was a dangerous thing. Lin Bei, who had already decided not to let Huang Feilong walk away, now felt the murderous intent within him grow even stronger. Lin Bei didn't aspire to be a villain, but he had no interest in being a naive saint either. Undeserved kindness often led to one's downfall, and he understood perfectly well what mattered most. If Huang Feilong were allowed to leave, the secret of the two dragons would inevitably be exposed, and with it, Lin Bei's own hidden truths. Sometimes, mercy could pave the road to hell, a hell that could swallow him whole. Sensing Lin Bei's rising intent, both dragons, Yi and Xiaolu, responded in kind. Their auras grew more menacing, their killing intent palpable. Yi, wreathed in raging flames, rose swiftly into the sky, heading toward a cluster of small meteors. With a powerful swing of its tail, it struck one of the meteors with full force. Boom! A sharp, resounding impact echoed as the meteor hurtled toward the ground at an incredible speed, trailing fiery streaks in its wake. Crash! Boom! The rocks smashed into the earth, leaving massive craters in their wake as flames erupted and spread furiously in all directions. Huang Feilong's legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground, trembling. Looking up, he saw Yi in constant motion, repeatedly striking the meteors with its tail and limbs, sending an unrelenting barrage of fiery projectiles raining down. The sky was alight with what looked like an apocalyptic meteor shower. This is an attack from a juvenile dragon? Huang Feilong stammered in disbelief. As someone who owned a fully matured magic beast, he could easily discern that Yi was indeed in its juvenile stage. One unlucky wolf-like magic beast was struck directly by a meteor. Its bones shattered, its fur ignited in flames. Before it could even attempt to struggle, another boulder crushed it completely. The remaining wolves, over a dozen, fled in panic, desperate to avoid a similar fate. Even though they were mature magic beasts, in their injured state, they had no chance of withstanding such devastating attacks. Lin Bei, though slightly affected by stray debris, was shielded by Xiaolu, who used its wings to block every fragment. This instinctive protective gesture from the dragon filled Lin Bei with warmth. As Yi's onslaught intensified, nearly all the meteors were directed at the ground, leaving the entire area jagged and cratered, resembling the surface of the moon. Of the surviving wolves, 8 more were smashed to death, leaving only 5 in critical condition, their strength reduced to less than a tenth of their peak. Seeing this, Lin Bei's lips curled into a faint smile. He gently patted Xiao Liu's wing and said, "Xiaolu, while there is still time, go ahead and evolve." At the same time, he silently gave a command to the system in his mind. System, initiate Xiao Liu's evolution. The battle was nearing its end, and the wolf pack was retreating under Yi's relentless onslaught. The outcome was already decided. Yi held an overwhelming advantage. If they had faced the wolves in their prime, uninjured and at full strength, Yi and Xiaolu would never have achieved victory so easily. Even if they had won, it would have come at a far greater cost. Yi descended from the sky, carrying the remaining stones, and launched them downward with precision. Accompanied by the heavy thud of impact, the stones struck the wolves squarely. This final blow completely shattered the wolves' will to resist, leaving them barely clinging to life. Encased in blazing flames, Yi advanced step by step toward Huang Feilong. The once ferocious wolves were now no longer a threat. Feeling the looming presence of death, Huang Feilong forced himself to suppress his fear, struggling to his feet before turning to flee. However, after only 2 steps, the ground beneath him caved in. His feet sank deep into the earth, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't free himself. Huang Feilong instantly realized this was Yi's doing. It wasn't just flames that Yi controlled could command the earth as well. Turning his head, Huang Feilong met Yi's blazing eyes, filled with fury. The fire within them was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. "It's over," Despair engulfed Huang Failong. Unable to fight and unable to flee, his only hope was that the other side might show him mercy. Everything about this was utterly surreal. A seemingly insignificant student had somehow tamed two terrifying dragons. Who would have imagined such an extraordinary event could unfold in the small city of Nanshan? Just then, a system notification sounded. Ding! 10,000 points have been deducted. Lu Shun will enter an evolution state in 3 seconds. Duration of evolution is indefinite and may conclude at any time. Please ensure the host's safety during this period. The points tally had plummeted from 25,000 to 15,000, leaving only a meager amount. But it was worth it. 3 seconds later, golden light surged from Xiao Liu's body, completely enveloping him in a massive sphere of radiant energy suspended high in the air, dispelling the surrounding darkness. Xiao Liu had finally begun his evolution. Soon, another juvenile dragon would emerge. Lin Bei withdrew his gaze from Xiao Liu and turned his attention to Huang Failong, walking toward him with cold indifference. Now, we can have a proper conversation. Yi, ever watchful, flew to Lin Bai's side and fixed his fiery stare on Huang Failong. Talk. They'll talk about anything you want. Huang Failong blurted anxiously. Ask for my account passwords, my secret stash, whatever you want. Just spare my life. No problem. As long as you cooperate, I won't kill you, Lin Bei responded directly, though his words carried a hidden implication. His promise not to kill didn't mean Yi wouldn't take action. Overwhelmed by the hope of survival, Huang Failong failed to catch the nuance. He eagerly replied, ask away. Whatever you want to know, I'll tell you. There's only one thing I want to know, Lin Bei said flatly. What's the purpose behind your Huang family's recent large-scale acquisition of magical beasts? This wasn't just a question that puzzled Lin Bei. It was something the 6 deans of Nanshan City, the other 3 major families, and countless merchants were desperate to uncover. After a brief silence, Huang Failong began to explain. The Huang family's goal is to hatch the strongest magical beast. Not long ago, the family head brought back a massive magical beast egg. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, prompting Huang Failong to continue. That night, the family head convened a meeting and ordered us to spare no effort in acquiring all kinds of magical beasts. These beasts are placed around the egg as sustenance, and within minutes, they're completely devoured. Nothing is left, not even bones. The more beasts it consumes, the stronger the aura the egg emits. Lin Bai's expression grew serious. Did your family head mention the origin of this magical beast egg? He mentioned it once, Huang Failong replied. Apparently, the egg is the hybrid offspring of some kind of tautai. In an instant, Lin Bei's breathing grew heavy. He stared in disbelief at the pet egg before him, his mind echoing with the startling information he had just learned. This was the hybrid offspring of a tautai. The tautai, one of the 4 great malevolent beasts of ancient times, was far more terrifying than an ordinary magical beast. It could devour anything in existence, whether solid matter, flames, or lightning. All would become a feast in its jaws. Legends even claimed that a tautai could swallow an entire mountain in one bite. Such a creature was unimaginably dangerous. A hybrid offspring of a tautai? Are you sure? Lin Bei frowned as he looked at Huang Failong. Yes, that's exactly what the patriarch said. A trace of fear flickered across Huang Failong's face. I don't know exactly what a tautai is, but my instincts tell me it must be terrifying. This statement alerted Lin Bei to a crucial detail. If even Huang Failong had no knowledge of the tautai, it was likely that most people in this world were unaware of its existence. You've never heard of the name tautai before? Not at all, Huang Failong answered honestly. But it's possible that it's mentioned in the Forbidden Tome. At that moment, the system's notification sound chimed. A new mission appeared before Lin Bei. The hybrid tautai must be destroyed immediately upon hatching. The system explained that while this was only a hybrid with diluted bloodline, it still inherited some of the tautai's traits, enough to cause catastrophic harm. Why can't I tame it as a pet? Lin Bei asked the system in his mind. The system's response was unexpected. It is unworthy. It then elaborated, host, you should aim higher. Taming a pureblood tautai is the true path, and you will have that opportunity in the future. Moreover, this hybrid tautai hatched by absorbing the life force of numerous magical beasts, making it destined to become a bloodthirsty, uncontrollable monster. Taming it is nearly impossible. Wouldn't it be better to harvest its materials and fuse them with a dragon? After weighing the pros and cons, Lin Bei accepted the mission. The system immediately rewarded him with a motivational gift pack, now lying alongside the previous evolution rewards in the system's inventory. However, it wasn't the time to open the gifts yet. Lin Bei turned to Huang Failong, his tone icy. I've asked all the questions I needed to. Now, there's only one thing left to do, and that's to send you on your way. Huang Failong froze, his face turning ashen in an instant. What? Send me on my way? What does that mean? His voice trembled, and his fists clenched tightly without him even realizing it. Didn't we agree? As long as I cooperated, you'd spare my life. Lin Bei's eyes glimmered with a trace of coldness as he locked his gaze on the panicked Huang Failong. I did promise I wouldn't kill you with my own hands. But he let the sentence hang deliberately. But what? Say it already. Huang Failong demanded desperately, his confusion growing alongside his fear. Lin Bei turned his back to him and looked up at the sky, where Xiao Lu was undergoing its evolution. I made the promise, yes. But that doesn't mean my dragons have to agree. Isn't that right, Yi? Roar. Yi let out an earth-shaking bellow, a deafening cry filled with rage and killing intent. The sound wave crashed into Huang Failong like a blade, piercing his eardrums with excruciating pain. Ah, my ears. Huang Failong screamed, clutching his head as if it could shield him from the auditory assault. It was futile. In the next instant, a raging inferno erupted, engulfing him entirely. The flames licked at his body, turning his skin crimson and burning away every strand of hair. The scent of charred flesh began to permeate the forest air. Help! It hurts. Someone save me. Huang Failong howled in agony, thrashing within the fiery prison. I don't want to die. Please, I beg you, spare me. Without so much as a backward glance, Lin Bei strode forward, his expression indifferent. He happily flew to his side, nuzzling him affectionately, as if the horrific scene behind them had nothing to do with them. 10 seconds later, Huang Failong's life force dwindled to its final flicker. With the last of his strength, he raised his head to catch one final glimpse of Lin Bei's retreating figure. His eyes brimmed with disbelief and unwillingness. Even in his dying moments, he couldn't fathom how this seemingly harmless young student could so coldly snuff out his life. A mechanical voice interrupted the silence. Congratulations, host, on successfully eliminating the enemy. Loot collection function is now activated. Every valuable item space ring, gear, account cards, as well as the pelts, claws, fangs, and organs of 15 wolves was automatically transferred into the system's storage. All that remained in the clearing was a charred, unrecognizable corpse and the scattered remains of the wolves. Lin Bei quickly scanned through the system's inventory and nodded in satisfaction. This auto-collection feature is pretty handy. The loot's not bad either. I'll need to take some time to sort through it later. With that, he mounted EE and soared into the sky, waiting for Xiao Lu to complete its evolution. 10 minutes later, 6 Academy Deans arrived at the heart of the magical beast forest, each accompanied by their own companion beasts. They looked up to see Lin Bei and Yi hovering above, along with Xiao Lu, now enveloped in a radiant golden glow. The system notification suddenly sounded. Ding! Attention, host. The evolution of 6 God will be completed in 10 seconds. Lin Bei, though aware of someone approaching, chose to ignore it. In just 10 seconds, the teleportation array would activate, making any confrontation unnecessary. He focused intently on the dazzling golden orb of light, softly counting down. 10, 9, 8. The 6 Deans had already arrived on the scene, quietly observing Lin Bei and Yi. The sight before them left them puzzled. Events were clearly unfolding in a way they hadn't anticipated. They maintained a cautious stance, standing still as they carefully assessed the situation, their brows furrowing deeper with every moment. 5 seconds later, the Dean of the First Academy broke the silence. This dragon doesn't appear to be a Western dragon. Could our intelligence have been wrong? He hesitated, clearly finding the situation hard to believe. The Dean of the Fifth Academy quickly chimed in. 80% of the students witnessed the Western dragon firsthand. This intelligence is absolutely accurate. But the dragon before us is definitely not a Western dragon. This suggests there are 2 dragons in the magical beast forest, and one of them has already been tamed. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere at the scene grew tense. The 6 Deans found their breathing heavier and their hearts racing. Even with their high status and formidable strength, they struggled to remain calm. This discovery completely upended their understanding. 2 dragons appearing simultaneously in a relatively small magical beast forest was an occurrence so rare that even forests 10 or 100 times its size would be unlikely to match it. What was even more astonishing was that one of these dragons had a rider on its back. The 10-second countdown reached its end. The system announced, Ding! Congratulations, host. 6 God has successfully evolved. The golden orb of light rapidly dimmed, its surface fracturing with countless cracks. Within 3 seconds, the newly evolved Xiao Lu would emerge. The 6 Deans stared unblinkingly at the fading light, trying to discern the power hidden within it. The Dean of the First Academy finally made a decision. Let's wait for the light to hatch before taking any action. We need to maximize our gains. For now, the most pressing issue is identifying the dragon rider's identity and strength. Suddenly, the golden orb shattered, its fragments scattering in all directions. In the next moment, Xiao Lu emerged. With a powerful sweep of its 6 wings, it unleashed a storm of wind and lightning. It raised its head to the sky and let out a thunderous roar, its dragon cry echoing throughout the entire forest. The evolved Xiaolu now had an even more imposing physique, sturdier limbs, and intricately detailed patterns adorning its 6 wings. This scene utterly shocked the 6 Deans, leaving them frozen in place, their minds blank. The reality before them had far exceeded their expectations. His body was rigid like a sculpture, with only the faint rise and fall of instinctive breathing. Before Xiaolu could make any move, Lin Bei had already swiftly activated the teleportation array. In an instant, the array flared with light, transporting 1 human and 2 dragons in the blink of an eye. In a flash, Lin Bei found himself back in the familiar comfort of his home. Meanwhile, the enormous Yi and Xiaolu were transported to the expansive system space, as their massive forms could no longer move freely in a regular room. Lin Bei strode over to the sofa and dropped heavily onto it. Stretching out his limbs, he let out an exaggerated yawn, finally allowing his taut nerves to relax. A light-hearted smile appeared on his face as he murmured to himself, "That went pretty smoothly. Time to open the loot box." At the same time, in the central region of the magic beast forest, 6 Academy Deans stood frozen in place, staring in disbelief at the now empty sky. Just moments ago, they had clearly seen a human and 2 enormous dragons, but in the blink of an eye, they had vanished without a trace. It was a long while before the 6 Deans snapped out of their shock. Almost in unison, they expressed their relief. "Good thing we didn't act rashly. Otherwise, we might have ended up in serious trouble." While we didn't witness his full strength, the fact that he has tamed 2 such powerful dragons speaks volumes about his abilities theory far above ours. "Isn't that obvious?" One of the Deans chimed in. "To tame those 2 dragons, which are clearly extraordinary, he must either possess immense strength or have the backing of an incredibly influential force. Who is this person? Why has he appeared in Nanshan City? It seems this city is in for some turbulence." Only Bai Zhou, the dean of the 3rd Academy, remained silent. His brows furrowed deeply, his mind clouded with confusion. "Why does that figure look so familiar? I feel like I've seen him somewhere before." The more Bai Zhou thought about that departing figure, the more familiar it seemed, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't recall where he had seen it before. He never once connected the silhouette to Lin Bei or Wang Yuling. After all, one was a mysterious, powerful individual capable of taming 2 dragons, while the other was merely a student who had just awakened their abilities. There was simply no reason to compare the two. Meanwhile, the 6 Deans had finally recovered from their shock. They lowered their gazes from the sky and surveyed the scene around them. What greeted their eyes was a grim tableau. The charred corpse of Huang Feilong, the mangled remains of 15 wolf-like magical beasts, and a battlefield littered with shattered, flame-scorched debris. It only took a glance for them to recognize Huang Feilong and his pack. In the entirety of Nanshan City, only Huang Feilong was known to travel with 15 wolves at his side. Huang Feilong? That's his body. And those wolves, those were his tamed beasts. One of the Deans exclaimed in disbelief. The other 5 Deans turned pale, their expressions dark with unease. Their eyes gleamed with lingering fear. If they had rashly intervened earlier, their fates might not have been much better than Huang Feilong's. Though their collective strength surpassed his, none of them had witnessed the battle firsthand. Without that knowledge, they couldn't be certain whether the mysterious figure had dispatched Huang Feilong with ease or if there had been more to the fight than met the eye. "We must tread carefully from now on," one of the Deans said gravely. "Until we understand this person's intentions, we cannot afford any reckless actions. As for the mission to locate the Western Dragon, I suggest forming an elite task force to handle the search. The rest of us will remain stationed in Nanshan City to prepare for any unforeseen events." The 6 Deans exchanged solemn nods, silently agreeing to the plan. With unease still lingering in their hearts, they left the safe zone of the magical beast forest, deliberately avoiding Huang Feilong's corpse. It was a matter best left to his allies, or the Huang family itself to deal with. Elsewhere, Lin Bei was fully immersed in the system space, his attention locked on one of the 2 unopened reward packages. "System, open the evolution gift pack," he ordered, a faint smile playing on his lips. The system's response was immediate. "Evolution gift pack successfully opened. Congratulations, you have received 100 beast spirit pills, an initial fund of 3 million, 10 portions of baby dragon feed, the rare weapon sky-splitting demon spear, the special skill pet size alteration, and 1 random dragon tribe summoning opportunity. The initial fund has been deposited, the special skill has been integrated, and the remaining rewards are stored in the system space for retrieval at any time." The rewards were nothing short of extraordinary. Not only did they include vital resources for nurturing his pets, but also powerful equipment and a unique skill. The most valuable prize, however, was the chance to summon a random dragon from the dragon tribe. Lin Bei decided to hold off on using the summoning opportunity for now, opting instead to inspect the other rewards. First, he retrieved the sky-splitting demon spear, a pitch-black weapon, a full 2.5 meters long. The moment his hand touched it, an influx of information surged into his mind. The spear was a demonic artifact locked beneath 100 layers of seals. In its prime, it had been powerful enough to pierce the heavens themselves. Even in its sealed state, its sharpness was nothing to scoff at. System, how can the seals be removed? Lin Bei asked. There are two methods, the system explained. You may exchange for specific items in the system shop, or you may slay powerful magical beasts. Note that only truly formidable beasts will suffice. Understanding that he couldn't yet unlock the spear's full potential, Lin Bei set it aside and turned his attention to the pet size alteration skill. This ability allowed his companions, Yi and Xiaolu, to freely adjust their sizes, meaning they wouldn't have to remain confined to the system space all the time. Once he had familiarized himself with the skill, Lin Bei shifted his focus to the second unopened package. System, open the other gift pack, he commanded, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Ding! A crisp notification sound chimed from the system. Lin Bei's encouragement gift pack had successfully been unlocked, and a stream of rewards popped up one after another. A strength enhancement potion, 4 million in startup funds, a rare angel halo, activation rights for the recycling function, the ultimate dragon form experience card, and one opportunity to extract an ability. The system automatically transferred the startup funds to his account, while the rest of the rewards were stored in the system's space for future use. This time, the rewards were categorized into special and standard tiers, allowing Lin Bei to better gauge their value. As always, the gift pack contained 6 rewards in total, a detail that brought him quiet satisfaction. Stepping into the system space, 3 tangible items materialized before him. A bottle of transparent blue strength enhancement potion, a golden angel halo radiating light, and a plain, almost unassuming white card. Lin Bei picked up the white card, examined it closely, and asked the system about its purpose. The system explained. This card allows you to summon a Primastige original dragon for 1 minute. It is recommended for use in critical situations. After understanding the card's function, Lin Bei carefully placed it back into the system space and turned his attention to the strength enhancement potion. Without hesitation, he downed the potion in one gulp. Instantly, a fiery sensation surged through his body. It wasn't painful, quite the opposite, it was invigorating. After about a minute, the heat subsided, leaving him with the exhilarating realization that his strength had increased 5-fold. Eager to test his newfound power, Lin Bei retrieved his heaven-slaying demon spear. What once felt slightly heavy in his hands now seemed as light as a feather, and he swung it effortlessly with precision. Just as he was about to store the spear away, an idea struck him. Turning to the system, he asked if the spear could be used as a material to fuse with a dragon. The system confirmed, yes, the dragon will inherit the spear's sealing properties. In fact, anything from the angel halo to a roadside pebble can be used for fusion, though the effects will vary in strength. This revelation sparked Lin Bei's excitement, and he immediately resolved to use the heaven-slaying demon spear for a fusion. However, deciding which dragon to pair it with would require careful consideration. Having already opened 2 gift packs, he decided to use his opportunity to draw a dragon next. Determined to improve his luck, Lin Bei made his way to the bathroom and washed his face, a symbolic gesture to cleanse his fortune. He knew that ordinary Western or Eastern dragons wouldn't suffice. He was aiming for something far more powerful. Returning to the sofa, he sat down, took a deep breath, and, with a mix of anticipation and nerves, declared to the system, use the random dragon draw opportunity. At the moment Lin Bei decided to draw a young dragon, he had already prepared himself mentally. Even if the worst-case scenario was drawing an Eastern or Western dragon, he could accept it calmly. After all, regardless of the type, a dragon is still a true member of the dragon clan, possessing immense power. Suddenly, the system notification chimed. Ding! Random dragon selection in progress. The progress bar climbed rapidly. 10, 30, 50, 70, 90. Selection complete. Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing a rare dragon species light dragon hatchling. The hatchling has been stored in the system space and can be retrieved at any time. Hearing the words, light dragon, Lin Bei's breathing became noticeably heavier. This was a rare species, far more uncommon than the typical Eastern or Western dragons. Without hesitation, he opened the system space and retrieved the light dragon, also summoning Yi and Xiaolu, shrinking their forms to the size of house cats. The moment the light dragon appeared in the room, it instantly became the center of attention. Its appearance leaned more towards a Western dragon, with a body as pure and white as a cloud, 2 sharp horns atop its head, and a pair of pristine feathered wings on its back. Its beauty was breathtaking. Even more remarkable was the aura it exuded, a sacred and soothing energy, like the warmth of sunlight, which subtly dispelled the bloodthirsty and violent aura surrounding Yi and Xiaolu. The 2 older dragons exchanged astonished glances before circling the slumbering light dragon gently, careful not to disturb its dreams. 3 dragons of different species coexisting harmoniously without any trace of hostility. It was a rare and extraordinary sight. Lin Bei smiled with satisfaction. As expected of a light dragon truly one of a kind, he began contemplating the materials needed for crafting. An angelic halo seemed perfect for the light dragon, as both symbolized light and purity. As for the heaven-slaying demon spear, it might be better suited for a future bone dragon, should he acquire one. As the night deepened, Lin Bei grew tired and retreated to his bedroom to rest. Through his connection with the system, he knew the light dragon wouldn't awaken for at least another 3 hours. When he woke up the next morning, Lin Bei found himself surrounded by the 3 dragons. Though they were all in their smaller forms, their combined weight still added up to over 100 pounds, leaving him slightly short of breath. With a wry smile, he muttered, "Having so many dragons is definitely a sweet burden." Still, thanks to the calming presence of the light dragon, he had one of the most restful sleeps in a long time. Before long, the 3 dragons stirred and began to wake as well. In an instant, they all rushed toward Lin Bei, each one vying for attention as if competing to outdo the others in affection. The most energetic among them was the young light dragon, still in its juvenile phase. It bounced happily around Lin Bei, letting out joyful low-pitched chirps. Just as Lin Bei was surrounded by these little creatures, a crisp knock on the door interrupted the cheerful atmosphere in the room. "Brother Bei, are you awake? It's time to head to the academy," came the familiar voice of Wang Yuling from outside. Lin Bei quickly stored the 3 dragons into his system space, got up, and opened the door. Moments later, he and Wang Yuling left the somewhat run-down residential complex together. Meanwhile, the atmosphere inside the Huang family mansion in Nanshan City was completely different. In the opulent main hall, Huang Bashuan, the head of the Huang family, sat in the central seat with a grim expression. The hall was filled with the family's senior members, all standing upright with tense postures. They barely dared to breathe, fearful of disrupting the oppressive silence. Huang Bashuan's gaze swept slowly across the room, and each glance sent a chill down the spine of those he looked at. "I have 2 announcements to make," he said, his voice cutting sharply through the silence. "One good news and one bad news." At the sound of his voice, everyone in the hall instinctively tensed, afraid that even the slightest lapse in attention could spell disaster. "Let's start with the good news," Huang Bashuan continued. "Our plan is progressing smoothly. In no more than a week, the magical beast egg will hatch. When that happens, the Huang family will reign as the masters of Nanshan City. Now, you may celebrate." As soon as the words left his mouth, the crowd erupted into synchronized cheers, as if someone had flipped a switch. "This is fantastic. Our efforts have paid off. All thanks to the family head's leadership. With you at the helm, the Huang family is destined to soar." Once the cheers subsided to a level that satisfied him, Huang Bashuan's expression darkened again. "Now, it's time to share the bad news." As soon as Huang Bashuan finished speaking, the hall fell into an eerie silence. Everyone lowered their heads, afraid of becoming the unlucky one to stand out. "Fai Long is dead." Huang Bashuan's cold voice echoed again, laced with murderous intent. "Find out who did it. Anyone daring to lay a hand on the senior members of the Huang family will not be allowed to live." The crowd trembled, nodding repeatedly, not daring to utter a word. In the Huang family, Huang Bashuan's word was law, and those who opposed him never met a good end. Seeing no one respond, Huang Bashuan continued, "The hatching of the magical beast eggs must be accelerated. Assemble a team to capture magical beasts in the forest. If you can catch a dragon, even better. Also, head to the 3rd Academy and find a student named Wang Yuling. If she can be recruited, do so. If not, find a way to purchase the magical beast she's tamed." Before he finished speaking, Huang Bashuan had already risen and left. Only after he was gone did the other members dare to whisper among themselves. "Fai Long was actually killed? Whoever did it must be a top-tier expert in Nanshan City. There are only a handful of people stronger than Fai Long. It shouldn't be too hard to investigate. Enough talking. Let's carry out the family head's orders immediately." Meanwhile, Lin Bei and Wang Yuling had just arrived at the academy, instantly drawing attention. Students cast envious, jealous, or disdainful looks their way, and the sound of gossip quickly filled the air. "Look, that's the freeloading Lin Bei. I heard he made at least 10 million off that girl. Living off a woman at such a young age, how disgraceful. That girl must be blind. With her talent, why would she fall for someone like him?" These unabashed comments reached their ears. Wang Yuling stomped her foot in anger and turned to look at Lin Bei, only to see him maintaining his usual calm demeanor, as if the remarks weren't about him at all. "Brother Bei, don't you care about what they're saying about you? It's not even true." Wang Yuling couldn't help but ask. Lin Bei turned to meet her gaze and replied calmly, "If a dog barks at me, should I bark back? Sometimes, stooping to their level only makes things worse." Wang Yuling was momentarily stunned, but soon followed him with a face full of admiration. However, the surrounding students didn't hear their conversation. Seeing the two walk away only solidified their assumptions. and the gossip grew even louder. Although Lin Bei appeared indifferent, his mind was racing. How had yesterday's events spread across the academy overnight? There had to be more to this. Finally, Wang Yuling couldn't hold back anymore. She turned to the crowd and shouted, "Shut up, all of you. So what if he's freeloading? You talk like it's something everyone can do. Take a good look at yourselves. Most of you aren't even worthy of freeloading. Does that make you less than trash?" Her words left the crowd speechless, and they quickly dispersed. Wang Yuling turned back to Lin Bei, apologetic. "Sorry, Brother Bei. When it comes to barking dogs, I prefer making them shut up. But it seems there's no clearing up this freeloading rumor about you." She had chosen this approach to protect Lin Bei's secret. If the truth about his pet dragon were to get out, it would undoubtedly cause major trouble. Everything she did was for Lin Bei's sake. Lin Bei didn't harbor any resentment toward Wang Yuling's actions just now. Her approach not only safeguarded his secrets, but also temporarily quelled the swirling rumors. Looking at Wang Yuling, he chuckled lightly and said, "It's fine. I don't care what they think. But you might face some trouble. Although you've silenced them for now, this won't last long. Even if they don't dare to say anything outright, they'll still gossip behind your back." Hearing this, Wang Yuling raised her hand to rub her temples, a look of frustration crossing her face as she sighed. "Ah, whatever. It doesn't matter as long as you're okay, Beige." Indeed, her harsh words earlier had undoubtedly hurt many people's pride, and those individuals would surely hold both her and Lin Bei in contempt. A few minutes later, the two of them went their separate ways to their respective classes. Although they were in the same grade, they were not in the same class. As Lin Bei walked the short distance of just 100 meters, he could feel countless gazes fixed on him, but he paid them no mind and walked into his classroom with composure. The moment he stepped inside, every pair of eyes in the classroom turned to him. Unlike the people outside, who only knew bits and pieces of the rumors, his classmates were far more familiar with the situation between him and Wang Yuling. Despite the intense attention, no one said a word. The eerie silence in the room was unsettling. Lin Bei closed his eyes, pondering the situation. Just as he was deep in thought, the sound of approaching footsteps grew louder. Opening his eyes, he saw Li Kai walking toward him with a smug grin on her face, her eyes brimming with disdain. Before Lin Bei could say anything, Li Kai spoke first. "Oh? You're here, pretty boy. How does it feel to have everyone know you're just a kept man? Angry? Huh? Too bad Wang Yuling isn't here to defend you now." The classroom remained deathly silent, with only Li Kai's voice echoing. Lin Bei's gaze turned icy as he stared at her. "So, it was you behind all this," he said coldly. "That's right. And what if it was me? If you're going to be a kept man, don't complain when people talk about it," Li Kai admitted without hesitation. Ever since Lin Bei overshadowed her during their awakening ceremony, her resentment toward him had only grown. Spreading these rumors was her way of venting her personal grievances. Hearing her blatant confession, Lin Bei finally reached the limits of his patience. He stood up abruptly and strode toward her, closing the distance until only a meter separated them. "Congratulations," he said, his voice low and menacing. "You've succeeded in making me angry. Now you'll have to pay the price." If Li Kai had only targeted him, he might have let it slide. But this time, Wang Yuling was dragged into the mess, and the consequences were far-reaching. "Oh, pay the price?" Li Kai sneered. "What are you going to do? Hit me? Go ahead. If you dare lay a hand on me, the academy will punish you." She thought her words would intimidate Lin Bei, but instead, they gave him an unexpected idea. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow at her remark. It was true the Third Academy had strict rules against students harming each other on campus. The lightest punishment was a week-long suspension, while the harshest could lead to expulsion. But right now, time was something Lin Bei could afford to lose, and he had many plans in motion. A punishment might actually play into his hands. "Thank you," he said suddenly, his unexpected gratitude catching Li Kai off guard. In the next instant, Lin Bei clenched his right fist, his arm muscles taut and veins bulging. Without hesitation, he delivered a powerful punch to Li Kai's abdomen. The force of the blow erupted with a thunderous impact, and the immense pain surged through Li Kai's body like a tidal wave. Her eyes instantly filled with bloodshot veins, the crimson threads spreading like a spiderweb, making her look like a madwoman who hadn't slept for 10 days. Before she could even cry out in pain, her entire body was sent hurtling backward like a kite with a broken string. In less than a second, her figure crossed an entire 10 meters. Thud. The dull sound of impact echoed as Li Kai slammed heavily into the wall at the front of the classroom. She lost consciousness on the spot, blood seeping from various parts of her body, her bones shattered completely. The wall behind her couldn't withstand the immense force either, cracks spreading outward like a spiderweb. All of this originated from what seemed like an ordinary punch from Lin Bei. Ever since he had tamed 3 dragons, his strength had far surpassed that of normal people. Coupled with the effects of a strength-enhancing potion, even using only a fraction of his power was far beyond what someone like Li Kai, an ordinary person could endure. Lin Bei knew exactly how powerful he was, but the moment he chose to act, it meant he was fully prepared for the consequences. The classroom fell into a dead silence, so quiet that even the sound of breathing was audible. Everyone stared in shock at Li Kai embedded in the wall, their expressions frozen. It wasn't until Lin Bei casually returned to his seat that the room erupted in a flurry of exclamations. No way. Lin Bei actually dared to hit Li Kai in front of everyone? That's insane. How is this possible? A single punch with that kind of force? Is this really the same Lin Bei we know? The one who always seemed so harmless? This is terrifying. Who would dare mess with him now? Fear rippled through the classroom, and no one wanted to be the next unlucky person sent flying into a wall. After a long pause, a trembling voice finally broke the silence. But Lin Bei's in trouble now. The academy won't just let this slide. Publicly attacking a fellow student in the academy is undoubtedly a matter of utmost severity. Li Kai's injuries were shocking. She had been slammed into the wall, leaving no doubt that this was far from a trivial incident. Just 1 minute later, a team of 3rd Academy security guards, clad in their standard black uniforms, arrived at the scene in a brisk manner. As professionals responsible for maintaining campus order, they quickly assessed the situation upon entering the classroom. The security captain, Ning Haoyuan, immediately focused on the victim, Li Kai. Upon seeing her condition, his experienced eyes widened, and he froze mid-step, drawing in a sharp breath. This is way too much. She looks like she was hit by a truck. In his 10 years as captain, he had never encountered injuries this severe. This incident had clearly escalated well beyond the scope of a typical student altercation. Quick, get her to the medical center, Ning Haoyuan ordered without hesitation. A few team members carefully stepped forward and lifted Li Kai with utmost caution. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Ning Haoyuan turned to Lin Bei, his tone stern. Come with me. The dean wants to see you. As he spoke, he scrutinized Lin Bei's expression, only to be taken aback by the calm demeanor on the young man's face. Lin Bei appeared utterly unbothered, as if the entire situation had nothing to do with him. This unsettling composure sparked a flicker of doubt in Ning Haoyuan's mind. What was even more surprising was Lin Bei's response. Without hesitation, he walked out of the classroom and even turned back to urge, hurry up. This was the first time Ning Haoyuan had encountered a student bold enough to rush him. It wasn't until long after Lin Bei and the security team had left that the students in the classroom finally snapped out of their shock. Seeing something this terrifying so early in the day, I'm definitely having nightmares tonight. Note to self: never cross Lin Bei. I don't want to end up embedded in a wall. With injuries like that, Lin Bei's bound to face serious punishment. 5 minutes later, Ning Haoyuan stood outside the dean's office and knocked on the door. Upon receiving permission, Lin Bei entered the office alone. You. Dean Bai Zhou's brows furrowed slightly in surprise as he muttered under his breath, this is going to be tricky. He hadn't expected the violator to be Lin Bei. As someone the academy had just decided to prioritize for cultivation the day before, Lin Bei held significant value, particularly as the chosen representative of Wang Yuling, a prodigious talent. If the punishment were too harsh and Wang Yuling decided to align with another academy, it would be a major loss. Seeing through Bai Zhou's hesitation, Lin Bei took the initiative to speak. Dean, handle the punishment as you see fit. They'll personally explain things to Wang Yuling and ensure the matter is resolved smoothly. You don't need to worry about any backlash. Lin Bei had acted against Li Kai to buy time, and if Bai Zhou let him off lightly out of concern for Wang Yuling, it would actually disrupt his plans. Bai Zhou was visibly taken aback by Lin Bei's words. Really? He asked, his expression betraying a rare hint of disbelief. Is this really happening? Bai Zhou looked at Lin Bei in disbelief. In his many years of teaching, he had never encountered a student who not only refrained from pleading for leniency, but instead actively requested severe punishment. Lin Bei's expression was firm, his gaze steady as he met Bai Zhou's eyes. This is for the good of the academy. I ask the headmaster to act according to the rules. These words struck a chord deep within Bai Zhou. Initially, he had only decided to mentor Lin Bei out of respect for Wang Yuling. But now, this student willing to sacrifice privileges and bear harsh consequences for the academy's reputation had completely changed his perspective. Such character was indeed rare among students. Very well. As you wish, I will impose the punishment you deserve, Bai Zhou declared solemnly. Hearing this, Lin Bei let out a quiet sigh of relief. Strict punishment meant ample free time, which was exactly what he needed. Bai Zhou continued, the student you injured has suffered severe damage, leaving them incapacitated for at least 6 months. Given the gravity of the situation, you are hereby barred from entering the academy for 1 month. Additionally, during the remainder of your studies, you will forfeit all class privileges. I hope you take this time to reflect deeply on your actions. Though he was officially announcing the punishment, Bai Zhou's mind was already turning toward how he might cultivate this exceptional student. As for the 1-month penalty, Lin Bei felt nothing but joy. A month was more than enough time to execute his plans. Thank you, headmaster, he replied calmly. After a brief exchange, Lin Bei turned and walked away, his steps unhurried. Bai Zhou watched his figure gradually disappear into the distance, a strange sense of familiarity washing over him, as though he had seen this silhouette somewhere before. Bai Zhou stood by the window, his gaze locked on Lin Bei's retreating figure in the distance. That silhouette stirred a memory from the previous night, the mysterious figure riding a dragon. The resemblance was uncanny, but he quickly dismissed the thought. The reasoning was clear. Lin Bei had only recently awakened his abilities, and there were countless witnesses to that fact. Furthermore, Lin Bei had returned to the academy with the other students last night. It was impossible for him to have simultaneously appeared in the heart of the beast forest. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Zhou chuckled softly and shook his head. Rising from his seat, he adjusted his robes with practiced ease. As the dean of the Third Academy, Bai Zhou was no stranger to navigating complex situations. If Lin Bei was so cooperative, it was only fair for him to consider how to properly reward the young man. After leaving the dean's office, Lin Bei didn't head back to class. Instead, he went straight home. The moment he stepped through the door, 3 dragons materialized, spreading their wings and soaring through the room. Lin Bei settled onto the couch, his mind already racing to organize the tasks ahead. Selling the captured beasts, preparing for the grand event in the neighboring city in a few days, gathering materials to synthesize the light dragon, dealing with the Huang family's hybrid Taotai, and confronting the Suntamerge bone dragon. Thankfully, the academy had granted him a month of free activity. Otherwise, tackling these challenges would have been nearly impossible. Among these tasks, the most daunting was the hybrid Taotai egg in the possession of the Huang family. The system's mission required him to eliminate the hybrid Taotai. Although its exact strength was unknown, Lin Bei understood the importance of being fully prepared. At the same time, he decided to spread word of the matter strategically. After all, once the hybrid Taotai hatched, the entire city of Nanshan could be in grave danger. It was then that Lin Bei recalled a function he had unlocked earlier when opening a system gift pack, the recycling feature. Wasting no time, he accessed the system store and retrieved a containment bag holding a captured beast to test the feature. Within moments, the system responded. Recycling successful. 2,500 points awarded. The points matched the combined value of the beast and the bag, saving him the hassle of converting funds into points manually. Encouraged by the results, Lin Bei continued recycling his inventory. Points rapidly accumulated: 2,800, 3,500, 2,100, 2,500, 3,600. By the time he finished, his total points had reached an impressive 108,000. Satisfied, Lin Bei decided to sell the remaining beasts to merchants instead. As night fell, Lin Bei wrapped up his day of work. Despite the sheer number of beasts, he had managed to sell a significant portion, earning over 10 million in cash. Combined with the rewards from the gift pack he'd opened earlier, his total funds now exceeded 20 million. Just as he was about to rest, a sudden knock at the door interrupted him. A familiar voice called out, "Bei Zhage, are you home? I have so much to tell you." Lin Bei quickly stored Xiao Lu and the light dragon back into the system's space, leaving only Yi out. He then walked to the door and opened it to greet Wang Yuling. The moment Wang Yuling stepped inside, she excitedly began recounting how Lin Bei had dealt with Li Kai, showering him with praise for his actions. After chatting for a while, her tone shifted. "Bei Zhage, someone from the Huang family approached me today. They were very sincere in inviting me to join them. I told them I'd think about it. What do you think I should do? I just have this feeling they're up to something shady." Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, a plan forming in his mind. "Xiaoling, go ahead and agree to their offer, but don't join them directly. Instead, let me join as your representative. That way, it's as if you've joined, without actually doing so. This would be the perfect opportunity to infiltrate the Huang family and get closer to the hybrid Taotai egg." Though she didn't fully understand his intentions, Wang Yuling trusted him enough not to question further. "All right, Bei Zhage, they'll do as you say." Lin Bei gently patted her head, his voice soft yet reassuring. "Xiaoling, thank you. You'll understand why I'm doing this in a few days." Wang Yuling's cheeks flushed red, and she stammered, "Okay, I trust you, Bei Zhage." The next morning, Lin Bei was awakened by the vibration of his phone. On the other end of the line, an unfamiliar female voice spoke. "Hello, is this Lin Bei?" "Yes, that's me. This is Huang Feishue from the Huang family. Wang Yuling mentioned that if you were to join us, she'd follow suit. So, I wanted to ask, are you willing to join the Huang family?" Hearing this, Lin Bei was slightly surprised. Not long after dawn, the Huang family had already called. This made him think that Wang Yuling must have contacted the Huang family early in the morning. It seemed she genuinely cared about his affairs. On the other end of the line, Huang Feishue's voice was urgent. "Hello? Have you made up your mind?" "I'm in." Lin Bei responded without hesitation. Joining the Huang family aligned perfectly with his plan. It was a necessary step to accomplish his goals. "Great. Welcome aboard." Huang Feishue said excitedly. If you're free, come over to the Huang residence. There are some things we need to discuss in person. All right, they'll head over soon. After hanging up, Lin Bei glanced at the 3 dragons sleeping beside him and returned them to the system space. Bringing them to the Huang family would indeed be inappropriate and could cause unnecessary trouble. 2 hours later, Lin Bei arrived at the Huang family's villa district, far from his rundown neighborhood. Huang Feishue was already waiting at the entrance and immediately recognized the young man. To Lin Bei's surprise, her appearance bore a striking resemblance to the late Huang Feilong, both in looks and age. Although she seemed slightly younger, clearly, they were siblings. You must be Lin Bei, right? That's me, Lin Bei replied calmly, showing no trace of guilt for having killed her brother. Huang Feishue smiled and gestured behind her. Follow me. The family head wants to see you. Lin Bei followed her, discreetly observing his surroundings, hoping to find any sign of the Taodai hybrid egg. However, even by the time he met the Huang family head, there were no clues. After a day of recovery, Huang Bashuan appeared much better. When his gaze landed on Lin Bei, a faint trace of disdain flickered in his eyes. If not for Wang Yuling's request, Lin Bai's talent and background would never have earned him a place in the Huang household. Lin, welcome to the Huang family. Becoming an honorary member of our family is a decision you won't regret, Huang Bashuan said with confidence. For Lin Bei, who knew about the existence of the Taodai hybrid egg, these words were far from empty promises. Indeed, I won't regret it, Lin Bei replied meaningfully. Both of them spoke of no regrets, but their intentions were vastly different. Huang Bashuan, however, remained oblivious to the hidden undertones. All right then, now that you've joined the Huang family, feel free to explore. But under no circumstances should you go near the forbidden area in the south. It's extremely dangerous. Huang Bashuan cautioned, not wanting Lin Bei to encounter any harm, especially considering Wang Yuling's involvement. Hearing this, Lin Bai's breath quickened as he pieced things together. Suppressing his excitement, he nodded and said, Understood. Thank you, family head Huang. I'll take my leave now. This gratitude was genuine. Huang Bashuan hadn't suspected a thing and was letting him go freely. In the vast courtyard, only Huang Bashuan and Huang Feishue remained, standing face to face. Lin Bei's footsteps grew fainter and fainter until they finally disappeared into the distance. Huang Bashuan fixed his gaze on Huang Feishue, his eyes gleaming with barely concealed murderous intent. What have you found? Anything? We cannot let Feilong's death be in vain. His voice was low and seething with anger, his fists clenching involuntarily. Huang Feishue's eyes dimmed as she shook her head lightly. No leads yet. I've investigated several suspicious individuals, but none of them seemed to be the culprit. As the younger sister of the deceased, she had poured all her efforts into solving the case. Yet the truth remained elusive. Keep investigating. Huang Bashuan's expression darkened further. We must find the killer. This is about the honor of the Huang family. To him, a family that couldn't even track down a murderer had no place in the martial world. Meanwhile, Lin Bei appeared to be wandering aimlessly through the Huang family estate, but was, in fact, gradually making his way south. Huang Bashuan's earlier attempt to prevent him from heading toward the southern forbidden area had only strengthened his resolve to uncover its secrets. Half an hour later, when Lin Bei reached the southern part of the estate, the surrounding area was eerily deserted, a sharp contrast to the lively atmosphere elsewhere. At the end of a secluded path, he came across a tightly shut iron gate. As he took a step closer, a suffocating wave of malevolence rushed toward him, mingled with the thick scent of blood. The iron gate seemed like the entrance to hell itself, exuding an aura that sent shivers down his spine. Lin Bei immediately halted. He had located the mixed blood Taodai egg, but this was clearly not the right moment to act recklessly. He began formulating a plan in his mind. Tonight would be the time for decisive action. During the day, when Lin Bei entered the forbidden area, he finally understood the purpose behind Huang Bashuan's deliberate warning. The overwhelming aura of terror that greeted him was enough to make an ordinary person collapse on the spot or even lose consciousness. Fortunately, he had already tamed 3 dragons, which not only enhanced his abilities in every aspect, but also granted him the dragon's imposing presence. This allowed him to remain unharmed as he stood there. Gazing at the massive gate ahead, Lin Bei made a decisive choice. System, use 10,000 points to purchase the designated teleportation array. In an instant, the points vanished, and the system's notification sounded. Ding! Designated teleportation array successfully purchased. Would you like to use it now? Use it, Lin Bei responded without hesitation. Ding! The host is currently not at home. Would you like to set this location as the first teleportation point? Having already planned the placement of the teleportation points when he decided to exchange for the array, Lin Bei quickly set the first teleportation point behind the iron gate. The second point was placed at the center of the magical beast forest, connecting to another teleportation array. This arrangement was far more secure than setting the point at home after all. Even a cunning rabbit keeps multiple burrows. After completing the preparations, Lin Bei left the area and blended into the crowd. Thanks to Huang Bashuan's trust in him, the entire process went unnoticed by anyone. Later, he deliberately purchased items like a black hat, sunglasses, and a mask, storing them in the system space in preparation for his nighttime operation. When the cold moon hung high in the sky and the city fell into silence, Lin Bei was fully prepared. Dressed and ready, his mind was sharp, and both Xiao Lu and the Light Dragon were primed for action. Though the mission involved approaching a hybrid Taodai, as a descendant of one of the four fierce beasts, it was not to be underestimated. Teleport. After 2 teleportations, Lin Bei appeared within the Huang family's forbidden grounds. The aura was even more terrifying than during the day, and the scene before him was astonishing. In the center of the courtyard stood a hybrid Taodai egg, comparable in size to a van. Surrounding it were piles of magical beast remains, with a thick stench of blood permeating the air. Lin Bai's expression grew serious as he carefully took out his phone, capturing images of the Taodai egg and the surrounding scene as evidence. As he cautiously approached within 5 meters of the egg, the previously motionless object suddenly began to shake violently, accompanied by deep, resonating thuds from within. Lin Bei immediately halted, his brows furrowing as he fixed his gaze on the eerie sight before him. He stood there, momentarily stunned, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the hybrid Taodai egg before him. The surface of the egg suddenly rippled with an eerie disturbance, something he hadn't anticipated at all. Just then, the system's notification chimed in at the perfect moment, explaining the cause of this anomaly. The multiple dragon auras lingering on his body were the very reason for the hybrid Taodai egg's agitation. For a Taotai, a creature born to devour, the allure of dragons far surpasses that of ordinary magical beasts. Devouring a single dragon could yield power equivalent to consuming tens of thousands of regular magical beasts. Lin Bei suddenly realized the gravity of the situation, his heart sinking as he decided to activate a teleportation array to leave the area immediately, hoping to prevent an uncontrollable disaster. But it was too late. The hybrid Taodai egg's agitation grew more intense. With 2 sharp cracking sounds, the egg's shell split open, revealing 2 fist-sized holes. From within the darkness, a pair of blood-red, menacing eyes emerged, those of the hybrid Taotai. The atmosphere within the courtyard instantly turned suffocatingly oppressive, as if the air itself had solidified. It was a suffocating aura of pure malevolence and unhinged madness. Enveloped in it, Lin Bei felt as though he had been thrust into a realm of 100 ghosts, surrounded by countless vengeful spirits. A deafening roar tore through the silence, reverberating across the entire Huang family estate. Every sleeping member of the clan was jolted awake. Huang Bashuan, not even pausing to put on his shoes, immediately summoned his thunderstorm serpent turtle and rushed toward the source of the commotion at the fastest speed possible. Lin Bei took a deep breath, steadying himself as he locked eyes with the blood-red gaze of the beast. Despite facing this peerless monstrosity, there was not a trace of fear in his heart. Instead, he smirked coldly to himself and thought, just a hybrid Taodai, and it dares to dream of devouring my dragon? The creature within the egg was not a purebred Taotai, possessing only a fraction of Taodai bloodline, while the rest of its lineage remained unknown. Such a hybrid constitution naturally could not compare to that of the dragon race. Even though Lin Bei's current dragons were synthesized, their bodies carried the complete bloodline of dragons, with the addition of some unique abilities. Unless this hybrid Taoye's other half of its lineage came from one of the 4 great ferocious beasts Tao Wu, Hundun, Qianqier from sacred beasts like the Qielin or Bai Zhe, its bloodline was indeed significantly inferior in strength. The scarlet eyes within the egg locked onto Lin Bei with an intense gaze, brimming with malice and greed. Though the creature was staring at an ordinary human, it felt an unprecedented temptation, as if it were facing a supreme feast. Deep, guttural growls echoed from the egg as the hybrid Taodai desperately yearned to devour Lin Bei. However, it remained trapped within the confines of its still-maturing eggshell, unable to break free. At that moment, a gentle dragon's call resonated from the system space. Lin Bei immediately recognized it as the newly tamed light dragon summoning him. Although the dragon could not speak human language, Lin Bei could sense its desire to be released. Without hesitation, he brought the light dragon out. The pristine, radiant light dragon spread its wings and flew toward the hybrid Taotai. The latter's attention was instantly captured, its greed intensifying as it fixated on devouring this sacred dragon. It rammed against its eggshell with ferocity, producing cracking sounds and adding 2 more fractures to its shell. The sinister aura emanating from the egg spread rapidly, soon enveloping half of the Huang family's estate. Weaker clan members collapsed unconscious, their faces twisted in pain even as they lay motionless. Huang Bashuan, who was rushing to the scene, was struck by a complex mix of emotions upon witnessing the chaos. He was both thrilled by the immense power displayed by the Taodai and deeply concerned for the safety of his clan. Muttering to himself, he said, "What's going on? When that entity entrusted me with this Taudai egg, they didn't mention anything like this would happen. Everything had seemed normal during the past few days of nurturing the egg, yet now it had suddenly become so violent, leaving him utterly perplexed." By this time, the light dragon had closed the distance, hovering just 10 centimeters away from the Taudai egg. Its gaze was filled with disgust, as if it were staring at something utterly abhorrent. The hybrid Taudai's roars reverberated throughout the Huang estate, filling many hearts with unease and fear of what might happen next. Fortunately, when that mysterious figure handed me the hybrid Taudai egg, they also taught me the method to control it. The Huang family head felt a wave of relief and quickened his pace. Without this control technique, the moment the hybrid Taudai emerged, it would have likely razed the Huang family estate to the ground. Meanwhile, the expression of the light dragon in the courtyard grew increasingly disdainful. Its 4 dragon claws clenched tightly into fists, and combined with its expression, it almost looked endearing. Not far away, Lin Bei keenly sensed the light dragon's intent. It was preparing to dispel the sinister aura that had pervaded the courtyard. The light dragon's wings began to flap more rapidly, and its pristine white head lifted proudly toward the sky. A resounding dragon's roar echoed through the heavens, and in an instant, a brilliant yet gentle white light burst forth from its body. This holy radiance spread like a tidal wave, enveloping the entire courtyard and effortlessly suppressing the chilling, malevolent energy. Standing amidst the light, Lin Bei was astonished to realize that the oppressive dread emanating from the hybrid Taudai had completely vanished. In its place was a soothing warmth, akin to being immersed in a hot spring, bringing a sense of tranquility and comfort. Was this the miraculous power of the light dragon? He marveled inwardly. In the blink of an eye, the white light illuminated half the sky. The ominous presence of the hybrid Taudai that had once filled the Huang family estate disappeared without a trace, as if winter had abruptly turned into summer. All the members of the Huang family who had been affected were instantly restored. Those who had fallen rose to their feet, the unconscious opened their eyes, and those who had been crying wiped away their tears. As they felt the surge of holy energy within them, they all widened their eyes in shock and awe. The power of the light dragon washed over the Huang family like a gentle spring rain, cleansing their bodies and souls. They gasped in awe as a warm current surged within them. What is this miraculous power? It feels like a comforting flame igniting in our hearts, banishing all discomfort without a trace. This sensation is even more incredible than taming a magical beast for the first time. It's like ascending from hell straight to heaven. Huang Bashuan sat atop his pet, gazing up at the unusually radiant night sky. Though it was deep into the night, the heavens shone brighter than midday. He swallowed hard, his hands trembling with excitement. Though he didn't know the exact details of what was happening, he could guess whatever force could dispel the aura of the hybrid Taudai must be just as powerful as the creature itself, if not more. This is it. A golden opportunity. Huang Bashuan patted the back of the thunderstorm serpent turtle beneath him and shouted with exhilaration, "Full speed ahead." As the head of the Huang family, he fully understood the magnitude of what this moment could mean. Meanwhile, in the courtyard where the hybrid Taudai egg was kept, the light dragon, radiating a sacred glow, stood in confrontation with the not-yet fully hatched creature. 2 completely opposing auras clashed within the confined space, but the light dragon clearly held the upper hand. A vast expanse of light overshadowed the small patch of darkness. This was only because the hybrid Taudai had yet to fully break out of its shell. If it were fully hatched, the battle would be much more unpredictable. Lin Bei observed the scene, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. The light dragon was exceeding all expectations. Not only could it dispel the surrounding darkness, but it also managed to suppress the hybrid Taudai, which had absorbed an immense amount of blood energy. This solidified Lin Bei's resolve to fuse the angelic halo with another light-based artifact to elevate the light dragon into a divine and holy entity of unparalleled power. The hybrid Taudai, despite being at a disadvantage, fixed its gaze on the light dragon with a mix of fear and insatiable greed. Even knowing it was restrained by the dragon's light, it still harbored the desire to devour it whole. Its low, guttural growls echoed, as if cursing, while the light dragon hovered above, radiating its sanctified brilliance with calm composure. Lin Bei slowly approached the Taudai egg and placed his hand on its cold, smooth surface. In his mind, he asked the system if the hybrid Taudai egg could be directly used for synthesis. The system responded affirmatively but advised against it, explaining that as a hybrid between a Taudai and an ordinary magical beast, and being immature at that, the synthesis results would be far from ideal. Lin Bei nodded in understanding. He wasn't in a rush to perform the synthesis anyway, especially since he didn't have any extra dragons to use. The light dragon was obviously not an option, and the best candidate would be the soon-to-merge bone dragon. Allowing the Huang family to continue incubating the hybrid Taudai was actually the optimal choice. Only a wealthy and resourceful family like the Huangs could see this project through. Plus, if they dared to hatch such a creature, they must have a method to control it. As Lin Bei locked eyes with the hybrid Taotai, the creature, though intimidated by the light dragon, showed no fear toward Lin Bei himself. It let out a malicious growl, which instantly angered the light dragon. Its round, white eyes widened, and its radiant glow intensified with its fury, banishing every trace of sinister darkness in the vicinity. The light dragon seemed ready to teach the hybrid Taotai a lesson, but Lin Bei stepped forward, standing by the fractured shell. In an icy tone, he said, "Roar all you want. It won't matter, you won't have many more days to do so. The day you hatch will be the day you die." These words completely enraged the Taotai. Its furious growls reverberated throughout the Huang family estate, and the massive egg shook violently, as if causing a localized earthquake. Lin Bei added coldly, "They'll be waiting for your birth." With that, he turned to leave, paying no further attention to the enraged creature. Just then, the iron gates of the courtyard burst open as someone barged in. It was none other than Huang Bashuan, who had raced here at top speed. The moment he entered, his eyes fell on the light dragon, its sacred glow illuminating the courtyard. The moment Huang Bashuan laid eyes on the radiant dragon, he froze in place as if struck by lightning. His mind went completely blank, and his Adam's apple bobbed up and down uncontrollably as he swallowed several times in an attempt to calm himself. His eyes were wide open, bloodshot, and locked onto the dazzling, pure white dragon glowing with a radiant light before him. A dragon? This is an actual dragon. Huang Bashuan's mind was overwhelmed with disbelief. Although he had already sensed that something unusual was happening here, witnessing the appearance of a real dragon with his own eyes was far beyond anything he had imagined. What puzzled him even more was why such a divine being would appear in the courtyard where the hybrid Taotai egg was kept. Soon, Huang Bashuan's rationality returned, and he immediately shifted his gaze to the hybrid Taotai egg not far away. Seeing that the egg was unharmed, he finally let out a small sigh of relief. At the same time, Lin Bei and the radiant dragon noticed Huang Bashuan's presence. Both of them regarded the Huang family patriarch warily. Lin Bei knew full well that as the head of the Huang family, Huang Bashuan's strength far surpassed that of Huang Failong. Although Lin Bei could leave at any moment using the teleportation array, he figured it was better to face the situation now and ensure things were under control. "Come to me," Lin Bei said to the radiant dragon. The dragon obediently descended to his side, no longer paying attention to Huang Bashuan. Huang Bashuan shifted his gaze to Lin Bei, who was wearing sunglasses and a hat, his eyes flashing with a hint of killing intent. "Who are you? What are you doing here? And how did you tame this dragon?" he demanded, firing off questions one after another. "I'm not here to answer your questions," Lin Bei replied coldly. "And frankly, I have no obligation to do so. Instead, let me ask you, where did you get that hybrid Taotai egg? Answer me." Huang Bashuan was enraged by Lin Bei's audacious attitude. He turned to the Tsanglei Thunder Serpent Turtle standing beside him and gave a cold command. "Attack!" In an instant, arcs of electricity erupted from the turtle's shell, forming a massive lightning sphere 5 meters in diameter, which hurtled toward Lin Bei with devastating force. A cruel smile spread across Huang Bashuan's face, showing no concern for the indestructible hybrid Taotai egg nearby. Despite the ferocious attack, Lin Bei remained calm and unruffled. "Sigh, I didn't stay here to fight," he muttered. Before his words had fully landed, he summoned Xiaolu. Huang Bashuan gasped in shock, once again another dragon. Xiaolu immediately unleashed its full strength, sending countless bolts of lightning intertwined with fierce winds crashing into the massive lightning sphere like a torrential storm. The sphere was not only forced to a halt, but began to disintegrate under the relentless assault. Within just 5 seconds, the lightning sphere completely dissipated, leaving the courtyard in tranquil silence once more. Huang Bashuan stood frozen in place, utterly stunned by what he had just witnessed. The turn of events had completely shattered his expectations. He had thought he could gain the upper hand, but to his astonishment, his opponent possessed not one, but two incredibly powerful dragons. Though his encounter with the dragons was brief, their capabilities were undeniable. The light dragon's aura suppressed the ferocity of the hybrid Taotai, while Xiaolu effortlessly neutralized the attacks of the thunderstorm serpent turtle. Such overwhelming strength left Huang Bashuan feeling deeply apprehensive. Lin Bei gently stroked Xiaolu's head, a rare, soft smile gracing his face. Having completed its initial evolution, Xiaolu's power had reached a new peak. Dispersing the relatively weak lightning attack had been a trivial task. Xiaolu flapped its wings excitedly, casting a smug glance at the light dragon as if showing off, but the latter chose to ignore it entirely. "Answer my question." Lin Bei's voice rang out calmly. "Or, face the consequences." Huang Bashuan snapped back to reality, glaring furiously at Lin Bei, who stood securely guarded by the two dragons. Inside, he was filled with regret. If this had been a week ago, When he still had 20 powerful beasts under his command, he might have had a chance. But now, in his quest to gain control over the hybrid Taodai, all his other beasts had been sacrificed as nourishment, leaving him with only the thunderstorm serpent turtle. Seeing Huang Bashuan remain silent, Lin Bei began counting down, his tone steady and unyielding. 3 seconds left. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, Lin Bei retrieved the demon-slaying spear from his system space and, without hesitation, drove it into the cracked opening of the hybrid Taoya's egg. The spear sank in by a full quarter of its length. Roar! The hybrid Taodai let out a howl of agony, a stark contrast to its previous roars of rage. Huang Bashuan broke into a cold sweat, his back drenched. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails nearly pierced his palms. Lin Bei withdrew the demon-slaying spear, now coated in dark blood, and issued a chilling warning. If you insist on staying silent, it will die here today. The hybrid Taoya's cries grew even more anguished, its massive egg shaking violently. At last, Huang Bashuan had no choice but to relent. This hybrid Taodai egg came from a mysterious organization called Shanghai, he admitted, pulling a mirror from his spatial ring as he spoke. The person who gave it to me goes by the title of Fierce Deity Sovereign. He believed I was worthy of raising the hybrid Taodai, and taught me the methods for nurturing and controlling it. That's all I know. Just then, a system notification echoed in Lin Bei's mind. Ding! A new mission has been successfully triggered. The system notification chimed abruptly, breaking the silence. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Without hesitation, he inquired about the mission details in his mind. Ding! The system's voice echoed again. Mission alert. Investigate the Shanghai organization. Gather information on their objectives, origins, reasons for establishment, and structural composition. This is a special mission. Greater completion yields greater rewards. Progress milestones will also grant interim rewards. Do you accept the mission? Lin Bei agreed without a second thought. Even without the system's directive, he had already planned to dig into this organization. As a seasoned warrior, he knew that slaying the half-blood Taodai would inevitably entangle him with the Shanghai organization. Besides, completing the mission promised enticing rewards, dragons, rare materials, and items to enhance his strength. The difficulty of this mission is extremely high. Please exercise caution, host. The system's warning reinforced what Huang Bashuan had claimed. The root of everything indeed lay with that fearsome deity. Lin Bei's gaze darkened as he stared coldly at Huang Bashuan, his hostility intensifying. While he had achieved his initial goal of uncovering the half-blood Taodai egg's origins, he had no intention of leaving just yet. He raised his sky-splitting demon spear once more, aiming its tip at the crack in the Taodai egg's shell. A slight push would pierce it effortlessly. Now, answer my second question, Lin Bei demanded, his voice sharp and icy. Huang Bashuan's expression twisted in frustration, his resentment almost palpable. Yet, for the sake of the half-blood Taoya's safety, he swallowed his fury, his nails digging deep into his palms. Blood dripped onto the ground. This was, without a doubt, the most humiliating moment of his life. What kind of organization is the Shanghai organization? Lin Bei pressed further. Grinding his teeth, Huang Bashuan reluctantly responded. It's an extremely secretive organization that has existed for at least several centuries, though very few are aware of its presence. My knowledge is limited. I only know they specialize in researching magical beast bloodlines. This half-blood Taodai is one of their creations. With my power and status, I'm not privy to much else. To them, I'm nothing more than a test subject. He paused briefly, then issued a warning. Ill-advised, you don't touch the half-blood Taodai. Offending the Shanghai organization will bring you nothing but disaster. Tread carefully. The system chimed in again. Congratulations, host. You've gained initial insight into the Shanghai organization. Mission progress increased. As a reward, you've received a motivational gift pack. Keep up the good work. Lin Bei fell into deep thought. Researching magical beast bloodlines? A half-blood Taodai as an experiment? What on earth was this organization plotting? A troubling possibility surfaced in his mind. If there was a half-blood Taodai egg, could there also be half-blood Xiongqi eggs? Or half-blood Hundan eggs? After a long silence, Lin Bei shook off his thoughts. Never mind. One step at a time. He stowed the sky-splitting demon spear into his system space and locked eyes with the half-blood Taodai. Remember what I said? Be waiting for your birth. Before he could finish speaking, a teleportation array flared to life. Lin Bei and the two dragons disappeared in an instant. After 2 consecutive transfers, they finally returned home. Huang Bashuan froze for a moment as he watched them vanish. Then, snapping out of it, he rushed to the half-blood Taodai egg and examined it meticulously. Once he confirmed it was unharmed, his suppressed rage erupted. Channeling his inner power, he unleashed his fury, reducing the courtyard to ruins. The furious roars of the half-blood Taodai echoed through the Huang family estate, terrifying nearby family members into silence. each too afraid to become collateral damage. For what felt like an eternity, Huang Bashuan vented his anger, leaving the courtyard in utter disarray. Only after the destruction was complete did he gradually regain his composure. From his storage space, he retrieved a peculiar mirror, his eyes glinting with a shadow of malice. The soft tapping sound of Huang Bashuan's fingers on the mirror's surface echoed distinctly in the silence. 3 seconds later, a dense black mist surged from the mirror, exuding a malevolent aura far beyond that of a hybrid Taotai. Holding the mirror, Huang Bashuan was gradually engulfed by the dark mist. Despite his immense power, he could not resist its force. His body went numb in an instant, and his vision was consumed by a bleak grayness. After what felt like an eternity, a voice resonated from all directions, cold and commanding. "Why have you summoned me?" Huang Bashuan's breath quickened. Forcing himself to remain composed, he responded with deep reverence, "Your Excellency." Today, a man appeared in the Huang family who has the ability to tame 2 dragons. One of them even possesses the power to suppress the ferocity of a hybrid Taotai. He carefully avoided mentioning the humiliation he had suffered, knowing that such trivial matters would only diminish his standing in the presence of the fearsome deity. Sure enough, the fearsome deity's interest was piqued. "Oh, 2 dragons? Intriguing. Prepare yourself, I will dispatch my subordinates to your family shortly." As the voice faded, the black mist dissipated, and Huang Bashuan regained his senses. The resentment he had felt moments ago was swiftly replaced by elation. "This is perfect. The subordinates of His Excellency are coming to the Huang family. Not only can I erase today's disgrace, but I might also gain even greater benefits." Meanwhile, Lin Bei had already returned home and was seated in front of his computer, searching for information about the Shanghai organization. However, no matter how deep he delved into the vast expanse of the internet, he found nothing. Any trace of the organization seemed deliberately concealed. Realizing the futility of his efforts, he abandoned the search and instead turned his attention to the reward package gifted by the system. The system notification chimed, revealing the package's contents: a speed-enhancing potion, a mental-enhancing potion, 5 million in startup funds, and 100 beast spirit pills. Without hesitation, Lin Bei consumed the 2 potions. A strange sensation swept through his body, first like a gentle breeze brushing his skin, then like water surging through his veins. His speed and mental acuity improved dramatically. After taking a moment to adapt to these changes, he examined the 2 special rewards. The first was a skill called mental perception, which allowed him to sense everything within a 2-meter radius range that would expand as his mental strength grew. The second was void skin, a rare material derived from a void beast, capable of short-range spatial traversal and essential for crafting teleportation equipment. 15 minutes later, Lin Bei received a text from Huang Feishue, inviting him to visit the Huang family the next day to meet an important guest. He contemplated the message thoughtfully. "It seems this guest is likely here for me. There's a good chance they're connected to the Shanghai organization." The following day, as Lin Bei stepped through the gates of the Huang family estate, the light dragon within his system space let out an excited, low hum. A system notification immediately followed. "Host, the light dragon has detected a sacred energy nearby. This indicates the presence of another holy entity in the vicinity." The system's explanation suddenly made Lin Bei understand the light dragon's reaction, and a wave of excitement surged within him, matching that of the light dragon. This could be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he could locate a material representing purity, he might be able to fuse it with the light dragon. Though he hadn't possessed the light dragon for long, he was well aware of how rare such sacred materials were. He couldn't afford to let this chance slip away. As he stepped into the Huang family estate, the sight of a bustling crowd greeted him, all surging toward the same direction. Among them were Huang family members dressed in uniform attire, as well as outsiders in varied clothing. The atmosphere was abuzz with speculation about Huang Bashuan's sudden summons, as people guessed what kind of esteemed guest could warrant such a grand gathering from the family head. Blending in with the crowd without drawing attention, Lin Bei moved along with the others toward the destination. The closer they got, the more excited the light dragon's roars grew within the system's space. Clearly, they were approaching the sacred object the light dragon had sensed. A sudden thought crossed Lin Bei's mind. Could this fusion material have something to do with the guest Huang Bashuan mentioned? It seemed like a plausible theory. After all, if the Huang family already possessed such a sacred object, the light dragon wouldn't have only sensed it just now. Finally, the crowd arrived at a courtyard where the hybrid Taodai egg was supposed to be stored. However, the egg was nowhere to be seen. Instead, standing in the courtyard were Huang Bashuan and a mysterious figure cloaked in a distinctive black robe. The robe was adorned with depictions of 4 mythical beasts, and merely looking at these images sent shivers through the crowd. Those with weaker constitutions even struggled to remain standing. Lin Bei immediately recognized the 4 symbols. They represented the 4 ferocious beasts: Taotai, Taowu, Qiongqi, and Hundan. This was unmistakably the emblem of the Shanghai organization. At the same time, the light dragon's roars reached an unprecedented intensity, clearly indicating that the sacred aura was emanating from this member of the Shanghai organization. As time passed, more people gathered in the courtyard, yet an eerie silence hung over the crowd. Huang Bashuan continued to converse in hushed tones with the black-robed figure, who was referred to as Xiong Hun. They appeared to be deliberating whether to reveal the existence of the Shanghai organization to the assembled crowd. Once everyone had arrived, Xiong Hun nodded in satisfaction and stepped forward to address the gathering. Without any preamble, he announced, "Welcome, everyone. Today, on behalf of the Shanghai organization, I bring you an opportunity." As his words echoed through the courtyard, he crushed a spatial ring in his hand. Instantly, a vast array of precious pills, weapons, equipment, and materials appeared neatly arranged on the ground, drawing gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Even Lin Bei couldn't help but focus his attention on the treasures, carefully observing them. Amid the chaotic scramble for treasures, Lin Bei's eyes were fixated on a peculiar white beast horn. At first glance, it seemed unremarkable, but its pure white hue was strikingly distinctive. Only Lin Bei could sense the dense, sacred aura emanating from it, an energy rivaling the power of the light dragon and the angelic halo. In the system space, the light dragon suddenly grew restless, letting out a series of resonant cries, as though it were being summoned by some mysterious force. Were it not confined to the system space, it would have undoubtedly rushed out to seize the horn in its jaws. This unusual reaction only reinforced Lin Bei's belief this horn was the treasure he had been searching for. At that moment, the system's notification sounded. "Host, you must obtain that horn. It is the horn of the divine beast by Zhe." Lin Bei drew a sharp breath, his eyes wide with disbelief and astonishment. By Zhe, legendary, auspicious beast that not only guided people through calamities, but also possessed knowledge of all things and could communicate with humans. This was a true divine creature. After taking a moment to steady his thoughts, Lin Bei pondered to himself, the Shanghai organization not only possesses hybrids of the four fiends, but now even has Bai Zhe's horn. Just how deep are their resources? A bold idea flashed through his mind. If I could combine Bai Zhe's horn with the light dragon and the angelic halo, what kind of existence would be born? The system then issued a timely new mission. Divine Beast Material Collection Task activated. Host, please collect as many Divine Beast materials as possible. Each material obtained will unlock new items in the system store, which may include Bai Zhe's affinity talents, guidance maps, or related materials. Rewards will be randomized. The system's definition of divine beasts includes Bai Zhe and the four fiends. As Lin Bei's heart raced with excitement over this enticing mission, the figure known as Xiong Hun began to execute his plan. He observed the greed in the eyes of the crowd with satisfaction before declaring, "Silence." The room instantly fell into a hushed stillness. Complete the task I assign, and you can become peripheral members of the Shanghai organization, gaining the treasure you desire. Someone immediately asked, unable to contain their eagerness, "What is the task? How difficult is it?" Xiong Hun smirked with a cryptic expression. "It's simple, help us hatch the magic beast eggs. Those who meet the criteria will receive an egg. Successfully hatch it, and you can join the Shanghai organization." Upon hearing this, Huang Bashuan's expression changed drastically. He was acutely aware of the terrifying entities that those magic beast eggs could bring into existence. Lin Bei, too, instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. The Shanghai organization was planning to mass-produce hybrid magic beasts. He realized he had to find a way to obtain Bai Zhe's horn, while also preventing this impending catastrophe. Just then, Xiong Hun retrieved another spatial ring, from which 20 magic beast eggs, radiating an ominous and terrifying aura, appeared before the crowd. "Are you ready? I will now begin selecting suitable candidates." The moment 20 pet eggs appeared out of thin air, the previously quiet crowd erupted into chaos. 20 pet eggs? That means 20 lucky winners. Please, let me be chosen. I need that elixir. The Shanghai organization may be mysterious, but they are undoubtedly a powerful force. Most of the crowd had been overwhelmed by the treasures before them, completely ignoring the possibility of any hidden dangers. After all, the rare items displayed by Xiong Hun were enough to captivate anyone in Nanshan City. Lin Bei stood silently among the crowd, his gaze fixed on the 20 pet eggs with a grave expression. On the surface, these eggs seemed ordinary, but he could clearly sense the cold and sinister aura emanating from them. These were far from ordinary pet eggs. 20 pet eggs. Is the Shanghai organization planning to use the entire Nanshan City and its surrounding magical beasts as resources for incubation? Lin Bei pondered to himself. He understood that hatching magical beast eggs required immense resources. Even a wealthy and powerful family like the Huang clan would need a considerable amount of time to complete such a process. As Lin Bei cast a questioning glance at Xiong Hun, the latter placed his hand on one of the eggs. A dark, shadowy glow emerged from his palm, lasting barely 2 seconds before dissipating. Does anyone here possess a crocodile affinity? Xiong asked. This hybrid magical beast egg contains the bloodline of crocodile-type beasts. Someone with the corresponding affinity would be the most suitable to hatch it. I do. I have a crocodile affinity. An excited voice immediately rang out from the crowd. This egg, is it really for me? Xiong nodded in confirmation. If you are the only one here with a crocodile affinity, this egg is yours. Additionally, you may choose one item from the pile of treasures. Whether or not you earn a second reward will depend on your future performance. Overjoyed, the individual quickly stepped forward to receive a spatial ring from Xiong, storing the magical beast egg and a high-quality wrist guard inside. Thank you. I promise to give my all in raising this pet egg. A glint of amusement flashed in Xiong eyes, though his expression remained calm. Good luck. The incubation method and important details are included in the spatial ring. Study them carefully. Remember, successfully hatching the egg will lead to even greater opportunities. Xiong continued to inquire about other affinities. Porcupine, shaggy dog, lion. With every 10 questions, 9 received responses. Only a few rare affinities went unclaimed. For every suitable candidate, Xiong handed over a hybrid magical beast egg along with a chosen treasure. Most people selected weapons, equipment, or elixirs, leaving the precious Bai horn untouched. Lin Bei quietly observed from the crowd, contemplating his next move. It seems that obtaining a magical beast egg requires a specific affinity. My dragon affinity is probably useless here. I need to come up with another plan. That Bai horn cannot slip through my fingers. If I miss this chance, who knows when the next one will come. If worst comes to worst, he'll have to resort to another night raid. Soon, only 3 magical beast eggs remained. 2 were set aside due to the absence of matching affinities, while the last one had yet to be tested. Xiong approached the final egg, placing his hand on it. Suddenly, a look of surprise crossed his face. This egg contains 2 distinct bloodlines. Why would the honored one entrust this to me? Could it be? Xiong scanned the crowd carefully and then spoke. Does anyone here possess a dragon affinity? This hybrid magical beast egg contained the bloodline of a dragon. When the words dragon affinity talent were mentioned, the room instantly fell into complete silence. All eyes turned in unison toward the last remaining pet egg, their expressions filled with shock and disbelief. A pet egg that required the rare dragon affinity talent to hatch. What could this mean? Could it be that this egg actually contained the bloodline of a dragon? The crowd erupted in a wave of astonished murmurs. For the Shanghai organization to offer such a priceless pet egg as a gift, this act of boldness and generosity left everyone present in awe. Any prior doubts or wariness toward the Shanghai organization dissolved in that moment, replaced with admiration and longing. Yet Lin Bei remained unusually calm, his gaze fixed steadily on the mysterious pet egg. If this truly was a hybrid dragon egg, then what might its other half be? A common magical beast? Or perhaps one of the ancient, fearsome creatures like the Taodai or Hundan? Countless possibilities raced through his mind. He was well aware that the Shanghai organization must have ulterior motives, but this was an opportunity he couldn't pass up. Not only could he obtain the Bai horn, but he could also gain deeper insight into the organization's intentions. Why not take the chance? The voice of Xiong rang out again. I'll ask one last time, does anyone here possess the dragon affinity talent? As a member of the Shanghai organization, he knew that the appearance of this unique hybrid pet egg in Nanshan City was no coincidence. This had to be a deliberate arrangement by the revered figures of the organization. After all, Nanshan City was far from a powerful hub, and a treasure of this caliber wouldn't just show up by accident. I have the dragon affinity talent, Lin Bei declared, his voice calm yet resolute. Immediately, dozens of astonished gazes turned toward him. No one doubted Lin Bei's words, for lying in such a situation would be tantamount to offending both the Shanghai organization and the Huang familiar, risk only a fool would take. Xiong scrutinized the young man closely, then turned to quietly inquire about Lin Bei's background from Huang Bashuan. After receiving an answer, he nodded to himself, understanding the situation. It was clear now. The revered figures of the organization must have known about the presence of someone in Nanshan City with the dragon affinity talent, which was why they had specifically arranged for this hybrid beast egg to appear here. Come forward and choose your reward. Xiong gestured for Lin Bei to step forward. Considering that your strength is relatively weak but your talent is extraordinary, you will be granted an additional selection. Along with this pet egg, you may choose 2 other treasures from this collection. This announcement immediately sparked a flurry of envious whispers among the crowd. Lin Bei, however, maintained his composure as he approached, though his wariness grew even stronger. The Shanghai organization's preferential treatment toward him clearly indicated a hidden agenda, and it was no small matter. Despite his caution, Lin Bei decided to go with the flow. His eyes fell on the Bai horn among the treasures, sensing the sacred aura it emanated. no less powerful than the majesty of a light dragon. Taking a deep breath, he reached out without hesitation and picked up the Bai horn. I'll choose this, he stated. This choice caught Xionghuan off guard. He had assumed Lin Bei would opt for a weapon or piece of equipment, not expecting him to be drawn to what appeared to be an ordinary horn. The vengeful spirit stared at Lin Bei for a full 5 seconds, the shock in his eyes gradually subsiding. He quickly made a decision and said in a deep voice, "Young man, you'd better use these 2 selection opportunities on something truly valuable, not on these useless items." This remark stemmed from his understanding of Lin Bei. Anyone else would never have chosen this mysterious horn. Even the vengeful spirit himself couldn't explain what it was, had merely snatched it from another member of the Shanghai organization. "I know," Lin Bei responded without hesitation, "but I want this horn. As for those weapons and equipment, sorry, I really don't need them." To him, none of those items could compare to the horn of Bai. Bai, a legendary divine beast. The courtyard fell into a heavy silence. No one had expected that, even after the vengeful spirit's clear warning, Lin Bei would remain so stubborn. The vengeful spirit took a deep, heavy breath, a flicker of rage flashing in his eyes. But he quickly suppressed his anger, thought for a moment and said, "Fine. Besides this horn, you can also have 2 additional items, but I will choose them." If not for the need to hatch that egg using Lin Bei's innate dragon affinity, the vengeful spirit might have already killed him. A newly awakened kid daring to defy his will. But for the sake of fulfilling the sovereign's goal, he had to endure. Revenge could come later, once the objective was achieved. Lin Bei had no objections to this proposal. His only desire was the Bai horn, and now he could not only obtain it, but also gain 2 extra pieces of equipment. It was a win-win situation. The vengeful spirit swiftly placed the Bai horn, a hybrid beast egg, and 2 powerful pieces of equipment into a spatial ring. When he handed it to Lin Bei, he made a point of saying, "Work hard. Don't let me down." His words were sincere. At this point, only 2 of the original 20 beast eggs remained. Looking at the crowd below, still eager for more, a trace of amusement appeared in the vengeful spirit's eyes. That's it for today. For those who didn't get a beast egg, don't be disappointed. This is only the first batch distributed by the Shanghai organization in Nanshan City. There will be a second batch soon. At that time, you might even have the chance to join our Shanghai organization. Having witnessed the Shanghai organization's wealth and power, the crowd erupted into excitement, eagerly anticipating that day. If the rewards for mere selection were this generous, the benefits of officially joining must be unimaginable. 20 minutes later, the crowd dispersed. Huang Bashuan, puzzled, asked, "Lord Vengeful Spirit, why did you do this? Even my Huang family struggles to hatch a hybrid Taodai egg. Giving it to these people is a complete waste." The vengeful spirit did not answer directly. Instead, he looked up at the sky and said indifferently, "It's best not to speculate about the sovereign's intentions." With that, he turned and left, leaving Huang Bashuan with a grim expression. Lin Bei rushed home as quickly as possible and immediately activated a teleportation array, transporting himself to the heart of the magic beast forest. Xiao Lu, and the light dragon appeared alongside him. Considering the potential commotion that might follow, he deemed this location the safest for his next actions. Xiao Lu, patrol the area and make sure no one disturbs me." The 2 dragons spread their wings and began their surveillance. The surrounding magical beasts fled in terror under their oppressive aura. Lin Bei retrieved the items from the spatial ring. A hybrid beast egg imbued with dragon bloodline, a blood-red longsword, a jet-black soft armor, the Bai horn, and an unopened letter. His attention immediately focused on the beast egg as he eagerly reached out to touch it. The moment his hand made contact, he felt an overwhelming dragon aura and a fierce, malevolent energy reminiscent of the Taotai. At that very moment, the system issued a sudden alert. "Ding! Attention, host. The beast egg you just touched contains an extremely powerful soul imprint." Lin Bei froze suddenly, his pupils dilating instinctively. As soon as the system's notification sounded, he already had a rough idea of the answer. Whoever had inscribed the soul imprint on this pet egg must be a formidable figure from the Shanghai organization. System. The purpose of this soul imprint is it. Lin Bei hadn't finished his sentence when the system's voice interrupted. Exactly as the host suspects. The purpose of this imprint is to mark and bind. Even if the pet egg successfully hatches, its recognized master will only ever be the one who placed the imprint, not the one who hatched it. This is an extremely rare and forbidden technique. Lin Bei suddenly understood. The Shanghai organization's scheme was crystal clear. They handed out these hybrid beast eggs and rewards to others merely to use them as tools for hatching. Regardless of whether the egg produced a hybrid Taodai or a hybrid Xiongqi, as long as even one of the 20 eggs successfully hatched, it would be a profitable venture for them. Luckily, the system warned me, or I would have fallen right into their trap, Lin Bei thought with relief, then turned his attention to the unopened letter. The letter detailed two things. First, the method for hatching the hybrid beast egg, which required absorbing the life force of other beasts. And second, the formula for a pill called Blood Fury Pill. This pill could drive beasts into a berserk state, drastically boosting all their abilities, but at the cost of halving their lifespan or even causing instant death. The letter suggested using beasts under the influence of the Blood Fury Pill as hatching nutrients. After reading the letter, Lin Bei's expression turned grim. The true nature of the Shanghai organization had been fully exposed. It was a ruthless and extremely dangerous group that would stop at nothing to achieve its goals. Placing his hand back on the beast egg, Lin Bei activated his innate perception ability with full focus. This time, he detected that the dragon bloodline within the egg seemed unique, unlike the feeling he got from his three existing dragons. System, can you analyze the specific bloodlines within this egg? Yes, but it will cost 10,000 points. With 100,000 points in his possession, Lin Bei agreed without hesitation. The system quickly completed the analysis. This pet egg contains two bloodlines, one from Hundun, one of the four fiends, and the other from Yinglong. The revelation left Lin Bei utterly stunned, almost breathless. Hundun, as one of the four fiends, was incredibly powerful, and the might of Yinglong needed no elaboration. Such a combination of bloodlines was truly beyond imagination. Yinglong, the legendary mythical beast, must endure 5 centuries to become a horned dragon and 1,000 years to fully transform into Yinglong. This brief description alone highlights its extraordinary power. Even though this refers only to ordinary dragons and excludes unique species like light dragons, it is enough to affirm Yinglong's superior status. Lin Bei stared intently at the hybrid egg of Yinglong and chaos before him, his mind racing with thoughts. If this egg successfully hatches, what kind of being will emerge? A creature possessing the bloodlines of both Yinglong and Chaos. What unimaginable power would it wield? However, to make this a reality, the first step was to erase the soul imprint on the egg. Without doing so, all efforts would be in vain. System, is there a way to remove that soul imprint? Lin Bei asked. The system promptly responded. There are 3 methods. First, spend 1 million points to have the system directly erase it. Second, exchange for the corresponding ability in the system shop. Third, tame a soul-breaking dragon and use its power to erase the imprint. However, none of these methods are currently accessible to you. Please continue working hard. Although these options were temporarily out of reach, having solutions was better than none. Lin Bei was not discouraged. Instead, he felt quite satisfied. He had already devised a gentler method for hatching the egg and would never resort to violent means. He then placed the hybrid egg and 2 other pieces of equipment into his spatial ring. Due to the presence of the soul imprint, the hybrid egg could not be stored in the system space without immediately alerting the one who placed the imprint. The other 2 pieces of equipment, however, posed no such issue. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, Xionghuan knelt devoutly before a wall adorned with a dark-toned painting. The faint outline of a pair of eyes could be seen in the painting, exuding a pitch-black glow. Your subordinate, Xionghuan, greets the Honorable Xiongxin, Xionghuan said, bowing his head deeply. A deep voice emanated from the painting, criticizing Xionghuan's approach. It deemed his level of attention to the target and the resources he allocated insufficient. The reprimand left Xionghuan trembling, cold sweat dripping down his back. He repeatedly apologized and vowed to make amends. After a long, heavy silence, the Honorable Xiongxin granted him another chance, emphasizing that this egg was of greater importance than the other 19. As the glow from the painting faded, Xionghuan finally dared to rise, his clothes soaked through with sweat. Back on Lin Bei's side, he laid out the materials: a light dragon, an angel halo, and the horn of Bai Zhe, preparing to begin the fusion process. System, activate the fusion function, Lin Bei exclaimed excitedly. Following the system's prompts, he selected the 3 materials in sequence. A brilliant white light enveloped the items, lifting them into the air as the fusion process began. Fusion in progress. Please remain patient, host, the system announced. After staring at the massive orb of light in the sky for a long time, Lin Bei slowly shifted his gaze. His thoughts began to organize the current situation. 2 of the 3 dragons had already completed their evolution, and the 3rd was still in the process. This allowed him to focus his energy on other plans. In just 2 or 3 days, I'll have a bone dragon. Lin Bei calculated silently, eagerly anticipating the Huang family's success in hatching the hybrid Taotai. Once the Taotai emerged, he could finally begin the synthesis plan he had prepared for the bone dragon. The top priority now was to enhance the dragon's combat abilities. Since acquiring them, the dragons had experienced only a handful of real battles, which was far from sufficient. Lin Bei decided to camp out in the magical beast forest in the coming days, not only to train the 3 synthesized dragons in combat, but also to continue capturing other magical beasts. However, before that, he needed to spread an important piece of information: the details about the Shanghai organization and the hybrid ferocious beast egg. This was a matter of great significance, and even with his current strength, he couldn't confidently say he could face the Shanghai organization alone. Lin Bei shifted his attention away from the light dragon, which was still in the process of synthesis, and called back Yi, who was patrolling nearby. Whoosh! Whoosh! Yi quickly returned to his side, its eyes gleaming with anticipation, as if it already sensed something significant was about to happen. Not far away, Xiaolu cast an envious glance before diligently resuming its patrol duties. Lin Bei opened his system space and retrieved the stored beast spirit pills and young dragon feed. Thanks to the rewards from several previous gift packs, he now possessed a total of 200 beast spirit pills and 10 portions of young dragon feed. These resources were enough to support the evolution of over a dozen juvenile dragons to their next stage. Eat up, Lin Bei said, gesturing toward the mountain of resources. Yi immediately dove into the pile of food, devouring the beast spirit pills greedily. The system notification chimed in. Ding! Yi successfully consumed a beast spirit pill. Growth value increased by 0.5. Yi successfully consumed young dragon feed. Growth value increased by 2. The results were far below Lin Bei's expectations, at least 10 times less effective than he had anticipated. A single beast spirit pill provided only a 0.5 increase in growth value, meaning it would take 200 pills to meet the evolution threshold. This was no small expense. Each beast spirit pill cost 500 points, equivalent to 50,000 credits, making the total for 200 pills a staggering 10 million credits. And this was just the cost to evolve from the juvenile stage to the mature stage. Additional points would be needed for further evolution. While Lin Bei was fretting over the exorbitant point consumption, the system suddenly chimed in with a reassuring message. Host, there's no need to worry. Once you have a mature stage dragon, the next stage of the store will be unlocked. Additionally, the task to collect the Bai horn will also be completed. This answered Lin Bei's lingering question why he hadn't received a task completion notification despite already obtaining the Bai horn. As time passed, Yi finally reached 100 growth value after consuming 10 portions of young dragon feed and 160 beast spirit pills. The system prompted him to spend 50,000 points to initiate the evolution process. This meant that evolving a single juvenile dragon to maturity required a total of 150,000 points equivalent to 15 million credits. Despite the steep cost, Lin Bei didn't hesitate to proceed with the evolution. 3 seconds later, a dazzling golden light erupted from Yi's body, completely enveloping it. The light ascended into the sky, resembling a radiant golden sun that bathed the entire sky in golden hues. Crack! Crack! After a long wait, the silence of the magical beast forest was finally broken by a sound, the sound coming from the orb of light that the light dragon had transformed into. Crack! Crack! The crisp sound of something breaking echoed all around. Lin Bei immediately looked up at the glowing orb in the sky that encased the light dragon. Its surface was now covered with fine cracks, spreading outward like a spiderweb. Tiny fragments of the orb fell continuously, disintegrating into shimmering particles upon touching the ground, disappearing without a trace. As time passed, the fissures across the orb grew denser. Lin Bei watched intently, the corners of his mouth curling upward into a grin of anticipation. The surface was now utterly riddled with cracks, and countless fragments of the orb floated down like delicate snowflakes, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. Taking a deep breath, Lin Bei felt his heart race with excitement. He was eager to witness what form the light dragon would take after merging with the Bai horn and the angelic halo. 10 seconds later, the massive glowing orb shattered with a deafening crash. Countless white fragments scattered like a violent snowstorm, momentarily blotting out the sky. Amid the flurry, a colossal white silhouette could be faintly discerned. At that moment, a system notification chimed in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a successful synthesis. As the notification faded, the radiant orb in the sky dissipated entirely, revealing the light dragon in its full glory. It was as large as a city bus, its body covered in pristine white scales that gleamed like fresh milk. Its golden eyes radiated a sense of holiness and majesty. Behind it, a pair of angelic wings had sprouted, pure and immaculate, while its original wings had transformed to match. A massive golden halo hovered above its head, exuding an overwhelming aura of divinity and purity that inspired reverence in anyone who gazed upon it. The most striking feature, however, was the Bai horn, which pierced through the angelic halo. Meanwhile, the light dragon's original pair of horns had shrunk to less than 10 centimeters, as though they might retract completely at any moment. Soaring high above, the light dragon left a trail of interwoven golden and white light in its wake, a glow that lingered in the air, dispelling all darkness. Even Lin Bei, standing on the ground, felt a profound sense of peace and serenity wash over him. As expected, my choice was the right one. Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction, a smile spreading across his face. His thoughts had already turned to the future, imagining the results of fusing the remains of the bone dragon and the hybrid Tao with the sky-splitting demon spear. These two distinct forces, when combined, would undoubtedly give birth to an even greater creation. Come down. Lin Bei gestured with a wave of his hand. The light dragon obeyed, descending gracefully with a resonant roar. Remarkably, as it landed, the withered trees and cracked ground around it began to repair themselves. The once dead trees sprang back to life, pushing forth vibrant new leaves. The transformation happening on the ground was astounding. The cracked earth began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if it had a life of its own, repairing itself autonomously. Even more astonishing, lush trees sprouted from the once barren ground, their branches laden with plump, ripe fruits. Lin Bei immediately recognized this as the miraculous ability of the light dragon. This went far beyond ordinary magic. It was nothing short of a divine miracle. As a series of deep thud sounds echoed, the ripe fruits began to fall from the trees, with several landing directly in Lin Bei's hands. He could feel the powerful energy fluctuations within the fruits, their potency rivaling that of high-grade elixirs used to replenish vitality and blood. This was no surprise, considering the light dragon, angels, and Bei were all symbols of auspiciousness and beauty. The combination of their powers created effects far greater than a simple sum of their parts. After storing the fruits in his system space, Lin Bei reached out and gently touched the angelic wings of the light dragon. Instantly, a stream of information appeared in his mind. Name, unnamed species. Species, light dragon of the dragon clan. Status, juvenile, weakest stage. Loyalty, absolute, will never betray. Abilities, possesses ultimate light and purity, capable of dispelling darkness, punishing evil, and healing all damage and disease in the world. Description, a holy light dragon, fused with the power of an angel and Bei, making it the purest and most sacred being in existence. Before Lin Bei could fully process this information, the system's notification sound abruptly chimed. Congratulations! The host has successfully synthesized 3 dragons, activating the species designation function. Please assign specific species names to these 3 dragons based on their abilities and characteristics. Note that names such as Yi or Xiaolu are merely personal nicknames and not official species designations. Each successful species designation will earn the host a corresponding reward. In an instant, Lin Bei's face showed a hint of surprise. The system had prompted him to designate a specific breed for the new dragon, offering a reward in return. This immediately made him ponder a question that had been lingering in his mind. After merging the radiant dragon with other materials, could it still truly be called a radiant dragon? The resulting dragon, in both appearance and abilities, was vastly different from a standard radiant dragon. Strictly speaking, it could no longer be considered a pure radiant dragon at best. It was a variant. The system provided a timely explanation. Any dragon that undergoes synthesis becomes an entirely new species, a dragon type that has never existed before. This is precisely why the host is required to name it. Lin Bei nodded silently, fully understanding the system's intent. Staring at the serene and majestic radiant dragon before him, his mind raced as he contemplated the naming process. After a full minute of careful thought, he finally came up with a fitting name. Celestial Radiant White Dragon. The name perfectly encapsulated the essence of the radiant dragon, an angelic presence, and the mythical Bei, combining all 3 traits into a name that exuded grandeur. As soon as the words left his lips, the system notification rang out. Ding! Species designation successful. Celestial Radiant White Dragon True Name Gift Pack has been issued. True Name Invocation feature is now activated. Through his interaction with the system, Lin Bei learned about the True Name Invocation feature. By fully invoking the dragon's species name, he could temporarily amplify the dragon's overall power significantly, akin to a short-term buff. However, this ability came with a cooldown period and certain side effects, requiring careful use. From now on, I'll call you Xiaobai, Lin Bei decided, giving it a casual and affectionate nickname. Hearing its new name, the celestial radiant white dragon let out a joyful, resonant cry, its wings gently stirring the air as a calming aura enveloped the surroundings. Eagerly, Lin Bei opened the system interface and unlocked the Celestial Radiant White Dragon True Name Gift Pack. The pack contained 3 special rewards. A random ability extraction, the chance to acquire one of the dragon's abilities at random. A random ability upgrade, the chance to enhance one of the dragon's abilities at random. A dedicated Celestial Radiant White Dragon space. A unique environment tailored to its growth, rest, and evolution. Though the rewards were few in number, each was of immense value. Lin Bei resisted the urge to use them immediately, instead shifting his focus to Xiaolu, who was patrolling nearby. He instructed the Celestial Radiant White Dragon to take over the patrol duties and turned his attention to assigning Xiaolu a new species name. Observing Xiaolu's 6 perfectly synchronized wings in motion, Lin Bei already had a clear idea in mind. After a minute of deep contemplation, Carefully weighing its physical traits and combat potential, he announced solemnly, Xiaolu, your new species name will be Six-Winged Storm Thunder Dragon. Six-Winged Storm Thunder Dragon. The moment this imposing name was declared, Xiaolu's excitement was palpable. Its 6 majestic wings began to flutter at an accelerated pace, creating a cacophony of thunderous crackles and fierce gusts of wind. Clearly, it was more than pleased with this powerful and commanding name. Right on cue, the system chimed in with its familiar notification. Ding! Species designation successful. The 6-Winged Storm Thunder Dragon True Name Gift Pack has been delivered. Just like the first time, the second species designation also came with a True Name Gift Pack reward. Lin Bei's heart skipped a beat as he immediately accessed the system inventory to inspect the new gift pack. Without hesitation, he issued a command. System, open the 6-Winged Storm Thunder Dragon's exclusive True Name Gift Pack. The system's notifications rolled in rapid succession. Ding! The 6-Winged Storm Thunder Dragon True Name Gift Pack has been successfully opened. Congratulations, host. You have received a special reward. One chance to randomly draw a 6-Winged Storm Thunder Dragon ability. Congratulations, host. You have received a special reward. One opportunity to randomly upgrade a 6-Winged Storm Thunder Dragon ability. Congratulations, host. You have received a special reward. Exclusive 6-Winged Storm Thunder Dragon Space. The system added. Host can activate the ability draw and upgrade opportunities by simply issuing a command. To store the dragon in its exclusive space, just visualize it in your mind. As Lin Bei had anticipated, the rewards for the True Name gift packs across different dragon species were consistent. Random ability draw, random ability upgrade, and an exclusive space. While there weren't any unexpected surprises, these rewards were undeniably practical and would significantly aid him in strengthening his powers. Xiaolu soon soared back into the skies. Among the 3 dragons that had completed their fusion, only Yi, currently undergoing its second evolution, was yet to receive a new species name. Lin Bei found a sturdy boulder, sat down, and waited patiently. Meanwhile, in the city of Nanshan, 17 other individuals who had obtained equipment and hybrid beast eggs were tirelessly working to hatch their pet eggs. Following the instructions provided in the Huang family's letters, they began crafting blood fury pills, known for their high success rate. Armed with these pills, they ventured into the outskirts of the Beast Forest safe zone, launching a large-scale hunt. Little did they know, their efforts were destined to be in vain. Back at the Huang family estate, Huang Bashuan stood in front of the storage area housing the hybrid Taodai egg, his brows furrowed in deep concern. From within the egg, the hybrid Taodai emitted furious roars, a reflection of its humiliation from the previous night. What should I do now? Huang Bashuan muttered to himself. If all 18 hybrid eggs hatch, the Huang family will lose any chance of controlling Nanshan City. This development threatened to derail his long-held ambition of unifying the city under the Huang family's rule. At that moment, a sinister presence materialized. Xionghuan, a member of the Shanghai organization. The figure spoke in a calm yet chilling tone. The organization has its plans. As long as you successfully hatch this hybrid Taodai egg, Nanshan City will fall into your hands. The others who possess hybrid eggs pose no real threat to you. After all, you were personally chosen by the Honored One. These words brought Huang Bashuan some relief. Determined, he resolved to mobilize the full might of the Huang family to ensure the successful hatching of the hybrid Taodai. As for the mysterious assailant from the previous night, with Xionghuan of the Shanghai organization by his side, Huang Bashuan decided it was not worth his immediate concern. 20 minutes passed, and Lin Bei remained on the boulder, patiently awaiting Yi's evolution. Suddenly, the radiant sky white dragon descended nearby in response to his call, landing gracefully on the ground. The magnificent creature nudged Lin Bei affectionately with its head, and Lin Bei reciprocated by gently stroking its gleaming scales. Activate the random ability draw opportunity. Lin Bei silently commanded in his mind. The system promptly responded. Ding! Default selected pet. Radiant sky white dragon. Random ability draw in progress. A progress bar appeared, rapidly filling from 10 to 100. Ding! Ability draw successful. The system's notification chimed crisply. Ding! The host has extracted the evil resistance physique from the radiant sky white dragon. This is the dragon's innate ability, and its strength will grow in tandem with the dragon's power. As the sound of the notification faded, a surge of information about the evil resistance physique flooded Lin Bei's mind. This physique granted him immense resistance against corruptive forces. Whether it was the malevolent aura of a Taotai or other wicked energies, none could affect his physical movements or mental clarity. Though this ability didn't directly enhance his combat capabilities, it was crucial for the adversaries he was about to face. Without delay, Lin Bei summoned the radiant sky white dragon and the 6-winged storm thunder dragon. Resolutely, he gave a silent command in his mind. Use the random ability extraction opportunity. Ding! The system promptly responded. Ability extraction successful. The host has acquired the Wind Thunder Wing manifestation ability from the six-winged Storm Thunder Dragon. This is a derivative ability linked to the dragon's power, and its potency will similarly scale with the dragon's strength. Another wave of knowledge surged into Lin Bei's consciousness. The Wind Thunder Wing manifestation allowed him to conjure a pair of storm-infused wings on his back, granting him control over fierce winds and lightning. While its use was somewhat limited, it undeniably bolstered his combat prowess. He soon grasped the distinction between innate and derivative abilities. Innate abilities were the dragon's inherent powers, shared with Lin Bei, while derivative abilities were unique manifestations of the dragon's essence, usable only by Lin Bei. After acquiring two new abilities in succession, Lin Bei felt invigorated. He decided to wait until the dragons completed their evolution before utilizing the random ability upgrade rewards. Looking up at the sky, he observed Yi's ongoing evolution. This transition from the juvenile stage to maturity was unusually lengthy, far exceeding the time required for the previous evolution. The system explained, as the dragon's evolution progresses, the required time increases proportionally. The more powerful the dragon, the longer the evolution process. Understanding this, Lin Bei resolved to let his dragons evolve within their respective exclusive spaces in the future. Finally, after 15 minutes, the massive light sphere in the sky began to change. The dazzling radiance dimmed, and the sphere gradually shrank in size. Ding! Congratulations, host! Yi has completed its second evolution. As a reward, you have received the second evolution advancement gift pack. The light sphere burst apart with a thunderous crack, revealing the newly transformed Yi. Its body now stretched to a staggering 20 meters in length, with denser and more impenetrable scales. Fiery red patterns adorned its form, resembling intricate flames burning across its body. Its dragon whiskers, claws, and horns had undergone striking changes, radiating an aura of immense power. As the six-winged Storm Thunder Dragon and Radiant Sky White Dragon flew back to Lin Bei's side, the three dragons stood aligned, their collective might unmistakable. Lin Bei gazed at the matured Yi with satisfaction, confident it could now effortlessly annihilate the wolf pack they had encountered earlier. After all, dragons were known to dominate battles against magical beasts of the same tier, unless faced with exceptional entities like the Taotai. The three dragons descended to the ground, encircling Lin Bei and awaiting his command. Lin Bei first sent the Radiant Sky White Dragon and the six-winged Storm Thunder Dragon back to their respective exclusive spaces. He then approached Yi and formally named its species. From now on, you shall be known as the Blazing Flame Armored Dragon. Ding! The gift pack has been delivered, the system notified. Lin Bei wasted no time opening the gift pack, obtaining rewards identical to those from the previous two. Without hesitation, he activated a teleportation array, temporarily leaving the magical beast forest. There were other matters that demanded his attention. 1 second later, Lin Bei suddenly appeared in his home. Instead of rushing out, he focused on operating the system, converting all his points into beast spirit pills. Ding! The system notification sounded. Successfully exchanged for 80 beast spirit pills, costing a total of 40,000 points. Current remaining points, 0. Lin Bei divided the pills into two portions. 20 were placed in the exclusive space of the Radiant Holy White Dragon, while the remaining 60, along with the 40 he had previously stored, were placed in the exclusive space of the six-winged Storm Thunder Dragon. Soon, the system issued consecutive notifications. Ding! Radiant Holy White Dragon's growth value has reached 100. Insufficient points for evolution. Ding! Six-winged Storm Thunder Dragon's growth value has reached 50. Please keep up the effort. Although it only required 10,000 points to evolve the Radiant Holy White Dragon, Lin Bei wasn't in a hurry. With the exclusive space, evolution could happen at any time. His priority was helping the dragons adapt to their new spaces. After staying home for less than a minute, Lin Bei headed out straight to Nanshan City's third academy. He intended to expose the Shanghai organization's actions. This was the most effective way to disrupt their plans, at least preventing anyone other than Huang Bashuan from successfully cultivating hybrid beast eggs. On the bus, Lin Bei found a quiet corner and silently activated the random ability extraction feature. This time, he chose to extract an ability from the Blazing Rock Armored Dragon. Ding! Extraction successful. The system notified. The host has obtained the ability, Dragon Flame. This is the Blazing Rock Armored Dragon's innate ability. In an instant, information about Dragon Flame flooded Lin Bei's mind. It was an ability to control fire, with its power depending on the user's strength. Fire manipulation? Not bad, it could come in handy, Lin Bei thought to himself. When he arrived at Nanshan City's third academy, it was class time, and the school gates were deserted. Lin Bei stopped by a nearby shop to buy a few masks for disguise, ensuring he left no traceable evidence. Then, he set his sights on the principal's office. In a flash, a surge of powerful energy erupted from behind Lin Bei, forming a pair of wings infused with lightning and fierce wind send ability. he had acquired from the six-winged storm thunder dragon. With a powerful flap of the wings, Lin Bei soared into the air, gripping the heaven-slaying demon spear, and charged straight toward the principal's office. Inside the office, Bai Zhou sensed something unusual and immediately walked to the window. Upon seeing Lin Bei flying toward him at high speed, his brows furrowed, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. How audacious, to dare attack me! Bai Zhou quickly retrieved a curved blade about 1.5 meters long from his spatial ring and swung it without hesitation. Boom! The window and wall shattered instantly, and the blade's sharp edge slashed directly toward Lin Bei. Lin Bei countered with the heaven-slaying demon spear. The spear tip collided with the blade, creating a deafening explosion. The resulting shockwave rippled outward, shattering every window within a 20-meter radius and leaving cracks all over the walls. Bai Zhou's breathing grew heavier, and his expression darkened. The intruder's strength far exceeded his expectations, matching him blow for blow. Who are you? Why are you attacking me? Bai Zhou demanded. He was certain that, in all of Nanshan City, only the heads of the other major academies or the leaders of the four prominent families could rival his power. Lin Bei withdrew the demon spear and hovered in the air. His voice hoarse as he said, "Do you realize that Nanshan City is on the brink of disaster? I've come to warn you." What? Bai Zhou gasped, his face full of disbelief. "If you want to know the truth, show me your strength. Prove to me that you're worthy of being part of my plan." Lin Bei had a new strategy forming in his mind intended to take control of everything that was about to unfold. Although Bai Zhou didn't fully understand what was happening, he was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. He could sense that something dreadful was about to unfold in Nanshan City. There was no other explanation for what was happening before him. Taking a deep breath, Bai Zhou fixed a serious gaze on Lin Bei. "I may not have everything figured out yet, but my instincts tell me that you hold the key to all of this." No sooner had he spoken than an enormous eagle-like magical beast materialized beside him. The creature was a deep violet with streaks of black running through its feathers, and its size was so immense that it occupied nearly half of the headmaster's office. Its neatly arranged feathers shimmered with a cold light, each one resembling a razor-sharp arrow. Chirp! A piercing cry echoed through the air, reverberating like thunder. This is the violet-feathered cloud-splitter eagle in its Primame's strongest pet. Even in all of Nanshan City, it ranks among the top 10 in strength, Bai Zhou declared as he summoned his most formidable companion, resolute in his determination to uncover the truth. The eagle's sharp, predatory eyes locked onto Lin Bei, as if sizing up prey, ready to strike at any moment with lethal precision. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow slightly, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. A primastage beast stronger than its maturistage counterpart? It should be capable of putting up a fight, he thought to himself, fully aware of the insurmountable gap between the two stages. Without hesitation, Lin Bei unfurled his wind thunder wings and glided backward, landing gracefully on the ground. "Since your pet is an eagle, let's take this fight outside. That way, you won't feel it's unfair," he said calmly. His words caused a ripple of doubt to creep into Bai Zhou's confidence. Lin Bei, facing one of the top 10 beasts in Nanshan City, was not only unfazed but even suggested fighting in the skies the eagle's domain. Such confidence was unnerving. Shaking off his distracting thoughts, Bai Zhou issued a firm command to his companion. "Go." The violet-feathered cloud-splitter eagle, driven by instinct and loyalty, acted without hesitation. It flapped its massive wings and soared out of the shattered window, taking to the skies above the academy. Its sharp cries echoed across the campus, drawing the attention of countless students. One by one, the students looked up to see the headmaster's prized beast circling overhead. Though puzzled, none of them thought much of it and continued with their activities. Bai Zhou stepped to the broken window and looked down at Lin Bei, who had yet to summon any companion of his own. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind, but he quickly pushed it aside. Raising his hand, he pointed directly at Lin Bei and commanded coldly, "Attack!" The violet-feathered cloud-splitter eagle unleashed its power, flapping its wings with tremendous force to fire 50 feathers like arrows straight toward Lin Bei. Each feather was sharp and deadly, capable of turning its target into a pincushion. Yet Lin Bei remained motionless, not even lifting his head, as though entirely unaware of the impending danger. In truth, from the moment his feet touched the ground, Lin Bei had been silently communicating with his system, preparing for what was to come. A sudden system notification rang out. "Ding! Evolution successful. The newly upgraded ability is Dragon Flame." This was none other than the core power of the blazing rock-armored dragon, the mastery of fire. With the evolution of the dragon's Dragon Flame, Lin Bei's control over the ability had also advanced. What incredible luck to have evolved such a crucial power. As Lin Bei instinctively looked up at the sky, he saw 50 razor-sharp feathers suspended above him, poised to pierce his body. Without hesitation, he unleashed the power of Dragon Flame. In an instant, a terrifying blaze erupted, engulfing him entirely. The fire didn't stop there, it surged upward, reaching for the sky. The sharp feathers were immediately consumed by the fire, reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. Not even the toughest feather could withstand the wrath of a true dragon. Baijiu, witnessing this, couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Staring at the flames in shock, he muttered, "The feathers, they were completely incinerated? Just how powerful is this fire? How many beasts has he tamed? A moment ago, it was wind and lightning, and now it's fire." Each of these elemental powers was overwhelmingly formidable, far beyond ordinary. The fact that the fire could instantly destroy those special feathers spoke volumes. These feathers could survive for half an hour even in the heart of a volcano, yet they turned to ash in just 1 second. The sheer destructive force of this flame was terrifying. The temperature across the academy spiked dramatically, rising by 10 degrees in mere seconds. More and more students began to notice the 20-meter-high column of fire. Though it was several hundred meters away, the heat was palpable. Normally, such heat shouldn't travel this far, but this was anything but ordinary. The students observed from a safe distance, wisely refraining from approaching. Standing at the center of the fire, Lin Bei gazed skyward, his eyes piercing through the layers of flame. The fact that the feathers had melted instantly proved that the blazing rock-armored dragon's fire had surpassed the strength of the plumed cloud-splitting eagle's feathers. The victor was clear. Without delay, Lin Bei activated the dragon's exclusive space and released it. A thunderous dragon roar echoed across the entire Third Academy. Baijiu, still reeling from shock, snapped back to reality and turned toward the source of the sound. To his disbelief, the roar was coming from within the flames right in front of him. A dragon? No, it can't be. Baijiu stammered. Another deafening roar sounded as a massive figure emerged from the flames. It was the blazing rock-armored dragon. As the flames on the ground dissipated, Lin Bei stood unharmed at the center, gazing upward with a faint smile. Don't be too harsh," he called out. To him, Baijiu still had his uses, and there was no deep enmity between them. If he acted too ruthlessly now, it might disrupt his plans. The blazing rock-armored dragon dipped its head slightly in acknowledgement, showing no resistance to its master's command. It began to approach the plumed cloud-splitting eagle, which, under the pressure of the dragon's dominating bloodline, instinctively recoiled in discomfort. The moment the blazing flame-armored dragon appeared in the sky, the entire academy erupted into chaos. Students looked up in astonishment, their shocked cries filling the air. "Holy crap! It's a dragon! Oh my god! I can't believe I'm seeing a dragon! Why is there a dragon here?" Standing amidst the commotion, Wang Yuling instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes wide as she stared at the fiery dragon in the sky. She murmured in disbelief, "This dragon! It looks exactly like Baijiu's." Baijiu's mind was a whirlwind of emotions. The person attacking him had somehow managed to tame a dragon. What shocked him even more was that this dragon bore an uncanny resemblance to the one they had encountered in the magic beast forest just days ago, though its size was noticeably different. Could it be him? Baijiu quickly lowered his gaze to Lin Bei, the familiar figure aligning perfectly with the silhouette in his memories. This realization deepened his confusion. What could possibly compel such a mysterious figure to seek him out personally? Above them, the battle in the sky was reaching its climax. The flame-armored dragon, cloaked in flames, relentlessly launched fireballs, each one tearing through the air and distorting the atmosphere with its intense heat. The purple-feathered cloud-splitting eagle dodged desperately, but it couldn't evade every attack. Each time a fireball struck, its feathers either charred to a crisp or were completely incinerated. Even so, the purple-feathered cloud-splitting eagle managed to avoid fatal injuries. Its true strength lay in the devastating power of its wing slashes, capable of cleaving through clouds in a single strike, a feat that earned it the name Cloud-Splitting Eagle. However, under the relentless barrage of fireballs, it had no opportunity to unleash this signature move. It wasn't a matter of strength, but rather an encounter with a natural counter. Similarly, the flame armor dragon could only rely on its enhanced fire abilities to gain the upper hand. Seeing the battle's outcome becoming clear, Lin Bei unfurled the wind and thunder wings behind him and instantly flew to Baijiu's side. "You've got impressive skills. Interested in joining me to stop an impending catastrophe?" Baijiu quickly steadied his thoughts, his expression turning serious. "This catastrophe, how bad is it?" "It'll start with the fall of Nanshan City," Lin Bei said gravely. "And after that? I'm afraid the entire world won't be spared." With just a few words, the gravity of the situation hit Baijiu hard. Without hesitation, he replied, "Count me in." Lin Bei nodded in approval. "Good. Gather the other deans as soon as you can. I'll explain everything to all of you." Almost the instant the words left his mouth, Baijiu immediately began contacting the other deans. Lin Bei stayed in the dean's office, reflecting on his own abilities after the brief skirmish. He had come to a clear realization of his current strength. Only his upgraded flames could suppress Lin Bei's magical beast, while his other powers were, at best, evenly matched. Despite gaining the upper hand in the fight, Lin Bei felt no sense of pride. Instead, he became more acutely aware of his shortcomings. He resolved to upgrade the abilities of both his Holy Light White Dragon and Six-Winged Storm Thunder Dragon without delay. System, prepare for upgrades. Meanwhile, the other 5 deans, having received Bai Zhou's notification, left their respective academies and rushed to the third academy at top speed. Within just 15 minutes, the 5 deans arrived one after another and gathered with Bai Zhou. The 6 of them stood silently in the office, their complex gazes fixed on the masked Lin Bei, their eyes filled with a mix of surprise, doubt, and shock. After a brief exchange with Bai Zhou, the 5 deans were brought up to speed on the situation and the impending catastrophe. By this time, Lin Bei had completed the system upgrades, not only enhancing the abilities of the 2 dragons, but also initiating the evolution of the Holy Light White Dragon in its exclusive space. The Holy Light White Dragon gained a purification power to dispel evil, while the 6-winged Storm Thunder Dragon's thunder abilities were significantly amplified. These upgrades greatly enhanced Lin Bei's overall strength. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Lin Bei stood up and approached the 6 deans. I know some of you may doubt my words, but regardless of your beliefs, you would be wise to listen carefully to what I am about to say. The 6 deans immediately focused, setting aside all distractions to give him their full attention. The source of this catastrophe is the Shanghai organization. At these 4 words, the pupils of the 6 deans dilated sharply. Though they had never directly encountered the Shanghai organization, they were well aware of its sinister nature. Instantly, they no longer saw Lin Bei's warning as mere alarmism. You, go on. Lin Bei didn't respond right away. Instead, he retrieved his phone from his spatial ring and displayed a photo of a hybrid Taodai egg for everyone to see. He then detailed how the Shanghai organization had brought a batch of hybrid beast eggs to Nanshan City, including the involvement of Huang Bashuan, the Cursed Souls, 18 individuals, and the 18 eggs. However, he omitted certain truths, such as the fact that he himself was one of the 18 individuals. After hearing the full account, the 6 deans fell into a heavy silence. Combining Lin Bei's revelations with the recent unusual behavior of the Huang family, they were nearly convinced of the truth in his words. After a long pause, the first dean sighed and asked, "What do you suggest we do to stop this catastrophe?" Lin Bei had already formulated a plan. It's simple. Focus all efforts on stopping those 18 individuals and seizing what they obtained from the Shanghai organization. Hand over the 18 beast eggs to me, and I'll take responsibility for disposing of them. The 6 deans hesitated, wary of entrusting the beast eggs to a stranger. But Lin Bei elaborated, "You're well aware of the unique hatching process of these beast eggs and the soul imprints they carry. Even if you keep them, they'd be useless to you. I, however, have a way to deal with them. As for any weapons or equipment, I don't want a single piece." After a brief exchange of glances, the first dean finally spoke. "All right, it's settled. We'll take down those 18 people first, then deal with Huang Bashuan. The beast eggs will go to you, the equipment to us, and the Huang family's assets will be divided among the 6 academies. Deal. I only want the hybrid beast eggs." Lin Bei agreed without hesitation. While others might see this as a poor bargain, he alone understood the true value of those beast eggs. "When do we begin?" The 6 deans, satisfied with the arrangement, were eager to act. A smile curled beneath Lin Bei's mask. "We start now. Time is life." The 17 individuals who obtained the hybrid magical beast eggs have already taken action, and the situation is critical. After hearing Lin Bei's response, Bai Zhou found himself in a dilemma. Though they knew that 18 people had acquired the magical beast eggs, they had no clue about these individuals' identities, making it akin to finding a needle in a haystack. At that moment, Lin Bei walked steadily toward the 6 deans, retrieving a secret formula from his pocket and presenting it to everyone. "This is the recipe for the bloodburst pill. When consumed by magical beasts, it causes unusual reactions," he explained as he handed over a copied version of the formula. "By studying this, you can narrow down the list of suspects." Lin Bei, being well-versed in such matters, naturally refrained from providing the original formula, avoiding potential trouble for himself. Sharing this secret recipe was also a calculated move to motivate the 6 deans to act decisively. If they could gain such critical information before taking action, how much more might they achieve afterward? The 6 deans accepted the formula without hesitation and immediately began their research. Lin Bei turned to look out the window, his tone resolute. "I have other tasks to complete. I'll gather a list of names and meet you at the usual spot by tomorrow morning at the latest." With that, he unfurled his wind and thunder wings, took flight, and disappeared, leaving the others gazing after his retreating figure. The usual spot was, of course, the center of the magical beast forest, a fact well understood by everyone present. Once Lin Bei had completely vanished, the 6 deans engaged in an intense discussion. "Can we trust this man? Why would he share this information with us? Why is he only interested in those 18 magical beast eggs? After a series of speculations, they arrived at a plausible conclusion. Lin Bei was likely a member of a large organization opposed to the Shanghai group. The dean of the First Academy walked to the window, staring in the direction Lin Bei had flown, his tone heavy. Everyone, this is a matter of great importance. We cannot afford even the slightest negligence. If Nanshan City falls, the 6 academies will not escape unscathed. The other deans agreed wholeheartedly, vowing to give their all not only to prevent disaster, but also to strengthen their own positions. 10 minutes later, the 6 deans returned to their respective academies to delegate their responsibilities before setting out to pursue their objectives. Meanwhile, Lin Bei landed in a secluded area and blended into the crowd. Instead of heading straight to investigate the Huang family, he returned home first. There was still a special package waiting to be opened. Upon arriving home, Lin Bei immediately commanded, "Open the second advancement package." The system notification rang out, revealing a generous array of rewards: 10 Tier 2 Beast Spirit Pills, 6 million in startup funds, and 4 special rewards: a small magical beast containment space, a random talent draw, a random dragon species draw, and more. Without hesitation, Lin Bei used the dragon species draw and obtained a powerful void dragon, Hatchling, mysterious dragon species capable of traversing and manipulating the void. However, due to time constraints and the void dragon being in a dormant state, he decided not to awaken it for now. Next, he utilized the random talent draw and acquired the Chaos Affinity Talent, a unique ability associated with one of the 4 fiends. Time was of the essence, so Lin Bei didn't spend much time exploring the other rewards. Instead, he headed straight to the Huang family. Leveraging his identity as a Huang family member and the special protection of a vengeful spirit, he easily infiltrated the unusually desolate Huang residence. For Lin Bei, this was undoubtedly a golden opportunity. Although Lin Bei hadn't been with the Huang family for long, he was already familiar with their key strongholds. At this moment, he was striding quickly toward one of the crucial locations, the record storage room. Pushing open the heavy door, he was greeted by an unusually silent area. Even the guards who usually stood watch were nowhere to be seen. Lin Bei frowned slightly. Have they all been mobilized? It seems Huang Bashuan has sensed the threat as well. Stepping into the records room, rows upon rows of densely packed shelves came into view. The files were neatly arranged by date, spanning from the present day all the way back several centuries, bearing witness to the long history of the Huang family. Lin Bei walked directly to the most recent records and opened today's log. It detailed precise information about 18 individuals who had obtained hybrid magical beast eggs and various treasures. Didn't expect the records to be this thorough. Lin Bei quickly stored the documents in his system space, but his gaze was inevitably drawn to the corner, where stacks of yellowed, ancient files caught his attention. At that moment, the system notification chimed. Ding! Chain mission triggered. Please review the Huang family historical records and uncover the hidden secret within. Completing this task will unlock the next mission. Lin Bei's curiosity deepened as he began flipping through the historical documents one by one. The first few volumes recorded mundane events from the early days of the Huang family's establishment. But by the 9th volume, a startling secret came to light. It turned out that a mysterious ceiling formation lay buried 1,000 meters beneath Nan City. Years ago, a Huang family patriarch had reached the edge of this formation. Not only did he acquire wealth that allowed the family to dominate the city, but he also reportedly heard for enigmatic sounds: the roar of a dragon, the growl of a tiger, the call of a bird, and a sound that resembled both snoring and flowing water. However, while the patriarch returned with riches and ruled as a local overlord, he left his soul forever trapped underground. The dream of unlocking the seal and propelling the Huang family to even greater heights had been passed down through generations, but was ultimately abandoned as the family's influence waned. Lin Bei suddenly understood this was the real reason behind Huang Bakshuan's ambition to take over Nan City. The seal's range encompassed the entire city center, and any attempt to study it would undoubtedly attract the attention of rival forces. The system promptly issued the second mission: proceed to the sealing formation and verify the accuracy of the records. Just as Lin Bei was about to move, a startled voice rang out from behind him. Who are you? What are you doing in my family's restricted area? It was none other than Huang Bashuan. Seeing a vaguely familiar figure ahead, Huang Bashuan furrowed his brows deeply, his eyes flashing with intense anger. In his line of sight, not only was Lin Bei's back visible, but also the 9th document held firmly in Lin Bei's hand. As the current head of the Huang family, no one understood better than him the earth-shattering secrets contained within that file. Damn it! Huang Bashuan cursed inwardly. According to the rules of the Huang family, those outside the main bloodline were forbidden from even approaching this place. Only a select few trusted confidants were allowed access. Placing such an important document in this unassuming location was supposed to be the safest option, yet today he stumbled upon an unfamiliar intruder. Lin Bei's expression turned grim instantly. Although he had anticipated potential obstacles, he hadn't expected to encounter Huang Bashuan himself. At this point, there was no room for retreat. With such significant secrets exposed, the other party would undoubtedly choose to silence him. Taking a deep breath, Lin Bei slowly turned around, meeting Huang Bashuan's gaze heated. After all, the task was already complete. There was no point in hiding his identity any longer. Lin Bei? How could it be you? Huang Bashuan's voice was filled with disbelief. In mere seconds, countless possibilities had crossed his mind, but he never imagined it would be the one person who should never have appeared. Lin Bei didn't respond immediately. Instead, he secured the ninth document into his system space. The fewer people who knew about these secrets, the better. So what if it's me? Lin Bei's tone was calm, as if facing nothing more than an ordinary middle-aged man. Huang Bashuan sensed something unusual in Lin Bei's demeanor, his frown deepening. Being treated so dismissively by someone he considered insignificant was an unbearable insult. Suppressing his rage, he asked coldly, "Did you read what's inside?" Of course, Lin Bei admitted directly, knowing denial was pointless. The room fell into a deathly silence, broken only by the sound of their breathing. After half a minute, Huang Bashuan spoke in an icy tone. "If that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Remember, your curiosity is what will cost you your life." As he spoke, Huang Bashuan retrieved a silver longsword from his spatial ring and advanced toward Lin Bei. "I had hoped to use you to secure Wang Yuling's loyalty to the Huang family, but it seems that's no longer possible. To eliminate any future threats, they'll have to deal with her as well." Despite Huang Bashuan's menacing approach, Lin Bei remained standing calmly, his expression unchanged. "Oh? Not summoning your pet, are you? You must really think I'm beneath you," Huang Bashuan sneered. "There's no need for a pet to deal with someone like you," Lin Bei replied evenly. Huang Bashuan froze momentarily, then flew into a rage. When the distance between them closed to 2 meters, he swung his sword down without hesitation. The blade gleamed silver as it cut through the air with a sharp whoosh. Clang! The clash of 2 swords rang out sharply. Taken by surprise, Huang Bashuan barely had time to react before Lin Bei launched his next move. "Reincarnation," Lin Bei declared gravely, taking a deep breath. In an instant, flames that had vanished moments before reignited, their intensity surging to an even greater ferocity. This was the ultimate technique, the power of forcing one's strength through a cycle of rebirth. Whoosh! As flames surged forth once again, the temperature of the space skyrocketed to several hundred degrees, far beyond what any human could endure. Huang Bashuan felt the scorching heat that seemed to melt his very skin, and a look of pain involuntarily spread across his face. This was entirely beyond his expectations. He had assumed it would be an easy task to kill Lin Bei, yet now he found himself at a disadvantage. The man he had dismissed as a useless weakling who relied on women was now demonstrating a level of power that left him utterly shocked. Huang Bashuan finally realized that the intelligence he had gathered was gravely flawed. Lin Bei clearly had secrets, hidden forces backing him that no one had anticipated. He quickly retreated several steps, putting distance between himself and Lin Bei. But before he could even speak, Lin Bei launched a fierce attack. A fiery sword light streaked through the air, vaporizing the moisture around it and causing the air to ripple and distort. As the sword descended, flames surged along its blade, condensing into dozens of fiery sword projections that shot out like meteors. Faced with such a wide-range assault, Huang Bashuan had no choice but to confront it head-on. The moment the first flaming sword projection struck his weapon, it exploded violently, engulfing him in a blazing firestorm. His agonized screams echoed throughout the room. In just a single second, Huang Bashuan's body was covered in burns. His exposed skin turned crimson and blistered, while his clothing was torn to shreds. Even his prized, expensive weapon bore signs of melting. This unprecedented fire, its destructive power and searing heat was beyond anything he had ever known. Not even the 6 deans or the strongest members of the other 3 great families had displayed flames of such terrifying intensity. In this dire moment, Huang Bashuan resorted to his ultimate trump card, the Songlei Thunder Serpent Turtle. The creature, with its massive, armored shell, immediately formed a protective water barrier in front of him, counteracting the flames. The clash of water and fire managed to neutralize the immediate crisis, albeit barely. Meanwhile, Lin Bei stood focused, deep in thought about the potential fusion of the Void Dragon hatchling and the Void Skin within his system space. Upon receiving confirmation from the system, he was filled with anticipation for the imminent transformation of his power. He pondered the possibilities of how the Void Force and the Reincarnation Force might evolve together. As the fiery sword projections dissipated, the water barrier also faded away. Huang Bashuan, still hidden behind the Songlei Thunder Serpent Turtle, let out a heavy sigh of relief. Though unease lingered in his heart, he quickly composed himself and adjusted his stance. I underestimated you, he admitted, his voice tinged with both frustration and caution. To think you possess such a divine artifact. It seems, if I want to defeat you, I'll have to rely on my pet. When Huang Bashuan initially decided to make a move against Lin Bei, he was reluctant to use his pet. However, the situation had now forced his hand without deploying it. Defeat was inevitable. Beside him, the thunderstorm serpent turtle fixed its piercing gaze on Lin Bei, its body surging with torrents of water, ready to strike at a moment's notice. It awaited its master's command to unleash a ferocious attack. Lin Bei observed the scene, but merely shook his head. Through their earlier clash, he had already gauged Huang Bashuan's strength. It was comparable to that of Bai Zhou. Summoning the flaming rock armor dragon and pairing it with his upgraded dragon flame ability would guarantee victory. Adding the six-winged storm dragon to the mix would make the battle even easier. But victory wasn't his goal this time. He couldn't kill Huang Bashuan, yet the hybrid Taodai egg still needed his power to hatch. Eliminating him now would render all of Lin Bei's previous preparations meaningless. After a moment of silence, Lin Bei spoke calmly. No need. You can't beat me. His tone was steady, as if stating an undeniable fact. Huang Bashuan's brow furrowed deeply at these words, lines of frustration creasing his forehead, and his eyes burned with anger. Whether I can win or not, we'll find out soon enough. I was caught off guard before. I didn't expect you to be hiding such a weapon. To him, Lin Bei was a threat that had to be eliminated. The secret his family had protected for generations could never be exposed to an outsider. Suit yourself. If you think you can kill me, go ahead and try, Lin Bei replied, summoning the void dragon hatchling. The mysterious eastern dragon appeared at his side, its body trembling with excitement. Its scales were a dark shade of purple, each one shimmering faintly with a grayish-white glow. But the most striking feature was its eyes' gray-white orbs that seemed to contain an endless void of chaos and mystery. As Lin Bei gently stroked its head, the void dragon emitted a soft, contented hum. The sight left Huang Bashuan utterly stunned, momentarily forgetting his purpose. What the? You have a dragon? Though he hadn't known Lin Bei for long, he had never suspected such a thing. He gasped sharply, a chill running down his spine. What truly shocked him wasn't that Lin Bei had tamed a dragon, but that he had kept such a monumental secret completely hidden. This level of composure and cunning at such a young age was terrifying. Lin Bei stood beside the void dragon. It's time to go. If you think you can kill me, feel free to try. The void dragon understood immediately, summoning its power of the void. Its gray-white eyes darkened as it tore open an enormous rift in space before them. The powerful suction of the rift devoured nearby books and documents in an instant. With a faint smile, Lin Bei stepped into the void, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Huang Bashuan and the thunderstorm serpent turtle could only watch in stunned silence, swallowing hard. The sheer power to manipulate space itself extinguished their fighting spirit and murderous intent, replacing it with a deep, bone-chilling fear. When Lin Bei reappeared, he was already in the courtyard behind Huang Bashuan, a distance of at least 50 meters. I told you, you can't kill me. Before his words even finished echoing, he stepped into another void rift, reappearing dozens of meters away. The void dragon hatchling, still young and relatively weak, could only manage short-distance spatial jumps for now. It took Huang Bashuan a while to recover from his shock. He quickly gave chase with the thunderstorm serpent turtle at full speed, eventually catching up to Lin Bei only to find him standing in the courtyard from the day before, gazing thoughtfully at the remnants left behind by the vengeful spirit. This courtyard, one of the Huang family's most crucial locations, was naturally fortified with security measures far surpassing those of any other area. For this very reason, the vengeful spirit had chosen it as the storage site for its most important items. It was broad daylight now, a far safer time than nightfall. The arrangement was deliberate, firstly, to facilitate later distribution, and secondly, to ignite the greed and desire of those coveting these powerful weapons. After all, temptation is most potent when seen with one's own eyes, spurring the strongest motivation. Lin Bei's gaze swept over the towering piles of precious items scattered across the courtyard. His eyebrows arched slightly as a plan formed in his mind. They haven't even secured these yet? This is a gift from the heavens. Before the words had fully left his lips, he activated his ability. In an instant, the treasures vanished, transported into his system's spatial storage. What once covered the ground now formed a small mountain within his personal inventory. While these items held little personal value to him, through the system's marketplace, they could be exchanged for points of currency far more significant than the treasures themselves. Huang Bashuan, witnessing this blatant theft, felt a surge of panic rising within him. He was all too aware of the value of these items. Losing them would have dire consequences, sure to provoke the wrath of their original owner. What are you doing? Put those back this instant, he shouted desperately. If you anger me, that's one thing, but if you enrage the vengeful spirit, you're as good as dead. Lin Bei, however, paid no heed to Huang Baxuan's warning. His attention had already shifted to the other side of the courtyard, where a hybrid taodai egg rested. Striding toward the egg, he noticed two cracks in its shell, through which the creature inside locked its gaze on him. Even through the barrier of its shell, the taodai could sense a familiar aura, the same presence that had infuriated it just the night before. The hybrid taodai erupted in rage, letting out earth-shaking roars. Roar! Roar! Its furious cries carried a savage energy that swept through the courtyard. Though only a single night had passed, its strength had grown significantly, to the point where its power caused tangible destruction. Cracks webbed across the walls, and the grass on the ground withered in an instant. Huang Baxuan stared in astonishment, his eyes wide and his breath quickening. It's grown so much stronger in just one night? Could anger actually fuel the growth of such beasts? For a moment, he forgot all else, his mind consumed by his ambition to become the ruler of Nanshur City. If the Huang family could reclaim power, they could further investigate the mysteries of the underground ceiling formation. Any benefits gained from it would catapult the family's influence far beyond Nanshur City, freeing them from the control of the Shanghai organization. To achieve this, no price was too high. As the hybrid taodai's overwhelming aura filled the air, Lin Bei remained unfazed, his expression calm and untroubled. To someone like him, endowed with a physique resistant to malevolent energy, the creature's aura felt like nothing more than a gentle breeze. Impressive. Its growth rate is astonishing, he remarked, stopping beside the egg. He examined it closely, his gaze filled with satisfaction, as though he were admiring a prized possession. The hybrid taodai ceased its roars, its piercing gaze fixed on Lin Bei through the cracks in its shell. A primal unease gripped it. Lin Bei raised his right hand and gently tapped on the shell. The sharp tap, tap echoed softly. He nodded approvingly and lowered his voice. Not bad. Keep it up. I'm looking forward to your hatching. Through observing the creature's behavior, Lin Bei had confirmed that anger accelerated its hatching process. His words were carefully chosen to provoke it further. True to his expectations, the taodai's fury surged to new heights, its roars reverberating throughout the Huang family estate. Huang Baxuan, snapping out of his earlier days, could clearly sense the shift in the taodai's state. Confusion clouded his mind. What has Lin Bei done? Why is it reacting this way? He was about to voice his questions when Lin Bei's voice cut through the taodai's deafening cries. Master of the Huang family, you should keep striving as well. I look forward to seeing you again. Huang Baxuan froze, bewildered by Lin Bei's cryptic remark. Look forward to seeing me? Has he lost his mind? Before he could process the words, Lin Bei activated a teleportation array. In a flash of light, he vanished from the courtyard. Having reaped significant rewards, he saw no reason to linger. Huang Baxuan gasped sharply, as though struck by lightning. His mind raced as he recalled the mysterious attacker from that fateful night, the one wielding a black spear who had disappeared in the exact same manner. Identical, it's exactly the same way. Huang Baxuan's mind was a whirlwind, replaying the two eerily identical disappearances over and over again. Suddenly, a startling thought struck him like a bolt of lightning. Could Lin Bei and the mysterious figure from yesterday belong to the same organization? The idea, once formed, only grew more convincing. The evidence was hard to dismiss. Both had tamed dragon-like creatures, different in species but similar in essence. Both had appeared at the Huang estate and interacted with the hybrid taodai. And most crucially, both had left the Huang family grounds in exactly the same manner and location. The string of coincidences formed a pattern too deliberate to ignore. Huang Baxuan instinctively ruled out the possibility that they were the same person. To him, the likelihood of them being part of the same organization was far greater. This conclusion made sense after all. Lin Bei had been an unremarkable, ordinary person not long ago. Even the abilities Lin Bei displayed today were far beyond what Huang Baxuan could comprehend. Ultimately, his assumptions were shackled by the limits of his own imagination. Meanwhile, Lin Bei had already arrived in the familiar depths of the beast forest alongside the void dragon. The comfort of the surroundings made him stretch lazily, finally allowing his tense nerves to loosen. This trip had been immensely rewarding. He had uncovered the secrets of the Huang family and acquired a trove of rare treasures from the spectral soul. Even the least valuable of them was worth millions. The only downside was that these items couldn't be openly sold, as they bore the markings of the Mountain and Sea Organization, which could attract unwanted attention. Lin Bei carefully scanned his surroundings, confirming that there were no signs of human activity nearby. Even the magical beasts that usually inhabited the area had fled, likely driven away by the recent presence of dragons. Satisfied with the safety of his location, he gave a command to the system. System, recycle everything I obtained this time. The system's notification sounded promptly, a cascade of successful recycling alerts filling the air. Ding. Recycle successful. Host received 258,000 points. Ding. Recycle successful. Host received 333,000 points. Ding. Recycle successful. Host received 175,000 points. By the end, Lin Bei's total points reached a staggering 5.5 million, equivalent to 550 million in cash. Yet his expression remained calm, devoid of excitement. He knew all too well how quickly these points could be spent. Whether it was evolving the dragon or making purchases from the system's marketplace, the points would vanish in an instant. The system chimed in with a timely update. Host, as he has evolved into its mature stage, the system marketplace has also advanced to a new level. Items related to Bai Zhe are now available. Lin Bei merely nodded lightly. He had more pressing matters to attend to. System, prepare for synthesis. Please select the synthesis materials. Simply state their names. A minimum of 3 materials is required per synthesis, the system prompted. Without hesitation, Lin Bei began listing, his tone steady and firm. First material, Void Dragon Hatchling. Second material, Void Hide. He couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation for the fusion of void and reincarnation powers that was about to take shape. At the same time, the spectral soul had returned to the courtyard where the hybrid Taodai egg was kept, having received troubling news. His face was dark, his eyes glinting with a chilling, murderous intent. Overcome with rage, he struck Huang Bashuan square in the chest with a single punch, sending him crashing into the wall with enough force to bring it crumbling down. Blood trickled from the corner of Huang Bashuan's mouth, and his face contorted in pain. The Huang family. What a useless bunch. The spectral soul spat coldly. Huang Bashuan wiped the blood from his lips but remained motionless, standing silently despite his own rising anger. He dared not act rashly. Only after the spectral soul finished venting his fury did Huang Bashuan speak, his voice equally icy. Tell me what had exactly happened? Rather than conceal the truth, Huang Bashuan recounted the events in vivid detail, even exaggerating certain points for effect. After hearing the full account, the spectral soul's rage shifted into something more somber. His expression grew grave as he murmured to himself, could it really be that organization? The expression on Xiong Hun's face grew more serious than ever before. His brows knit tightly together as if he had suddenly thought of something ominous. After silently pondering for about 30 seconds, his piercing gaze locked onto Huang Bashuan as he asked, are you absolutely certain about what you said? That the person from that day and Lin Bei today were both unaffected by the aura of the hybrid Taodai? Huang Bashuan immediately nodded with force, his tone firm. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes both times. When they faced the hybrid Taotai, there was indeed no reaction whatsoever. Xiong Hun fell into deep thought once again, his mind racing to consider various possibilities. After a long pause, he took a deep breath, turned, and walked toward the hybrid Taodai egg. It must be someone from that organization. This complicates things. Enduring the pain coursing through his body, Huang Bashuan cautiously followed behind. Drawing on years of experience leading the Huang family and his skill in reading the room, he deduced that Xiong Hun's unusual demeanor meant he was temporarily safe. Tentatively, he asked, Lord Xiong Hun, which organization could it be? Who would dare oppose the Shanghai organization? Xiong Hun, still fixated on the hybrid Taodai egg, appeared lost in some critical train of thought. After a full 3 minutes of silence, he finally spoke. That organization is called the Temple of Light. He paused briefly before continuing. The Temple of Light is a unique organization that believes in banishing darkness and evil. They are deeply rooted and incredibly powerful. They have long been at odds with the Shanghai organization, more specifically, with the forces under the control of the venerable Fiend Lord. They rarely interfere with the affairs of other venerables. As he spoke, Xiong Hun produced a spatial ring that exuded an overwhelming, terrifying aura. Even a mere glance at it caused Huang Bashuan to break out into a cold sweat, his knees nearly buckling in reverence. Xiong Hun went on, based on your account, only the Temple of Light could achieve such a feat. Reverently, he touched the ring and said with utmost respect, Venerable Lord, the situation is dire. I humbly request your blessing. With that, he knelt down in submission. 3 seconds later, a swirl of black mist emerged from the ring, dissipating almost instantly, leaving behind a bottle of pills on the ground. Xiong Hun picked up the pills, his expression slightly more at ease. Meanwhile, at the heart of the magic beast forest, a massive, floating orb of light was riddled with dense cracks, on the verge of shattering. Lin Bei stood below, staring intently upward, his heart brimming with anticipation. Finally, the fusion is about to succeed. With the sound of breaking glass, the light orb shattered into countless white fragments, cascading down like pear blossoms. Amid this radiant downpour, a figure the size of a small van gradually emerged, the fused void dragon. A system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations to the host on a successful fusion. The light fragments vanished in an instant, revealing the void dragon's complete form. Its body had grown about 50% larger, its dark purple scales now adorned with intricate silver patterns. The once gray-white sheen now bore a faint silver glow. The most striking change, however, was in its eyes. Each gray-white pupil now contained a silver sword, as though piercing into the void itself, radiating an aura far more powerful and enigmatic than before. Whoosh! The young void dragon darted effortlessly into the void, reappearing in front of Lin Bei in the blink of an eye, its speed truly astonishing. The newly hatched dragon seemed completely at ease with its abilities, even exhilarated, as it excitedly spiraled around its master. With every graceful movement of its body, it merged seamlessly into the void, clearly reveling in its newfound powers. Watching the scene unfold, Lin Bei's lips curled into a satisfied smile. He reached out to gently stroke the young dragon's shimmering form, and immediately, a detailed system notification appeared before him. This was an unnamed new dragon species, currently in its most fragile juvenile stage. It harbored absolute, unwavering loyalty to its host, placing its master above all else. Not only had it inherited the mysterious powers of both void and reincarnation, granting it the ability to traverse and fight within the void effortlessly, but it could also wield the power of reincarnation to enhance its own abilities or those of others. Moreover, as it was synthesized from two void-related materials, it had gained the extraordinary ability to create and control the void itself. This enigmatic void dragon, further empowered by the additional void energy and the strength of reincarnation, was destined to grow into an unparalleled powerhouse. Lin Bei's heart surged with excitement as he finished reading the notification. The results of this synthesis had far exceeded his expectations. The fusion of void energy had brought about an astonishing transformation. The ability to create and dominate the void was leagues beyond mere void traversal or combat. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Lin Bei solemnly declared, "From now on, your species shall be called the Void Reincarnation Dragon." The name was simple yet direct, perfectly encapsulating its unique dual-power attributes. The system promptly confirmed the successful naming and awarded a true name gift pack. Lin Bei chose not to open it immediately, instead turning his attention back to the young dragon. After a moment of thought, he said with a smile, "I'll call you Asu from now on in daily life." Upon opening the true name gift pack, Lin Bei received 3 special rewards: a chance to randomly draw a void reincarnation dragon ability, a chance to upgrade an ability, and a personal exclusive space. However, he decided to hold off on using these rewards until he had a deeper understanding of the young dragon. After leaving the heart of the magical beast forest, Lin Bei immediately returned home. Aware that Huang Bashuan was likely already keeping a close eye on him, he didn't linger there for long. He quickly found a secure location to communicate with the system and began planning to use his ample points to ensure all his dragons could grow stronger. Meanwhile, within the Huang family estate, a sinister figure handed Huang Bashuan a vial of specially crafted pills, created by a master alchemist. The figure explained in detail how to use the pills. Combining them with the life essence of magical beasts would accelerate the growth and hatching of the hybrid Taotai. He also suggested relocating their base of operations, pointing out an unexpected location: the secret underground chamber of the Huang family. This revelation left Huang Bashuan stunned, as he hadn't expected anyone else to be aware of this hidden place. As night fell, Lin Bei, having completed his preparations for advancing his dragon companions, returned to the heart of the magical beast forest under a carefully crafted disguise. There, the 6 academy deans had been waiting patiently for his arrival. After hours of investigation and intelligence gathering, the 6 deans finally grasped the gravity of the situation. The fragmented remains and bloodstains scattered throughout the magical beast forest were ominous signs of an impending catastrophe. When Lin Bei, wearing his mask, appeared before them, the 6 deans eagerly surrounded him. "You're finally here. We've been waiting for so long. Have you gathered the list? Can we begin the operation?" Lin Bei walked unhurriedly, his tone calm. "I have the list. But before I hand it over, we need to settle one thing." Hearing this, the 6 deans let out a collective sigh of relief and responded in unison. "What is it? Just say it." "The same condition as before: all hybrid magical beast eggs belong to me," Lin Bei stated bluntly. "Agreed. We have no objections," the deans replied almost simultaneously. To them, those hybrid beast eggs held little value. Lin Bei retrieved a list from his system space, which he had copied down earlier that afternoon. It contained the names of 17 people and their rewards, conspicuously omitting his own name. While he coveted the magical beast eggs, he was cautious not to invite unnecessary trouble. The 6 deans gathered to scrutinize the list, and soon they were astounded by its contents. Such rare treasure. So this is the legendary strength of the Shanghai organization? Truly impressive. Lin Bei couldn't help but feel puzzled at their reaction. If these items were so valuable, why was the system's offered score for them relatively low? Each item was worth merely a few 100,000 points. The system immediately explained, "Rest assured, host, The system's recycling prices are always fair. These items may be treasures in a small city like Nanshan, but in larger cities or organizations, they're merely ordinary goods. Lin Bei wasn't dissatisfied with the explanation. While he might have taken a small loss, it saved him a great deal of hassle. Selling these items would have been time-consuming and might have attracted unwanted attention. That time could be better spent on more meaningful pursuits. He also realized that he couldn't stay in a small city like Nanshan forever. Only by venturing into larger cities could he acquire rarer materials to make his synthesized dragon even stronger. The 6 deans soon noticed a discrepancy. Why are there only 17 names? Didn't you say there were 18 people? The 18th person is my responsibility. You don't need to concern yourselves with them, Lin Bei replied confidently. The 6 deans didn't press further and immediately leveraged their networks to investigate the 17 individuals on the list. Within just 10 minutes, they had gathered a wealth of intelligence and began their search in the forest. After the deans departed, Lin Bei summoned his flame-armored dragon. Mounting its back, he too began his hunt for the 17 individuals within the magical beast forest. Meanwhile, Huang Bashuan and Xiang Huan used a secret technique to reach the sealed area beneath the city of Nanshan. It was a vast, boundless underground space. Despite its depth, it wasn't dim in the slightest. The space was illuminated by 4 distinct colors: green in the east, white in the west, red in the south, and black in the north. These conflicting hues somehow blended into a strange harmony. From within the seal came deafening roars, so intense that they caused eardrums to ache and minds to reel. Even the formidable Xionghuan found himself in an unprecedented state of tension. Xionghuan placed a hybrid Taotai egg at the edge of the sealing array. The usually ferocious hybrid Taotai was uncharacteristically calm, silently absorbing the leaking energy from the seal. Quickly, gather the magical beasts. Xionghuan whispered urgently to Huang Bashuan. If everything goes smoothly, the egg will hatch soon. Time is of the essence. Huang Bashuan and Xionghuan were both acutely aware of the urgency of the current situation. Huang Bashuan nodded solemnly. All right, I will immediately issue the order to suspend all other family affairs and have every member fully focus on collecting magical beasts. Xionghuan gave a satisfied smile. Good. As long as you perform well, the organization will reward you generously. Perhaps, when the time comes, the seal on you might even be undone. Despite his complicated emotions and the disruption to his plans, Huang Bashuan had no choice. He had never imagined that the underground seal discovered by the Huang family ancestors would be so closely tied to the Shanghai organization. This left him completely on the defensive. After a long silence, he could only sigh helplessly in his heart. After the two departed, the hybrid Taodai remained trembling in place. Its fear at this moment far surpassed what it had felt when facing Lin Bei earlier, all because of the terrifying presence within the seal array. Meanwhile, the 6 deans acted separately, summoning their respective beasts and conducting a thorough search in the magical beast forest. Their efforts soon yielded results. In the southern part of the forest, Bai Zhou rode atop his purple-feathered cloud-splitting eagle, coldly observing his target below. The person was controlling a 7-venom serpent to attack nearby magical beasts. The serpent's condition was highly abnormal, with bloodshot eyes and surging blood-clear signs of having consumed a frenzy blood pill. The venom spewed by the serpent caused the surrounding magical beasts to collapse one after another. The target then retrieved a hybrid magical beast egg and used a secret technique from the Shanghai organization to channel the life force of the fallen beasts into the egg. Witnessing this, Bai Zhou felt a chill run down his spine. Beasts cultivated in such a manner would undoubtedly be extremely dangerous. If these eggs were to fall into the hands of the Shanghai organization's elites, it would spell disaster for Nanshan City. Without hesitation, Bai Zhou commanded his purple-feathered cloud-splitting eagle to launch an attack. Leveraging the natural advantage of eagles over snakes, combined with the disparity in power, the battle was over in an instant. The target didn't even have a chance to use the weapon provided by Xionghuan before being killed on the spot. After collecting the target's spatial ring and the magical beast egg, Bai Zhou quickly departed. 5 minutes later, he coincidentally encountered Lin Bei. Without a word, he handed the magical beast egg to him and then turned and left. Lin Bei took the newly acquired hybrid magical beast egg and temporarily landed on the ground. The system's notification sounded in Lin Bei's ear as he began analyzing the bloodline of the hybrid egg in his hands. Instantly, 10,000 points were deducted, and the analysis process commenced. Ding! The system quickly delivered the results. The 2 bloodlines within this hybrid egg are Cheongqi and black-striped python. Lin Bei frowned slightly, feeling a bit disappointed with the result. A hybrid egg with such bloodlines was far from extraordinary. However, just as he was lamenting over the outcome, the system's voice chimed in again. Ding! This hybrid beast egg can be used as a cultivation material for another hybrid beast egg, yielding results far superior to the methods used by the Shanghai organization. Would you like to spend 100,000 points to convert it into nutrients? This unexpected discovery made Lin Bei's eyes light up. He had originally collected these beast eggs simply to prevent them from falling into the hands of others. He never expected that they could be used to enhance his own hybrid egg containing the bloodlines of chaos ending long. This was an unexpected delight. 100,000 points? That's nothing. Convert it. Lin Bei made his decision without hesitation. The moment the points were deducted, the hybrid egg of the black-striped python and Xiongqi dissolved into a warm stream of energy, which flowed directly into the hybrid egg of chaos ending long. With a faint crack, a minuscule fracture appeared on the surface of the egg, demonstrating immediate results. Time flew by, and in the span of just a few dozen hours, much had transpired. During this period, not only Lin Bei but also the 6 academy deans, various key figures, and even members of the Huang family were all busy maneuvering within the magical beast forest. Each faction was striving toward their respective goals with unrelenting determination. On this particular morning, Lin Bei woke earlier than usual. He made his way alone to the very center of the magical beast forest, a faint smile playing on his lips because today was the day a new dragon would be distributed. Ding! This week's dragon has been distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bone dragon hatchling. The system's notification arrived right on schedule. Lin Bei had finally awaited this moment, the arrival of the bone dragon hatchling. This dragon was of utmost importance to him, and he had already made numerous plans for its future. Now, all he needed was for the hybrid Taodai to appear. He quickly opened the system space, his gaze falling on the slumbering bone dragon hatchling. The young dragon, still in its juvenile stage, was relatively small, about the size of a car, and resembled a classic Western dragon in appearance. Its entire body was composed of white bones, devoid of any flesh or blood. A pair of massive skeletal wings extended from its back, and its sharp bone spines looked as though they could pierce through space itself. Its eyes glowed with an eerie green light, sending chills down one's spine. Just as I imagined, Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction, a smile forming on his lips. The bone dragon symbolizes death. Since the hatchling was still asleep, he refrained from summoning it, and instead stayed quietly in the heart of the magical beast forest. During this time, he had encountered the deans of the 6 major academies on several occasions, acquiring a handful of hybrid magical beast eggs. Each time he obtained one, he would expend points to convert it into nutrients to nourish his own extraordinarily powerful hybrid magical beast egg. The results were remarkable. 5 cracks had already appeared on the surface of the egg. Meanwhile, deep beneath the city of Nanshan, a hybrid Taodai egg sealed underground was undergoing a dramatic transformation. Its shell was now riddled with cracks and fractures, and an increasingly menacing aura was emanating from within, spreading outward in all directions. Some of this energy seeped into the earth below, some broke through to the surface, while some slowly flowed toward the sealing array. On the surface, the once lush vegetation had withered and rotted away, leaving the ground blackened and swamp-like. The area was littered with the grotesque, twisted corpses of animals, their deaths horrifyingly unnatural. Yet, as the dreadful aura reached the sealing array, it instantly dissipated, showcasing the array's formidable power. Inside the nearly shattered egg, the hybrid Taodai gazed warily at the sealing array through the cracks in its shell, its breathing faint and slow. Moments later, a weary Huang Bashuan arrived at the scene. He placed his hand on the fractured egg, sensing the hybrid Taoye's aura. Lin Bei, and that other one, just you wait. Soon, I'll come for you both to settle the score. Unaware of the events unfolding elsewhere, Lin Bei had already withdrawn his spiritual energy. At that moment, the system notification chimed. 1 week from now, at this exact time, the host may claim the next dragon. Raising an eyebrow, Lin Bei opened the system shop for a quick scan. As expected, several new items had been added. Baizé Affinity Talent, a rare talent essential for taming the mythical Baizé beast. Price: 1 million points, unlimited purchases. Baizé Guidance Map, a map pointing to the habitat of the Baizé. Price: 1 million points, limited to 1 purchase. Rare Material Gift Pack, contains a chance to obtain items like Void Skin, Angel Halo, or Baizé Horn. Price: 300,000 points, unlimited purchases. Looking at these exorbitantly priced items, Lin Bei couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth in exasperation. However, he didn't complain about the costs. After all, the value justified the price. What concerned him more was the dragon he would receive next week. Using the detect and change functions repeatedly, the first 10 attempts mostly revealed dragons he already owned, including Western dragons, Eastern dragons, light dragons, and the bone dragon. On his final attempt, the system finally responded. Ding! Change successful. The dragon you will receive next week is the Shadow Dragon. Finally, an extraordinary dragon species appeared before Lin Bei, an Abyssal Shadow Dragon. The unfamiliar name left him slightly puzzled. While the name suggested an association with darkness or shadows, he refrained from overthinking it. After all, once the waiting period was over, the abyssal shadow dragon would belong to him, and its true abilities would naturally be revealed. After closing the system shop, Lin Bei continued to wait patiently. He was well aware that only a few of the 17 targets had yet to be found. Although he did not travel with Bai Zhou and the others, he had a clear grasp of the entire forest situation. This was thanks to his meticulous observations during his aerial patrols. The battle traces, left behind by the bloodrage-fueled magical beasts, were impossible to hide. During the wait, Lin Bei kept himself busy. He made use of the 2 rewards he had gained after designating the Void Reincarnation Dragon as his chosen species. The first was Void Confinement, which allowed him to create a 1-incubator void cage to trap targets. The second was an upgrade to the power of reincarnation, enhancing the strength within the cycle of reincarnation. Time passed, and Lin Bei's predictions came true after a few hours. The 6 Academy Deans had successfully eliminated all 17 targets and were heading straight for the center of the magical beast forest. Lin Bei, already masked, sat poised on the back of his flame-armored rock dragon, waiting with utmost caution. This was a critical moment, and prudence was paramount. The head dean of the First Academy was the first to speak. We've taken care of all the targets and seized their magical beast eggs and equipment. What's the next step? As he spoke, he placed the last few magical beast eggs on the ground, fulfilling their prior agreement. Although some threats had been neutralized, the 6 deans remained highly vigilant. Lin Bei did not respond immediately. Instead, he waved his arm lightly and silently commanded in his mind, "Retrieve." Instantly, the hybrid magical beast eggs, lying 20 meters away, were absorbed into his system space. Despite the soul imprints on these eggs, he paid them no mind. They would soon become nutrients anyway. The 6 deans exchanged glances, reading the shock in each other's eyes. This ability to retrieve items from such a distance far exceeded the capabilities of even advanced spatial rings. However, they maintained their composure, as their recent interactions with Lin Bei had already exposed them to numerous astonishing feats. The system promptly notified Lin Bei. Points have been automatically deducted for bloodline analysis. No noteworthy hybrid magical beast eggs detected. Would you like to convert them into nutrients? Lin Bei nodded in agreement. A few seconds later, the batch of magical beast eggs transformed into nutrients, which were then infused into the hybrid egg of the Yinglong and Chaos Dragon. Almost immediately, several cracks began to form on the egg, signaling its imminent hatching. Lin Bai's heart raced. Needed to erase the soul imprints quickly, or the hybrid offspring would fall under the control of the imprint's owner the moment it was born. Snapping out of his thoughts, Lin Bei turned to the 6 deans and said, "You've only addressed the surface issues. Now, it's time to face the real problem." The 6 deans took a deep breath, their thoughts inevitably turning to Huang Bashuan and the Huang family. They suggested setting out immediately, but before they could act, the scenery around them abruptly changed. The dense forest was replaced by a massive courtyard. Is this the Huang family estate? How did we suddenly get here? The 6 deans stared at Lin Bei in shock, suspecting that this was his doing. Meanwhile, deep beneath Nanshan City, a sealed malevolent spirit sensed the intrusion. It raised its head toward the sky and urgently exclaimed, "We must act now. They've reached the Huang family estate. Time is running out." Huang Bashuan swallowed hard, his gaze lingering reluctantly on the thunderstorm overlord serpent turtle by his side. His eyes flickered with determination. "For the sake of the Huang family's future, your sacrifice will be worth it." Before his words could fully settle, the serpent turtle's life essence was completely devoured by the hybrid Taodai egg. With a series of cracking sounds, the outer shell of the hybrid Taodai egg began to peel away entirely. In an instant, Huang Bashuan's chest heaved violently as he gasped for air, his emotions surging uncontrollably. At this moment, the long-awaited opportunity had finally arrived. The century-old wish of the Huang family was about to be fulfilled. Despite the many secrets hidden behind this ambition, his resolve remained unwavering. Thud, thud. A cracking sound echoed as the hybrid Taodai emerged slowly, fully revealing itself before Huang Bashuan and the fierce spirit. This was the first time they had seen the true form of the creature they had been so closely connected with day and night. Hiss, both of them instinctively drew in a sharp breath. The sight of the hybrid Taodai was truly breathtaking. It retained the fundamental traits of a Teotia goat-like face, a massive maw, powerful limbs, and razor-sharp claws. However, its body was covered with a unique carapace resembling that of a crocodile turtle. This armor was no ordinary turtle shell. It was riddled with jagged, mountain-like protrusions, each spewing scalding magma, resembling miniature active volcanoes. From its distinctive appearance, it was clear that the hybrid Taodai's other lineage came from a magma-controlling crocodile turtle beast. It was a flawless combination of the Taodai's mystical power, the destructive force of fire, and the defensive capabilities of the turtle shell, a formidable being of both offense and defense. "Whoa! Is this the hybrid Taodai I nurtured?" Huang Bashuan exclaimed in awe. "It may not be purebred, but this power, As someone with an innate affinity for turtle-like beasts, he was thoroughly satisfied with the outcome. The hybrid Taodai gazed back at Huang Bashuan, though one of its eyes was now a gaping, gruesome hollow, a wound inflicted earlier by Lin Bei. It let out a series of low growls, expressing its burning desire for revenge. Huang Bashuan stepped forward immediately, gently stroking its shell. "Don't worry, we'll get our revenge soon." At that moment, the fierce spirit spoke up suddenly. "Give it the remaining pills, it will grow stronger in no time." Without hesitation, Huang Bashuan retrieved the half-full bottle of pills. The hybrid Taodai opened its massive mouth, and with an immense suction force, swallowed the pills along with the bottle in an instant. Almost immediately, thick, dark mist began to billow from its body, enveloping it completely. The black fog expanded visibly, doubling in size within mere seconds. The fierce spirit's eyes gleamed with excitement. So far, so good. His mission on this trip had two goals: to assist the Huang family in hatching the hybrid Taodai, and to help others hatch a hybrid beast egg. Although the second task had failed, completing even one of them still offered him a glimmer of hope. Just a few more minutes, and it will complete its transformation. Meanwhile, in the Huang family courtyard, Lin Bei and the 6 grand elders wore expressions of deep concern. The search team quickly completed their sweep of the Huang family estate, but the results were disappointing. Not only was there no trace of any clues related to the hybrid Taodai egg, but the household members were also surprisingly few, only 5 in total. Interrogating these individuals yielded no breakthroughs, offering only scattered details about the Huang family's recent activities. Lin Bei stood in the center of the courtyard, a deep frown etched on his face. Empty-handed. Looks like they were prepared for this. As soon as he finished speaking, he closed his eyes, his breathing gradually calming. The 6 deans, who had intended to ask him something, saw this and chose to remain silent, standing quietly nearby. Outwardly, Lin Bei appeared to be resting with his eyes closed, but in reality, he was deploying a unique ability, spiritual perception. This was a power he had recently acquired, which initially allowed him to sense his surroundings within a mere 2-meter radius. However, with the enhancement of his mental strength, the range had significantly expanded. At this moment, he was channeling the sacred power of the radiant white dragon to carefully detect any lingering traces of evil intent in the vicinity. Lin Bei began moving cautiously in the direction where the malevolent aura was most concentrated, each step deliberate and precise. The 6 deans exchanged knowing glances before silently following his lead, seemingly aware of his intentions. Before long, Lin Bei came to a halt at a spot directly above the sealed ground. Here, a dense and ominous surge of dark energy was churning beneath the surface. Taking a deep breath, he pointed firmly at the ground, his voice steady and resolute. "They are down there." The 6 deans stared at the unsettling scene below, their breaths growing heavier with unease. The 6 deans stood before a desolate and lifeless land, the sight before them chilling to the core. The ground was littered with decaying plants, rotting corpses, and dried, blackened bloodstains, all stark reminders of the horrors that had unfolded in this area. It had unmistakably become a land of death. Lin Bei silently gazed at the barren wasteland, his heart affirming the shared sense of dread. If death and darkness were to engulf the entirety of Nanshan City, this once thriving metropolis would inevitably fall, becoming nothing more than a dead city. With his knowledge of the Huang family's secrets, his thoughts quickly locked onto a crucial possibility: underground. The sealing array was most likely right beneath their feet. As Lin Bei was lost in thought, one of the 6 deans posed a pressing question. "Even if we know they're underground, how do we get down there? We don't know the exact depth, nor do we have a way to reach the subterranean levels." It was indeed a vexing problem. Even the mighty Flamerock armor dragon, with its power to manipulate the earth, could only handle up to 100 tons, far from enough to shift the tens of thousands of tons of soil below them. However, Lin Bei remained unperturbed. He knew one thing for certain. Once the hybrid Taodai was fully awakened, Huang Bashuan, empowered by its strength, would inevitably come to confront them. After all, if the Huang family sought to dominate Nanshan City, they would have no choice but to face the city's strongest defenders. Meanwhile, 1,000 meters underground, the black mist enveloping the hybrid Taodai had expanded to an astonishing 100-meter radius. Within the mist, the creature's body had grown exponentially, now towering at 50 meters, 10 times its previous size. Outside the black mist, Huang Bashuan stood with clenched fists, his knuckles cracking from sheer excitement. The vengeful spirit beside him, however, remained calm, gazing upward as if sensing something above. In a mere 10 seconds, the black mist dissipated entirely, revealing the fully enhanced hybrid Taodai, its strength bolstered by countless medicinal pills. Before Huang Bashuan could approach it, the vengeful spirit impatiently spoke. "Don't waste time. It's time to deal with them. Once they're gone, Nanshan City will belong to the Huang family." With that, the vengeful spirit activated a long-hidden teleportation array. In an instant, the three figures appeared on the surface, coming face-to-face with Lin Bei and the 16s. For a moment, an eerie silence enveloped the scene as both sides scrutinized each other, fully aware that a colossal battle was about to erupt. Just 3 seconds later, the hybrid Taotai, unable to suppress its hatred for Lin Bei, charged forward with earth-shaking steps. Each step caused the ground to quake violently. Opening its massive jaws, it unleashed a powerful devouring force, instantly draining the surrounding air and reducing the oxygen level to one that no ordinary human could survive. Lin Bei acted decisively. You've all seen the situation. Fight with everything you've got, no holding back. If we fail, both we and Nanshan City are doomed. With that, he summoned his own fully evolved six-winged storm thunder dragon, a creature equal in size to the hybrid Taodai. As the six-winged storm thunder dragon stepped forward to confront the beast, a mysterious voice suddenly echoed in Lin Bei's mind. Come, down here to find me. Lin Bei's gaze dropped to the ground, his breathing growing heavier. He seemed to realize the source of the voice. The call emanating from the seal left Lin Bei utterly stunned. He couldn't fathom why simply summoning the six-winged wind thunder dragon would trigger such an extraordinary phenomenon. Though he knew nothing about the entity sealed within, he could sense its extraordinary power. At that moment, the system's prompt chimed in right on cue. Host, there's no need for excessive concern. What's crucial now is to head to the underground seal. Only then will the truth be revealed, and you'll be able to complete the chain mission assigned by the system. Lin Bei quickly steadied his thoughts and redirected his focus to the intense battle ahead between the six-winged wind thunder dragon and the hybrid Taodai. The clash of these colossal creatures shook the heavens and the earth, with each collision causing the ground to quake violently. Amid the ferocious battle, the fiendish spirit turned and barked a command at Huang Bashuan. Recall the Taotai. That boy is my prey. You take care of those six first. Although Huang Bashuan longed to personally end Lin Bai's life, the situation left him no choice but to nod in agreement. At Huang Bashuan's order, the hybrid Taodai reluctantly abandoned its fight with the six-winged wind thunder dragon and shifted its focus to Bai Zhou and the other 5 academy heads. The fiendish spirit, wielding a golden whip, shot toward Lin Bei like an arrow loosed from a bow. Daring to come alone? Are all the people from the Radiant Altar this arrogant? Such an opportunity, I won't let it slip away. Facing the fiendish spirit's fierce onslaught, Lin Bei showed no fear. Instead, a hint of excitement flickered in his eyes. He motioned for the six-winged wind thunder dragon to retreat. Xiaolu, step back for now. Let me handle him myself. This was both to test the hybrid Taodai's true strength and to prepare for any unexpected developments. Though concerned for his master's safety, the six-winged wind thunder dragon obeyed, pulling back while maintaining a high level of vigilance, ready to intervene at the first sign of danger. In an instant, the fiendish spirit was upon Lin Bei. The golden whip lashed out, leaving streaking afterimages in its wake. The turbulent air currents created by its strikes carved deep marks into the ground, each trench reaching 20 centimeters in depth. Lin Bei, unwilling to be outdone, swiftly summoned his heaven-slaying demon spear and unfurled his wind thunder wings. With a powerful flap of the wings, lightning and gales began to gather in the sky above. The razor-sharp tip of the demon spear, charged with the combined force of thunder and wind, struck toward the golden whip. The weapons collided midair, locked in a tense stalemate that showcased their formidable resilience. The fusion of wind and lightning erupted violently, sending shockwaves rippling through the spear and whip. Meanwhile, the wind thunder wings channeled an unending stream of energy, fueling the fierce confrontation. The power of lightning erupted in an instant, completely engulfing the magic spear and the long whip. In the eyes of Lin Bei and the malevolent spirit, nothing remained but the raging thunder, with violent energy dancing wildly in the air. The malevolent spirit dared not attack recklessly, showing no sign of underestimating Lin Bei. From his perspective, Lin Bei was undoubtedly a member of the Radiant Order, known for their exceptional individual strength. His earlier attacks had been a mere test to gauge Lin Bei's true capabilities. As he stared at the ferocious thunderstorm ahead, the malevolent spirit furrowed his brows. To effortlessly block my attack and unleash such immense power, using nothing but your own strength, you must truly be from the Radiant Order. The whip in his hand was no ordinary weapon. With the force he had just used, it could have easily cleaved an armored vehicle in two. Yet now, the whip had been forcibly stopped by the magic spear, leaving a heavy weight in his heart. 3 seconds later, the lightning surged along the length of the whip, reaching the hand gripping it. Amidst the crackling sound of electricity, an intense wave of numbness and sharp pain shot through him. The malevolent spirit cried out in pain, immediately releasing the whip and stepping back several paces to create a safe distance. Impressive. As expected of the Radiant Order, Defeating someone like you with raw power alone is unrealistic. They'll have to rely on my pets instead, the malevolent spirit remarked. The Shanghai organization had long studied the traits of the Radiant Order. While the Shanghai organization excelled in combat through the use of pets, the Radiant Order was renowned for their unparalleled individual prowess. Hearing the malevolent spirit repeatedly mention the Radiant Order, Lin Bei, who was channeling the power of wind and thunder, frowned. He had never heard of the Radiant Order, just as he had been unaware of the Shanghai organization before. However, he could infer that the Radiant Order was likely a rival force of comparable strength to the Shanghai organization. At that moment, a system notification sounded. Ding! New mission triggered. Join the Radiant Order. This organization possesses numerous rare light element artifacts. Successfully joining will grant you a chance to perform a secondary fusion with the Radiant Holy White Dragon. Secondary fusion? Lin Bei exclaimed in surprise. The system confirmed. That's right. After the fusion, the dragon can undergo another fusion, significantly increasing its power. Lin Bei committed this information to memory. To obtain the sacred light artifacts and the opportunity for a secondary fusion, he resolved to find a way to join the Radiant Order. Besides, an organization that emphasized individual strength was already quite appealing to him. Under the relentless onslaught of wind and thunder, the long whip finally gave way, shattering into several pieces and falling to the ground. The malevolent spirit closed his eyes and summoned his unique power. Come forth, Blood Ape Knights. A thick black mist immediately enveloped the area around the malevolent spirit. Lin Bei lowered his heaven-slaying magic spear to his side, calmly observing the faintly discernible figures emerging from within the swirling darkness. Oh! Finally showing your true power? The sound of heavy, synchronized footsteps echoed through the dense black mist. Emerging from the shadows, a squad of towering figures clad in crimson armor came into view. They wielded an array of weapons, marching forward with disciplined precision. At the center of the battlefield, the hybrid Tao Dai and Huang Bashuan were already locked in a fierce skirmish with the six Deans. But this battle, where numbers were supposed to give the Deans an edge, defied all logic. The hybrid Tao Dai held the upper hand. Over 20 powerful beasts launched an all-out assault. The purple-feathered sky-splitting eagle flapped its wings, sending hundreds of razor-sharp feathers hurtling down like arrows, each capable of piercing through the flesh of ordinary beasts with ease. The first Dean's demon king serpent spewed a deadly black venom, a single drop of which could kill dozens. Meanwhile, the other Dean's beasts unleashed their own devastating abilities. Yet, faced with this relentless barrage from all directions, the hybrid Tao Dai neither evaded nor defended. Instead, it simply opened its massive, gaping maw. In an instant, a deafening roar erupted, splitting the heavens. A terrifying suction force surged forth, causing the very air to quiver under its overwhelming power. Every attack, be it the sharp feathers, the venomous liquid, or any other assault, was consumed by the monstrous creature without resistance. These attacks, each colossal in scale, seemed no more significant than grains of rice to the beast. The six Deans gasped collectively, their eyes wide with disbelief as they witnessed the unimaginable. Never before had they encountered such a fearsome creature. Every single attack from their beasts had proven utterly ineffective. Worse still, the hybrid Tao Dai wasn't content to stop there. After devouring all the attacks, its ravenous gaze turned toward the beasts themselves. As a creature born of slaughter, this hybrid deity hatched through an extraordinary and unnatural process was even more savage than its ordinary counterparts. With an earth-shaking roar, the hybrid Tao Dai leapt into the air. In the blink of an eye, its horrifying suction force engulfed the nearest beast, the purple-feathered sky-splitting eagle, swallowing it whole. A few faint gulps later, the eagle was gone without a trace. Even its bond with Bai Zhou was severed entirely, as though it had never existed. Bai Zhou stood frozen in place, overwhelmed by despair. This was far beyond anything he could have imagined. The situation had spiraled into utter chaos, and he had no idea what to do. Bai Zhou, the dean of the Third Academy, stood frozen in place, his gaze locked onto the hybrid Tao Dai hovering in the sky. His heart was in turmoil. As one of the top 10 strongest individuals in Nanshan City, he was well aware of the extraordinary power of his most formidable companion, the violet-winged storm-cloud eagle. Yet just moments ago, this majestic and imposing predator had been swallowed whole by the hybrid Tao Dai in a single gulp. The sheer impossibility of the scene left him struggling to process what had just happened. Bai Zhou wasn't the only one left speechless. The other deans were equally stunned, their expressions frozen in disbelief. They all knew the strength of the violet-winged storm-cloud eagle, yet they had just witnessed it being devoured in an instant. What kind of monstrous beast is this? How could the Shanghai organization entrust such a terrifying creature to Huang Bashuan? Meanwhile, Huang Bashuan was trembling with excitement. His fists clenched tightly, his breath quickened, and his face flushed red with exhilaration. His eyes were fixed solely on the hybrid Taotai, and he muttered incessantly under his breath, "Go on. Keep eating. Devour them all." The hybrid Taotai landed but didn't pause for even a moment. It immediately lunged at another powerful beast. In just 3 seconds, yet another creature was swallowed into its belly. Its relentless assault showed no signs of slowing, pushing the 6 Deans to the brink of panic. Their fighting spirit had all but vanished, and their only thought now was to ensure the survival of their own beasts. Although most of the attention was focused on the ferocious Taotai, Lin Bei couldn't help but notice the unease among the 6 Deans. His brows furrowed, and a grave expression flashed in his eyes. As expected of Taotai bloodline, there's nothing it cannot devour. And this is just a hybrid. If it were a pure-blood Taotai, the situation would be far worse. At that moment, a cold and dissatisfied voice broke through his thoughts. "What are you doing? Still distracted by them? You'd better worry about yourself first." From the dense black fog emerged the resounding thud of heavy footsteps. The blood ape cavalry finally revealed themselves in full view. This formidable unit, composed of roughly 30 colossal apes, each standing at least 15 meters tall, was an intimidating sight. Though they varied in type-armed apes, 8-armed apes, and massive armed apes, they all wore the same blood-red armor and wielded enormous swords and blades. Their humanoid appearance was so striking that, if not for their distinct primate features, one could almost mistake them for humans. Lin Bei immediately refocused, his expression cold as he faced this sudden influx of enemies. "What's this? Trying to overwhelm me with numbers?" Xiao Lu quickly flew to Lin Bai's side, its 6 wings crackling with lightning and whipping up fierce winds. The sky darkened ominously, as if a storm was on the verge of breaking. It glared menacingly at the group of apes. Ruthless laughter erupted from the voice of the ferocious soul. "That's right. If I can't beat you on Ianon, then I'll just overwhelm you. There's no such thing as fairness in war. While my pets may not match your dragon in individual strength, they are well equipped and perfectly coordinated. Killing a dragon isn't impossible." As his words fell, the blood ape cavalry raised their weapons in unison, letting out deafening roars as they issued a brazen challenge to the 6-winged storm thunder dragon. Their arrogance and audacity were palpable, their intentions clear. A 4-armed ape excitedly swung a massive iron staff, slamming it down onto the ground with immense force. A deafening crash echoed through the air as the earth caved in, forming a 2-meter-deep crater. Cracks spread outward like a spider's web, while a cloud of dust billowed into the sky. Nearby, several other apes showcased their strength in similar destructive fashion, leaving the area in utter ruin within a mere 10 seconds. Lin Bei stood at a distance, his expression cold and unyielding as he watched the apes' arrogant display. A sharp glint of killing intent flickered in his eyes. To him, they were nothing more than a group of monkeys seizing the opportunity to act like kings in the absence of a true predator. Against a real dragon, what claim to arrogance could mere apes possibly have? The tales of dragons clashing with tigers were legendary, and if even tigers were no match for a dragon, what chance did these apes stand? His anger surged, and Lin Bei made his decision. There was no longer any need to hold back. Xiaobai, Asu, come out and teach these monkeys a lesson." Before his words had fully faded, 3 majestic dragons materialized beside him, their presence commanding and awe-inspiring. The fully matured Inferno rock-armored dragon and radiant sky-white dragon towered with imposing size, while the smaller, yet no less enigmatic, Void Requiem dragon exuded an aura of latent power despite its juvenile form. The 4 dragons simultaneously raised their heads to the heavens and unleashed an earth-shaking roar, the sound reverberating for miles. In that moment, an eerie stillness swept over the battlefield. The 6 grandmasters locked in combat, their formidable pets, the specter-like Xiong Hun, and even Huang Bashuan froze mid-action, their gazes snapping toward Lin Bei and his dragons in unison. Shock and disbelief painted their faces. Xiong Hun's breath hitched as he gasped, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. 4 dragons. And each one is extraordinary. His mind reeled in disbelief. Even though he'd already pegged Lin Bei as a member of the Bright Altar, this level of power far exceeded his expectations. Not even the Bright Altar, with all its vast resources, could easily produce such a spectacle. Unless this person's value surpassed even the might of these dragons. Xiong Hun's eyes narrowed as he fixated on Lin Bai's mask, a thought flashing through his mind like lightning. Could he be this generation's holy seed of the Bright Altar? Yes, that must be it. I've heard that this generation's holy seed possesses an innate affinity with dragonkind. Unaware of Xiong Hun's assumptions, Lin Bei was singularly focused on one goal: annihilating the apes before him. Only by clearing this obstacle could he turn his attention to more pressing matters, such as dealing with the hybrid Taodai and the underground seal. Don't hold back. Attack. Lin Bai's command rang out with unwavering authority. Instantly, the four dragons sprang into action. The Inferno rock-armored dragon led the charge, its body wreathed in searing flames as it dove underground. Within moments, the entire terrain began to glow a molten red, the temperature skyrocketing by hundreds of degrees. Boom, boom. The ground suddenly trembled as countless pillars of fire erupted from the earth, as if a volcano had just erupted. In the area where the Blood Ape Knights were stationed, more than 100 fiery columns surged at once, mercilessly targeting the ape warriors. The once unstoppable apes were thrown into chaos. The scorching ground made it impossible for them to stand still, forcing them to leap and dodge continuously. A few who were slower to react let out agonized screams, the soles of their feet emitting a sickening burnt stench. Raging Soul fared no better. The moment his feet touched the ground, the soles of his shoes melted, and his skin was instantly scorched red. If not for his ability to hover in midair, his legs would have been rendered useless by now. What a powerful dragon! Raging Soul thought in shock. Not only does it command such devastating flames, but it can also move freely underground. The combination of these abilities is unheard of. At that moment, his suspicions were confirmed. The enemy before him was none other than the holy seed of the Radiant Altar. The battlefield continued to deteriorate. The six-winged Storm Thunder Dragon had risen into the air, circling above the Blood Ape Knights. Amid deafening thunderclaps, lightning bolts as thick as a meter rained down in numbers, rivaling the fiery pillars on the ground. Simultaneously, razor-sharp wind blades formed by fierce gales wreaked havoc in all directions. The apes, leaping to avoid the flames, were struck by the relentless lightning. While their armor initially shielded them from the strikes, the continuous bombardment left cracks and fractures. At this rate, their defenses would be completely obliterated in less than a minute. Not far away, the six Deans stood frozen, their jaws slack in disbelief. It took a long moment before the first Dean finally managed to blurt out two words: incredible. As more and more ape warriors' armor shattered and blood began to spill, Raging Soul's situation grew increasingly dire. He could never have imagined that his proud Blood Ape Knights would be rendered utterly powerless without even a chance to counterattack. Known for their brute strength and perfect coordination, the unit now found itself unable to act. Damn it, this is infuriating. Raging Soul cursed inwardly. How could I be so unlucky to run into the holy seed of the Radiant Altar? He quickly turned to Huang Bashuan and shouted, "Send the hybrid Taodai to devour those attacks. Otherwise, I can't fight back." Huang Bashuan immediately gave the order, and the Chaos Taodai charged toward the storm of lightning and fire. This scene did not escape the watchful eyes of the Radiant Sky White Dragon and the Void Cycle Dragon. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in their eyes. They had finally found their opportunity to strike. The Radiant Holy Dragon and the Void Reincarnation Dragon fixed their gaze on the battlefield ahead, their hearts surging with an intense fighting spirit. They were unwilling to remain mere spectators. Both longed to contribute their strength to their master. The hybrid Taodai, however, was completely oblivious to the thoughts of the two dragons. It was darting through the raging flames and crackling lightning at an astonishing speed. These supposedly deadly attacks did not instill even the slightest fear in it. Instead, they fueled its excitement. As a being with the bloodline of Taotai, one of the four fiends, it was born with the ability to devour all things and convert them into energy. To it, these attacks were nothing more than a feast. The six Deans, having recovered from their earlier clash, were now fully aware of the terrifying power of the hybrid Taotai. Seeing that it had momentarily spared them, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This battle had proven far more challenging than anticipated. Facing an enemy capable of consuming all attacks left them with no hope of victory. The Dean of the First Academy was the first to break the silence. "Let's leave now while we still have the chance. If that monster comes back, escaping will be impossible." The other four Deans quickly voiced their agreement, but Bai Zhou remained silent. The first Dean, somewhat reassured by this consensus, added, "Rather than waiting here to die, we should make a strategic retreat and seek out stronger allies to resolve this crisis." Even as he spoke, the first Dean knew deep down that finding and securing help from more powerful forces was far from guaranteed. But it was still a better option than staying behind to face certain death. Ultimately, their decision was driven by fear and the instinct to avoid danger. If this crisis had posed less risk, they wouldn't have reacted so drastically. But under the current circumstances, continuing to fight was nothing short of suicide. In the end, all five Deans, except for the ever-silent Bai Zhou, swiftly departed the battlefield. Watching their receding figures, Bai Zhou shook his head with a wry smile and muttered to himself, "Humans always so eager to claim the spoils, yet so quick to flee when faced with danger." Though he, too, was gripped by fear, his conscience wouldn't allow him to abandon Lin Bei to face this alone. Lin Bei witnessed everything but was unsurprised. From the moment he had seen the hybrid Taoyu's power, he had anticipated this very outcome. Lin Bei understood well that in situations like this, Anyone without sufficient strength to protect themselves would make the same choice. However, Bai Zhou's decision to stay behind caught him off guard. Interesting. This man has potential, he mused to himself. Just then, a sudden system notification chimed in. Ding. As the man destined to become the lord of 10,000 dragons, how can you not have a single subordinate? Host. Recruit individuals of both strength and virtue to serve under you, and establish your own organization. Rewards will be granted for successfully forming the organization and reaching the required number of subordinates. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. After a brief moment of contemplation, he murmured to himself, true, building a private organization is essential. I can't handle everything personally. Although he already had a plan forming in his mind, now was clearly not the time to act on it. The hybrid Taotai was already upon him, its massive jaws opening wide with a thunderous roar. A terrifying force of devouring erupted from its maw, greedily consuming the lightning bolts streaking down from the sky, the erupting pillars of fire, and the razor-sharp blades of wind. Despite their immense destructive power, these elemental attacks lacked the density to resist the Taotia's devouring force. One by one, they veered off course and were sucked into the beast's gaping mouth. The scene persisted for a full 5 seconds, during which the previously formidable elemental assaults proved utterly ineffective. In the distance, the first dean and his group, who had already begun their retreat, glanced back at the battlefield. One of them shook his head in dismay. Leaving was the right choice. That guy doesn't stand a chance against the monster. His attacks are being swallowed whole. Lin Bei and Bai Zhou are as good as dead. With that, they quickened their pace. Meanwhile, Bai Zhou, who had stayed behind, had already resigned himself to his fate. A bitter thought crossed his mind. Perhaps this is destiny. In stark contrast to Bai Zhou's despair, Huang Bashuan was overjoyed. Finally, the upper hand is ours. All the effort I put into cultivating this hybrid Taodai has paid off. Victory is assured this time. Seizing the opportunity, the malevolent specter commanding the battlefield ordered the blood ape cavalry, now recovered enough to fight, to launch an attack. Though the apes bore wounds and their equipment was damaged, they were still capable of combat. Despite the dire circumstances, Lin Bei remained calm and composed. Ignoring the rapidly advancing blood ape cavalry, he issued a command to the Void Requiem dragon. Bring him here. With a flick of its tail, the dragon unleashed a peculiar energy that instantly teleported Bai Zhou to Lin Bei's side. Stay here. I'll handle the rest, Lin Bei said firmly to the stunned Bai Zhou. Without waiting for a reply, he turned his attention to his other dragons. Xiao Lu, attack with everything you've got. Su, support them. Xiao Bai, take care of those apes. For resonant dragon roars echoed across the battlefield in acknowledgement. In the blink of an eye, the blazing rock-armored dragon unleashed an even fiercer torrent of flames, sending a colossal pillar of fire shooting skyward. Simultaneously, the six-winged thunderstorm dragon summoned a tempest of lightning, so ferocious it seemed the heavens themselves were raining down fury, accompanied by howling gales. Unlike before, the attacks appeared chaotic, with lightning bolts even striking horizontally, but there was a hidden method to the madness. The sinister spirit watched the scene before him, his brows furrowed in confusion. He truly couldn't comprehend Lin Bei's actions at this moment. Was this an act of giving up? Yet, he did not lower his guard. He was still determined to strike Lin Bei down without mercy. The ape warriors of the Blood Ape Knights no longer hesitated, charging at Lin Bei with renewed vigor. They were convinced that, with the hybrid Taodai present, they were immune to harm. However, just as the hybrid Taodai was about to unleash its devouring power, the Void Reincarnation Dragon suddenly tore through space and vanished into the void. In the next instant, the Void Reincarnation Dragon reappeared at the very center of all the attacks. Without hesitation, it ripped through space once more. A deafening crack resounded as large fragments of space shattered, revealing the hidden void. As the void emerged, all the lightning, fire, and raging winds were forcibly drawn into it. In the blink of an eye, the void disappeared, the space returned to normal, and the Void Reincarnation Dragon also vanished into the void. Everything happened so quickly that the sinister spirit was left utterly stunned. All the immense powers had vanished into thin air in an instant. This ability was simply unfathomable. Could it rival the devouring power of the Taotai? The hybrid Taotai stared at the now empty sky, momentarily bewildered. It roared furiously, roar, roar, expressing its frustration at the sudden disappearance of its feast. At that moment, one of the ape warriors had already charged up to Lin Bei, raising a massive sword to strike down on his head. Just then, the holy white dragon of radiance swiftly descended above Lin Bei. Its usually gentle eyes turned icy cold in an instant. A golden halo above its head emitted a radiant beam of light, directly striking the sword-wielding ape warrior. Before the hybrid Taodai could react to devour, The golden light had already pierced through the ape warrior's body, slicing him in half. The beam's momentum did not wane. It continued to pierce through another ape warrior. Seeing this, the remaining apes scattered in panic. The hybrid Taodai excitedly rushed to the golden light, opening its massive jaws to devour it. But before it could, the void ruptured once more, and the golden light vanished. Infuriated, it roared again. This was the second time its meal had disappeared into thin air. Suddenly, a massive void fissure opened behind the hybrid Taotai, and the void reincarnation dragon slowly emerged. Accompanying it were the powers of lightning, fire, wind blades, and golden lightal, amplified many times over after passing through reincarnation. These forces were now unrecognizable. The lightning carried unparalleled destructive power, the fire's temperature had multiplied 100-fold, and the wind blades and golden light had become even more terrifying. In the next moment, all these reincarnated and enhanced forces converged and struck the hybrid Taotai with devastating impact. Out of nowhere, a sudden assault from the void struck the hybrid Taotai squarely on its back. The attack, arriving without warning, left it utterly defenseless, unable to react in time. The power of the void, far more enigmatic than ordinary flames or lightning, carried a destructive force that belied its subtle appearance, delivering devastating results beyond comprehension. With a deafening roar, the barrage of attacks erupted simultaneously across the Taoye's body. Ferocious flames consumed its rear, searing its flesh and shell with blistering heat. The fire and molten lava that once clung to its shell were instantly absorbed by the inferno of reincarnation, becoming a new source of power for the assault. Blinding bolts of lightning pierced its entire form, embedding themselves into its limbs, shell, and torso like countless spears of pure energy. Razor-sharp wind blades slashed deep crimson wounds into its hide, leaving blood dripping steadily onto the ground. The most lethal blow, however, came from a golden beam of light that tore through the Taoye's back, punching a gaping hole through its shell. Cracks spread across the once impenetrable armor, rendering it so fragile that even a human could easily break off fragments. The golden beam continued its merciless trajectory, slamming into the Taoye's head and exploding into a gory wound on its forehead, blood pouring freely from the injury. Reeling from the overwhelming onslaught, the Taotai unleashed a harrowing scream. The most anguished cry it had ever uttered, its voice steeped in an unbearable mix of pain and terror. Huang Bashuan and Xionghuan finally snapped out of their stunned daze. Seeing the Taoye's pitiful state, both simultaneously gasped, their faces frozen in shock. Huang Bashuan, in particular, stood paralyzed, swallowing hard as his arms trembled uncontrollably. Just moments ago, he had been reveling in visions of ruling Nanshan City after a victorious conquest. Now, he was utterly disoriented, his grand ambitions shattered by the chaos before him. Unable to bear the agony, the Taotai collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud. It had never imagined encountering such an elusive, otherworldly force capable of traversing the void with ease. Even as it lay there, it let out a defiant growl. If not for this bizarre void power, it would never have been reduced to such a pitiful state. As if understanding the Taoye's bitter defiance, the void reincarnation dragon reappeared in an instant, materializing before its fallen adversary. Locking eyes with the Taotai, the dragon's gaze brimmed with unrestrained mockery. It let out a resonant, derisive roar, a sound that struck like a jeering laugh, echoing through the battlefield. The mixed-blood Taotai's inner fury reached its peak as it unleashed its full power, opening its massive jaws to emit a formidable force of attraction and devouring energy, locking onto the void reincarnation dragon as its target. This force surged forward at a speed surpassing lightning, but just as it was about to reach its target, the intact surrounding space suddenly collapsed and transformed into a void. A far more ferocious gravitational force erupted from the void, instantly swallowing the mixed-blood Taotai's power of attraction completely. The space returned to normal, and the void reincarnation dragon cast a disdainful glance in the Taotai's direction before disappearing into the void. When it reappeared, it was already beside Lin Bei, circling around him triumphantly in a graceful display. The mixed-blood Taotai was utterly dumbfounded. Its prideful ability had been so thoroughly suppressed. The last shred of its fighting spirit dissipated as it tilted its head and closed its eyes, resigning itself to contemplate the meaning of its existence. The outcome was, in fact, expected. While the mixed-blood Taotai was strong, its impure lineage rendered it incapable of competing with the void reincarnation dragon, which was further empowered by the void hide and void energy. If it had been a pure-blooded Taotai, it might have been able to put up a brief fight, but a mere hybrid stood no chance. Lin Bei had no interest in the mixed-blood Taotai's inner turmoil. To him, it was nothing more than a material for synthesis. Now that his objective had been achieved, there was no reason to waste more time. He gave his orders decisively. Xiao Lu, Xiao Bai, finish this quickly. Take care of these monkeys. After a brief pause, he turned to the void reincarnation dragon and added, Asu. Imprison the mixed blood Tautai in the void. The four dragons responded instantaneously, plunging the battlefield into chaos. Lightning flashed, flames raged, winds howled, beams of light streaked through the air, and the void fractured. The demoralized mixed blood Tautai was swiftly locked away in the void, while the swarm of monkeys was obliterated under the relentless assault, reduced to fragments. The Blood Ape Knight Commander, sensing the rapid decline in his troops' numbers, began breathing heavily, his face contorted with fear. No, this can't be happening. Why is the Radiant Altar interfering with my plans? How could they send a sacred seed to stop me? Damn it. His thoughts spiraled into chaos, leaving him paralyzed with panic. A bolt of lightning struck nearby, knocking him to the ground. He knew that if he didn't find a way to fight back, his fate was sealed. Within mere minutes, the battlefield spanning 1,000 meters was reduced to a wasteland, leaving only 4 people and 4 dragons amidst a sea of corpses. Bai Zhou, having prudently recalled his pets long ago, stood quietly behind Lin Bei as a spectator, not daring to blink for fear of offending him. This battle had opened his eyes to an entirely new world, like a tightly shut window forcefully flung open. Once the surroundings settled into calm, Bai Zhou couldn't help but murmur in awe. Incredible, truly incredible. One person commanding 4 dragons. Such a thing would be unthinkable in Nanshan City. Though it seemed unbelievable, witnessing it firsthand left him no choice but to believe. Reflecting on the 5 deans who had departed earlier, Bai Zhou could only think of them as fools. While they had preserved their lives, they had missed out on a monumental opportunity. For someone like him, gaining insight into a new world was the only path forward. The 4 dragons returned to Lin Bai's side after completing their mission, their 8 eyes glaring disdainfully at the Blood Ape Knight Commander and Huang Bashuan. Lin Bei surveyed the scene and casually waved his hand. As Lin Bei's arm lowered, he swiftly collected all the monkey corpses, broken weapons, and damaged armor scattered on the ground into his system space. Though the equipment was battered and worn, it still held some value and could be converted into points. Lin Bei walked forward at a steady pace, his gaze fixed on the malevolent spirit. The outcome was already determined, so there was no need to rush. The malevolent spirit, watching Lin Bei approach, grew increasingly tense, his mind racing. Despite having taken countless lives in the past, he couldn't suppress the fear of death that now gripped him. When Lin Bei was just over 10 meters away, the malevolent spirit suddenly conceived a way to save himself and potentially make a comeback. Forcing himself to stand, he twisted his face into a sinister grin and said, I have one last trick. A way to trap you. Before his words had fully landed, the malevolent spirit channeled the last remnants of his strength into his legs and directed it toward a hidden teleportation array beneath the ground. A faint glow spread across the ground as the array activated. Teleportation array, activate, he roared, and the array's light flared brightly. Lin Bei immediately understood the spirit's intention, but remained unfazed. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, Oh, I see. Thank you. The malevolent spirit was momentarily stunned by Lin Bei's words, unable to react before the teleportation array's light enveloped Lin Bei, Bai Zhou, and the 4 dragons. Within 3 seconds, the light dissipated, and their figures vanished without a trace. Phew. The malevolent spirit exhaled deeply, then turned to Huang Bashuan, who was frozen in place. What are you standing there for? Let's go. This is our chance to rise again. They won't be able to decipher the teleportation array for at least a month. Without waiting for a response, the malevolent spirit spun around and hurried off, already devising plans for his resurgence. Huang Bashuan, overwhelmed by the series of events, could only nod instinctively and follow silently. It was unclear how much time had passed when Lin Bei and his companions found themselves 1,000 meters underground, standing before a ceiling array radiating 4 distinct colors. Before they could process their surroundings, a familiar voice echoed in Lin Bei's mind. Finally, you're here. I've been waiting for this day for so long. As the voice faded, the green section of the ceiling array suddenly erupted with a dazzling light. In the instant that a dazzling green light burst forth, Lin Bei, Bai Zhou, and the 4 dragons instinctively shut their eyes. Despite their considerable strength, they found it impossible to face the overwhelming brilliance of the light directly. At that moment, a system notification sounded at just the right time. Ding! The host has successfully completed the 2nd stage task. The 3rd stage task has been activated. Please engage in a conversation with the entity within the seal to uncover why you were summoned. Completing this will grant partial task rewards. Confronted by the blinding green light, Lin Bei found himself unable to even speak. The 4 dragons, sensing their master's distress, immediately gathered around him, using their bodies to shield him from the light. Though it wasn't harmful, its unique intensity was overwhelming. Even with their eyes closed, the dragons could still sense their master's position with precision. With their protection, Lin Bai's condition slightly improved, but he still couldn't bear to look directly at the light. Bai Zhou, however, wasn't as fortunate. Even with his eyes tightly shut, the piercing green light seeped into his awareness effortlessly. It wasn't just his vision. His thoughts and consciousness seemed engulfed in a boundless green sea of light. He wanted to say so much, but could only manage to utter fragmented syllables. At this moment, the voice that had previously echoed in Lin Bai's mind returned, but this time, everyone present including the dragons could hear it. Is it you? Tell me, is it you? The voice carried a hint of chaos, revealing the unstable state of the entity within the seal. Hearing this, Bai Zhou was utterly stunned. He instinctively took 2 steps back, overcome by an intense urge to flee. As time passed, the green light gradually faded. Only then did everyone's senses return to normal. Bai Zhou gasped for air, as if he hadn't breathed in ages. The realization that such an earth-shattering secret lay hidden beneath the city of Nanshan left him in disbelief. Despite his fear of the mysterious green light, he chose to remain silently by Lin Bai's side, fully aware that he was merely an accidental witness to these events. The 4 dragons, seeing the situation stabilize, slowly dispersed but remained vigilant. Lin Bei directed his gaze forward once more, his expression calm and fearless. From the earlier phenomena, he deduced that the entity within the seal bore no ill will toward him. After a brief moment of thought, he stepped toward the sealing array and asked, "Who are you? Why did you summon me?" The voice quickly responded again, Take off your mask. Let me see your face. Without seeing your face, I can't confirm if you're the one I've been waiting for." The voice stammered but was filled with palpable excitement. Lin Bei stopped in his tracks, raising an eyebrow in surprise. It wanted to see his face? The request caught him off guard. How could an entity sealed for at least several centuries possibly recognize him? Though it seemed improbable, he decided to comply. Slowly, he reached up and removed his mask. Bai Zhou couldn't help but fix his gaze on Lin Bei. From the moment they met, he had been curious about what kind of person would possess such immense power. But when he finally caught a clear glimpse of the familiar face beneath the mask, he froze in place as if struck by lightning, his pupils filled with disbelief. That Fasi had seen it countless times. It was Lin Bei. The realization left Bai Zhou's mind utterly blank. As a teacher at the academy, he was well acquainted with Lin Bei's background and talents. But this mysterious, overwhelmingly powerful figure, how could it possibly be the same ordinary student? While Bai Zhou was reeling in confusion, Lin Bei slowly turned his head, his gaze calm as he looked at him. "Lin Bei, relax. Is my face really that scary?" That familiar voice left no room for doubt. Bai Zhou was now completely certain of Lin Bei's identity. He suddenly recalled the earlier sense of familiarity he'd felt when looking at Lin Bei's silhouette. Everything now made sense. Regret and self-reproach surged within him, and he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. He had once entertained the thought of mentoring Lin Bei. How utterly ridiculous. With his own meager abilities, what qualifications did he have? Bai Zhou realized that Lin Bei's previous demeanor had all been a deliberate facade. Perhaps even his age was part of the deception. How could someone at such a level of existence be seen through by the likes of him? Letting out a deep sigh, Bai Zhou silently stepped aside. At this point, all he could do was observe the unfolding events. Just then, the presence within the sealing array also caught sight of Lin Bei's face. The once intermittent disturbances from the array abruptly ceased, plunging the scene into a deathly silence, as if time itself had frozen. A full minute passed before a voice finally echoed again. "My name is Qinglong." Hearing those 2 words, a flicker of surprise flashed across Lin Bei's eyes. Though he had suspected it, the confirmation of the truth still left him shaken. Qinglong, the azure dragon, one of the 4 sacred beasts, the guardian of the east, and the embodiment of the wood element. Lin Bei's brows furrowed. Why is Qinglong sealed beneath Nanshan City? If the green one is Qinglong, then the other 3 colors. Could they be? He trailed off, but the implication was clear. "Do you still remember me?" Qinglong's voice sounded again. Lin Bei shook his head. "I don't. I've never met you before." "That makes sense," Qinglong replied. "It has been exactly 1,000 years since we last met. 1,000 years, neither too long nor too short, but long enough for many significant things to happen. It's natural for you to forget me, but I could never forget you." These words sent a wave of terror through Bai Zhou, his hands trembling uncontrollably. They had known each other 1,000 years ago? Just as he struggled to process this revelation, a deafening dragon's roar erupted from the green section of the sealing array. Unable to withstand the shock, Bai Zhou's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground in a dead faint. Above the skies of Nanshan City, a thunderous dragon's roar pierced through the clouds, shaking the heavens. The sheer power of the sound caused 99 of the city's population to fall unconscious simultaneously. Only a handful of individuals with extraordinary strength, and those at a significant distance, managed to remain awake. The fleeing malevolent spirit and Huang Bashuan were so overwhelmed by the roar that they collapsed to the ground, paralyzed with fear, unable to summon the courage to stand. Even the first dean and the other four who had already retreated to a safe zone found the sound unbearable. Their faces flushed red, and veins bulged on their foreheads from the pressure. Ah, my head feels like it's going to explode. Help! Someone cried out in agony. What is this sound? The dragon's roar had an even more profound impact on magical beasts and pets. Instinctively, they trembled and prostrated themselves on the ground, as if compelled by an innate sense of submission rooted deep in their bloodline. Only Lin Bei and his 4 dragons seemed unaffected by the azure dragon's roar. However, the 4 dragons' eyes burned with fierce battle intent as they locked onto the green section of the ceiling formation. It was as if they were ready to challenge the azure dragon at any moment. If not for the barrier of the ceiling formation, they might have already charged forward. Lin Bei, observing Bai Zhou's reaction, quickly understood the gravity of the situation but chose to remain silent. He knew the azure dragon must have a reason for its actions. Sure enough, the azure dragon's voice soon echoed again. All right, all the nuisances are asleep. Now we can have a proper conversation. With a casual wave of his hand, Lin Bei sent the 4 dragons back to their respective spaces. Sensing no imminent danger, he asked, a conversation? Does that mean we've met before? Despite the question, he already had a hunch the azure dragon and he were indeed connected. 3 seconds later, the azure dragon's voice came from within the ceiling formation, tinged with emotion. Of course, we've met, and our connection is far from ordinary. Unfortunately, you've lost those memories now. Hearing this confirmation, Lin Bei fell into deep thought. He realized he was no ordinary person and that a significant secret was hidden within him. He even began to suspect that his transmigration to this world might be linked to this mystery. However, the more he pondered, the more his head throbbed, forcing him to abandon his train of thought. Taking a deep breath, Lin Bei asked, "Is this why you called out to me?" The azure dragon replied, "Exactly, because when you sealed me here long ago, you told me to wait for your return, and I believe the time you spoke of is now." A crisp notification sound suddenly rang out. Ding! The host has successfully completed the 3rd task. Initial level task rewards have been deposited into the system space, ready for retrieval at any time. Then came another prompt. Ding! The 4th task has been activated. Host, please inquire with Qinglong about the method to lift its seal. Lin Bei stood frozen, his heart shaken. The weight of the 4th task was clearly far heavier than the previous ones. Just then, Qinglong's words hit him like a thunderbolt. Turns out, the one who sealed Qinglong here was none other than himself. This revelation upended all his previous assumptions. He had originally thought it was the doing of some mysterious force like the Shanghai organization. The sheer power Qinglong displayed was terrifying. Just a single roar had affected the entire city of Nanshan. Such strength could easily take his life, leaving Lin Bei convinced that Qinglong's claims were true. Why did I seal you here in the first place? Lin Bei asked, instinctively sensing that a significant secret was buried behind this. Qinglong's voice was deep and somber. I can't tell you that yet. The time is far from ripe. There was a heavy weight to its tone, as if this secret could alter the very balance of the world. Lin Bei shifted his focus, asking, since you're Qinglong and you're sealed in the green section, does that mean the other 3 colors correspond to Zhuge, Baihu, and Xuanwu? Qinglong seemed slightly surprised. Oh, how interesting. You've managed to learn this much already? Its subtle response was enough to confirm Lin Bei's speculation. So, are they also sealed here by me? Exactly. However, the 3 of them are currently in a deep slumber. Within each sealing formation, only one of us can remain conscious. Qinglong's answer hinted that there might be multiple sealing formations beyond this one. Without wasting time, Qinglong cut to the chase. All right, that's enough small talk. Let's get to the main point now. Is it about breaking the seal? Lin Bei asked. Yes. For now, the only thing you are permitted to know is how to lift the seal. Lin Bei nodded silently. He understood all too well given his current strength. He wasn't qualified to uncover too many secrets. Just encountering the 4 sacred beasts so soon after stepping into this world was already far beyond anything he had anticipated. About a second later, the deep, resonant voice of the azure dragon echoed once more within the seal formation. Breaking my seal is actually quite simple. You just need to venture into the depths of the Songlin Mountains and find a dragon pearl engraved with the characters Nanshan. That pearl is the key to this formation. You can come and go freely with it. But remember, this seal can only be undone from the inside. As soon as the azure dragon's words faded, a system notification chimed in. Ding! The host has successfully completed the 4th task. Ding! The 5th task has been activated. The host must find the right opportunity to venture into the Songlin Mountains, as directed by the Azure Dragon. Completion will grant corresponding rewards. Lin Bei nodded resolutely, determination brimming in his voice. Understood. The Songlin Mountains, I will go. Whether it was to complete the system's tasks or to uncover the mysteries of his past, he had made up his mind to take on this journey. But just as Lin Bei made his declaration, the Azure Dragon's voice turned grim with a warning. Don't rush into it. With your current strength, you wouldn't even survive the outermost edges of the Songlin Mountains. Your dragons may be unique, but their power is still weak. If you charge in recklessly, it will only lead to your demise. That place has been a land of great peril since ancient times. The weight of these words caused Lin Bei's expression to grow serious. He hadn't expected the task to be easy, but realizing he couldn't even approach the mountain's perimeter was a reality check. It was clear strengthening himself was now his top priority. As Lin Bei pondered his next move, he recalled something he had overheard when purchasing his wings earlier. A large auction was about to take place in a neighboring city. The timing seemed perfect, and it was high time to begin preparations to join the bright altar. Meanwhile, though the Azure Dragon was trapped within the seal, it could still perceive everything happening in the outside world. Normally, it refrained from meddling in external affairs, which was how Huang Bashuan and the malicious spirits had managed to cultivate hybrid Taotai here. But now, watching Lin Bei deep in thought, the dragon let out a faint sigh and muttered to itself, "Very well. I've waited long enough for you. I might as well lend you a hand. After all, helping you is helping myself." Before its words could fully settle, a massive orb of green light emerged from the seal, floating gently before Lin Bei. The sudden phenomenon caught Lin Bei off guard, leaving him momentarily stunned. "Take it," the Azure Dragon said. "Consider it a gift for our long-awaited reunion." Lin Bei hesitated for a brief moment before reaching out to touch the orb. As soon as his fingers met the light, it dissipated, revealing a simple green vest. Yet as Lin Bei held it, he noticed something peculiar. The material felt soft like fabric, but possessed a toughness reminiscent of scales. "This is the Azure Dragon soft armor, crafted from my own dragon scales," the Azure Dragon explained. "It appears like ordinary clothing and won't hinder your movements, but when struck, it becomes impenetrable, capable of withstanding many forms of attack. Take it, don't want to see you die again." Beneath those words, there was a palpable sense of care and concern. Lin Bei stared intently at the section of the ceiling array glowing with an eerie green light, his expression serious as he said, "Thank you." As soon as the words left his mouth, he swiftly stored the Azure Dragon scale armor into his spatial ring. This decision was not made lightly, but with caution. Despite the possibility of a connection between the Azure Dragon and his past self, it was unwise to reveal all his cards before confirming the dragon's trustworthiness. "I've said everything I needed to. I won't keep you any longer. If you want to leave, I can send you out directly." Lin Bei looked upward, his gaze falling on the faintly illuminated soil above. Time was running short. Huang Bashuan and the malevolent spirit were still in Nanshan City, and he couldn't afford to linger here. The situation had escalated to a critical point. He couldn't allow those two to roam free. Not only could their actions have devastating consequences, but failing to deal with them would also prevent him from completing the system task. Although the half-blood Taodai had been dealt with, the mission remained incomplete until the crisis in Nanshan City was fully resolved. He turned to Bai Zhou and said, "All right, send the two of us back." Since Bai Zhou was relevant to the system task, leaving him underground was not an option. The next moment, the teleportation array on the ground flared to life, its dazzling light illuminating the underground chamber 1,000 meters below. The brilliance enveloped the two of them, and within a second, the light vanished, taking them with it. Upon returning to the surface, Lin Bei took a moment to survey his familiar surroundings, a wave of emotions washing over him. In less than an hour, he had experienced events so extraordinary that most people wouldn't encounter them in a lifetime. The secrets of this world were far deeper than he had ever imagined. Without hesitation, he donned a mask. Only Bai Zhou knew his identity, and there was no room for carelessness. Then, his gaze shifted toward the direction of the Huang family's residence, his brows furrowing slightly. Those two must be hiding at the Huang family estate. Indeed, for Huang Bashuan and the malevolent spirit, the Huang family estate was the most logical place to take refuge. Lin Bei immediately summoned 4 dragons from their respective spaces, preparing to head straight to the Huang family estate to bring this conflict to an end. As for the 5th dragon, the Bone Dragon, it remained in a deep slumber. At that moment, Bai Zhou, who had been unconscious, slowly regained consciousness. As his eyes opened, the first thing he saw was Lin Bei's back and the imposing forms of the 4 dragons. An overwhelming sense of awe welled up within him. He now fully understood that the person before him was the very student he had once underestimated. Bai Zhou swallowed hard a few times before mustering the courage to speak, his voice trembling. Lin Bei, what just happened? Was it real?" He was still engulfed in a haze of disbelief, struggling to comprehend the extraordinary events he had witnessed. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei slowly turned his head, his gaze piercing through the mask to lock onto Bai Zhou. The icy indifference in his eyes was chilling, like a precision war machine zeroing in on its target. Bai Zhou couldn't help but swallow hard, his throat dry and constricted. Ever since witnessing Lin Bei's astonishing power firsthand, Bai Zhou had harbored a deep sense of reverence and fear. Now, he wanted to ask more questions, but found that even moving his lips seemed impossible. Lin Bei, unfazed by Bai Zhou's reaction, spoke calmly, "How could something you've seen with your own eyes be fake?" This statement left Bai Zhou momentarily stunned, but he quickly forced a bitter smile. He knew full well the underlying intent behind his earlier question. If Lin Bei had said it was all fake, he could choose to forget and return to a peaceful life. But if it was real, his life would inevitably change forever. Witnessing such an earth-shattering secret wasn't something one could simply walk away from. "Don't worry, this will be a good thing for you," Lin Bei continued. "Wait for me at the academy. I'll come find you once I've taken care of everything." As soon as he finished speaking, the wind and thunder wings unfolded on his back. With a powerful flap, he soared into the sky, followed closely by 4 dragons, leaving a breathtaking sight in their wake. Lin Bei's destination was clear: the Huang family. Ensuring the surroundings were secure, he accessed the system space to check the reward package for completing the 3rd mission. "System, open the package," he commanded. The system responded immediately. "Ding. Package successfully opened. Standard rewards, 10 Tier 3 Beast Spirit Pills. Standard rewards, 7 million startup funds. Special reward, 1 random talent draw. Special reward, 1 random Dragon Clan draw." Among these rewards, the Ocean's Heart and Origin Eye were new additions, while the rest were familiar items to Lin Bei. The Ocean's Heart contained the power to control the sea, even capable of triggering tsunamis. The Origin Eye allowed him to discern the essence of materials from magical beasts, easily identifying their sources and uses. Though the rewards were tempting, Lin Bei chose not to use them immediately. His priority was the task at hand. Drawing a Dragon Clan and talents could wait. Bai Zhou watched as Lin Bei and the 4 dragons disappeared into the horizon, murmuring to himself, "Fine, I'll accept it. Maybe this really is an opportunity." With that, he turned and made his way to the 3rd academy, fully aware that Lin Bei would soon deal with Huang Bashuan and the malevolent spirits who had lost their pets. Lin Bei, accompanied by the 4 dragons, arrived swiftly at the Huang family estate. However, he did not launch an attack right away. Instead, he gestured to the Void Reincarnation Dragon to open a void gate. Together with the dragons, he slipped into the void, beginning a covert operation. Lin Bei concealed himself within the void, silently observing the unfolding situation. Thanks to the abilities granted by the Void Reincarnation Dragon, he could clearly see and hear everything happening beyond the void. Before long, he locked onto the positions of Huang Bashuan and Xiong Hun. The 2 were currently in a lounge within the Huang family estate, recovering and adjusting their states. Their faces carried the relief of narrowly escaping disaster. Xiong Hun downed an entire bottle of water in one go and vented his frustration. "This failure is entirely the fault of those lunatics from the Light Altar. They actually sent a Saint Seed to stop us. It's obvious they intended for the operation to fail." Huang Bashuan, though still shaken, nodded in agreement. "Exactly, it must be the Light Altar causing trouble. I've been in Nanshan City for decades and have never seen that person before." He dared not contradict Xiong Hun's judgment, knowing the latter was part of the Shanghai organization. Xiong Hun, feeling validated, grew even angrier. With a furious punch, he shattered the wooden table into splinters. Still unsatisfied, he continued to destroy the furniture in the room, leaving it in complete disarray before finally calming down. "At least I managed to transport them to the underground seal in time," Xiong Hun muttered as he paced back and forth. "But this situation won't hold for long. Once the Light Altar finds out, they'll definitely send people to Nanshan City. It's only a matter of time before they locate them." With that, he made an important decision. "I need to contact the Revered One. You should step out for now." Huang Bashuan immediately left the room upon hearing this. Lin Bei, still hidden in the void, followed Huang Bashuan. To Lin Bei, Huang Bashuan was nothing more than an ambitious lackey. After walking several dozen meters, Huang Bashuan stopped and turned to glance back at the lounge. In that instant, a black spear appeared out of nowhere, piercing straight through his throat with deadly precision. Blood gushed from the wound and his mouth, pooling on the ground and filling the air with the metallic scent of blood. Huang Bashuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Lin Bei in front of him, his face twisted in pain. "You, how are you here? You were sent to the underground seal. That place can only be accessed, only with the correct method to activate the teleportation array." Before he could finish his sentence, his life force drained away. Lin Bei withdrew the dark spear and used his system's function to collect the valuables from Huang Bashuan's body. Coldly, he said, "If you want answers, ask the King of Hell when you get there." Lin Bei then disappeared back into the void and returned to the lounge. At that moment, Xiong Hun was kneeling on the floor, respectfully reporting the situation to his superior. A menacing aura emanated from the black radiance that appeared before Lin Bei. Even someone as powerful as Lin Bei, alongside the radiant holy dragon, felt their breath grow heavy at the sight of it. Was this the honored one that the vengeful spirit had spoken of? Despite the barrier of space separating them, the overwhelming energy was unmistakable. Lin Bei silently pondered just how terrifyingly strong the true honored one might be, yet his expression showed no trace of fear. On the contrary, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a hint of satisfaction. So, the Shanghai organization truly lived up to its reputation. No wonder the system had tasked him with delving deeper into this enigmatic group. At that moment, the system's notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining deeper insights into the Shanghai organization. Special mission progress has increased. Rewards have been delivered to the system space and can be accessed at any time. Keep up the good work. Despite receiving the mission reward, Lin Bei had no time to check it. His full attention was locked onto the black radiance before him. The vengeful spirit had already reported the earlier events in full, and now the room was engulfed in an oppressive silence. The spirit knelt trembling on the ground, too terrified to move. 10 seconds passed before a curt voice emerged from within the black light. Understood. That single word struck fear deep into the vengeful spirit's heart. The honored one had made no mention of sparing his life, which could only mean one thing: his fate was sealed. 5 seconds later, the black radiance suddenly turned toward the void and spoke. "You, hiding in the void, would you help me kill him?" Lin Bei was stunned. The other party had detected his presence, even though he had concealed himself within the void. To be able to discern his existence without a physical form, this level of power was indeed worthy of the title Honored One. Since his cover was blown, Lin Bei saw no point in continuing to hide. He stepped out of the void with a calm and composed gaze fixed on the black radiance. The sight caused the vengeful spirit to leap to his feet in panic. "How are you here?" "I thought." Before he could finish, the voice from the black light interrupted coldly. "Who gave you permission to speak?" The vengeful spirit immediately dropped to his knees, his body trembling uncontrollably, yet he dared not utter another word. Lin Bei frowned as he observed the scene, quickly deducing that the Shanghai organization's hierarchy must be extraordinarily rigid, so much so that even in the face of life and death, defiance was unthinkable. The black radiance spoke again, this time addressing Lin Bei directly. "Well, will you do me this favor? Help or not?" The moment the fierce deity sovereign posed the question, Lin Bei already had his answer in mind. "Kill, of course, they'll kill. But not to help you. My original intention was to kill him anyway." Lin Bei replied firmly, his tone decisive. In just a few seconds, Lin Bei had seen through the fierce deity sovereign's intentions. There were only two possibilities. Either he genuinely wanted to kill the fierce soul to gain the upper hand, or he was feigning it to provoke Lin Bei into sparing the fierce soul. Regardless of the scenario, the one who stood to gain would be the fierce deity sovereign. Fully aware of this, Lin Bei decided to follow his own path, but for his own reasons. "Oh, interesting." The voice of the fierce deity sovereign echoed from the black light, tinged with a hint of surprise. "No wonder you were able to stop the fierce soul and that fool from the Huang family. Why did you sabotage our plan?" The fierce deity sovereign continued. "You should know what the Shanghai organization represents. I don't need to spell out the consequences of opposing them." These probing words were meant to confirm Lin Bai's identity. As someone who understood the light altar better than the fierce soul, the fierce deity sovereign knew that the current holy seed was a woman. Yet before him stood a powerful man, deliberately disrupting the Shanghai organization's plans. "Oh really? How severe could it be? I'd love to find out." Lin Bei retorted coldly, his gaze fixed on the black light, his tone laced with unmistakable defiance. The room fell into a chilling silence, broken only by the ragged breaths of the fierce soul kneeling on the ground. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead as he kept his head lowered, too terrified to look up. A full minute passed before the fierce deity sovereign spoke again. "It seems you've made your decision. If that's the case, then the Shanghai organization is now your enemy. No matter who you are, crossing the Shanghai organization will lead to no good end." Before the words had even finished echoing, the black light coalesced into a massive demonic claw. Its size rivaled the talons of a six-winged thunder dragon, and its sharpness was even more terrifying. In an instant, the claw appeared just a meter in front of Lin Bei, emanating a sinister aura more malevolent and chilling than that of a hybrid tautai. It felt as though it belonged to some ancient, monstrous beast of unparalleled ferocity. Lin Bei didn't dare to underestimate it. He immediately called upon the power of the Void Reincarnation Dragon to evade. But the claw seemed to possess a will of its own, relentlessly pursuing him. Wherever it passed, the ground shattered completely, with cracks spreading outward in a frenzied manner. The fierce soul, witnessing this horrifying scene, trembled uncontrollably, his teeth chattering as the fear in his heart grew ever deeper. Lin Bei felt his teeth on the verge of shattering under the intense vibrations. Without hesitation, he took a deep breath and pushed every ounce of power within him to its absolute peak. Facing the avatar attack of the Shanghai organization's revered one, he knew there was no room for even the slightest lapse in focus. In an instant, forces of flame, wind and thunder, the demonic spear, and the void converged like rivers flowing into the sea, all channeling toward the tip of the heaven-slaying demon spear. Bai, use all your strength, Lin Bei commanded in a low voice. To counter ultimate evil, we must unleash ultimate good. Responding to his call, the holy radiant white dragon appeared, its massive form instantly shattering the confines of the room. It immediately summoned 3 distinct powers from within: the light dragon's strength, the angelic halo's might, and the power of the Bai Zhe horn. Each of these was a paragon of purity and sanctity. Blinding platinum and white light filled the entire space, and a warm force swept through the area. The once kneeling, trembling, and sweat-drenched vengeful spirit found itself inexplicably calmed under the radiance. Its fear and unease dissolved completely. The spirit raised its head, gazing at the surrounding light, murmuring, "So warm," like a mother's embrace. Emotions surged in its eyes, and tears suddenly streamed down its face as it cried out in anguish. I am such scum." The holy radiant white dragon's power not only expelled external evil, but also purified the darkness within hearts. The platinum white light condensed into a long sword, which shot directly toward the black demonic claw. A second later, the sword tip collided with the claw. With a deafening explosion, the 2 ferocious forces were locked in a fierce standoff. For an entire minute, the clash persisted, until the 2 opposing energies began to transform, becoming chaos itself. Through the avatar, the malevolent deity of the Shanghai organization witnessed this and cried out in disbelief, "Impossible! He actually triggered a chaotic space? Does this mean his power rivals mine? Fascinating! Such a remote little city like Nanshan hides a powerhouse like this. When ultimate evil meets ultimate sanctity, the result is bound to be catastrophic." Within the chaotic space, light and darkness coexisted, evil and purity intertwined. Yet this defied the world's natural laws. The chaotic space lasted for less than a tenth of a second before vanishing completely. Along with it, everything in the room was obliterated, including the spirit, who had been questioning its very existence. In the end, only Lin Bei, the holy radiant white dragon, and the black light avatar of the malevolent deity remained in the Huang family courtyard. All 3 were left in shock. This fragile chaotic force had consumed everything around them but had failed to affect any of them. If the chaos earlier had been the destructive kind, the entire city of Nanshur would have faced catastrophic annihilation. Lin Bei's heart tightened as he swiftly suppressed all distractions. Gathering immense power into his enchanted spear, his figure flickered and instantly crossed the void, appearing before the dwindling black light. Without hesitation, he thrust his spear forward. The tip pierced through the black light in an instant. Flames, lightning, and other forces erupted from the spearhead, unleashing their full might to obliterate the threat. The effect was immediate. The black light began to dissipate visibly, fading and gradually becoming transparent. The dread sovereign fell silent for a few seconds before suddenly bursting into laughter. "Ha ha, truly unexpected. I never thought things would unfold this way. The vengeful soul has actually perished under the combined strike of the 2 of us." He paused briefly before continuing. "Being consumed by chaos is no different from death. Surviving within chaos is nearly impossible unless one possesses heaven-defying luck." Lin Bei, expressionless, replied while continuing to channel power through his enchanted spear, "Don't be too surprised just yet. When I kill you in the future, you'll have plenty of time to be shocked." He was well aware that he had already become an irreconcilable enemy of the Shanghai organization, and at this moment, there was no need to hold back his words. The dread sovereign was unfazed. "We'll talk about that if you manage to live that long." After a brief pause, he added, "It's rather intriguing. You're neither a holy seed of the light altar nor one of their core members, yet your holy power is so pure. It even surpasses that of the holy seeds and the holy master of the light altar. This is truly unbelievable." Having faced the light altar multiple times, the dread sovereign was no stranger to holy power. However, among all the manifestations of holy power he had encountered, none could compare to Lin Bei's. The disparity was staggering. Hearing this, Lin Bei raised an eyebrow slightly, silently committing this piece of information to memory. The light altar also utilized holy power. Meanwhile, the dread sovereign began calculating in secret. If the light altar were to learn of this, the situation would undoubtedly grow more complicated. Despite their name, the light altar's actions were not entirely light or righteous. To obtain pure holy power, they were willing to go to any lengths. If they set their sights on Lin Bei, he would become a major threat. And it wasn't just the light altar, there were countless organizations in the world coveting pure power. Ultimately, the Dread Sovereign decided to temporarily abandon his plans for Nanchur City and shelved his scheme for advancement. Once the black light completely dissipated, Lin Bei withdrew all his power and exhaled deeply, finally allowing his taut nerves to relax a little. At that moment, a system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mission to save Nanchur City. A super reward package has been issued. Please open it promptly. Finally, Lin Bei had completed his first major mission, defeating the hybrid Taodai and averting the catastrophe in Nanshan City. His eyes sparkled with anticipation as he stared at the words, Super Reward Package, displayed on the system interface. System, open the Super Reward Package, Lin Bei said eagerly. The system's notification sounded immediately. Ding! Super Reward Package successfully opened. Congratulations, host, on receiving the following rewards. 1,000 Phantom Divine Weapon, 1 designated second fusion opportunity, and 1 chance to randomly draw a top-tier dragon species. Detailed information about the rewards instantly appeared in Lin Bei's mind. The 1,000 Phantom Divine Weapon could transform into 1,000 different forms, mimicking the appearance and abilities of any weapon he had seen or used before, though its strength would depend on his own power. The designated second fusion opportunity allowed a previously fused dragon to undergo fusion again, significantly enhancing its abilities. Taking a deep breath, Lin Bei decided to use the top-tier dragon draw first. System, use the top-tier dragon draw. Ding! Random top-tier dragon draw in progress. Draw successful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining a Time Emperor dragon hatchling. Lin Bei's heartbeat quickened, and his pupils slightly dilated. The Time Emperor dragon, the sovereign of time manipulation, far exceeded his expectations. Opening the system space, he saw 2 slumbering hatchlings. One a bone dragon hatchling, the other a Time Emperor dragon hatchling. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Bei decided to postpone the fusion plan for now and head to the neighboring city to gather suitable materials. Unfolding his wind thunder wings, he swiftly departed from the devastated Huang family estate, leaving behind Huang Bashuan's lifeless body and the ruins of the battle. Meanwhile, in Nanshan City, most of the residents were in a state of mental disarray, a result of the Azure Dragon's power. Only a few, including the First Dean, remained clear-headed. Inside the First Academy, the First Dean was urgently contacting other powerful individuals. The news spread rapidly, soon reaching the ears of the protectors in Xiaozhou. The protectors in the nearest central city where an upcoming auction was to take place immediately set out for Nanshan City. Back at the First Academy, the First Dean slumped into a chair, wiping the sweat from his forehead as he sighed wearily. We've done all we can. Whatever happens to Nanshan City now depends on its fortune. It's just such a pity about Bai Zhou. The moment the Dean of the First Academy finished speaking, someone impatiently interrupted. Has that guy lost his mind? Choosing to stay behind? That's nothing short of suicide. The crowd quickly chimed in, agreeing unanimously. The sheer power of that creature was undeniable, completely beyond anything they could handle. Eventually, the First Dean spoke in a low, resolute tone, cutting through the murmurs of the group. After all, we were friends once. If circumstances allow, go to the Third Academy and erect a gravestone for him. The others nodded silently, but all decided to wait for the right time. After all, there was no urgency in putting up a gravestone. Meanwhile, at the Four Fiends division of the Shanghai organization, the fearsome sovereign issued a command to his kneeling subordinates. Someone in Nanshan City is impersonating the holy seed of the radiant altar. This individual possesses a power far beyond that of the holy seed, an unparalleled force of purity and sanctity. Spread this news immediately and ensure the holy seed of the radiant altar hears of it. His words were a calculated mix of truth and falsehood. By framing Lin Bei as an impostor, he sought to provoke the holy seed, who was famously protective of her reputation. The moment she learned someone was masquerading as her, she would undoubtedly come to investigate personally. This was the Shanghai organization's perfect opportunity to deal with both Lin Bei and the holy seed. The subordinates responded in unison. As you command, sovereign. They quickly dispersed to carry out the task. For them, spreading rumors was an effortless endeavor. Unbeknownst to Lin Bei, this scheme was already underway. He silently entered the office of the Third Academy's dean in Nanshan City. Bai Zhou stood off to the side, hesitant to sit or speak. In a world where strength dictated respect, he was exceptionally cautious. Bai Dean, as of now, you're the only one who knows my true identity, Lin Bei said calmly. Baijiu immediately tensed up, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He realized that whatever came next would determine his fate. You have two choices. The first is to follow me. The second is... Lin Bei's words were cut off as Baijiu blurted out, I'll follow you. He made the decision instinctively, seizing what could be a life-altering opportunity. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, then, after a brief pause, said, Tomorrow, join me in Tianshan City for the auction. Understood. Baijiu agreed without hesitation. Lin Bei left shortly after, intending to find a quiet place to complete the synthesis of the bone dragon. Despite his considerable strength, he remained cautious. The center of the magical beast forest was the ideal location. As anticipated, the news spread rapidly. Upon hearing it, the holy seed of the radiant altar immediately mounted her painstakingly tamed radiant dragon and set out for Nanshan City. Although the radiant altar's holy master did not stop her, he discreetly sent people to protect her while also seeking to uncover the truth. Lin Bei returned home and used a teleportation array to reach the center of the magical beast forest. As he stood in this familiar place, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. He summoned the bone dragon, now fully awakened. Its skeletal frame exuded an aura that was both eerie and awe-inspiring. He then retrieved two additional synthesis materials, the heaven-slaying spear, which he had been using for some time, and the remains of a deceased hybrid tautai. Just the sight of these materials filled Lin Bei with anticipation for the power the synthesis would yield. Activate synthesis function, Lin Bei declared as the system's notification sounded. Bone dragon hatchling, heaven-slaying spear, hybrid tautai remains. The three materials used for the synthesis this time, the heaven-slaying demon spear, the bone dragon, and the hybrid tautai remains, all exuded an aura of malevolence. The heaven-slaying demon spear was inherently tied to demonic energy, the bone dragon symbolized the power of death, and the hybrid tautai remains came from a ferocious beast. These three components were destined to give birth to a dark dragon, one that stood in stark contrast to the radiant holy white dragon. Lin Bei leaned against a large tree, his brows slightly furrowed. His greatest concern was whether this Suntoba-born bone dragon could coexist peacefully with the radiant holy white dragon. As he pondered, a gentle white glow, as soft as the sunlight of early spring, suddenly enveloped the three materials. Three orbs of light slowly rose into the air, converging toward a single central point. 3 seconds later, the orbs fully merged, forming a larger sphere of light. A system notification chimed in at just the right moment. Synthesis in progress. Host, please be patient. Taking advantage of the waiting period, Lin Bei decided to deal with the rewards he had received from completing the third mission. Without hesitation, he simultaneously used the random talent and random dragon draw opportunities. The system immediately responded. Random talent successfully drawn. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Kuanpeng affinity talent. Random dragon successfully drawn. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the light dragon. The light dragon has been placed in the system space. These unexpected rewards made Lin Bei's eyes light up. A second light dragon? He didn't intend for this dragon to follow the path of ultimate purity, as the radiant holy white dragon already filled that role. But what surprised him even more was the Kuanpeng affinity talent. This legendary existence had somehow connected with him. Though the chances of encountering a Kuanpeng in Nanshan City were almost non-existent, the potential of this talent was undeniably thrilling. Meanwhile, Tianshan City was bustling with activity. From novice awakeners to renowned powerhouses, people were flocking to this city, ranked among the top 80 in Xiaozhou. Rare treasures of all kinds, weapons, elixirs, equipment, and magical beast materials were in abundant supply. This auction was destined to be a grand event. However, as people from various factions gathered, conflicts and clashes became inevitable. But at this moment, Lin Bei had no time to concern himself with the distant commotion. His full attention was fixed on the white orb of light before him. Tiny cracks began to spread across its surface, resembling a spider web. With a crisp crack, the fissures multiplied rapidly, and after a minute, the orb shattered with a resounding burst. Countless fragments of white light scattered like a rainstorm, falling gracefully to the ground. The moment the synthesis was complete, a dazzling white light burst forth in the sky, spectacular like clouds cascading down from above. Amidst the fragments of this radiance, a white figure gradually emerged. It was the newly synthesized bone dragon. A system notification chimed in at just the right moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host on a successful synthesis. As the notification sound faded, all the white light instantly dispersed. A massive bone dragon appeared before Lin Bei, its size swelling from that of a small car to the scale of a large truck. The dragon's structure remained composed of gleaming white bones, but the tips of each bone had turned jet black, as sharp and menacing as the spearhead of the heaven-slaying demon spear. The bone dragon's enormous jaws widened, and through the gaps in its skeletal frame, a faint, swirling void could be seen within, as if it contained an unfathomable black hole. It moved its white-boned body with surprising grace, landing lightly in front of Lin Bei. Then, with its massive skull, it gently nuzzled him. In an instant, the bone dragon's detailed information materialized before him. Name, unnamed. Species, Dragon Clan Bone Dragon. New species designation pending. Status, juvenile, weakest stage. Loyalty, absolute. Even if reduced to dust, it will never betray. Abilities, death power of the bone dragon, devour power of the Taotai, destructive power of the heaven-slaying demon spear. This bone dragon, a manifestation of death itself, had fused with the heaven-slaying demon spear and the hybrid Taotai, significantly amplifying its destructive capabilities. The trinity of death power, devour power, and spear power elevated its overall strength to an extraordinary level. Lin Bei couldn't help but marvel as he read through the description. This was undoubtedly a dragon born for battle. Lin Bei was quite satisfied with the power of the newly fused bone dragon. Having a dragon dedicated to slaughter and combat was indeed something to celebrate. After carefully examining the attributes of the bone dragon, he decided to assign it a new species name to earn the corresponding rewards: Bone Dragon, Taotai, and the Demon Spear. Since you're a fusion of these three materials, I'll name you Devourer of Heavens, Slayer of Demons Dragon. Lin Bei's voice carried a hint of excitement. The name perfectly encapsulated the characteristics of the three components. Devourer of Heavens symbolized Taoyu's ultimate ability, Slayer of Demons reflected the power of the Demon Spear, and Dragon highlighted the essence of the Bone Dragon. The system's notification chimed in right on cue. Ding! Species designation successful. Devourer of Heavens, Slayer of Demons Dragon True Name gift pack has been successfully issued. Instead of opening the gift pack right away, Lin Bei focused on observing the dragon in front of him. Continuing his habit of giving his dragons nicknames like the Light Sky Sacred White Dragon and the Void Cycle Dragon, softly said, "For everyday use, I'll just call you Bones." As soon as he finished speaking, the Devourer of Heavens, Slayer of Demons Dragon lightly flapped its wings, clearly pleased with the affectionate nickname. Lin Bei reached out to stroke the hard, bony surface of its head before finally opening the True Name gift pack. Ding! Devourer of Heavens, Slayer of Demons Dragon True Name gift pack successfully opened. The system then awarded 3 rewards. 1 chance to randomly draw a new ability for the Devourer of Heavens, Slayer of Demons Dragon. 1 chance to randomly upgrade one of its abilities. A dedicated exclusive space for the dragon. With nothing else pressing at the moment, Lin Bei immediately used the ability draw and upgrade opportunities. Ding! Acquired Holy Resistance Physique. This is a core ability of the Devourer of Heavens, Slayer of Demons Dragon, and its strength will grow as the dragon matures. Ding! Ability successfully upgraded. The upgraded ability is Death Power. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, his expression one of disbelief. Both Evil Resistance Physique and Holy Resistance Physique? My luck is off the charts. Having experienced the power of resistance abilities in previous battles, he knew just how formidable they were. Now, he was practically untouchable by both holy and evil forces. What thrilled him even more was the upgrade to the dragon's death power, which would significantly boost its combat capabilities. After providing the Devourer of Heavens, Slayer of Demons Dragon with ample food and ensuring it entered an evolutionary state, Lin Bei used a teleportation array to leave the center of the magic beast forest. In almost an instant, he was back home. After everything he had been through, he definitely needed some rest. The next morning, Lin Bei woke up fully refreshed and in peak condition. Meanwhile, in the neighboring apartment, Wang Yuling had also risen early. Ever since Lin Bei had been temporarily suspended from school, she had been working extra hard, hoping her excellent grades might help reduce his punishment. Lately, she had been so focused on studying that she rarely had time to visit Lin Bei. After a simple breakfast, Wang Yuling prepared to head to the academy. However, the moment she opened the door to her building, she was greeted by an unexpected figure. Her eyes widened in surprise. The dean? What are you doing here? Indeed, standing at the entrance was none other than Dean Baizhou of the Third Academia, figure who had no reason to appear in such a remote neighborhood. Baizhou glanced at Wang Yuling, quickly recalling their first meeting, and immediately understood the connection. At the same time, he became even more certain that Lin Bei and Wang Yuling had a special relationship. Good morning, Wang. Miss Wang, Baizhou greeted, initially intending to use a more formal title, but quickly correcting himself, mindful of Lin Bei's instructions. Good morning, Dean. Wang Yuling instinctively responded, then asked curiously, "Are you here to see someone? Can I help you?" She secretly planned to seize the opportunity to speak on Lin Bei's behalf. "Thank you for your kindness, Miss Wang, but I'm here to wait for someone important," Baizhou replied, choosing to be vague to avoid revealing Lin Bei's identity. His answer only left Wang Yuling more astonished. "What? You're waiting for someone?" She couldn't believe it. The dean of the academy personally waiting for someone who could be so esteemed as to live in this modest neighborhood. She had lived here for years and had never noticed anyone so extraordinary. As Baijiu struggled to find a better explanation, Lin Bei opened the door to his apartment and stepped outside. In the next moment, he saw Wang Yuling and Baijiu standing at the entrance. Seeing Baijiu and Wang Yuling standing together, Lin Bei couldn't help but rub his temples. The fact that this esteemed dean had shown up uninvited was giving him a bit of a headache. A figure as prominent as the dean waiting here was bound to draw a lot of attention. After all, in the eyes of ordinary people, someone of the dean's status was not someone you could casually encounter. Lin Bei stood there for a few seconds, then sighed helplessly. Since things had already come to this, he had no choice but to accept it. Besides, Wang Yuling was someone he could completely trust, so revealing a few things wouldn't hurt. With that thought, he stepped out of the building and greeted them with a light smile. Everyone's here. Hearing his voice, Wang Yuling and Baijiu turned around simultaneously. Their reactions, however, were completely different. Wang Yuling instantly lit up with a bright smile and quickly walked over to him. "Good morning, Beige. How did you sleep last night?" She seemed to have completely forgotten about Baijiu's presence, her eyes solely focused on Lin Bei. Lin Bei responded warmly, "Good morning, Xiaolinger." After exchanging a few pleasantries, he finally shifted his gaze to Baijiu, his brows furrowed slightly. "Why are you here so early?" His tone was cold, devoid of the respect one might expect when addressing a dean. Wang Yuling immediately leaned in close, whispering urgently, "Beige, you can't talk to the dean like that. If you make him unhappy, you'll have an even harder time getting back to the academy." Her concern for Lin Bei was evident, and she was genuinely worried he might offend Baijiu. Just as Wang Yuling was about to turn and offer an explanation to Baijiu, the latter spoke first. "I came here to wait for you." The respectful, "You" left Wang Yuling momentarily stunned. A dean addressing a student with such deference was entirely outside of her understanding. Recalling Baijiu's earlier mention of waiting for someone, Wang Yuling quickly pieced it together. Baijiu had been waiting for Lin Bei. This realization left her even more shocked. Just a few days ago, the two of them had been strangers. How had things changed so drastically? Lin Bei, however, remained calm. He simply nodded slightly and said, "That's considerate of you. We'll leave shortly." Baijiu responded respectfully, "Understood," and then stepped aside on his own. Wang Yuling, still wide-eyed, looked at Lin Bei. "Beige, why does the dean treat you like this?" Having anticipated her question, Lin Bei calmly explained, "He treats me this way because my strength surpasses his." Xiaolinger. In this world, strength determines everything. His words left Wang Yuling deep in thought. A burning desire to grow stronger ignited within her. She clenched her fists tightly, silently vowing to herself, "I must become strong enough to not hold anyone back." A few minutes later, Wang Yuling bid the two farewell as she headed to Nanshan City's third academy. Lin Bei and Baijiu, on the other hand, went straight to the city's teleportation array. With Baijiu leading the way, everything went smoothly, and Lin Bei didn't even have to worry about the teleportation fees. Before long, the two of them stepped into the teleportation array. The city of Tianshan was bustling with unprecedented activity today, far surpassing its usual liveliness. By 8 a.m., the streets were already packed with people, and the number of street vendors had exceeded the norm. Even during the most significant festival of the year, such a scene would be rare. In the most remote open space in Tianshan, at least 10 massive teleportation arrays were neatly arranged, each one covering an area equivalent to 3 football fields. The arrays operated continuously, emitting a steady whoosh sound as streams of people emerged from them. Most of these visitors had come for the grand auction that was about to take place. Lin Bei and Baijiu spent a full 10 minutes just squeezing their way into the city. At that moment, a system notification sounded. Ding! The host has successfully acquired their first subordinate. After a period of interaction, the system has detected a high level of loyalty. You have met the criteria for the first stage reward. The reward will now be issued. Ding! The first stage reward has been issued. The subordinate information viewing system is now activated. The host can check detailed information about subordinates. Ding! The host can now exchange points in the subordinate shop for items to enhance subordinates. Ding! When a subordinate's loyalty reaches 90, the host can use the fusion function to combine the subordinate with specific materials, granting them greater abilities without changing their appearance. These unexpected rewards piqued Lin Bei's interest. While the subordinate information function seemed fairly standard, the subordinate shop and the material fusion function caught his attention. However, the immediate priority was to survey his surroundings. As far as the eye could see, the area was packed with a sea of people. To prevent any incidents, the city's administrators were conducting identity checks on the incoming visitors, causing severe congestion and making movement nearly impossible. Lin Bei realized that this indicated fierce competition ahead. The more participants in the auction, the higher the likelihood of multiple people vying for the same item. Suddenly, a troubling thought crossed Lin Bei's mind. His funds might not be sufficient. He frowned, his mind racing. Most of his funds and treasures had been converted into points earlier, leaving him in the frustrating predicament of needing money when it's most critical. Clearly, he needed to find a way to make some money. Otherwise, even if he found an item he liked, he wouldn't be able to afford it. Since he was currently unable to move, Lin Bei decided to test the system's new functionality and checked Bai Zhou's information. Name, Bai Zhou. Role, subordinate. Talent, affinity with avian creatures. Rank, advanced beast tamer. Loyalty, 80. Additional information is locked and requires specific attributes to unlock. An 80 loyalty score left Lin Bei quite satisfied, at least proved that Bai Zhou was trustworthy. However, the strength of an advanced beast tamer was relatively weak, being only the third stage of beast taming. In this world, human ranks corresponded to magical beast levels, and an advanced beast tamer was far from being a powerhouse. This was also the first time Lin Bei gained insight into someone else's rank. He himself was also an advanced beast tamer. Next, Lin Bei opened the subordinate shop. The shop contained only 2 items, both with limited redemption quantities. 1. Marrow Cleansing Pill. Price, 1,000 points. Effect, improves physical constitution and removes impurities from the body. Effectiveness increases with repeated use. Restriction, can be redeemed 100 times today. Cannot be used by the host. 2. Beast Spirit Pill Subordinate Edition. Price, 100 points. Effect, enhances the growth potential of magical beasts, superior to similar products on the market but inferior to the dragon-specific version. Restriction, can be redeemed 100 times today. The host's dragon cannot use this item. The variety of items and redemption limits in the shop were directly tied to the number of subordinates. Having explored these 2 functions, only the mysterious subordinate fusion feature remained to be investigated. Compared to the first 2 features, Lin Bei showed particular interest in the third one, the subordinate fusion function. Just from the name, he could infer that it was a mechanism similar to the dragon tribe's synthesis, which filled him with anticipation. The system promptly chimed in with a detailed explanation of the feature. The core purpose of this function is to enhance the strength of subordinates. The host can select specific materials to fuse with a subordinate, granting them new abilities without any negative side effects. It is important to note that the number of fusions a subordinate can undergo is closely tied to their innate talent. The greater the talent, the more fusions they can handle. This feature is designed to assist the host in cultivating powerful subordinates. Lin Bei fully grasped the significance of this function, but for now, he felt a bit disappointed. Although Bai Zhou's loyalty had reached 80, activating this function required a minimum loyalty of 90. He had no choice but to temporarily set the idea aside and wait for the right opportunity. At the same time, he refrained from making any immediate exchanges in the subordinate shop. As time passed, it was finally Lin Bei and Bai Zhou's turn for identity verification. Since Nanshan City and Tianshan City were relatively close to each other, travel between the 2 cities was frequent. As the dean of the Third Academy, Bai Zhou often traveled for official duties, so the officer in charge of verification, Zhang Kun, immediately recognized him. Long time no see, Brother Bai. Zhang Kun greeted warmly. Indeed, Brother Zhang. It's been a while, Bai Zhou replied with a smile. Because they were familiar with each other, the tedious identity verification process was skipped. As Zhang Kun carefully observed Bai Zhou, he asked curiously, Brother Bai, why are you alone this year? That's not how it usually is. He subconsciously overlooked Lin Bei, who was standing behind Bai Zhou, assuming him to be just an ordinary student. When the other deans were mentioned, Bai Zhou's expression instantly darkened. Those people, they're not qualified to accompany me anymore, he said coldly. This statement left Zhang Kun stunned, his face full of disbelief. After all, among the 6 academies of Nanshan City, Bai Zhou's strength was ranked only 3rd. Even the strongest dean of the first academy wouldn't dare to make such a bold claim. Bai Zhou chose not to elaborate further and instead asked calmly, Brother Zhang, since we are representing the 3rd Academy of Nanshan City, is identity verification still necessary? Although Zhang Kun remained puzzled, he smiled and replied, Of course not. You may proceed directly. After all, Nanshan City is an important partner of Tianshan City. This was precisely why Lin Bei had brought Bai Zhou along. If Lin Bei had come alone, he would have had to endure a lengthy verification process to prevent infiltration by dark organizations. But with Bai Zhou's presence, these complications were easily avoided. After giving a slight nod of acknowledgement, Bai Zhou turned to Lin Bei, and his expression immediately became respectful. While he could adopt a casual demeanor with someone of equal standing like Zhang Kun, his attitude toward Lin Bei was entirely different. Faced with Lin Bei, whose strength far surpassed his own and who had now become his superior, Bai Zhou dared not show even the slightest hint of disrespect. He quickly stepped to the side, slightly lowered his head, and made a respectful gesture inviting Lin Bei to enter. After you, sir. This scene left Zhang Kun completely dumbfounded. His eyes widened as his gaze darted back and forth between Bai Zhou and Lin Bei. When his eyes finally settled on Lin Bei, his thoughts seemed to freeze, and his breathing grew noticeably heavier. Everything unfolding before him was clearly beyond his comprehension. What the hell? Am I seeing things? Zhang Kun exclaimed inwardly. Bai Zhou was the dean of the Third Academy in Nanshan City. How could he be so deferential to a young man who looked to be only about 20 years old? There hadn't been any news of a prominent young figure from a major power visiting recently. Even if there were, someone of Bai Zhou's status wouldn't act so submissively, not even to the younger generation of such powers. Zhang Kun wanted to ask what was going on but couldn't figure out where to start. His mind was in turmoil. Meanwhile, Lin Bei strode forward without hesitation, not even sparing Zhang Kun a glance as he walked past him. Only then did Bai Zhou slowly lift his head, giving Zhang Kun a faint smile before quickly following behind Lin Bei. His demeanor was that of a servant to his master. This left Zhang Kun utterly stunned, his usual sharpness completely absent as he stood frozen like a statue. It wasn't until someone nudged him that he finally snapped out of his daze, regaining a semblance of composure. This is insane. Absolutely insane. Zhang Kun muttered to himself. When the other deans from Nanshan City arrive, I need to ask them what on earth is going on. After passing the security check, Lin Bei and Bai Zhou stepped onto the bustling streets of Tianshan City. The vibrant scene before them vividly showcased the city's liveliness. Even in the most remote alleys, the air was filled with the constant clamor of hawkers peddling their goods. Don't miss out. Come and try the best Tianshan specialties, a vendor enthusiastically called out. Braised paradise chicken, fried paradise chicken, roasted paradise chicken, pan-seared paradise chicken, we've got it all. Step right up, ladies and gentlemen. Come take a look. Another vendor shouted. We just got 5 mature, tameable magical birds in stock, definitely worth seeing. The streets were lined with an array of shops. The sign for Tianshan No. 1 Forging Shop stood out prominently. The shopkeeper stood at the entrance, advertising, we specialize in material refinement, weapon forging, and spirit rune enhancements, everything you need. Next door, a newly opened shop boasted a sign that read invisibility and disguise. Masks, cloaks, robes, any kind of disguise you can think of. We've got it, the owner proclaimed. The grand auction had drawn merchants from near and far. Not only were local vendors present, but many out-of-town traders had also flocked to the city, all announcing plans to stay open through the night. In this bustling atmosphere, rare and exotic goods that were seldom seen were now displayed on the various stalls, with business thriving like never before. As Lin Bei walked along, observing the scene, a plan began to form in his mind. He turned to Bai Zhou and lowered his voice. Dean Bai, I have some valuable items to sell. Do you think I should sell them directly to a shop, or would it be better to set up my own stall? Without much hesitation, Bai Zhou replied. Setting up a stall is better. Selling to a shop will limit the price you can get, but selling directly will yield higher profits. Good point. Let's find a spot for a stall then. Bai Zhou immediately offered. Leave it to me. There's a Tianshan guest hotel up ahead. I've already booked 2 rooms. We can meet there later. After parting ways, Bai Zhou went to handle the stall arrangements, while Lin Bei continued to explore the streets. About half an hour later, he overheard some intriguing conversations. Quick, come look. They're transporting the auction items up ahead. I heard there's a massive item, a giant fish scale or something. Curious, Lin Bei quietly followed the crowd. Meanwhile, at the Third Academy in Nanshan City, Wang Yuling had just arrived on campus when she was met by the deans of the 5 major academies. Initially planning to flee, these deans had decided to stay after hearing that a powerful individual was coming to their aid. Now, they were all convinced that Bai Zhou was dead and sought to recruit Wang Yuling. Wang Yuling, the Third Academy is destined to decline. Why not join one of our academies instead? One of the deans suggested. Looking puzzled, Wang Yuling replied, Deans, wouldn't Dean Bai be unhappy with this? The dean of the First Academy bluntly stated. Wang Yuling, Dean Bai sacrificed himself yesterday. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuling's expression turned utterly incredulous, and she thought to herself, are you kidding me? Have you lost your mind? Wang Yuling stood before the 5 deans, her expression a mix of perplexity and disbelief. Her gaze swept across their faces, as if she were looking at a group of lunatics. However, mindful of their status and authority, she quickly adjusted her demeanor. Surely there must be some mistake. How could Dean Bai possibly be dead? She asked deliberately, though deep down, she already sensed something unusual was at play. Having encountered Bai Zhou earlier that morning, she chose to withhold that information, hoping to extract more details. As expected, the first dean immediately responded, Wang Yuling, I understand how difficult this is for you to accept, but facts are facts, and they cannot be changed. Old Bai, he truly is gone. Against a creature as terrifying as that, survival was simply impossible. Though they hadn't witnessed Bai Zhou's death firsthand, nor had they found his body, they were convinced of his demise. The hybrid Taotai was a monstrous force beyond imagination capable of devouring attacks with ease. How could anyone, let alone Bai Zhou, have possibly survived such an encounter? Wang Yuling raised an eyebrow slightly, her eyes flickering with contemplation. In just a few exchanges, she had already gleaned a wealth of critical information. Thank you for your concern, Deans, but I think it's best for me to stay at the Third Academy. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. With that, she turned and started walking toward the classroom, her mind racing to piece together the situation. Just how many secrets is Bei hiding? She mused inwardly. The 5 deans exchanged helpless glances and sighed. Though they hadn't managed to persuade Wang Yuling, they decided not to push her too hard. Forget it. Let's head to Tianshan City. The auction there is about to begin, and many prominent figures are expected to attend. Their voices weren't particularly hushed, so Wang Yuling, who had yet to walk far, overheard their conversation. Recalling the events of the morning, she quickly deduced, it seems likely that both Lin Bei and Bei Gij have gone to the auction as well. I should check it out too. With her decision made, she resolved to head to Tianshan City. Meanwhile, Lin Bei had already arrived at the bustling heart of Tianshan City along with the crowd. The streets were alive with activity as transport trucks slowly made their way through, loaded with goods destined for the auction. These items were left conspicuously unwrapped, allowing everyone to see them clearly. Workers moved efficiently, unloading treasures with practiced ease, paying no attention to the gawking onlookers. They were clearly accustomed to the spectacle. That's a juvenile blazing moon battle ox. My goodness, even soul fusion elixirs are here. A young steel-bone giant ape, and equipment crafted by a master artisan. Look, handwritten beast-taming notes from a renowned expert. Gasps and exclamations rippled through the crowd as people marveled at the displayed items. This was a deliberate strategy by the auction organizers, showcasing select pieces to draw in potential buyers. Lin Bei activated his origin eye ability, immediately analyzing the various beast-related materials on display. Information flowed into his vision. Lion King's mane 3-tailed, exceptional defensive properties, highly resistant to drought. Hellhound Claw, extremely sharp with potent attack power, may carry a curse. Skeleton Soldier's Bone Death variant, an ominous artifact. Prolonged exposure could lead to corruption by malevolent energy. Just then, an extraordinary auction item captured everyone's attention. It was a massive fish scale, so enormous that even a large transport truck couldn't fully contain a thouth of it hung off the side. Lin Bai's origin eye quickly identified it as a scale shed by a kuanpeng in its fish form. Not only was its size astonishing, but its durability was unparalleled. It was virtually indestructible. Lin Bei froze in place the moment he saw information about the massive scale, larger than a house. He never would have imagined that this was the legendary kuanpeng scale. The discovery sent his heart racing, and his breathing quickened. The kuanpeng, a creature even rarer and more mysterious than dragons. No wonder he initially mistook it for the scale of some giant fish. Hadn't even considered such a possibility. But now, with the truth revealed, Lin Bei immediately made up his mind. He had to claim this scale for himself. The others at the scene were equally stunned by the sheer size of the scale. A single scale larger than a house? This was beyond anything they could comprehend. Even the largest known predator, the bloodthirsty tyrant shark, couldn't possibly have a scale of this magnitude. After the initial shock, a wave of excitement rippled through the crowd. Though most people had no idea about the scale's origins or its value, they were eager to obtain it. Voices rose in animated discussion. I've got 50 million in spare cash. Let's see if I can snag it. 50 million for a fish scale? What if it's useless? That'd be a total waste. Something this extraordinary is worth buying just to study it. But Lin Bei, the only one who knew the truth, was pondering a different question. Why had the Kunpeng scale appeared in Tianshan City, so far from the ocean? Fish scales usually fall off due to injury or illness. There had to be more to this. Just then, the system notification chimed. Ding! A new chain quest has been successfully triggered. Host, please acquire the Kunpeng scale. This gave Lin Bei a moment of clarity. Every time the system issued a chain quest, it seemed to involve mythical creatures. The first chain involved the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. This time, it was the Kuanpeng. While it was still just a theory, the release of the third chain quest would confirm his suspicions. After leaving the auction area, Lin Bei began carefully observing the streets. He noticed that food vendors were the most common, followed by materials and equipment merchants, then magical beast traders. Alchemy vendors, though moderate in number, generally sold low-quality goods. This realization led him to conclude that selling high-quality elixirs would be the best approach. Meanwhile, Si Lingxian, a saintess of the Light Altar, had also arrived in Tianshan City. Initially intending to head straight to Nanshan City to track down an imposter, she was redirected by her organization to investigate suspicious activities by the Shanghai organization. Dressed in flowing white robes, Si Lingxian walked through the streets, turning heads wherever she went. Her flawless features, porcelain-like skin, and perfect figure, combined with an aura of pure sanctity, left onlookers in awe. Some were even struck with a reverent urge to kneel. Wherever she passed, hushed whispers followed. She must be a saintess from some holy place. A few minutes later, as Lin Bei was making his way to find Bai Zhou and carry out his plan, he unexpectedly crossed paths with Si Lingxian on the bustling street. Si Lingxian strolled gracefully down the bustling street, her striking beauty and refined demeanor naturally drawing the attention of passers-by. Vendors momentarily forgot their sales pitches, and pedestrians turned their heads, their expressions ranging from awe to curiosity as they gazed at her. Yet, Si Lingxian seemed completely unfazed by the attention, her focus entirely on examining the goods displayed along the roadside. She was well aware that identifying the infiltrators from the Shanghai organization within the crowd would be no easy task. It would require carefully narrowing down suspicious targets and meticulously verifying their identities. However, she was in no rush. She understood that the Shanghai organization was undoubtedly up to something, and in time, their true intentions would inevitably surface. It had been years since her last visit to the auction in Tianshan City. Though the city was far from her usual residence, the grand scale of the auction left a lasting impression on her, each time extensive in scope, abundant in treasures, and teeming with participants. It was only natural that such an event would draw the attention of numerous factions. Si Lingxian pondered privately, hoping this might be her chance to find the item she needed to break through her current cultivation bottleneck. Amidst the bustling streets, Lin Bei's gaze was the only one not drawn to Si Lingxian. At that moment, his mind was entirely occupied with thoughts of earning money, oblivious to her presence just ahead. Similarly, Si Lingxian paid no attention to the seemingly ordinary young man, who appeared to be in his early 20s, passing by. As the two were about to cross paths, no more than 2 meters apart, the holy light white dragon residing in Lin Bei's personal space suddenly let out an earth-shattering roar. The dragon's cry, filled with excitement, was fortunately muffled by the confines of the exclusive space, preventing it from being heard in the outside world. The independent space perfectly insulated all internal activity. Lin Bei abruptly halted, his mind clouded with confusion. The holy light white dragon's unprecedented reaction left him baffled. He immediately questioned it in his thoughts. Xiaobai? What's going on? The dragon responded with a series of profound roars. What? You're saying there's another one of your kind nearby? You want to take a look? Lin Bei was stunned, realizing the possibility of another light dragon in the vicinity. Taking a deep breath, he made a swift decision. Asu, take Xiaobai into the surrounding void to investigate, but remember you can only move within the void. The two dragons eagerly accepted the command, silently leaving the personal space and slipping into the external void. Lin Bei continued walking nonchalantly, leaving the investigation to the dragons. Once in the void, the holy light white dragon began its search, releasing a wave of pure, holy energy that quickly spread outward. Within seconds, this energy encompassed an area of 50 meters in radius. People within this range experienced various miraculous effects. Chronic ailments vanished, minds became clearer, and fatigue melted away. Bewildered and amazed, they speculated that this sudden phenomenon might be caused by the mysterious power of an auction item. Si Lingxian, however, immediately recognized the familiar aura. As a holy seed of the light altar, she had grown up surrounded by this kind of sacred energy. Yet, this force was purer than any she had ever encountered, surpassing even the power of the six-winged angel pet belonging to the holy master of the light altar. While she stood in astonishment, the light dragon dwelling within her innate talent conveyed an intense longing. It was desperate to emerge and absorb this extraordinary energy. Si Lingxian's breath suddenly quickened, her delicate face showing a trace of astonishment. She stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her eyes despite having spent so much time with the light dragon. It was the first time she had witnessed it display such an intense desire. You really want to absorb this power? She asked softly. The light dragon responded with an unequivocal affirmation. It was clear that it was desperate to absorb this energy. This answer left Si Lingxian even more stunned. After all, the light dragon was a legendary being, symbolizing light and purity. Her status as the holy seed of the current light altar was due in no small part 90%, to be exacto her ability to tame this light dragon. Even when faced with the power fluctuations of a six-winged angel, the dragon had never shown any intention of absorbing such energy. But now, it was acting like a ravenous wolf, yearning to devour this force. All right, then come out. Si Lingxian quickly made her decision and immediately activated her innate ability to summon the light dragon. With the powerful sound of wings beating, a massive light dragon appeared in the sky, its size noticeably larger than that of a typical radiant holy white dragon. This was clearly a mature light dragon, as radiant holy white dragons were naturally larger than their light dragon counterparts of the same stage. The surrounding crowd was instantly captivated by this awe-inspiring sight, their heads tilting upward to gaze at the sky. My goodness, it's really a dragon. I never thought I'd see a real dragon with my own eyes. That woman actually has a dragon as a pet. Most people instinctively felt a sense of reverence and hurried to maintain their distance from Lingxian. Meanwhile, a few well-informed individuals scrutinized her closely, trying to deduce her identity. Among them were members of the Shanghai organization, who were engaged in a hushed yet serious discussion. If our intel is correct, she's the holy seed of the current light altar. Why did she suddenly summon the light dragon? Forget about that for now. Focus on the mission. We need to secure the Kuanpeng scale. Lin Bei, observing the scene from a distance, merely raised an eyebrow. So it really is a light dragon. This woman isn't simple. However, he didn't dwell on the matter. As long as she didn't provoke him, he had no interest in getting involved. He turned and continued on his way, intent on finding Bai Zhou to put his plan into action. Meanwhile, a radiant holy white dragon hidden in the void was watching its fellow dragon in the sky with glowing eyes of excitement. It licked its lips with its massive tongue, and the breath from its nostrils grew hotter, evidence of its barely restrained primal instincts. The summoned light dragon paid no attention to the reactions of those around it. Instead, it hovered high in the air, flapping its wings. Unlike humans, it could clearly sense the rich and sacred energy below a power far greater than its own. Unable to contain its excitement any longer, it opened its massive jaws wide and began to ravenously devour the energy. Soon, the power below was drawn upward, converging toward the sky. The radiant holy white dragon, observing this, made no attempt to interfere, allowing its own energy to be absorbed freely. The light dragon gazed at the sky, and instead of showing any discontent, a look of satisfaction appeared in its eyes. Surrounding its majestic form, streams of divine, sacred energy flowed gently into its body like trickling streams. Gurgle, gurgle. As the absorption continued, the light dragon slowly closed its eyes, immersing itself in the baptism of power. Although Lingxian couldn't directly see the sacred energy, she could distinctly sense the unique ripples in the air. Through her spiritual connection with the light dragon, she immediately understood what her dragon was doing. It was absorbing this rare and precious sacred energy. A sense of anticipation surged through Lingxian's heart. She couldn't help but wonder if the light dragon might achieve even the slightest breakthrough after absorbing this energy. However, she quickly tempered her expectations, knowing full well that her dragon was currently facing an exceptionally challenging bottleneck. If this bottleneck could be surpassed, its strength would undergo a qualitative leap. But precisely because of this, relying solely on external energy absorption to break through was almost impossible. In the blink of an eye, a minute had passed. The surrounding sacred energy had already become sparse, with the light dragon having absorbed nearly 99% of it. By now, it had entered a unique state. Its entire body radiated a dazzling white light, and its aura had shifted, becoming distinct from its usual presence. Witnessing this, Lingxian's breathing grew rapid. This scene was all too familiar to her. Every time the light dragon was on the verge of evolving, similar phenomena would occur. A second later, as the final trace of sacred energy was absorbed, the brilliance emanating from the light dragon intensified. It was now just a step away from evolution. Buzz, the radiant sacred white dragon, observing this transformation, let out an excited, resonant cry in the void. The sound seemed to declare, "Now that you've absorbed my sacred energy, you are mine." Without hesitation, it released another surge of sacred energy, eagerly awaiting the light dragon's metamorphosis. In an instant, an intensely pure and sacred power seeped out from the void's fissure, swiftly saturating the surrounding space. The people who had just returned to normal, still wearing expressions of lingering wonder, were once again enveloped by this mysterious force. "Hurry! Absorb this power quickly," someone urged in a hushed but urgent tone. "This is immensely beneficial to us. We can't let that dragon take it all. This is our shared opportunity." The noticeable transformation in the light dragon made everyone realize the immense value of this sacred power. Although humans couldn't gain strength or evolve abilities like the dragon, this energy could significantly enhance their vitality, proving just as effective for them as it was for the light dragon. People around began closing their eyes, channeling their inner energy, and frantically absorbing the sacred power. Even Lingxian was no exception. One wanted to miss this chance to advance. Fortunately, the range of this power's spread was limited. Otherwise, it would have undoubtedly attracted even more competitors. The radiant holy white dragon, observing the scene, seemed somewhat displeased. It was far from being a benevolent dragon. The release of power to the light dragon had its own purpose, and it certainly wasn't meant to benefit these strangers. Just as it prepared to retract its energy, Lin Bei's gaze landed on it. "Xiaobai, let them absorb it." Lin Bei's voice rang out. Though unclear about its master's intentions, The radiant holy white dragon complied with the order. Lin Bei stopped in his tracks, turning around with an amused expression as he watched the crowd. A plan was already forming in his mind. This was a golden business opportunity. If people could profit from selling air, why couldn't he monetize the sacred power of the radiant holy white dragon? A force capable of such miraculous effects was bound to become highly sought after. My choice was absolutely right, Lin Bei thought to himself. Xiaobai truly possesses the most sacred power. Only a new dragon clan that combines the strength of the light dragon, the power of angels, and the essence of Bai Zhe deserves to wield such divine energy. At that moment, Lingxian's light dragon sensed the growing concentration of sacred power below and immediately began absorbing it with fervor. It understood the fierce competition and dared not slack off. With each passing moment, the light dragon's radiance grew brighter, illuminating the entire street as if thousands of incandescent lamps had been lit simultaneously. However, with so many people absorbing it, the sacred power was quickly depleted. The crowd opened their eyes, their faces filled with regret. Ugh, how did it run out so fast? Someone lamented. My body only improved twofold. My 20 years of extreme cold poison could have been completely cured. Does anyone know how to get more of this power? I'm willing to pay 10 million for it. Listening to the rising chatter behind him, Lin Bei felt a sense of satisfaction. Everything was unfolding as he had planned. Just then, the light dragon in the sky suddenly raised its head and let out a resounding roar. A wave of immense power rippled outward from its core. Lingxian immediately realized what was happening. It's advancing, she exclaimed, her voice a mix of joy and astonishment. The bottleneck that had plagued it for so long had been broken just like that, thanks to this mysterious energy. Though surprised, Lingxian quickly calmed herself, preparing to take the light dragon to a safe place for its advancement. But before she could act, the radiant holy white dragon made its move. Suddenly, a massive rift tore through the fabric of space, appearing right beside the radiant dragon. This unexpected phenomenon left Lingxian and her radiant dragon frozen in place, while the surrounding crowd stopped in their tracks, staring in shock. No one knew why this void rift had appeared or what mysteries it might conceal. What's going on? Why did a void rift suddenly appear here? Murmurs of uncertainty rippled through the crowd. Is this the legendary void rift? I've lived for so long, but this is my first time seeing one. It's terrifying. As Lingxian stood staring blankly at the sky, a group of light altar guards rushed to her side, their voices urgent. Saintess, this isn't the time to stand idle. Quickly, recall the radiant dragon. If it gets swallowed by the void rift, with both the saint and the lord absent, we'll have no way to enter the void to rescue it. Snapped out of her daze, Lingxian prepared to use her innate abilities to retrieve the radiant dragon. But before she could act, a deafening dragon roar echoed from within the void. It was the roar of the celestial white dragon. Lingxian froze again, her heart skipping a beat. She knew that roar all too well. Hey, a dragon's roar? No way, she whispered softly, her voice only audible to those nearby. The crowd collectively gasped, their eyes wide with disbelief. Was there another dragon hidden within the void? The radiant dragon in the sky seemed to understand the meaning of the roar and immediately responded. What followed was a peculiar exchange of dragon calls, their roars echoing back and forth. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, as if witnessing something truly extraordinary. After a while, as the conversation between the dragons continued, Lingxian noticed something astonishing. The radiant dragon's pristine white face was tinged with a faint blush. Even more surprising, when the dragon turned to look at her, its large, shining eyes were filled with joy and anticipation, as if it were asking for permission. Lingxian was silent for a long moment before finally rubbing her aching forehead with a sigh. Fine, fine, go ahead. A dragon's heart cannot be restrained. She shook her head and sighed again as she spoke. The radiant dragon immediately spread its wings and leapt into the void rift, disappearing inside. The rift closed behind it, vanishing without a trace. The crowd finally snapped out of their stupor, but the awe of what they had just witnessed lingered. The light altar guards quickly turned to Lingxian, their tone urgent. Saintess, how could you let it go in? That's the void. It wasn't easy for the organization to obtain this radiant dragon. What on earth did it say to you? Lingxian replied calmly. It said it wanted to spend the night outside. One reason was to break through its current realm. The other, well, it seems there's a particularly handsome radiant dragon inside the void rift. That's why it was blushing. The guards were dumbfounded, so it went on a date? 10 minutes later, Lin Bei arrived at the Tianshan guest hotel. As he entered, he saw Bai Zhou waiting for him with a satisfied smile, signaling that the task had been completed. At that moment, the void reincarnation dragon also arrived at the hotel, letting out a slightly aggrieved cry. Lin Bai's expression darkened instantly. That Bai Zhou? Seriously? After having Ah Su bring that dragon over, He just sent Asu back? He needs a proper talking to. The return of the Void Reincarnation Dragon was merely a minor episode for Lin Bei. Though he had verbally mentioned teaching the Radiant Holy White Dragon a lesson, he had no real intention of doing so. In his view, dragons were sentient beings and shouldn't be reduced to mere tools that blindly obey commands. Before long, the Void Reincarnation Dragon finished pouring out its heart to its master in the void and dutifully returned to its designated space. At that moment, the blazing rock armor dragon, the six-winged wind thunder dragon, and the sky-devouring demon-slaying dragon immediately swarmed over, eagerly asking about the radiant holy white dragon. Feeling a bit disgruntled, the Void Reincarnation Dragon began to exaggerate its story, and soon, dragon roars echoed one after another from the respective spaces. Even dragons possess a penchant for gossip. As their master, Lin Bei could clearly hear their conversations, but he merely smiled helplessly and did not intervene. His attention shifted to Bai Zhou, who had already approached him. Bai Zhou lowered his head respectfully and reported, "My lord, the matter has been taken care of. I successfully secured a permit to set up a stall, and the location is conveniently near this hotel." As a seasoned dean, Bai Zhou was well-versed in knowing when to advance and when to retreat. Lin Bei, however, remained indifferent to Bai Zhou's respectful demeanor and saw no reason to alter it. After all, choosing to become a subordinate naturally came with certain adjustments. "Well done," Lin Bei acknowledged. "The initial preparations are complete, so we can proceed with the next step soon. But before that, I have a few things to take care of." System. Open the subordinate shop. He was preparing to test the effects of two specific pills. Meanwhile, Lingxian stood in a daze, unsure of what to do after losing her pet dragon. The other members of the Radiant Altar quickly exchanged glances upon noticing her state. Zhao Liqui took a deep breath and spoke softly, "Lady Saint Seed, perhaps it's best to rest for today. I've already booked a room for you at the Tianshan Visitor Hotel. We can make further plans once your dragon returns." Lingxian gave a slight nod in agreement. Acting rashly without her dragon would be unwise, especially since the Shanghai organization was also looking for opportunities to eliminate the Radiant Altar. For now, the best course of action was to lie low and wait for the Radiant Dragon's return. Not long after they departed, members of the Shanghai organization lurking nearby revealed their murderous intent without restraint. A member codenamed Kraken spoke up, "What do you all think? This seems like a golden opportunity." The others immediately responded, "We have to seize this chance. Who knows when the next one will come?" Judging from their condition, that Radiant Dragon likely won't return today. If we're going to act, it has to be tonight. Hai Gue listened intently to the group's discussion, his mind racing. He watched as Lingxian and her companions gradually disappeared into the distance. Only when their figures were about to vanish from sight did he make his final decision. "At midnight, we strike. The target is the holy seed of the Guangming altar," Hai Gue declared in a low, resolute voice. "We must neutralize her in the shortest time possible. The longer this drags on, the greater the chance that the guardians of Tianshan City will intervene." The group nodded solemnly, committing every word of Hai Gue's plan to memory. Soon, a member of the Shanghai organization, codenamed Sea Shadow, discreetly followed Lingxian's group, tasked with tracking their movements. Meanwhile, the members of the Guangming altar remained oblivious to the danger lurking behind them, though their hearts were already braced for the storm that was bound to come. This was destined to be a restless night. At the same time, Lin Bei opened the subordinate marketplace interface. Without hesitation, he exchanged his remaining points for one of each of the two available pills. Ding. Exchange successful. Items have been delivered to the system space. As the system notification sounded, Lin Bei immediately retrieved the two pills, one black and one white, each the size of a small glass bead from the system space. Without a second thought, he handed them to Bai Zhou. "The black one is the body cleansing pill, and the white one is the beast spirit pill," Lin Bei explained. "Take them when we get back, and let me know how they work." He was still unsure of the precise effects of these pills, and it was clearly unwise to use them in a crowded, public setting. Bai Zhou took the pills and paused for a moment. After seeming to arrive at some conclusion, he nodded solemnly at Lin Bei. "Understood." With that, the two of them left the hotel lobby without lingering further, each heading back to their respective rooms. Tianshan Guest Hotel stands tall in the heart of Tianshan City. As one of the top 5 luxury hotels in the city, its 50-story complex and the scale of 100 rooms per floor leave a lasting impression. At this moment, the hotel is nearly fully booked, reflecting the extraordinary activity in Tianshan City recently. In the corridor of the 27th floor, Lin Bei stood in front of room 2702 and turned to Bai Zhou, who was at the door of room 2701, asking, "When does the auction start?" Bai Zhou explained in detail, "It officially begins the day after tomorrow. These 2 days are for preparation. The organizers need to appraise the auction items and accept new entries. Most people arrive early to secure accommodations and take the opportunity to seek other opportunities. After all, the auction drives the entire city's economy." After returning to their respective rooms, Bai Zhou stared at the two pills in his hand. His intuition told him they were far from ordinary. Taking a deep breath, he summoned an echo hawk, a creature as large as a lion. This hawk-like magical beast is renowned for its speed, excelling in both flight and attack, though its claw strength is lacking, making it average in overall power. Since the strongest purple-feathered cloud-splitting hawk had fallen prey to a hybrid Taodai, Bai Zhou's lineup of pets had indeed become rather limited. The moment the echo hawk saw the pills, it lost its composure and lunged toward Bai Zhou with frenzied eyes. This unusual behavior left Bai Zhou stunned. He tossed the pills to the hawk, which swallowed them in one gulp and immediately fell into a deep sleep. 10 seconds later, a miracle occurred. The echo hawk's body rapidly expanded, its feathers darkened in color, and its aura grew significantly stronger. This astonishing transformation made Bai Zhou gasp in disbelief. As the dean of the Third Academy, he had encountered many beast spirit pills, but none had ever produced such dramatic effects. Meanwhile, Si Lingxian led members of the Bright Altar to the 27th floor. Zhao Liqui arranged rooms such as 2703 for them. Shortly after, members of the Mountain and Sea Organization, led by Haiying, also arrived on the same floor. They had acquired rooms by assassinating a few occupants, but deliberately chose accommodations away from 2701 and 2702 to avoid drawing attention. At this moment, among the first dozen rooms on the 27th floor, apart from Lin Bei and Bai Zhou in 2701 and 2702, the rest were occupied by members of the Bright Altar and the Mountain and Sea Organization, though neither group was aware of the other's presence. Simultaneously, news about the power of purity spread rapidly throughout Tianshan City, causing a sensation. The rumor reached every corner of the city, even catching the attention of the auction staff. The manager immediately ordered a search for related items, fully aware that they would become the most sought-after treasures at the auction. The unfolding events had far surpassed Lin Bei's expectations. Initially, he had only planned for the holy purity power of the radiant white dragon to become a sensational product in the Tianshan marketplace. By selling it, he would secure enough funds to purchase Kunping scales and complete the system's task. However, the involvement of the auction house had complicated matters significantly. The effects of the holy purity power were simply too astonishing. Even a mere glimpse of its potential was enough to create a massive stir in the market. When it came to life and health, no other equipment or materials could compare. This miraculous item, capable of safeguarding lives, was destined to become a highly sought-after treasure. At this moment, the street outside the Tianshan Hotel was swarming with auction house staff. All of them were intent on tracking down the source of the mysterious holy purity power. Everyone understood that such a force must carry hidden secrets, and uncovering them would undoubtedly lead to unimaginable wealth. Meanwhile, Bai Zhou was undergoing a remarkable transformation brought on by the washing marrow elixir. The moment the elixir took effect, he felt a sharp, needle-like pain coursing through his body. However, this discomfort was soon replaced by a soothing sensation, as if a gentle spring breeze had enveloped him. Without hesitation, Bai Zhou sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to focus. In just 1 minute, his body underwent a complete metamorphosis. At 10 seconds, his pores opened wide. At 20 seconds, black impurities surged out. At 30 seconds, his pores closed again. At 40 seconds, the pain subsided. And by 50 seconds, all that remained was an overwhelming sense of comfort. When he finally opened his eyes, he was a completely changed person. Not only had his physical constitution improved significantly, but his bond with his pet had also deepened. This leap in ability transformed an ordinary individual into a prodigy in the span of just 1 minute. Overcome with emotion, Bai Zhou stood up, his body trembling with excitement. He had to lean against the wall to steady himself. Damn! Even someone as composed as he couldn't help but curse in awe. This is nothing short of an immortal elixir. Only those who had experienced it firsthand could comprehend the elixir's miraculous effects. After leaning against the wall for a full minute to regain his composure, Bai Zhou finally steadied himself and exclaimed with heartfelt gratitude, "No wonder the master is so extraordinary. An elixir casually given by him has such divine effects. Following him was undoubtedly the best decision I've ever made." The thought that this was merely the first reward, with potentially even greater ones to come, made him swallow hard in anticipation. Without wasting another moment, he hurried out of the room to report the elixir's effects to Lin Bei. Meanwhile, Si Lingxian was sitting alone on the sofa, her vacant eyes fixed on the wall. She still couldn't come to terms with the fact that her beloved bright dragon had willingly chosen to follow another dragon. Stupid dragon, she fumed internally. If she doesn't come back with a surprise for me, I'll make sure she pays for abandoning her master to go off on her own. What she didn't know was that the surprises her bright dragon would bring her in the future would be far beyond her imagination. After listening to Bai Zhou's detailed report, Lin Bei expressed his satisfaction with the elixir's effects. Lin Bei examined the pill in his hand. Although its quality couldn't compare to the ones he and Long had consumed, It was far superior to the ordinary pills available on the market. Turning to Bai Zhou, he asked, if we were to sell this kind of pill on the market, what price could it fetch? Bai Zhou froze for a moment, a notion so unbelievable suddenly forming in his mind. He couldn't fathom that the Lord might actually consider selling such divine creations. Despite his inner doubts, he answered earnestly, even the lowest quality beast spirit pills can sell for 30,000. The average grade ones go for 50,000, while high grade ones range between 80 and 100,000. The beast spirit pill you bestowed upon me is of such astonishing quality. If I were to estimate its value, it would be no less than 10 million. Hearing this, Lin Bei quietly calculated in his mind. Though the beast spirit pill was extremely high in quality, it was still among the most basic types of pills, with a limited range of effects. Even so, the price was remarkably lucrative. Redeeming a single beast spirit pill from the system shop cost him only 1,000 points, equivalent to 10,000 yuan. This meant that each pill could yield a hundredfold profit, making it an immensely profitable venture. At that moment, Bai Zhou added, as for the other pill you gave me, I wouldn't dare to even estimate its value. A pill that can forcibly enhance someone's innate talent, such a thing is unheard of. Not even the Academy's headmaster has encountered anything like it, let alone anyone else. Lin Bei nodded slightly, now having a rough understanding of the market. He immediately made up his mind and declared, I plan to sell a batch of pills. I'll leave this matter in your hands. With that, he opened the system shop and silently commanded, System, redeem 50 beast spirit pills and 50 cleansing spirit pills. Ding! The system notification chimed as Lin Bei successfully redeemed the item, deducting 100,000 points. The elixir was automatically stored in the system's inventory. Although several million points remained, Lin Bei knew all too well that as his strength grew, the number of items available in the system store would only increase. These points would likely be depleted in no time. Bai Zhou's eyes widened in disbelief, his throat dry as he stared at Lin Bei. What? You're planning to sell this kind of celestial elixir? Even though he had suspected as much, he still found it hard to accept. Such a miraculous medicine, akin to a divine pill, was something he had never encountered in decades of experience. Lin Bei glanced at Bai Zhou's exaggerated reaction and shook his head with a hint of exasperation. Casually, he opened the system's inventory and retrieved the 100 elixirs he had just exchanged. The sheer number caused the pills to spill and roll across the pristine tabletop. It's just selling a few pills. Director Bai, your perspective is too narrow, Lin Bei remarked in a calm, even tone. Bai Zhou's breath hitched as he stared at the table full of elixirs. Snapping out of his daze, he took a few deep breaths to steady himself before turning stiffly to Lin Bei. Why you rewrite? That was my mistake. In that moment, he finally comprehended the magnitude of Lin Bei's power and background. Someone who could casually produce 100 celestial-grade pills was far from ordinary. How do you plan to sell these elixirs? You're not seriously thinking of setting up a stall, are you? Bai Zhou couldn't help but recall the earlier discussion about renting a booth and asked hesitantly. Lin Bei nodded slightly. Given the current state of Tianshan City, setting up a stall is indeed the quickest way to make a profit. However, how to proceed is up to you. I'll leave this matter in your hands. Bai Zhou fell silent for a moment before nodding resolutely. Understood. Actually, for elixirs of this caliber, there are far more suitable and lucrative avenues than a street stall. Rest assured, I'll ensure we maximize the returns. Lin Bei gestured for him to take the elixirs. 5 minutes later, Bai Zhou left the Tianshan guest hotel, his heart still in turmoil. To be entrusted with 100 celestial pills and tasked with handling them independently, this level of trust was not something he could afford to betray. As night fell, Lin Bei stood by the window, gazing out at the brightly lit cityscape with a faint smile. 5 or 6 hours had passed and it was about time for Bai Zhou to return. After all, the night market attracted far more foot traffic than the daytime. With that thought, he activated his dragon affinity talent, summoning the radiant holy white dragon from wherever it currently roamed. Although Si Lingxian and Lin Bei both possessed a natural affinity for dragons, the difference between the two was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Lin Bei's dragon affinity was nothing short of perfection. In less than 10 seconds, he had established a connection with the radiant holy white dragon. Xiaobai, get back here now. Lin Bei's voice carried a trace of coldness. I've already given you a few hours of free time to roam. It's time to report back. Giving you freedom is one thing, but don't take it too far. The radiant holy white dragon, hovering in the void, dared not show any defiance upon hearing the summon. Reluctantly, it exchanged a few farewell words with the nearby bright dragon. The bright dragon seemed to understand the situation and even expressed a desire to accompany the radiant holy white dragon, curious to see who could command such a powerful creature. In no time, the two majestic dragons spread their wings and tore through the skies, heading toward the Tianshan Hotel. A few minutes later, they arrived outside Lin Bei's room. The moment Lin Bei sensed the radiant holy white dragon's return, he immediately summoned the void reincarnation dragon, tearing through the spatial barrier within the room. So you decided to come back, huh? Lin Bei stared at the radiant holy white dragon, now hiding in the void, with a hint of reproach in his tone. The dragon could only emit a low growl in response, sounding very much like a guilty schoolchild caught in the act. Lin Bei sighed and shot the radiant holy white dragon a disapproving glare before shifting his gaze to the bright dragon. Who is this? And what's your relationship with it? The radiant holy white dragon let out another low growl, conveying a simple and unmistakable message in dragon language. It had just found itself a wife. At that very moment, in the room next door, Si Lingxian abruptly stood up, her brows knitting tightly as she stared at the wall. She had sensed an alto familiar presence emanating from the other side. Si Lingxian stood in the room, a wave of confusion washing over her. She could clearly sense the presence of a light dragon in the room next door, which puzzled her deeply. By all accounts, her light dragon should currently be outside searching for its dragon brother. How could it possibly be in the neighboring room? I must be overthinking, she muttered, shaking her head lightly, trying to convince herself. There's no way my light dragon would end up in someone else's room. After all, in her understanding, a tamed light dragon wouldn't randomly appear in another person's space. Meanwhile, the situation in the adjacent room was entirely different. Si Lingxian's light dragon was staring wide-eyed in shock at the radiant holy white dragon beside it. What astonished it even more was the drastic change in the male dragon's demeanor. The once dominant dragon now behaved like a guilty child, meek and submissive. This stark contrast left the light dragon murmuring in bewilderment. We're dragons, why would we act so humbly? The radiant holy white dragon immediately responded with an impatient growl. What would a little girl like you know? My master and your master are not the same. Just stay quiet and don't interrupt me while I'm talking to my master. The reprimand left the light dragon feeling wronged, and it fell silent, though the shock in its heart only grew. Lin Bei's status in the radiant holy white dragon's eyes was clearly unparalleled, as if he were its sole belief. Witnessing this, Lin Bei frowned and gave the radiant holy white dragon a hard knock on the head. What kind of attitude is that? If you call her your wife, you should treat her well. Don't bully her. If I catch you acting like a scummy dragon, they'll personally pull out your dragon tendons. The sharp reprimand made the radiant holy white dragon shudder, and it quickly whimpered in assurance that it would never become a scummy dragon. On the side, the light dragon's face flushed with embarrassment, and without realizing it, a hint of respect for Lin Bei began to grow in its heart. Just then, a soft knock came from the door, accompanied by a gentle female voice. Excuse me, is anyone there? The person and dragon inside immediately grew alert, except for the light dragon, who recognized the voice as its master's. Lin Bei sighed and glanced at the radiant holy white dragon. Was this what people called in-laws showing up unannounced? After signaling the void reincarnation dragon to seal the spatial rift, he walked to the door, opened it, and asked, Can I help you? Standing at the door, Si Lingxian looked slightly embarrassed as she asked, have you seen a dragon? Lin Bei thought for a moment before replying, Yes, I have. I'll come back to you shortly. This unexpected response left Si Lingxian frozen in surprise. What? What did you say? You actually saw a dragon? Si Lingxian's eyes widened in disbelief, her voice filled with astonishment. She had only asked casually, fully prepared to be treated as crazy. After all, encountering a dragon in a room? It sounded more like a fantasy tale than reality. Yet, Lin Bei's response left her completely stunned. Not only did he admit to seeing a dragon, but he also claimed the dragon would soon come looking for her. This was far beyond anything she had anticipated. I'm not joking. You'll see for yourself soon, Lin Bei said calmly before shutting the door. Even though the person standing before him was the holy master of the Guangming sect, he had no intention of being overly friendly. Joining the Guangming sect was one thing, but it was equally important to maintain boundaries and reveal information strategically. His words undoubtedly left a deep impression on Si Lingxian. Once she encountered the dragon herself, she would surely report back to the Guangming sect. By then, news of the heavenly radiant white dragon would naturally reach her ears, and she would inevitably come looking for him again. Si Lingxian stood frozen in front of his door, like a schoolgirl being punished to stand in place. From the moment she heard Lin Bei's answer to the moment the door closed, she remained in a state of shock. After standing there for quite some time, she finally snapped out of it and stiffly walked back to her own room. Once inside, she quietly sat on the couch, waiting to confirm whether Lin Bei's words were true. Meanwhile, in Lin Bei's room, a rift in the void was torn open once again. He addressed the radiant dragon through the rift, instructing, Remember to report back to your master first. Share only what's necessary, things you shouldn't say. Keep to yourself. Though his instructions were brief, his tone carried a threatening undertone. The radiant dragon nodded repeatedly, even patting its own body with its claws to indicate its understanding. Although it wasn't entirely sure of Lin Bei's exact strength, It could sense that this human was extremely powerful. While his combat abilities might not surpass its own, his mastery of manipulating the void was enough to make it wary. Furthermore, the distinctive horn and halo atop the heavenly radiant white dragon's head symbolized an even greater authority. With the help of the heavenly radiant white dragon and the void cycle dragon, the radiant dragon successfully traversed the void and arrived in Si Lingxian's room. In room 2702, Lin Bei opened the system store and purchased 10 special bottles. These seemingly ordinary crystal bottles could contain any substance and preserve it in perfect condition for 100 days. He instructed the no-miniaturized heavenly radiant white dragon to infuse its power into the bottles, quickly filling all 10 of them. It's time to act. The news should have spread by now, Lin Bei said, taking the bottles and heading toward Bai Zhou's rented stall. Meanwhile, back in her room, Si Lingxian sensed the radiant dragon's return. Using her innate abilities, she quickly learned 2 significant pieces of information. The radiant dragon had broken through to a new level, and it had found a mate. These revelations left her in a daze once again. Ugh, forget it. I'll set this aside for now and report to the Holy Master first, she muttered, finally understanding why her neighbor had spoken the way he did. What kind of person is he? His own dragon does something like this, and he still dares to treat me that way? Doesn't he worry I might make his dragon single again? Despite her words, she had no real intention of breaking them apart. Not long after, Si Lingxian managed to contact the Holy Master of the Guoming sect. Lingxian? What's the matter? The Holy Master's voice was warm and gentle, suggesting he was in a good mood. Holy Master, there are some matters I must report to you, she replied. Hearing the seriousness in her tone, the Holy Master's demeanor became more solemn. What happened? Si Lingxian then began recounting everything that had transpired that day. After listening to Si Lingxian's report, the Holy Master of the Radiant Altar fell into a prolonged silence. Despite his extensive experience and lofty position, even he rarely encountered such an extraordinary situation. The behavior of the light dragon searching for another dragon was understandable, but the mysterious force that could heal injuries, enhance vitality, and even help the light dragon break through its bottleneck was truly a shocking revelation. It seems the trip to Tianshan City wasn't in vain. The Holy Master finally spoke after a long pause. Lingxian, I have an important task for you. Investigate the source of this power. If you can bring some of it back, that would be ideal. This matter is even more urgent than dealing with the Shanghai organization. Si Lingxian was not surprised by this assignment. While this power might only serve to heal and improve the physique of ordinary people, it held immense significance for the Radiant Altar. If their beast could absorb this sacred energy, it could potentially propel them to even greater heights. The Holy Master lowered his gaze to the back of his right hand, where a marble-sized, pure black mark emitted an ominous aura. This cursed mark had plagued him for years. Though the chances were slim, he still wanted to attempt using this newly discovered power to dispel the curse. Additionally, he continued, make contact with that young man. Taming a dragon at just around 20 years old suggests an extraordinary background. If his origins are reliable, consider recruiting him into the Radiant Altar. With that, he ended the communication. At this moment, Lin Bei had no idea he had already caught the attention of the Holy Master of the Radiant Altar. Meanwhile, after her conversation with the Holy Master, Si Lingxian's mood noticeably improved. Using her innate abilities, she communicated with the Light Dragon and was astonished by its breakthrough. Previously only at the half-step Beast King level, the Light Dragon had ascended directly into the true Beast King realm after being bathed in the power of the radiant sacred White Dragon. This seemingly small step represented an insurmountable gap for many individuals and magical beasts. The Beast King level was a critical threshold. Some might achieve it in a single leap, while others could remain trapped below it for their entire lives. Si Lingxian chose not to share news of this breakthrough with anyone else. In the perilous environment of Tianshan City, it was wise to keep a few cards up her sleeve. I should have a talk with him, Si Lingxian murmured to herself. His dragon did this to my dragon, so he has to take responsibility. Since the Light Dragon had only mentioned that Lin Bei owned a dragon without specifying what kind, Si Lingxian hadn't connected Lin Bei to the mysterious sacred power. Meanwhile, Lin Bei had arrived at a street not far from the Tianshan Hotel. Before him stood an empty table. Without hesitation, he retrieved 10 special bottles from his storage space and neatly arranged them on the stall. Lin Bei stood amidst the bustling streets of Tianshan City, surrounded by a constant flow of people. The city was known for its stringent identity control measures. Any form of disguise was strictly prohibited. This regulation served a dual purpose: to swiftly identify perpetrators of any attacks and to prevent infamous individuals from infiltrating the city. While this system made Tianshan City far safer than Nanshan City, it also brought about some unintended consequences. Many merchants carrying valuable treasures, wary of the risks of having their identities exposed, often chose to entrust their items to auction houses for sale. This played right into the hands of the auction houses, which charged a hefty tin commission on every item sold. On top of that, there was a draconian clause. Consigned items cannot be reclaimed before the auction ends, and in the event of the owner's death, ownership transfers to the auction house. These terms allowed the auction houses to rake in astronomical profits with every event. Though Lin Bei preferred to stay out of the spotlight, he had no choice but to set up his own stall to acquire the coveted Kunpeng scale. As soon as he displayed tin bottles filled with sacred energy, they immediately caught the attention of passers-by. Even while sealed, the bottles emitted an elusive yet unmistakable aura that subtly permeated the air. Isn't this the same miraculous energy from earlier today? Can't be. How could a young street vendor have the real deal? He's probably just trying to scam people while the hype is fresh. The murmurs of doubt quickly grew into a crowd of hundreds. Lin Bei, however, remained silent. Instead, he calmly opened one of the bottles. In that instant, the sacred energy flowed out like a delicate veil, enveloping over 20 people in its ethereal glow. Those touched by the energy became fervently excited. It's real. Boss, I'll pay 50 million for a bottle. Name your price, I'll buy it all. Young man, how about becoming my son-in-law? The dowry will be one bottle of this. Word of the spectacle spread like wildfire across Tianshan City. By the time representatives from the auction houses arrived, they found that Lin Bei had already sold every bottle, earning nearly 500 million in total. The auction house staff, their expressions dark with frustration, surrounded him. Sir, one of them said coldly, we need you to come with us. Looking at the few people before him, Lin Bei raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. Their sudden appearance gave him a pretty good idea of the situation within Tianshan City. There was likely only one force that would dare act so boldly: the auction house. We're representatives of the auction house, the leader stated bluntly. We need you to come with us. There's something we need to discuss. A flicker of amusement crossed Lin Bei's eyes. The turn of events had indeed caught him off guard. Though he had anticipated that the power of sanctity would eventually attract the attention of the auction house, he hadn't expected their response to come this quickly. This made him reassess Xiao Bai's capabilities. If just the first synthesis had already caused such a stir, the implications of a second synthesis were almost unimaginable. Lin Bei didn't take offense at the auction house's invitation. In fact, forming a connection with them had always been part of his plan. The timing had simply come earlier than expected. He had initially intended for the product to gain traction in the market first, allowing its reputation to grow through use and trade by others. However, reality had far exceeded his expectations. The demand for the product was already remarkable. With time, it was bound to become the most sought-after commodity. Lead the way, Lin Bei said calmly. The auction house members visibly relaxed at his cooperation. As long as they could bring Lin Bei back with them, they wouldn't face any repercussions. After all, someone capable of creating such a valuable product was a treasure in and of themselves. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Bei followed the auction house personnel through the throng. The surrounding gazes were a mixture of excitement, greed, and envy, with everyone committing his appearance to memory. At this point, keeping a low profile was no longer an option. After walking several hundred meters, a sudden notification echoed in his mind. Ding! The host's total assets have surpassed 10 billion. Hidden reward unlocked. Ding! Hidden reward is being distributed. Successfully stored in the system space. Lin Bei's steps faltered briefly, and a flicker of astonishment appeared in his eyes. It didn't take him long to piece things together. By Zhou's sales of sanctity, and the pills had each contributed about 5 billion in income. Opening the system space, he was greeted by the sight of a striking golden dragon egg, gleaming like solidified gold. The system explained that this was a golden dragon egg, which could be directly incubated. Suppressing the urge to hatch it immediately, Lin Bei instead asked the system if there were any additional hidden rewards. The system responded that reaching higher asset thresholds would indeed unlock new dragon egg rewards. For instance, the next milestone would grant a diamond dragon egg. Furthermore, fulfilling certain specific conditions could also yield dragon-related hidden rewards. At the mention of a diamond dragon, Lin Bei's eyes lit up with excitement. It was clear building his wealth had just become an imperative goal. With a few people clearing the way ahead, Lin Bei quickly arrived at the auction venue. A short and chubby middle-aged man immediately came forward to greet him. Standing at only about 1.5 meters tall but weighing over 200 pounds, the man was dressed in a tailored suit and wore thick glasses. Welcome to the auction house, Mr. Lin. The man, Li Fugui, said with a beaming smile. Given the auction house's status in Tianshan City, obtaining basic information about Lin Bei was a simple task. As Li Fugui spoke, he carefully studied the young man before him. While his expression remained calm, his heart was anything but. How could someone so young hold possession of such a priceless treasure? Hello, Lin Bei replied with a faint smile. After a brief pause, he cut straight to the point. No need for small talk. Let's get down to business. Li Fugui's expression instantly turned serious. Very well, I'll be direct. Mr. Lin, do you still have more of that item in your possession? We would be honored to have it featured in this year's auction. I do, Lin Bei said after a moment of silence. But why should I sell it through the auction house? You know how sought after this item is. If I decide to sell, there will always be buyers vying for it, and I can set the price as I please. Li Fugui had anticipated this response and quickly offered his terms. Rest assured, you won't lose out. In Tianshan City, you'll enjoy special privileges. We'll assign someone to handle any troublesome matters for Yulafethriating ones included. Additionally, you'll receive a membership card granting you unlimited access to the auction house, with transaction fees reduced to just 5. Most importantly, through us, you'll gain access to major powers and organizations, ensuring a price far beyond what ordinary buyers can offer. The terms were enticing enough to make anyone envious. With approval from his superiors, Li Fugui dared to present such generous conditions. After all, the profits from this item far outweighed the costs. Lin Bei fell into thought. The offer was indeed tempting. The overall benefits even surpassed selling the item independently. After less than 10 seconds of contemplation, he nodded. Deal. Not only could he make money, but he would also gain various perks, especially the promise of someone handling troublesome matters, which was invaluable. Moreover, now that he was aware of hidden rewards, he was filled with anticipation for the Golden Dragon, the Diamond Dragon, and even future possibilities like the Emerald Dragon or the Adamantine Dragon. Seeing Lin Bei agree, Li Fugui's breathing quickened, and his chubby face lit up with an even broader grin. Excellent. Working with us, you won't regret it. Lin Bei gave a slight nod, though his inner vigilance remained unwavering. This partnership was built on mutual benefit. If the benefits ever disappeared, the situation could change in an instant. Mr. Lin, Li Fugui leaned in closer and lowered his voice. How much inventory do you currently have? Lin Bei thought for a moment before responding calmly. Not much, just a little. I could probably provide around 100 bottles. Li Fugui froze on the spot, swallowing hard several times before regaining his composure. Good, good. Then can we? But not now, Lin Bei interrupted. I need to retrieve the stock. I'll deliver it to you before the auction begins. This was part of Lin Bei's carefully crafted plan. Maintaining control over the item was the key to keeping the auction house in check and ensuring his own safety. Li Fugui's face darkened momentarily, but he quickly replaced it with a smile. All right, we'll do it your way. After securing the benefits, Lin Bei left the auction house and headed to the Tianshan Lake Hotel. As soon as he was gone, Li Fugui's smile vanished. He turned to the person beside him and gave an order. Follow him. If we can seize it, do so. If not, protect him. The subordinate nodded and discreetly tailed Lin Bei. On his way back to his residence, Lin Bei attracted the attention of numerous shadowy figures trailing him from the dark. The night grew deeper. Lin Bei's heightened spiritual perception allowed him to keenly sense every movement behind him. Being followed was something he had anticipated. After all, staying unscathed in Tianshan City after revealing certain secrets was a near impossibility. Someone's already set their sights on me. Huh? Lin Bei narrowed his eyes, contemplating the chain reactions that might have been triggered by the announcement at the auction. Despite the increasingly precarious situation, his demeanor remained calm and composed. To him, every risk concealed an opportunity. If these people truly intended to make a move against him, it would give him the perfect excuse to retaliate openly. Just as I was worrying about being short on money, Lin Bei murmured to himself, though he was well aware of his current limitations. This was Tianshan City, not a small place like Nanshan City. In Nanshan, the strongest were the 6 academy deans and the heads of the 4 major families, whose powers were comparable to his. Even if Nanshan City held grand secrets, those belonged to the past. As he walked, Lin Bei silently called out to his system, System, can we discuss something? The system took a full 10 seconds before responding. What is it, host? As long as it falls within the permissible range, this system will cooperate fully. If it exceeds that range, assistance will not be possible. Your strength determines how much of this system you can wield. Can you manage the training of my dragons automatically? It's getting hard to oversee them all with my growing numbers. With more dragons under his wing, managing each one individually had indeed become a hassle. 3 seconds later, the system replied, That's it? Such a trivial matter. You can leave everything to me. This system will ensure your dragons grow at the fastest possible rate within its capabilities. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have sufficient points. The system paused briefly before adding, however, there's something you should know. Before your dragons reach the Beast King level, they can grow using Beast Spirit Pills and regular feed. But to break into the Beast King level, those methods won't work. At least not until the system's store unlocks specific stages that allow forced breakthroughs. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow not because he was surprised by the limitation, but because the possibility of a forced breakthrough intrigued him. After all, Reaching the Beast King level signified an entirely new realm, and everything before it was merely child's play. In that case, I'll leave it to you. Thanks, system. The system promptly responded. This is part of my duty. You just need to ensure you have enough points. This system will maximize your dragon's growth in the shortest time. With that, the process of nurturing the dragons became fully automated. The system began deducting points, feeding, and evolving the dragons without Lin Bei's intervention. Meanwhile, a shocking announcement spread from the auction house. 100 bottles of life essence would be up for auction. This name, coined by the auction house, was a fitting description of the power derived from the radiant sky white dragon. The auction house deliberately deployed staff to spread this news across Tianshan City, and it didn't take long for it to reach every corner. No way. Is this for real? Not only can it heal external injuries, but it can also cure hidden ailments? This is practically a miracle medicine. I have to buy it. Even if I go broke, I need at least one bottle. The announcement drew even more attention to Lin Bei. Though everyone had their own motives, they all coveted the power of the radiant sky white dragon. Feigning nonchalance, Lin Bei entered the Tianshan guest hotel and took the elevator to the 27th floor. As he stepped out, he noticed a crowd had already gathered in the hotel lobby, their eyes fixed on the elevator display. The 27th floor? Got it. Someone who can produce 100 bottles of that stuff must be hiding even bigger secrets. Well, may the best person win. As Lin Bei passed by Si Lingxian's room, the system suddenly issued a notification. Ding. Host, please stop. This system has detected an unexpected surprise. Lin Bei suddenly halted, a look of surprise flashing across his face. The system's notification caught his attention, prompting him to urgently inquire about the unexpected surprise. The system's voice immediately followed. A new life force has been detected within the female light dragon. It also bears the characteristics of the holy white light dragon. What? Are you saying Xiao Bai is going to be a father? Lin Bei's eyes widened in shock, completely unprepared for such an event to occur in just a few short hours. The system continued. Would you like assistance in accelerating the life force's formation? With the system's help, the hatching process can be significantly expedited. Lin Bei remained silent for a full minute before letting out a helpless sigh. Xiao Bai, oh Xiao Bai, I really don't know what to say about you. Though he felt a bit strange, his pet becoming a father was a concept he hadn't quite wrapped his head around. Earnestly replied to the system, go ahead and help, but speed isn't the priority. The most important thing is to ensure Xiao Bai's child is safe and sound. The system promptly responded, understood. Rest assured, host. It then added, the blessing of the dragon god has been bestowed. This will grant the hatchling immense power and talent, but the mother will be affected. She will need to sleep for 20 hours a day, and even when awake, she won't be able to engage in strenuous combat. Meanwhile, in another room, Si Lingxian was deeply engrossed in reading through Lin Bei's files. These documents chronicled his journey from an ordinary life to the awakening of his extraordinary talent, as well as his history with Wang Yuling. However, the most intriguing detail was the unusual attitude of Bai Zhou, the dean of the Third Academy, toward Lin Bei after his arrival in Tianshan City. Si Lingxian massaged her aching temples and murmured to herself, a completely unremarkable person in Nanshan City, yet after coming to Tianshan City, he somehow managed to have the dean of the Third Academy work under him? There's definitely more to this than meets the eye. A thought suddenly struck her. Could it be that the person impersonating me in Nanshan City was him? She attempted to use her dragon affinity talent to communicate with the light dragon but was met with silence, leaving her more puzzled than ever. What's going on? The light dragon is ignoring me? Is it asleep? Unaware of what was transpiring next door, Lin Bei was busy discussing the sale of elixirs with Bai Zhou. A total of 100 pills had sold for a staggering 20 billion, 50 beast spirit pills for 5 billion and 50 cleansing elixirs for 15 billion. Despite the astronomical sum, it was still insufficient to unlock the next hidden reward. Lin Bei, please stay in your room tonight and don't come out, Lin Bei instructed before heading off to rest, preparing for the events that awaited him later in the evening. As for the golden dragon egg, he decided it was not yet the right time to hatch it. As night fell, the Tianshan guest hotel was anything but quiet. In the dead of this cold, windy night, a large number of enemies were stealthily gathering outside. In the dimly lit hallway on the 27th floor of the Tianshan guest hotel, a group of disguised individuals had gathered. Despite their numbers, an eerie silence filled the air. Such a scene would have been impossible during the Tianshan City's strict regulations made it unthinkable for anyone to move around in disguise. But under the cover of night, with the authorities less vigilant, people seized the freedom to act. At least 50 people were packed into the narrow corridor. Although this was a negligible number compared to Tianshan City's overall population, in the confined space, the crowd felt suffocating. Among the humans, a few small magical beasts lurked in the shadows, adding an unsettling tension. Through the peephole of his room, Haiguai observed the unusual gathering outside. A deep sense of unease crept into his heart. So many people here. Could they be targeting the Shanghai organization? He wondered to himself. Given the organization's long list of enemies, it was a plausible concern. Taking a deep breath, Haguai began strategizing. Facing such overwhelming numbers, he had no guarantee of survival. The plan to assassinate the holy seed of the Radiant Altar will have to be abandoned for now, he decided reluctantly. In this chaotic environment, eliminating a heavily guarded target was nearly impossible, especially when the crowd outside likely consisted of adversaries. In a nearby room, Zhao Liqui was also closely monitoring the commotion in the hallway. The power within him had already begun to stir, ready to respond to any potential threat. As a member of the Radiant Altar, he knew all too well how difficult it was to fight effectively in such a confined space. Without the support of the Radiant Dragon, their situation was even more precarious. After all, a creature as massive as the dragon would only bring destruction to the building if it unleashed its power in such a setting. Meanwhile, the other residents on the floor had also sensed the disturbance. Fear gripped them, and they stayed on edge. At the center of this brewing storm, however, Lin Bei remained fast asleep, showing no signs of concern. It wasn't until a thunderclap shattered the silence and rain poured down in torrents that Lin Bei finally opened his eyes. Rising from his bed with an expressionless face, he walked to the door and pushed it open without hesitation. The moment he stepped into the hallway, all eyes turned to him, greed gleaming in their gazes. To them, uncovering Lin Bei's identity promised unimaginable riches. "So, you're all here for me?" Lin Bei asked coldly, standing at the end of the corridor. "Of course. Who else would we be here for?" Someone shouted from the crowd. With Lin Bei seemingly cornered, they no longer felt the need to hide their intentions. Hearing this exchange, both the Radiant Altar and Shanghai organization members hiding in their rooms quietly let out a sigh of relief. At least the crowd wasn't after them. It was the young man in the hallway who was the target. They couldn't help but feel a spark of curiosity. What could this young man have done to provoke such relentless pursuit? In their eyes, facing such overwhelming odds, Lin Bei seemed to have no way out but death. Everyone in the hotel corridor held their breath, the air thick with an indescribable tension. Peering through peepholes and the cracks of their doors, they silently observed the situation outside. No one was naive. Everyone understood that for so many people to converge on a 20-year-old youth, there had to be an earth-shattering secret behind it. Standing amidst the encirclement of numerous enemies, Lin Bei remained composed, his expression as calm as still water. Without drawing attention, he activated the recording feature on his phone and spoke evenly. "Are you here to kill me?" The question seemed simple, but it carried hidden layers of meaning. In this tense period for Tianshan City, he needed a legitimate reason to confront whatever conflict might ensue. From the crowd came a cold and cutting voice. "Carrying such a treasure and expecting to stay unharmed? You exposed the secret yourself. Now, everyone in Tianshan City covets that power. Hand it over or die." The words not only reached Lin Bei's ears, but were also clearly heard by everyone in their rooms. Their minds immediately conjured up the image of that mysterious power they had witnessed earlier in the day. Listening to the threats, Lin Bei's lips curled into a faint, chilling smile. He began to clap slowly, the sound echoing in the corridor. Clap, clap. "So, you're all desperados. Well, I can't say I didn't warn you." Before the last word had fully left his mouth, he began to channel the energy within him. "Since you're so curious, let me show you all you want to see." With a deafening dragon's roar, the luminous holy white dragon materialized beside Lin Bei, its form reduced to a size suitable for the narrow corridor. A surge of sacred energy filled the space, radiating a purity that the attackers found impossible to absorb. "Seize it! Take the dragon!" Greedy shouts rang out, one after another. Through her peephole, Si Lingxian gasped audibly, her beautiful eyes widening in shock. This is a mutated light dragon. As someone deeply familiar with light dragons, she could sense that this one's purity of power far surpassed the norm. Unable to suppress their avarice, the enemies surged forward, their various powers gathering in the shadows. Someone shouted, "Be careful. Don't kill them, just subdue them, and well split the spoils." As the luminous holy white dragon's fury began to boil over, Lin Bei spoke softly again. "Bone, show me your power." In an instant, the devouring demon dragon appeared in the corridor, its size mirroring that of the holy dragon. Two vastly different dragon auras clashed in the narrow hallway, one of supreme holiness, the other of ultimate darkness. In that moment, the entire corridor seemed to transform into a battlefield of light and shadow, a place where opposing forces collided in an awe-inspiring display of power. At this moment, Lin Bei abandoned the idea of hiding his true strength. Although he was well aware that such a decision would have consequences, the current situation left him no choice. Encountering so many enemies just in the corridor of the 27th floor meant that even greater threats were likely lurking beyond. In such a critical moment, Continuing to conceal his power would only make things more perilous. In the hallway, two distinctly different dragon roars echoed back and forth. One was crisp and resonant, the other deep and raspy, reverberating through the confined space. Apart from these sounds, even footsteps had disappeared, as everyone's attention was captivated by the Guangtian Holy White Dragon and the Tunshan Demon-Slaying Dragon. The presence of these two dragons left everyone present utterly astonished. The Guangtian Holy White Dragon exuded an aura of divine inviolability, while the Tunshan Demon-Slaying Dragon radiated an oppressive force of rage and death. The fact that these two vastly different and mysterious dragon species could coexist in harmony was beyond anyone's comprehension. At this moment, the two dragons were nothing like their usual playful and mischievous selves. The Guangtian Holy White Dragon's gaze was indifferent and disdainful, regarding the crowd as mere ants. Meanwhile, the Tunshan Demon-Slaying Dragon's eyes burned with fury and bloodlust, as though it intended to send every person before it straight to the depths of hell. Under their gaze, the crowd felt as though they were bearing the weight of 1,000 burdens, cold sweat dripping from their foreheads and their breathing growing rapid. Observing their reactions, a flicker of contempt flashed in Lin Bei's eyes. With courage like this, you dare to live as outlaws, he said coldly. Once you draw the bow, there's no turning back. He raised his hand and pointed forward, issuing a command to the two dragons, Xiao Bai, Gutu, leave no one alive. Before his words had even faded, the two dragons launched their deadly assault. The Guangtian Holy White Dragon unleashed a beam of light from the golden halo above its head, instantly piercing through the nearest enemy and claiming their life. At the same time, the Tunshan Demon-Slaying Dragon opened its jaws and swallowed another enemy whole. The unfortunate soul found themselves trapped by a mysterious force within the dragon's belly, unable to move or make a sound, helplessly witnessing the chaos unfolding outside. All that remained in their hearts was sheer terror. In the corridor of the 27th floor of the Tianshan Visitor Hotel, the shadows of two dragons roamed freely. One person had just been torn apart by razor-sharp claws, while another was swallowed whole. The dread of being consumed by a dragon was far more horrifying than instant death, plunging those who witnessed it into the depths of despair. The others in the corridor finally snapped out of their shock and immediately launched a counterattack. Give it everything you've got. Show no mercy, someone shouted. Stick to the plan. Even if they have two dragons, we might still stand a chance. However, the narrow confines of the corridor severely disadvantaged the humans. Many were unable to summon their pets due to the limited space and had to rely solely on their own strength to fight the dragons. It was a hopeless struggle, like trying to stop a boulder with a twig. The natural disparity between humans and dragons became painfully evident in this moment. The radiant Holy Dragon unleashed beams of golden, sacred light, each carrying devastating power. Anyone struck was instantly pierced through, their blood spraying like rain. The stark contrast between the crimson blood and the radiant golden light was both shocking and grotesque. Meanwhile, the devouring demon dragon was even more agile, weaving swiftly through the crowd. Its massive jaws, formed of bone, opened wide again and again. Through its translucent belly, one could clearly see several humans and beasts trapped within, frozen like statues under some immobilizing spell, unable to move. Lin Bei stood off to the side, watching everything unfold, his brow furrowed deeply. The entire 27th floor had descended into chaos. Though the humans fought fiercely, their resistance barely made a dent in the overwhelming situation. The two dragons' dominance was amplified in the enclosed space, with each attack leaving fresh casualties in its wake. Lin Bei observed the state of the devouring sky demon dragon, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. The object swallowed by the dragon hadn't been digested, but instead floated eerily within its semi-transparent abdomen, forming a strikingly surreal image. This skeletal dragon, imbued with the power of the gluttonous beast Taotai, had taken on a form that was as bizarre as it was unique. Though its appearance was somewhat unsettling, it unexpectedly amplified its intimidating presence. Lin Bei decided to maintain this form for now. The dragon's innate aura of menace, combined with this peculiar phenomenon, could instill fear in enemies and might even yield unforeseen advantages. He planned to wait until he encountered more suitable materials before considering a second fusion for the devouring sky demon dragon. On the battlefield, the radiant sky holy dragon and the devouring sky demon dragon rampaged through the throngs of enemies. The two massive creatures were in a frenzy, their long-suppressed rage erupting in full force. Despite being confined to a narrow space, they were completely unrestrained, unleashing their full power. After delegating the task of nurturing the dragons to the system, Lin Bei was thoroughly impressed by the results. In just a few hours, the blazing rock armor dragon, the six-winged wind thunder dragon, the radiant sky holy dragon, the void reincarnation dragon, and the devouring sky demon dragon had all advanced to the demi-beast king level. Of course, This progress came at a steep price. It had nearly drained all of Lin Bei's points. The higher the dragon's level, the greater the cost of cultivation. In this scenario, the weakened enemies stood no chance against the two rampaging dragons. The ferocious battle left the entire corridor in ruins. Cracks riddled the walls, threatening to collapse at any moment. The floor was strewn with the mutilated remains of humans and beasts alike, while blood splattered the walls and ground, painting a gruesome scene straight out of a nightmare. Inside the devouring sky demon dragon's belly, the trapped lives piled up, their life force rapidly fading. In just a few minutes, half of the enemy force had been annihilated. Those who remained were utterly terrified, their will to resist completely shattered. Now, their only desire was to survive. But escape was impossible. At some point, the exits of the floor had been sealed off by an impenetrable void ability of the void reincarnation dragon. Hidden within the void, it had been silently monitoring the battlefield, ready to block any escape attempts or protect its master and allies. The radiant sky holy dragon and the devouring sky demon dragon advanced toward the remaining enemies, their wings stirring the air. A combination of pure holy energy and malevolent dark energy radiated from their forms, intertwining in the air like a manifestation of the duality of good and evil. The enemies instinctively retreated, desperate for a few more moments of life. But the closer the dragons drew, the greater the crushing pressure they exerted. Some collapsed unconscious, their eyes rolling back as foam spilled from their mouths. Others cowered against the void barrier, trembling uncontrollably, some even losing control of their bladders. Blood vessels burst in the eyes of a few as their blood pressure spiked, while others clutched their chests, their hearts pounding as if they might burst. Every single one of them teetered on the brink of collapse. It was only natural. No ordinary person could remain composed under the gaze of two enraged dragons. Watching the dragons halt their assault, Lin Bei sighed and shook his head before issuing a cold command. Enough playing around. Focus on the task, finish them off. The moment his words fell, the two dragons launched their final assault. Golden beams of light and devouring energy swept through the corridor, and within 10 seconds, the battle was over. The 27th floor hallway was left in utter silence, save for Lin Bei and the two dragons amidst a sea of corpses. A chilling stillness enveloped the entire floor. Those hiding in nearby rooms dared not make a sound, while even members of the Shanghai organization and the Light Altar held their breath, paralyzed by the horrifying scene before them. Calmly, Lin Bei strolled through the carnage, stepping over bodies and pools of blood, until he reached the elevator. Pressing the button, he waited as the doors slid open. Without sparing a glance behind him, he spoke in an icy tone. Lin Bei, time to clean up this mess. When Lin Bei mentioned earlier that he would stay in his room tonight, Bai Zhou already had a bad feeling. He remained on high alert, fully focused on observing any movements outside. The moment he noticed a large number of enemies gathering in the hallway, his heart leapt into his throat. He found himself caught in a dilemma. Stepping out to help would not only be dangerous but also go against Lin Bei's orders. However, staying put would mean leaving Lin Bei to face a horde of reckless enemies alone, which seemed equally perilous. Just as he wavered in indecision, Lin Bei unexpectedly opened the door and stepped out, summoning two majestic dragons. One of the dragons was familiar to Bai Zhou, but the other was one he had never seen before. This expanded his understanding of Lin Bei's mastery over dragons. There were even more than he had imagined. What was even more astonishing was the battle that followed. With just two dragons, they swept through the enemies with overwhelming force, annihilating and devouring every last one of them. Bai Zhou stood frozen at the doorway, staring in disbelief as if time itself had stopped. It wasn't until Lin Bei's voice snapped him out of his daze that he hurriedly stepped into the hallway. The scene that greeted him was a horrifying sea of corpses and blood. Swallowing hard, Bai Zhou stood stiffly, unable to utter a single word. It took him a full 10 seconds to barely adjust to the hellish sight before him. All he could manage was a stammering exclamation. So terrifying. He couldn't help but feel relieved that he hadn't succumbed to greed like the other directors had. Otherwise, his fate would have been unimaginable. The devastation caused by just two dragons cemented his belief that his earlier choice had been the right one. Then, to Bai Zhou's astonishment, the esteemed director known for his great reputation began scavenging through the carnage, searching for valuables among the corpses. Even the equipment on the fallen enemies wasn't spared. Although this behavior seemed unbecoming of his status, Bai Zhou couldn't help but feel a strange sense of admiration. Meanwhile, Lin Bei was descending in the elevator. Despite the likelihood of more dangers awaiting him downstairs, his expression remained calm and indifferent. The radiant holy dragon and the devouring demon slayer dragon had shrunk their massive forms to fit into the elevator with their master. For them, the earlier battle was merely a warm-up. The elevator moved smoothly through the quiet night. When it reached the first floor, the two dragons immediately tensed, sensing danger beyond the doors. Sure enough, a large group of opportunists had gathered, hoping to claim a share of the spoils. They had taken control of the hotel's staff and were brazenly discussing their desire for the treasure. As the elevator doors slid open, Lin Bei and his two dragons locked eyes with the crowd outside. "What's the matter? In such a hurry to die?" Lin Bei said coldly. The crowd froze, clearly not expecting the man they thought was trapped on the 27th floor to suddenly appear before them. Meanwhile, the residents on the 27th floor had started opening their doors, peeking out into the hallway. The first to step out was Xian, who lived next to Lin Bei. Seeing the carnage in the corridor, her breathing quickened, and her face turned pale. She muttered softly to herself, "Is he a good person or a bad one? How can he command such vastly different dragons?" From the moment Xian first laid eyes on Lin Bei's dragon, she instinctively formed an impression. It was a light sky holy white dragon, radiating an unparalleled aura of purity and sanctity. Its mere presence led Xian to subconsciously conclude that Lin Bei must be a kind-hearted person. After all, dragons with sentience have the ability to choose their masters, and such a holy creature would never acknowledge someone with a corrupt or malevolent character as its master. However, her certainty began to waver when she later encountered the heaven-devouring demon-slaying dragon. Everything about this dragon, its appearance, and the dark, ominous energy it exuded spoke of absolute evil. By all logic, such a dragon would only bond with someone steeped in wickedness. This principle wasn't exclusive to dragons. Other magical beasts followed the same rule. A mismatch in temperament between master and beast would only lead to chaos. Of course, only the most extraordinary and powerful magical beasts had the privilege of choosing their masters. Lesser creatures lacked such autonomy. These two dragons were like natural-born enemies, destined to fight to the death if they ever crossed paths. And yet, shockingly, they both acknowledged the same master and coexisted in harmony. This was completely beyond Xian's comprehension. How could one person possibly tame both the holy light sky holy white dragon and the malevolent heaven-devouring demon-slaying dragon? Standing in the corridor, lost in thought for a long time, Xian couldn't unravel the mystery. Initially, her investigation of Lin Bei was merely a task assigned by the Holy Lord of the Radiant Temple. But now, she found herself genuinely intrigued by the man who shared a unique connection with her. At that moment, others began emerging from their rooms as well. Members of the Radiant Temple and the Shanghai organization unconsciously gathered in the corridor, their gazes drawn toward Bai Zhou, who was busy working. A deep wariness flickered in everyone's eyes. Under normal circumstances, they might have been tempted to take advantage of the situation, but now not a single person dared to harbor even the slightest greedy thought. Not far away, the members of the Shanghai organization huddled together, gasping for breath as they tried to steady their nerves after the overwhelming battle. They whispered among themselves, reluctantly admitting that Lin Bei's strength far exceeded their expectations. Meanwhile, the Radiant Temple members gathered on the opposite side. The two groups, usually sworn enemies, now found themselves in an eerie state of mutual restraint. The Shanghai organization had completely abandoned any plans to assassinate the Radiant Temple's holy seed. They had realized that Xian's radiant dragon and the rampaging dragon were somehow deeply connected in ways they couldn't comprehend. Under these circumstances, who would dare make a reckless move? The members of the Shanghai organization were filled with fear and dread. They had witnessed everything that had unfolded on the streets and knew all too well that the figure before them possessed unfathomable power. The sea monster cast a furtive glance at Xian before turning to his companions and whispering, "The plan to assassinate the sacred seed must be called off immediately. Even if her dragon hasn't returned, the strength of the person we just saw is far beyond anything we can contend with. Our priority now is to focus all our efforts on obtaining the Kunpeng scale." The others nodded silently, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, the bright altar remained oblivious to everything that had transpired, unaware that they had narrowly avoided a catastrophic disaster. Though the strength of the sea monster and his companions paled in comparison to Lin Bei, they were still formidable forces when measured against ordinary individuals. At this moment, the once noisy first floor of the Tianshan guest hotel had fallen into an eerie silence. The air was thick with an unsettling tension. The elevator doors slowly slid open, and Lin Bei's figure came into view, meeting the gazes of those waiting outside. The onlookers, stunned by the sight, were momentarily at a loss for words. The very target they had been searching for had now appeared before them, as if delivered by fate itself, an opportunity so extraordinary that they could hardly believe their luck. Finally, one of them, unable to restrain himself, began to speak, his tone laced with menace. But before he could finish, the radiant holy white dragon opened its massive jaws. A golden beam of light burst forth, piercing straight through the man's body. Fresh blood splattered onto the floor with a sharp, distinct sound, and the metallic tang of blood swiftly permeated the air. The others had no time to recover from their shock before the two dragons launched another assault. To them, everyone present was an enemy. There was no need for words, only annihilation. Agonized screams echoed through the space, one after another, as Lin Bei walked unhurriedly toward the hotel's exit. Every step he took left a trail of carnage in his wake, the floors slick with blood and littered with lifeless bodies. The hotel lobby was spacious, an ideal place to summon pets under normal circumstances. However, everything unfolded too quickly. The people on the first floor, eager to catch the elevator, refrained from summoning their pets. After all, squeezing into an elevator with them was hardly practical. No one expected Lin Bei to act so decisively, commanding the radiant holy dragon and the sky-devouring demon dragon to launch an attack before anyone could react. These two divine dragons possessed overwhelming power, and with the advantage of a surprise attack, they achieved such devastating results. If their opponents had been given ample time to prepare, the battle would not have been this effortless. Despite the brevity of the fight, the impact was undeniable. From the elevator to the hotel entrance, Lin Bei could feel the soles of his shoes soaked in blood, leaving crimson footprints with every step. The two dragons followed closely behind, their majestic bodies equally stained with blood. The enemy forces were utterly defeated. Their initial disadvantage sealed their grim fate. The air was filled with screams and wails. "Spare us. We were wrong. How could this happen? Didn't you say he was weak? Weak? This is madness. Help. I'll pay any price. I came to steal, not to lose my life." The desperate cries became the theme of the Tianshan Hotel, but Lin Bei remained unaffected. He knew that since he had revealed his trump card, he couldn't afford even a shred of mercy. Compassion would only endanger him. Regardless of the enemy's strength, only fools would let sympathy cloud their judgment. The lobby was now divided into three factions: Lin Bei and his dragons, the attackers, and the hotel staff who had been forced to the side. The employees, witnessing the carnage, were in disbelief. The person they had initially viewed as prey had turned the tables, annihilating all the hunters. The stark contrast shattered their preconceived notions. The staff couldn't help but fixate on Lin Bei's retreating figure, holding their breath, barely daring to blink. It wasn't until he stepped out of the hotel that they exhaled heavily, their tense bodies finally relaxing. The room filled with the sound of labored breathing as they exchanged shocked glances. "This is terrifying. Things escalated way beyond our expectations. Who is that guest? Why would so many people target him? Just how powerful are those two dragons?" He came down from the 27th floor. "We need to check what happened up there." The staff hurried to the elevator, their hearts heavy with a sense of foreboding. Though they had yet to reach the 27th floor, they could already imagine the carnage awaiting them. Meanwhile, Lin Bei stepped out of the hotel and finally breathed in the fresh air. The street was desolate, littered with trash and abandoned goods, a stark contrast to its bustling state just hours earlier. It was as if the area had been swept clean by a storm. More importantly, he sensed a formidable killing intent within 100 meters ahead, far beyond the level of the rabble he had just faced. Lin Bei calmly scanned his surroundings and said in a steady voice, "No need to hide. Come out." Before his words fully settled, the radiant holy dragon and the sky-devouring demon dragon roared in unison, their cries echoing down the empty street. The real danger was indeed outside the hotel, but Lin Bei felt no fear. He still had plenty of cards left to play. The attackers inside had merely been the mantises. The true predators, the sparrows, were waiting beyond. "The mantises you were waiting for will never show up," Lin Bei thought. If a mantis hunts a cicada, success is reasonable. But this time, the mantises tried to hunt dragons, weak, limited mantises at that. How could they possibly succeed? The dragon's roars lasted 5 seconds before a voice broke the silence. "Well, well, what a surprise. Those useless fools couldn't even kill you." A tall, thin man in black, with a square face, emerged from the shadows of the street. At the same time, several other figures appeared in the distance, maintaining a cautious distance as they observed the situation. Stopping about 20 meters from Lin Bei, the man sneered viciously. "No matter. Dealing with you directly is far easier than handling a crowd. At least this way, it's more convenient." Although he was wary of the two dragons flanking Lin Bei, his confidence in himself remained unshaken. Hearing Ming Fong's confident words, Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Beside him, two majestic dragons coiled and hovered, their imposing presence enough to instill fear in anyone. Yet, his opponent showed no trace of fear. "This isn't Kuragite's confidence." Ming Fong straightened his back, a calm and assured smile spreading across his face. "Your so-called advantage is just two half-step king-tier dragons. Others might tremble, but not me, Ming Fong. In battles like this, numbers often determine the outcome." Lin Bei grew increasingly curious what exactly gave the other man such confidence. "Make your move. Let's not waste any more time." As soon as the words left his mouth, The radiant holy white dragon and the devouring sky demon dragon spread their wings and surged forward, their cold, piercing eyes locked onto Meng Fong. Faced with their silent yet menacing threat, Meng Fong took a few steps back to create some distance. Activating his innate ability, he shouted excitedly, "Come forth, my mantises!" In an instant, 5 colossal mantises materialized around him, each towering at 20 meters tall, like ancient, sky-piercing trees. They were the flaming mantis, engulfed in fiery flames; the azure water mantis, surrounded by flowing streams of water; the earth mantis, covered in layers of rocky soil; the gale mantis, shrouded in a swirling tempest; the thunder mantis, crackling with bolts of lightning. "Now do you understand?" Meng Fong said smugly. 5 half-step beast king-tier magical beasts. How could your 2 dragons possibly stand a chance? Until the auction ends and the hidden restrictions are lifted, I am the strongest in Tianshan City. Lin Bei's sharp instincts caught a critical detail. The auction seemed to impose some kind of hidden rule that limited power. He quickly deduced that before the auction ended, anyone exceeding a certain level of strength was likely prohibited from taking action. "You 5, deal with those dragons," Meng Fong commanded. "If they have flesh, don't kill them. If it's just bones, destroy them at will." The 5 mantises flapped their wings and took to the skies, their 10 massive arm blades imbued with violent elemental forces, slashing toward the 2 dragons. The radiant holy white dragon and the devouring sky demon dragon, despite their numerical disadvantage, were unfazed. Their fighting spirit burned even brighter as they charged forward to meet the attack heat. The onlookers murmured among themselves, "That kid's done for, going up against Meng Fong. Once the auction ends, that treasure will be mine anyway." These rules are ridiculous. No one above half-step beast king tier can make a move. Those 2 dragons are fascinating though. I've never seen such species before. Meanwhile, inside the Tianshan Hotel, the elevator doors opened on the 27th floor, revealing a gruesome scene of corpses scattered across the floor. The staff gasped in horror, their skin crawling with chills. Bai Zhou, having just finished collecting his spoils, looked up at the staff and asked urgently, "Do you need me to clean up the mess downstairs too?" The staff, still trembling, nodded instinctively. "Yes, please." Hearing this, Bai Zhou took a deep breath, shook his head helplessly, and stepped into the elevator. The scale of this year's auction in Tianshan City was far beyond his expectations. Although incidents of attacks were not uncommon in past auctions, casualties were usually kept to single digits. This year, however, that number was likely to break into the triple digits. Hopefully, Mr. Lin doesn't go too far, Bai Zhou thought to himself, or he'll surely anger the auction house, and things won't end easily. Though he hadn't been with Lin Bei for long, Bai Zhou was deeply loyal to him, and his current concern was genuine. He was all too familiar with the way the Tianshan City auction operated. Profit always came first in their eyes. The elevator doors slowly closed and began to ascend. Only then did Xilingxian and the others snap out of their daze. Without wasting another moment, they rushed to the elevator, brimming with curiosity about what was happening downstairs. Meanwhile, the battle downstairs raged on. The radiant holy white dragon and the devourer demon slayer dragon were locked in fierce combat with 5 mantises, each wielding different elemental attributes. Despite their differences in attributes, the mantises fought with remarkably similar techniques, attacking with swift strikes of their blade-like arms. Flaming, watery, thunderous, gale-like, and earth-shattering elemental slashes roared through the air like sword energy. The relentless onslaught filled the entire street, easily slicing through steel and stone. Even a towering mountain would be reduced to rubble under such a barrage. The 2 dragons had already adjusted their sizes to match the mantises, adapting to the constraints of the narrow street. This transformation was a concentration of their power and did not compromise their strength. Unfazed by the storm of elemental slashes, the dragons launched a counterattack. The radiant holy white dragon emitted waves of pure golden light, dispersing the elemental slashes wherever they passed. Meanwhile, the devourer demon slayer dragon opened its massive skeletal jaws, unleashing a terrifying devouring force that absorbed the slashes into its maw, rendering them powerless. Though it was 2 against 5, the battle was surprisingly evenly matched. Not far away, Meng Fong watched with a grave expression, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. This outcome was clearly beyond his expectations. However, he showed no sign of worry. The 2 dragons were firmly pinned in place, forced to continuously fend off the attacks. The onlookers largely shared the same perspective, assuming the 2 dragons were merely holding on by sheer will. Their attention had shifted to Meng Fong, contemplating how to seize the mysterious power he wielded. Only a handful of people believed Lin Bei was doomed. Among the crowd, a round-faced man named Meng Yuan appeared, particularly thrilled. Watching his confident younger brother Meng Fong, he was already plotting how to exploit the power they were about to obtain. Unaware of the schemes brewing around him, Lin Bei remained calm, his eyes fixed on the battlefield. Although the two dragons were holding their ground, they were unable to launch a counterattack. This stalemate was clearly not in their favor. After a few seconds, Lin Bei shook his head in disappointment, recognizing the core issue: the dragons, though possessing near Beast King level strength, severely lacked combat experience. The fact that they were struggling against a few mantises highlighted a significant problem. You're right, Lin Bei said as he took a step forward. Sometimes, numbers really can decide the outcome of a battle. Meng Fong was about to respond when Lin Bei continued. Which is why I'm summoning a third dragon. Meng Fong froze abruptly, his pupils contracting sharply. A third dragon? The thought alone left him breathless. To tame even one dragon was an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Two? That was the stuff of legends. But three? It was utterly unheard of. Dragons were so rare that their very existence inspired awe, and the difficulty of taming even one far surpassed capturing 5 elemental mantises. It was at least 100 times harder. Lin Bei ignored Meng Fong's stunned reaction, his expression calm as he issued silent commands in his mind. Xiao Lu assist Xiao Bai and Bone. The six-winged storm dragon responded immediately. Asu, slip into the void and use the power of reincarnation to support them. The void reincarnation dragon acknowledged the order without hesitation. In an instant, the two dragons emerged from their respective spaces, appearing in the outside world. A deafening crack of thunder rolled across the battlefield as the six-winged storm dragon materialized behind Lin Bei. Its glowing, thunder-charged eyes locked onto Meng Fong, radiating unrestrained killing intent. Meanwhile, the void reincarnation dragon silently slipped into the void, observing the battle through dimensional rifts, its otherworldly gaze shimmering with the light of reincarnation. Meng Fong stood as if struck by lightning, his eyes wide with disbelief, even his nostrils flaring in shock. There really was a third dragon. What he had dismissed as mere bluffing had turned out to be terrifyingly real. The onlookers, too, were stunned by the scene, their murmurs filling the air as they speculated about Lin Bei's origins. Was he the core disciple of some powerful organization? Or perhaps he harbored an earth-shattering secret? Some spectators abandoned any thought of attacking him, intimidated by his strength, while others grew even more restless, tempted by the prospect of seizing such a prize. Attack! Lin Bei's voice rang out like a thunderclap. The six-winged storm dragon unfurled its 6 massive wings, unleashing a maelstrom of roaring winds, crackling lightning, and torrential rain. The radiant celestial dragon and the devouring demon dragon joined the fray, unleashing golden beams of light and devastating waves of consuming energy. Meng Fong scrambled to summon a lightning element mantis to intercept the oncoming storm, but to his astonishment, every attack vanished into thin air without warning. The bizarre phenomenon left him momentarily baffled, but there was no time to dwell on it. Acting swiftly, he barked an order to his 5 elemental mantises. Now's our chance. Attack that guy directly, capture him, and we can force the dragons to surrender. The 5 mantises sprang into action, their wings buzzing furiously as they streaked toward Lin Bei. The fire mantis led the charge, closing in rapidly and raising its flame-wreathed blade arm for a devastating strike. But in the split second before it could land the blow, a golden beam of light descended from the heavens, striking the fire mantis squarely on the head with pinpoint precision. A golden beam of light pierced through the body of the fiery mantis with lightning speed, from top to bottom, encountering no resistance. The moment the beam dissipated, the fiery mantis's body disintegrated into dust, vanishing without a trace, as if it had never existed. Meng Fong, who witnessed the entire scene, stood frozen in place, his mind blank, unable to speak coherently. Yet, the unexpected events were far from over. What had initially disappeared now returned. Lightning reappeared, this time materializing above the heads of the remaining 4 mantises. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning crashed down. It was as if the heavens and earth were connected by a web of blinding electric light, forming a terrifying stormy canopy. The 4 mantis-like beasts were instantly paralyzed, unable to move. As each second passed, their bodies began to undergo drastic changes. Their exoskeletons quickly turned charred black, then cracked with deep fissures, and finally shattered completely. Beneath the broken shells, scorched flesh was exposed. 3 seconds later, the lightning subsided. The 4 mantises stood motionless, devoid of life. Suddenly, a powerful devouring force emerged, pulling the 4 charred corpses into the belly of the sky-swallowing demon dragon. Such was the terrifying might of the 3 dragons, honed through countless cycles of rebirth. Lin Bei stepped forward, his gaze calm as it landed on Meng Fong. The radiant holy light dragon, the sky-swallowing demon dragon, and the 6-winged storm dragon flapped their wings and followed closely behind. Witnessing this, Meng Fong finally panicked. At that moment, Meng Fong's heart was gripped by overwhelming panic. The situation, which had seemed like a guaranteed victory, had suddenly spiraled into an irreversible disaster. His mind was in utter chaos, his temples throbbing violently as he struggled to comprehend what was happening. What were those flickering attacks? Why did they appear and disappear so unpredictably? Lin Bei, however, remained oblivious to Meng Fong's distress, continuing to approach him at an unhurried pace. Each step he took seemed to compress the distance between them, intensifying the oppressive aura surrounding Meng Fong. Finally, as Lin Bei took his third step, Meng Fong's composure completely shattered. He froze like a statue, rooted to the spot as though awaiting the arrival of death itself. From a distance, Meng Yuan witnessed the scene, his anxiety palpable. Though not a virtuous man, he couldn't bear to see his younger brother face such peril. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, "Xiao Fong, run!" He then turned toward another street, yelling furiously at the guards stationed there. "What are you all doing just standing around? Something's happening over here. Are you blind? Do you want me to report you right now?" The guards, who had been stationed on the street for some time, exchanged uncertain glances. They had been assembled minutes ago but were awaiting orders from their superiors. Faced with Meng Yuan's threats, the leader of the guards reluctantly decided to act after all. He owed the two brothers for past favors. "Move out. Stop that fight," he commanded, though his true intention was to rescue Meng Fong and secure further benefits. The onlookers shook their heads in disapproval, clearly unimpressed by Meng Yuan's approach. "What a petty move. No sense of dignity," someone muttered. "Still, it might be the only way. That young man's strength is far beyond expectations. Owning 3 dragons? Unbelievable," another remarked. "It seems this is the end of the line. Hard to believe that this time, only Meng Fong will survive the attack so unlike previous years." Meng Fong, jolted by his brother's shout, regained a fraction of his clarity and turned to flee. But just as he tried to escape, the scene before him morphed into a pitch-black void, emanating an ominous and suffocating aura. His body stiffened, and a chilling realization struck him: there was a 4th dragon. From the rift in the void, he could sense the familiar energy that had fueled the earlier attacks. But it was already too late. Lin Bei made no immediate move, instead speaking in a calm and detached tone. "Now that you've figured it out, what difference does it make? Do you really think you can escape?" Realizing there was no way out, Meng Fong turned to face Lin Bei with a panicked expression. "No, you can't kill me. My brother is Meng Yuan, a true king-level expert. If you kill me now, he'll come after you when the auction is over." "Shut up," Lin Bei interrupted coldly. "The reason you're still alive isn't for you to threaten me. You're alive because I have questions for you." Meng Fong fell silent, stammering nervously. "What do you want to ask? Who gave you the courage?" Lin Bei repeated the question he had asked earlier. This time, Meng Fong couldn't muster a response. He stammered incoherently, I, until the last shred of his dignity crumbled under the weight of the question. Lin Bei gripped Xianhuan, his weapon in its spear form, and advanced steadily. Meng Fong tried to evade, but the surrounding void shifted in tandem with his movements, leaving him trapped. Within seconds, the spear's tip pierced his body, and blood gushed from the wound. At that moment, Meng Yuan arrived at the scene, glaring at Lin Bei with fury. "Kid, stop. Let him go. I'll give you anything you want: money, treasures, elixirs, pets, anything. Do you think I lack those things?" Lin Bei sneered. "Besides, the kind of pet I want is something you can't afford." Meng Yuan was momentarily speechless. Indeed, someone who possessed such extraordinary creatures likely had no need for material wealth. And if the pet Lin Bei sought was a dragon, it was beyond Meng Yuan's ability to provide. After a brief silence, Meng Yuan asked, "What will it take for you to spare him?" Lin Bei shook his head slightly, his tone icy. "Spare him? Impossible. Once you've chosen to be my enemy, there's only one outcome: death. That goes for him, and it goes for you if you stand against me." Before Meng Yuan could respond, Lin Bei drove the spear deeper. With a blood-curdling scream, Meng Fong's life force drained away completely. Looking down at Meng Fong's lifeless body sprawled on the ground, blood pooling around him, Meng Yuan's eyes widened in fury, burning with rage and a thirst for vengeance. His forehead was deeply furrowed, his face twisted with anger. His fists clenched so tightly that veins bulged across the backs of his hands, and his arms trembled slightly with barely contained wrath. "You scum! How dare you kill my brother right in front of me?" Meng Yuan's heart burned with fury, but his rational mind warned him against acting recklessly. Any impulsive move now would only lead to graver consequences, potentially even the loss of his own life. Lin Bei, however, seemed utterly indifferent. With an air of calm disdain, he withdrew Qianhuan, flicking the blood off the blade with a casual motion. Turning his gaze to the swallowing sky demon dragon, he spoke softly, "Bones, collect my spoils." The swallowing sky demon dragon immediately understood, spreading its massive wings as it flew toward Meng Fong's corpse. Its horrifying skeletal jaws opened wide, unleashing a devouring force. Meanwhile, Lin Bei turned to face Meng Yuan, his sword steady in his hand. The radiant holy white dragon, the six-winged wind thunder dragon, and the void reincarnation dragon hidden in the shadows all fixed their attention on Meng Yuan, ready to strike at any moment. For a tense minute, neither side moved, both calculating their next steps. The silence was finally broken by the sound of synchronized footsteps, guards arriving on the scene. Meng Yuan finally spoke, his voice laced with venom. So young, yet so ruthless. Leaving you alive will only bring disaster. Mark my words, I will personally rid the world of you. His words were not a mere threat, but a solemn vow. Once the auction was over, he would avenge his brother and claim the power Lin Bei possessed for himself. Lin Bei chuckled coldly at the remark. Oh, really? A useless brother and now his useless older sibling? Honestly, I don't mind killing another waste of space. Even in the face of a king-level powerhouse, Lin Bei showed no trace of fear. Meng Yuan turned and left without even requesting his brother's corpse. The onlookers murmured among themselves, speculating about Lin Bei's strength and methods while pondering his fate after the auction. The guards finally reached Lin Bei. Their leader, Shui Fei, scrutinized the young man before speaking. Lin Bei, is it? After Lin Bei nodded in confirmation, Shui Fei continued. While they were the ones to attack first, your actions went too far. To maintain peace in Tianshan City, we must punish you. After deliberation, it has been decided that you will be temporarily confined to Tianshan Prison. Just as Lin Bei was about to respond, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Special mission triggered. Please enter Tianshan Prison and locate the hidden treasure within. Completing the mission will earn you corresponding rewards. Lin Bei fell silent, deep in thought. He had to enter Tianshan Prison, and he absolutely had to obtain the Kuanping scale. Sensing his hesitation, Shui Fei's tone turned sharper. Lin Bei, listen. Going to Tianshan Prison is for your own good. You'll be locked up for no more than a week. Picking up on the subtle undertone in Shui Fei's words, Lin Bei immediately realized there was more to this situation. After all, when was the world ever so kind without an ulterior motive? Still, his expression remained calm as he replied, Thank you. But before I go with you, I need to take care of a few matters. Meanwhile, Bai Zhou was busy in the hotel lobby. Bai Zhou mechanically searched through the countless corpses, his entire being numb. His movements were stiff, like a soulless shell. Before coming to Tianshan City, he had envisioned countless scenarios, but never had he anticipated the situation to escalate to this extent within such a short span. Over 100 skilled beast tamers had met their end here. Was Mr. Lin too impulsive? Bai Zhou thought uneasily. The massacre in Tianshan City was bound to leave a mark in history for millennia. After all, during the auction period, Tianshan City had strict regulations. Only those below king level were permitted to fight. The administrators knew they couldn't completely prevent conflicts, so they aimed to limit the damage as much as possible. However, reality had shattered their expectations. Someone at the half-king level had unleashed such terrifying power. Just then, a voice snapped Bai Zhou back to reality. Lin Bei, come over here. Bai Zhou quickly stepped out of the hotel and saw Lin Bei waiting at the entrance. The guards surrounding them made his heart tighten, but he swiftly composed himself and respectfully asked, Mr. Lin, what can I do for you? Lin Bei replied curtly, I'll need to spend some time in Tianshan Prison. For now, I'm leaving the external matters in your hands. At the same time, he mentally instructed the system to exchange for a large amount of supplies. Handing over a spatial ring filled with elixirs and sacred energy to Bai Zhou, Lin Bei spoke in a low voice. Don't worry about me. Focus on selling the items in this ring and participate in the auction. Make sure to secure that massive fish scale at any cost. For the other materials, prioritize rare ones and purchase them as you see fit. Bai Zhou carefully took the ring and urgently reminded him, Mr. Lin, please be extremely cautious in Tianshan Prison. Prisoners there cannot summon their beasts, only the overseers have that privilege. Do you know why? Lin Bei asked. It's because of the suppression stone, Bai Zhou explained. It suppresses people's innate abilities, rendering them unable to harness their powers, and thus unable to summon their beasts. Lin Bei committed this information to memory and then followed Shui Fei and the others. Bai Zhou stood in place, watching Lin Bei's figure fade from sight, his heart filled with unease. Onlookers murmured among themselves, speculating about the young man who was about to enter the infamous Tianshan Prison. The prison housed vicious criminals who, despite being unable to use their innate powers, had physiques formidable enough to rival magical beasts. For someone as reckless and bold as Lin Bei, this might prove to be a grueling lesson. Before long, Si Lingxian and her group stepped out of the elevator one after another. The sight that greeted them was horrifying, a floor littered with grotesque, mutilated corpses. The sheer brutality of the scene caused everyone present to involuntarily gasp in shock. This level of cruelty far exceeded their expectations and shattered their understanding of what a mere teenager could be capable of. As a saint of the Light Temple, Si Lingxian was undoubtedly powerful, but she was still a young woman. Confronted with such a gruesome sight, she couldn't bear it. Almost fleeing, she hurriedly left the hall. The others, though slightly more composed, were still pale-faced as they quickly followed after her. Standing outside the hotel entrance, Si Lingxian took a deep breath, her gaze falling on the bustling street. The lively crowd helped calm her nerves slightly. She scanned her surroundings but couldn't find the person she was looking for. Just as disappointment began to set in, her eyes landed on Bai Zhou, standing off to the side. Knowing Bai Zhou was closely connected to Lin Bei, she approached him quickly and asked politely, "Excuse me, where did that young man go?" Whether it was about the dragon or other pressing matters, she urgently needed answers from Lin Bei. Bai Zhou's expression immediately hardened with vigilance. He scrutinized her closely before asking, "Who are you? And why are you looking for him?" "Please, don't misunderstand. I mean no harm," Si Lingxian quickly clarified. "I'm the saint of the Light Temple, and I have some personal matters I need to resolve with him." "What kind of matters?" Bai Zhou pressed, his tone still wary. Si Lingxian hesitated, clearly embarrassed. Her fair complexion flushed as she stammered. "My dragon was, lured away by his dragon. Ever since it came back, it's been sleeping non-stop. I need to ask him what to do." Bai Zhou couldn't help but feel a bit awkward himself after hearing this, but seeing that she meant no harm, he finally relented. "If you're looking for Mr. Lin, you should head to Tianshan prison. As long as you're not a dangerous individual, you're allowed to visit." With that, he turned and left in a hurry. Si Lingxian gazed into the distance, deep in thought. Tianshan prison? Huh? If I recall correctly, there's a former saint imprisoned there for committing a grave mistake. Perhaps it's worth taking a look. Meanwhile, Lin Bei was walking along a quiet street with Xue Fei and the others. The night had grown late, and the once busy street was now eerily empty. Their journey was smooth and uninterrupted. As they reached the end of the street, Xue Fei pointed ahead and said, "There's a teleportation array over there. It'll take us straight to Tianshan prison." Lin Bei nodded thoughtfully and spoke to his system in his mind. "Set up a teleportation array. One point should be here and the other. Let's wait until I'm inside the prison cell to decide." The system promptly responded. Ding. Points deducted. First teleportation point established. The group stepped into the array, and with a flash of dark light, they were instantly transported to the gates of Tianshan prison. What lay before them was a colossal steel gate towering 50 meters high, its surface scarred with marks of past battles. The deepest gouges were several meters deep. Beyond the gate, the towering walls were patrolled by guards clad in specially crafted metal armor. Even standing outside, Lin Bei could feel an oppressive, suffocating pressure emanating from the prison. This was Tianshan prison, a place that struck fear into the hearts of all who heard its name. It was said that teachers would bring unruly students here for a tour, and the effect was always profound. "Lin Bei, step into the red line zone," Xue Fei called out from several meters away, deliberately keeping his distance from the marked area. Lin Bei understood immediately there was something unusual about the red line boundary. He wanted to test a theory. The suppression monument? Let's see if it can suppress me. Taking 5 steps forward, Lin Bei crossed into the red line zone. Instantly, a crushing force, as heavy as a mountain, bore down on him. The innate clarity of his perception dulled, as if shrouded in an impenetrable fog. Just as Bai Zhou had mentioned, within the bounds of Tianshan prison, the use of innate abilities was rendered impossible. But that limitation applied only to innate abilities, and nothing more. Seeing Lin Bei step into the red line's boundary, Xue Fei finally let out a sigh of relief. In that instant, the tension that had gripped his heart dissipated completely. As someone in the know, he was well aware of the extraordinary significance of this red line crossing. It signified a monumental shift in fate. Here, even a ferocious tiger must keep a low profile like a cat, and a mighty dragon must lie dormant like a snake. "Finally, I can report back without worry," Xue Fei muttered. Just as he finished speaking, a heavy steel door began to slowly creak open, emitting a deafening roar. 2 prison guards, clad in uniform steel armor, marched out in unison. Their gazes, concealed beneath their helmets, locked onto Lin Bei. One of them issued a cold command, "Follow us." Without another word, they turned and walked back toward the iron gate. Having already resolved to enter Tianshan prison, Lin Bei calmly followed behind them, his eyes scrutinizing the unusual steel armor they wore. Its heavy design would undoubtedly hinder mobility, yet it was still chosen a clear indication that it held some hidden purpose. "I must find an opportunity to study this armor," Lin Bei thought to himself. Once Lin Bei passed through the gate, Xue Fei led his team back to the city via a teleportation array. He then made his way alone to the auction house. Li Fugui, who had been waiting for some time, greeted him with a sly smile. "Brother Xue, how did it go? Was it a success?" Though his words were laced with cheer, there was a subtle malice in his tone. "Brotherly, what do you think?" Xue Fei laughed heartily, nodding. If it hadn't been a success, would I dare show my face here? That guy has already been sent into Tianshan prison. Hearing this, Li Fugui's smile broadened. He retrieved a reward worth 20 million from his spatial ring and handed it to Xue Fei. The substantial sum, enough to tempt many into taking risks, was carefully pocketed by Xue Fei, who was eager to leave. Brotherly, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Remember to call on me if there's any good business in the future. After Xue Fei departed, Li Fugui smirked to himself. Now that he's locked away, I can finally make my move. Blame yourself for possessing something so valuable. Fully aware of Lin Bei's formidable strength, Li Fugui understood that a direct confrontation would be futile. Thus, he devised this scheme to have Lin Bei imprisoned, restricting his power. Night had fallen by the time Li Fugui strolled back into the auction house, muttering to himself in a low voice, I'll go visit him tomorrow morning. I need to play my role convincingly. A rash young man would never suspect the truth behind all this. Meanwhile, Lin Bei had already followed the two guards into Tianshan prison. What greeted him were 4 passageways, each labeled Prison of the Fierce Gods, Men's Wing, Women's Wing, and Prison of the Malevolent Spirits. While the purposes of the men's and women's wings were evident, the ominous names of the other 2 prisons piqued Lin Bei's curiosity. As he glanced around in wonder, one of the guards barked sharply, Stop staring! You don't qualify to be held in the Prison of the Fierce Gods or the Prison of the Malevolent Spirits. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at a tightly sealed cell. A list was posted on the door. Bed 1, Run, and Bed 2, Lin Bei. Bed 3, Vacant. Bed 4, None. Get in. This will be your cell from now on, one of the guards ordered as he opened the door. Without hesitation, Lin Bei stepped inside. Bang! The cell door slammed shut behind Lin Bei, and the voices of 2 guards echoed down the corridor. Renan, take care of your new friend and make sure he learns to behave. As their footsteps faded into the distance, Lin Bei began to examine the space where he would now reside. The interior of the cell was simple. On either side of the walls was embedded a self-illuminating spirit orb, casting a faint glow that was enough to light up the entire room. The furnishings consisted of 4 beds, a single table, and a small toilet. However, the most striking feature was the other occupant of the cell, a burly young man about the same age as Lin Bei. His dark skin betrayed a hint of surprise, making it clear that this was Renan, the person the guards had mentioned. Their eyes met briefly, and a flicker of interest crossed Renan's face. A peer? Interesting. I've been in Tianshan prison for 5 or 6 years now, and it's rare to see someone as young as you. Hey kid, what did you do out there? To end up as my cellmate? It must have been something serious, huh? Lin Bei casually sat on the edge of one of the beds, his tone indifferent. Nothing much. Just killed 100 or so nobodies, that's all. To him, it truly wasn't a big deal after all. They had attacked first, and he had merely retaliated with a little extra force. Renan froze, his mind seemingly grinding to a halt. It took him a long moment to process what he just heard. What? You call killing over 100 people nothing much? Were those people ordinary civilians? They were weak, Lin Bei replied with a slight shake of his head. The weakest of them were advanced beast tamers, and the strongest was barely near the king level. In his eyes, a group that couldn't even put up a proper fight despite outnumbering him could only be described as weak. Renan fell silent again. Advanced beast tamers were one thing, but calling someone on the verge of reaching the king level weak? He looked at Lin Bei, who spoke as casually as if he were discussing the weather, and found himself inexplicably inclined to believe him. The idea of asserting dominance over his new cellmate quietly faded from his mind. Taking a deep breath, Renan cautiously asked, Big brother, may I ask what's your talent? Lin Bei didn't answer immediately. Instead, he studied Renan in silence, making the latter increasingly uneasy. Just when Renan was about to lose his composure, Lin Bei finally spoke. Why don't you see for yourself? As soon as the words left his mouth, a radiant and majestic light celestial white dragon, the size of a car, materialized in the cell, its wings calmly flapping. So, it's a dragon talent, no wonder, Renan began to say, but then abruptly stopped, realizing something didn't add up. Wait, how is this even possible? Isn't Tianshan prison supposed to suppress everyone's talents? How can you summon a dragon here? Seeing Renan's look of utter disbelief, Lin Bei felt a sense of satisfaction. The reason he had chosen to reveal the light celestial white dragon was to establish an overwhelming sense of authority and extract information from Renan. As for whether Renan might pose a threat, Lin Bei already had a plan in mind. Renan stood frozen in place, his wide eyes filled with shock, locked onto the majestic and imposing figure of the radiant celestial white dragon. Though his mind had accepted the reality before him, his body trembled instinctively, and his heavy breaths echoed through the cell, as if he had just endured an intense physical ordeal. Faced with a new cellmate far more terrifying than he had imagined, Renan found himself at a loss for how to react. Deep down, A single thought kept surfacing. If only he could summon a creature like that, those two wouldn't dare challenge him again. Just as he was lost in this fantasy, Lin Bei's calm voice interrupted his thoughts. You're mistaken. My innate abilities have actually been suppressed and are currently unusable. However, Lin Bei's tone remained indifferent. That doesn't stop me from summoning pets. Every word he spoke was true. If not for the dragon residing in its designated space, Lin Bei himself would have felt powerless in this place. When he first learned about the conditions of Tianshan prison, he had anticipated this scenario, which was one of the reasons he willingly entered the prison. Run and fell silent. It wasn't because he doubted Lin Bei's words. On the contrary, it was precisely because he believed them that he was even more terrified. A person who could summon such a powerful creature, even with their abilities sealed, how could one possibly coexist with someone like that? Trying to dominate him would be tantamount to courting death. Yet standing as equals seemed laughably arrogant. I answered your question earlier. Now it's your turn, Lin Bei said bluntly. Under the dragon's watchful gaze, Ronan didn't dare refuse. You may ask? What kind of people are held in the prison of fierce gods, in the prison of malevolent spirits? Where is the wardstone located? And aside from the wardstone, are there any other extraordinary artifacts? These three questions touched on the deepest secrets of the prison, knowledge far beyond the reach of ordinary inmates. Though Ronan had spent years in this place and was familiar with its inner workings, he hesitated greatly. I'm sorry, I can't answer those questions. Each one is tied to many hidden truths. Lin Bei's brows furrowed, his expression turning icy. I answered your question, yet you refuse to answer mine? Seeing Ran and still struggling, Lin Bei summoned the Void Requiem Dragon without hesitation. Send him into the void. Let him take his time to reconsider. Then, Lin Bei called forth the Time Emperor Dragon, still in its juvenile form. This peculiar little dragon was only the size of a basketball, its body constantly shifting colors like a kaleidoscope from pure white to gold, then to emerald green, seemingly embodying every hue imaginable. Most striking of all were its eyes, whose pupils were intricately marked with countless time scales, from years and months down to hours, minutes, and seconds, exuding a mysterious aura. The young dragon flapped its wings joyfully, its eyes brimming with affection for its master. Despite spending only a short time in the system space, its ability to perceive the flow of time made it feel like an eternity had passed. Lin Bei opened his arms and said gently, "Come here." The Time Emperor Dragon immediately dove into his embrace, letting out a contented purr. As Lin Bei stroked its shimmering scales, he attuned himself to the flow of time around him. The invisible yet omnipresent force left him in awe. You can control time, can't you? He asked. After receiving a confirming response from the dragon, Lin Bei turned to the Void Requiem Dragon and issued his command. Asu, take him inside and slow down his perception of time. Let him out once he's willing to answer my questions. Lin Bei felt no guilt about his treatment of Run. Anyone imprisoned in the Tianshan dungeon must have committed heinous crimes to deserve such a fate. Compared to Ran An's misdeeds, Lin Bei's actions seemed trivial. Besides, Lin Bei understood all too well that any sign of weakness on his part would only invite disaster upon himself. The guard's words still echoed in his ears, and he was determined not to become a lamb led to slaughter. Following their master's orders, the Time Emperor Dragon and the Void Reincarnation Dragon slipped into the void, while the Holy White Radiant Dragon returned to its exclusive space, leaving Lin Bei alone in the cell. Without hesitation, he opened the system's inventory and retrieved the golden dragon egg he had previously been unable to hatch. The Tianshan dungeon cells were constructed with such impenetrable defenses that no outsider could spy on what happened within, making it the perfect setting for his plan. Placing the dragon egg on the ground, Lin Bei whispered, "Hatch." The system instantly responded. "Ding! Hatching initiated. The dragon egg is hatching. Hatching complete." The surface of the enormous dragon egg, comparable in size to an elephant, was suddenly covered in countless cracks, and dazzling golden light filled the cell. The egg's cracking process lasted about 3 seconds. When the light finally faded, a magnificent golden eastern dragon emerged from the shell. Though it had no wings, it floated effortlessly in the air, its shimmering golden scales glinting like pure gold, resembling a majestic, moving treasure. The golden dragon gracefully circled around Lin Bei, exuding an aura of nobility that filled him with joy. Its combat abilities remained uncertain, but its dazzling luxury gold appearance alone was enough to inspire envy. Lin Bei then returned the golden dragon to the system's space, lay down on the simple bed, and drifted into a deep sleep. After the night's events, he desperately needed rest, and locking up Raunin had conveniently provided him with a peaceful environment. Meanwhile, in the void where Raunin was trapped, he was on the brink of collapse. In the endless darkness, time seemed to stretch infinitely. Overwhelmed by extreme hunger and thirst, his limbs grew weak, his lips cracked, and there was no escape in sight. The Void Reincarnation Dragon and Time Emperor Dragon observed him closely from another part of the void, waiting for him to break. It took only 10 seconds for Ronan to finally crumble and beg, "I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Just don't leave me here any longer." For him, those mere 10 seconds felt like countless days and nights, the mental torment far surpassing any physical pain. The two dragons released their power and brought Ronan back to the real world, though they continued to monitor him in secret, ensuring he neither leaked any secrets nor disturbed their master's rest. When Ronan returned to reality, he was stunned to find everything around him seemingly unchanged. The agonizing sensations had vanished entirely in an instant, as if they had never existed at all. Seeing Lin Bei already asleep, Ronan curled up in a corner of the cell, careful not to make a sound. The Void Reincarnation Dragon and Time Emperor Dragon exchanged glances, satisfied with the outcome. For now, it seemed Ronan wouldn't dare to act recklessly. At dawn, two prison guards arrived at the cell door, banging loudly. "Lin Bei, get ready. Someone wants to see you." At the sound, both Lin Bei and Ronan opened their eyes simultaneously. In the dim light of the prison cell early that morning, Lin Bei was taken aback when he heard someone had come to visit. He stood and walked toward the cell door, glancing at Ronan, who was sitting on the floor. "There's a bed, and yet you're sitting on the ground? That's an interesting choice," Lin Bei remarked with a frown. Before he could say more, the iron door creaked open, revealing two familiar guards standing outside. "Come with us," one of the guards said curtly. After Lin Bei left, Ronan struggled to his feet and sluggishly moved to sit on the bed. Though his body found some relief, his mind was in turmoil. He was torn between the temptation of reporting Lin Bei to earn rewards and gain access to the women's section to meet, miss, and the fear of the dire consequences that might come from crossing Lin Bei. Yesterday's events had left him deeply wary of Lin Bei's strength. What Ronan didn't realize was that two dragons, hidden in the void, were closely watching his every move. If he made any decision that threatened Lin Bei, they were prepared to act immediately. Meanwhile, Lin Bei was led through dim corridors until they reached the main gate of the men's section. One of the guards pointed to a smaller iron door nearby. "Go in. The esteemed guest is waiting for you." Pushing the door open, Lin Bei found himself in a visitation room, separated by special glass. A table stretched across the divide, with a chair on either side. Sitting on the outer chair was a strikingly beautiful woman, none other than Lingxian, the current holy seed of the light altar. The moment Lin Bei saw her, his expression turned peculiar. Given their recent history, this encounter was undeniably awkward. It felt akin to two dog owners running into each other, only to realize their dogs had been up to some inappropriate antics, except, in this case, the dogs were dragons. Lingxian noticed his reaction and blushed faintly, though she quickly regained her composure. She took a deep breath and spoke with feigned calmness. "Sit down. I have some questions for you." In the quiet privacy of the room, Lin Bei approached the chair opposite her. "Ask away," he said, settling into his seat. "Back in Nanshan City, it was you pretending to be me, wasn't it?" Lingxian asked directly. Lin Bei looked genuinely baffled. "What are you talking about? Pretending to be you? I don't recall ever impersonating anyone." His sincere reaction left Lingxian momentarily puzzled, but she pressed on. "The Shanghai organization member in Nanshan City, you killed him, didn't you? You summoned the light dragon, didn't you?" Lin Bei nodded in confirmation. Lingxian fell silent, deep in thought. It began to make sense to her. Light dragons were exceedingly rare, and very few within the Shanghai organization knew her true identity. It was reasonable that they had mistaken Lin Bei for her. "Fine. Let's drop the impersonation topic," she said, waving it off. "What I want to know is, why did you target a member of the Shanghai organization?" "There are two reasons," Lin Bei replied matter-of-factly. "First, because they were planning to destroy Nanshan City. Second, I wanted to see what it would be like to kill a Tao Tai." "What?" Lingxian stared at him, utterly stunned. The first reason was within her expectations, but the second left her completely at a loss for words. Although the Guangming altar's understanding of ferocious beasts like the Tao Tai was not as profound as that of the Shanghai organization, it was still far more detailed than what ordinary people knew. As the saint seed of the Guangming altar, Lingxian was naturally well-versed in the legends surrounding the Tao Tai. It was, after all, a mythical beast of terrifying renown. Even a hybrid with its bloodline and power was not something that could be easily subdued by conventional means. Faced with Lin Bei's astonishing feat of slaying such a beast, Lingxian was momentarily at a loss for words. After nearly a minute of silence, she finally spoke slowly. "Understood. It seems this was indeed a misunderstanding. As long as Lin Bei wasn't impersonating someone else, there was no need to treat him as an enemy." Lingxian let out a long sigh of relief, the tension in her body easing. After witnessing Lin Bei's ability to command multiple dragons the previous night, her instincts warned her against making an enemy of someone so powerful. As for the matter of the heaven-devouring, demon-slaying dragon, She wisely chose not to inquire. It was Lin Bai's personal affair. Would you be willing to join the Guangming altar? A few moments later, Si Lingxian got straight to the point. I'm here on behalf of the Saint Lord of the Guangming altar to invite you to join us. This was one of the primary reasons for her early arrival. The power of the radiant holy white dragon was a perfect match for the Guangming altar, and its inclusion would undoubtedly elevate the sect's strength to new heights. Hearing her words, Lin Bai's pupils slightly contracted, though his heart brimmed with joy. This was precisely the result he had been aiming for, and the situation had unfolded even more smoothly than he had anticipated. However, to avoid arousing suspicion, he feigned hesitation. What benefits would I gain from joining the Guangming altar? Si Lingxian immediately began listing the advantages in detail. There are 5 main benefits. First, you'll gain access to a broader world. Second, the Guangming altar is rich in resources, and there will surely be something that catches your interest. Third, our powerful sect can provide you protection, especially since you are currently a target of many. Fourth, you'll have the opportunity to train in the radiant sacred realm every year, which is highly beneficial for light-aligned magical beasts. When she reached the 5th point, her expression turned slightly peculiar. Fifth, you'll have the chance to slay more ferocious beasts. Hearing these conditions, Lin Bei was already tempted. In that case, he'll join. As soon as he finished speaking, a system notification sounded in his mind. Not only had he completed the task of joining the Guangming altar, but he had also unlocked the opportunity for a second synthesis of the radiant holy white dragon. Immediately afterward, a new task was triggered. Entering the radiant sacred realm would grant him a third synthesis opportunity. Si Lingxian was overjoyed at his response and immediately promised to help him escape from Tianshan prison. She also informed him that he could seek assistance from someone named Lu Ying within the prison. Lin Bei silently committed this evidently powerful individual's name to memory. The room fell into a brief silence. After about a minute, Si Lingxian suddenly spoke again. Now that official business is settled, isn't it time we addressed our personal matters? For a moment, Lin Bei fell silent. This awkward topic was inevitable, and he had to face it. He sighed and shook his head helplessly. After composing himself, he spoke in an intentionally calm tone. Our personal matters? If you want to talk about it, go ahead. At that moment, he wished he could summon the radiant white dragon to deal with this situation. However, considering the possibility of surveillance in the room, he opted for a less risky approach. Si Lingxian felt equally awkward. After a brief pause to gather her thoughts, she finally spoke. Your dragon did that kind of thing to my dragon. What are you planning to do about it? How are they supposed to interact going forward? For her, the radiant dragon was of immense significance, and this was precisely why she had come to ask. Lin Bei understood her intention. She simply wanted an explanation. He believed his dragon should uphold a basic sense of dragon morality. Since there were offspring involved, there was only one solution. Let your dragon and mine become mutually recognized mates. Si Lingxian was stunned by his response, her clear eyes filled with disbelief. What? What did you just say? They have a child? She recalled the radiant dragon's unusual behavior lately, sleeping deeply and unresponsive to any call since last night. Thinking back, it did match the signs. As absurd as it sounds, it's the truth, Lin Bei admitted, still finding it hard to believe himself. The room fell into a brief silence until Si Lingxian spoke again. Let's discuss this after you're released. I need time to process this, and we should also consider the opinions of both dragons. Lin Bei nodded in agreement. Afterward, the two of them made small talk until a prison guard respectfully reminded Si Lingxian that her visitation time was over. The guard's deferential attitude was a testament to the power of the radiant altar. Before leaving, Si Lingxian stood up and said, "They'll head out now. Don't forget our agreement." Lin Bei nodded and added, "And make sure to take good care of their child." His words made Si Lingxian pause briefly before she sighed and walked away. Now alone in the room, and with no guards coming in, Lin Bei didn't dwell on it. He closed his eyes and entered the system space to check the items available for synthesis. At the moment, he had the Golden Dragon and the Time Sovereign Dragon, but the best material he had was the Heart of the Ocean. Suddenly, Lin Bei stood up from his chair, his eyes lighting up. The Kuanping scale and the Heart of the Ocean are a perfect match. They are both related to the sea. Considering the possibility of encountering a dual-form Kuanping in the future, having a water-specialized dragon would indeed be valuable. About 10 minutes later, Li Fuguei entered the room with a prison guard. Lin Bei wasn't surprised by Li Fugui's arrival. It was undoubtedly about the 100 bottles of life essence. As expected, the moment Li Fuguei sat down, he spoke anxiously. "Mr. Lin, you acted too impulsively. Now what are we supposed to do about this?" Li Fugui's tone was filled with urgency and concern, enough to deceive most people. However, Lin Bei, relying on his heightened spiritual perception, sensed no trace of goodwill. Instead, he detected deep-seated malice and greed hidden beneath the surface. A flicker of amusement flashed through Lin Bei's eyes as he quickly formulated a plan. He mentally issued a command to the system. Exchange for 100 bottles, and infuse them with the power of the radiant sky sacred white dragon. The system promptly responded. Ding. Insufficient points. Funds automatically converted. Exchange successful. Points deducted automatically. In an instant, 100 bottles imbued with sacred energy materialized in the system's storage space. While the point cost was relatively low, their market value was astronomical. Impulsive? I wouldn't say that, Lin Bei remarked calmly. If I don't eliminate these people, my losses will only be greater. Li Fugui immediately caught the implication greater losses could only mean something tied to life essence. Suppressing his inner excitement, he feigned concern. Mr. Lin, there's no need to worry. I'll figure out a way to get you out of here as soon as possible. In the meantime, rest easy in the prison. Leave the auctioning of the life essence to me. Your interests will be fully protected. Lin Bei gave a faint nod, as if the enormous profits meant little to him. He had already seen through Li Fugui's schemes, knowing they were undoubtedly linked to the life essence. Even so, he decided to hand over the 100 bottles. Firstly, only through Li Fugui could he secure a high price. Secondly, he wanted to observe the man's next moves. And lastly, the so-called life essence was merely a fragment of the radiant sky sacred white dragon's power plentiful and easily replenishable. Head to my residence later, Lin Bei instructed. Look for someone named Bai Zhou. He has a ring, and that's the item we agreed upon. He deliberately refrained from delivering the goods on the spot to avoid drawing the prison's attention. After all, everything, including spatial rings, was confiscated upon entry. Li Fugui stood up immediately, barely able to contain his excitement. Understood, Mr. Lin? I'll take care of it. Goodbye. As he said the last word, a glint of cruelty flickered in his eyes. After Li Fugui left, a guard entered to escort Lin Bei back to his cell. Upon returning, he saw Renan sitting quietly as before. Lin Bei retrieved a spatial ring, and with a subtle motion, the void fractured. A colossal dragon's head emerged from the rift, tossing the ring into the void. Lin Bei instructed, "You two, work together and deliver this ring to Bai Zhou as quickly as possible." The Void Reaper dragon could traverse dimensions, while the Chronos Sovereign dragon commanded the flow of time. Together, their combined power was formidable. Although the Void Reaper dragon could easily help Lin Bei escape the Tianshan prison at any moment, Lin Bei had no intention of creating unnecessary complications for now. Having settled the matter, he turned to Renan, ready to answer my questions now? Renan hesitated, weighing his options. Knowing that unseen eyes were watching him from the void, he finally relented. I'll talk. First, about the prison of malevolence and the prison of fiends, I only have limited knowledge. The prison of malevolence houses terrifyingly powerful and heinously evil individuals, each a force to be reckoned with. The prison of fiends, however, doesn't confine humans. Supposedly, it holds a fearsome creature tied to a legendary fiend, which is how the prison got its name. Lin Bei's expression turned serious upon hearing this. It confirmed that these two prison sectors were far from ordinary. Meanwhile, Li Fugui was in another section of the prison, speaking with Lu Lang, a senior guard. Lu, I need your help again. Same rules as always, pay up, and I'll get it done, Lu Lang replied lazily. Li Fugui discreetly handed over a spatial ring, lowering his voice. Make sure that guy, Lin Bei, ends up in either the prison of fiends or the prison of malevolence. Lu Lang took the spatial ring handed over by Li Fugui, his previously laid-back tone instantly becoming sharp and decisive. Leave it to me. Transferring someone to a different prison block? I'm well versed in that. Hearing this, Li Fugui's eyes narrowed slightly, and a sly smirk crept across his face. In his mind, as long as Lin Bei was sent to either the fiendish prison or the malevolent prison, it would be as good as a death sentence. He knew all too well how perilous those two blocks were. Calling them hell on earth wouldn't be an exaggeration. Once inside, even if one survived, they'd be stripped of everything. At that point, the profits from the 100 bottles of life essence would naturally fall into his and the auction house's pockets. For years, the pursuit of profit had long since blackened Li Fugui's conscience. He thought to himself, Lin Bei, oh Lin Bei, you shouldn't have exposed the fact that you possess life essence. Some treasures are bound to bring disaster. He felt no guilt whatsoever. After all, in his view, anything was justified for the sake of profit. A few seconds later, Li Fugui turned and left Tianshan prison, heading toward the Tianshan Hotel to meet Bai Zhou. Everything was progressing smoothly. Meanwhile, Renan continued explaining to Lin Bei. Although the name Tianshan prison has the word great in it, it's actually not that large. The name mainly comes from how dangerous it is. Apart from the 4 prison blocks, there's just the living and working area for the guards. As for the prison suppression steel you're curious about, it's located in the malevolent prison. The closer you are to the steel, the stronger its suppressive effect. Since the malevolent prison houses the most dangerous individuals, it requires the strongest form of suppression. This answer genuinely surprised Lin Bei. He had assumed that the prison suppression steel would be hidden in some secret location, but it turned out to be placed openly within the prison. He wondered to himself, something this extraordinary, aren't they worried someone might take it? Little did he know that within Tianshan prison, everyone's abilities were suppressed, making it impossible to remove the steel. Only he harbored ambitions of claiming it. At the same time, Bai Zhou was making his way to a nearby stall. Though it was barely dawn, the area was already packed with people, hundreds, if not more, crowding the streets to the point of chaos. Bai Zhou stopped in his tracks, stunned by the sight before him. The news of life essence had spread like wildfire throughout Tianshan City. Although Bai Zhou had mentally prepared himself, the sheer scale of the frenzy still exceeded his expectations. Scanning the crowd, he spotted a few familiar faces, principals from other academies in Nanshan City. However, they were stuck far back in the line, making it nearly impossible for them to purchase any life essence. Bai Zhou smirked inwardly. If you'd chosen to stay back then, you wouldn't have to go through all this trouble. You could have just asked Mr. Lin directly. These principals attended every auction, but rarely had the means to make substantial purchases, often participating just for appearances. With that thought, Bai Zhou's gaze toward them grew indifferent. What a pity. We're no longer on the same path. As he prepared to move forward, he was suddenly pulled into a void-like space. The Void Reincarnation Dragon and the Time Emperor Dragon appeared before him, delivering a ring. After securing the ring, Bai Zhou quickly composed himself and continued onward. Soon, he reached the stall, took out 50 bottles of life essence, and calmly announced, "Everyone, please remain patient. The sale is about to begin. The rules are the same as yesterday, highest bidder wins." Instantly, the crowd grew even more frenzied, with voices shouting, bids echoing non-stop. Amid the throng, the 5 principals from Nanshan City's academies froze in shock the moment they spotted Bai Zhou. They couldn't believe their eyes. Wasn't Bai Zhou supposed to be dead? How is he here, selling this extraordinary treasure that's taken the city by storm? The 5 stood rooted to the spot, their stunned silence a stark contrast to the chaotic atmosphere around them. It took them half a minute to snap out of it, and they began whispering among themselves. Am I seeing things? Bai Zhou is the one selling this treasure? How is he even alive? Wasn't he destined to lose to the Shanghai organization? How he survived doesn't matter. What's crucial is where did he get his hands on this priceless treasure? The 5 principals struggled to process the shocking turn of events. Back in Tianshan prison, running continued. As for other mystical objects, there are indeed 2 more, but I'm not entirely sure what they are. I only know one is in the fiendish prison, and the other is in the warden's possession. With that, he fell silent. Lin Bei committed the information to memory, planning to investigate all 3 locations when the opportunity arose. The cell fell quiet again. A few minutes later, Renan suddenly spoke up, I'd like to make a deal with you." Lin Bei stared at Rian and in surprise. The man who had been trembling with fear just yesterday was now actively proposing a deal with him? This stark contrast piqued his interest. Renan didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "Take someone out of here and deliver her to the shores of the North Sea." He paused briefly before adding, "I've noticed your ability to control the void. Your pets must be hidden within it, which allows you to summon them freely even in this prison. With such power, escaping from this place should be a breeze for you. Only you can take Miss back to safety." Lin Bei fell silent, contemplating. On the surface, the task seemed straightforward, but in reality, it was fraught with complications. Escaping alone was manageable, but taking someone else along significantly increased the risk. However, he didn't reject the proposal outright. The key to undertaking anything lies in whether the reward is worth the risk. If the return is substantial enough, what's a little risk? What's in it for me? Lin Bei asked. Seeing his interest, Ren immediately replied, "A legendary dragon and a mythical weapon." Based on Lin Bei's earlier inquiries about the prison monument and dragons, Ronan had already gauged his interests. Sure enough, Lin Bei's eyes lit up. What kind of dragon? A young 9-headed dragon. The answer left Lin Bei momentarily stunned. Just then, the system notification chimed in. Ding. Special mission triggered. The host is tasked with finding and taming a young 9-headed dragon. The 9-headed dragon is a rare and extraordinary species, rivaling the strength of a light dragon. While it can be obtained within the system, the chances are exceedingly low. Successfully taming it will grant the host a reward package, along with the ability to mark it with the system's imprint and access system cultivation functions. The system's response confirmed that Renan wasn't lying. This was a rare, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and Lin Bei couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Though he already possessed several dragons, none had been tamed by his own hands. Deal. Lin Bei agreed decisively. I'll get her out, and you'll deliver the young 9-headed dragon to me. But if you dare deceive me, you know the consequences. Renan let out a long breath, his tense nerves finally relaxing. Don't worry, it's absolutely real. But only our clan knows how to locate and awaken the nine-headed dragon, so you must ensure her safety. Otherwise, everything will be for nothing. Understood. Do you know where the person is? Let's go now. Renan hadn't expected Lin Bei to be so eager, but he quickly replied, I know exactly where she is. Lin Bei nodded. Now, all that remained was to wait for the Void Reincarnation Dragon and the Time Sovereign Dragon to return. Meanwhile, Baijiu was busy selling bottles of life essence. Just 50 bottles had left him overwhelmed, as each successive bid was higher than the last. Every time he touched a bottle, he handled it with extreme care. Though he knew these were insignificant to Lin Bei, to the buyers, they were priceless treasures. Within 3 minutes, all 50 bottles were sold, netting a total of 2 billion, a figure far exceeding Baijiu's expectations. The onlookers, seeing the supply run out, reluctantly dispersed, turning their attention to finding buyers willing to pay even higher prices for the rare essence. In the end, only the 5 deans from the academies of Nanshan City remained. They watched Baijiu pack up his stall and asked, Brother Bai, what has happened to bring you to the point of selling such priceless treasures? Baijiu ignored their question. Just then, a familiar voice called out, Dean Bai, there you are. Baijiu looked up immediately, his face lighting up with a smile. Student Yuling, you're here too. His tone was respectful, as if addressing an esteemed guest. The 5 deans of Nanshan City stood frozen in place, their faces filled with shock as they stared at the scene before them. The stark contrast between Baijiu's cold indifference toward them and his respectful demeanor toward Wang Yuling was glaringly apparent. It was as though they were mere bystanders of no importance, while Wang Yuling commanded significant weight and authority. The deans exchanged bewildered glances, their minds racing with confusion. Even if Wang Yuling was exceptionally gifted, it seemed unimaginable that a dean would humble himself to such an extent, completely relinquishing the dignity expected of his position. Ever since their departure that day, everything had become increasingly enigmatic. Baijiu, who was supposed to have died, not only survived but had grown even more enigmatic and unpredictable. Wang Yuling, however, remained composed and unperturbed. After that extraordinary morning, she had grown accustomed to Baijiu's peculiar behavior. In a calm voice, she asked, Dean Bai, are you the only one here? Baijiu immediately understood her question and respectfully replied, Student Yuling, there were some minor complications. I'll explain the details later, but now is not the time to discuss this. Would that be acceptable? Wang Yuling nodded solemnly, refraining from further questions. She could sense the gravity of the situation from Baijiu's demeanor. Swiftly, Baijiu packed up his stall and once again addressed Wang Yuling with deference. Come with me, Student Yuling, he said. His decision to keep Wang Yuling close was simply stemmed from her unique connection to Lin Bei. The 3 of them began walking toward the Tianshan guest hotel, with the 5 deans silently trailing behind, eager to uncover the truth. Upon arriving at the hotel entrance, they were met by over a dozen staff members from the auction house, led by none other than Li Fuguwei. Li Fuguwei approached quickly, barely containing his excitement, and said, Dean Bai, hand over the ring to me. This is his directive. Baijiu fixed his gaze on Li Fuguwei for a moment before pulling out the ring and handing it to him. Inside are 100 units of life essence. I hope you can fetch a good price for it. Once the gentleman comes out, he will collect the money personally. Li Fuguwei carefully examined the ring and, after confirming its authenticity, let out a sigh of relief. Outwardly, he assured Baijiu that he would deliver the money to Lin Bei, but inwardly, he was convinced Lin Bei would never return after all. He had spent a fortune to ensure Lin Bei was transported to a perilous place. Meanwhile, the Void Reincarnation Dragon and the Chrono Emperor Dragon had returned to the Tianshan prison. Lin Bei immediately turned to Renan and said, The time has come. Lead the way. Renan took a deep breath and stood up. Though it meant defying the authority of the Tianshan prison, he had no other choice. With a faint sound, the space within the cell fractured, and darkness engulfed the surroundings. A second later, the 2 stepped into the void. At first, the void was pitch black, but it quickly became transparent, revealing the outside world with remarkable clarity. Renan marveled at the surreal experience, while Lin Bei remained unfazed, calmly instructing, Lead the way. They traversed through the void and soon arrived at the women's section of the prison. The layout was similar to the men's section, though there were fewer prisoners. Most of the female inmates were confined in groups of 2 or 3, with only a few solitary cells located in the deepest part. Renan guided Lin Bei to one such solitary cell at the farthest end. To their surprise, the occupant was a girl who appeared to be no older than 10. The person I want you to take with you is her, Renan said. Lin Bei's brows furrowed slightly as his gaze fell upon the little girl standing before him. She appeared to be around 10 years old, standing at barely 1.2 meters tall. Though her face was smeared with dirt, it couldn't hide her youthful innocence. Compared to others her age, she was noticeably frail, a common sight in Tianshan prison. After all, no prisoner here received special treatment. only the bare minimum needed to survive. After observing her for a while, Lin Bei turned to Renan, his tone laced with doubt. The person you want me to take out of here is a little girl? Who is she? And why is she imprisoned here? Renan hesitated for a moment before speaking. Her name is Ranting. She's the daughter of our clan leader. 6 years ago, our clan faced a catastrophe. I, along with a few brothers, fled with the young miss, but we were eventually cornered by our enemies in Tianshan City. We fought fiercely, and in the end, only the young miss and I survived. The commotion from the battle drew the attention of Tianshan City's authorities, and they imprisoned us along with our enemies in Tianshan prison. As he spoke, Run An's expression twisted with rage, and his eyes seemed to burn with an inner fire. The cells here are assigned based on the severity of the crimes. The young miss was placed in the last cell, isolated from others, because of the number of people she killed during that battle. Lin Bei fell silent. A little girl who would have been only 4 or 5 years old at the time. Locked away in the deepest part of the prison for taking too many lifts, it was almost unbelievable. After around 10 seconds, Lin Bei snapped out of his thoughts and looked at Rana. How intriguing. I'm growing more and more interested in your clan. Let's go. The air shimmered, and the two were transported to Ranting's cell. Up close, Lin Bei noticed her lifeless eyes, as if all hope had been drained from her. 6 years in this prison had clearly shattered her spirit. Renan clenched his fists tightly, his heart aching as he looked at the young miss. Even Lin Bei couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. Su, bring her out, Lin Bei said to the void. The void reincarnation dragon immediately activated its power. A crisp, shattering sound echoed through the cell as the void expanded, engulfing the unresponsive Renting. In the darkness, she remained like a lifeless doll. Renan knelt beside her, his voice choked with emotion. Miss, I've come for you. Seeing no reaction from her, he pointed to Lin Bei and added, Miss, he will take you home. Please hold on a little longer. Lin Bei spoke calmly. He'll take you home, but in return, you'll lead me to the 9-headed dragon. Something seemed to stir within Ranting. A faint glimmer of life returned to her eyes as she slowly turned her head. Really? Really? A faint, fragile smile appeared on Ranting's lips. Lin Bei immediately gave an order to the void reincarnation dragon. Send her to my quarters and have Bai Zhou take care of her. A few moments later, Lin Bei and Ran returned to the prison block. About 10 minutes later, the entire facility erupted with the blare of alarms. A cold, mechanical voice echoed over the loudspeakers. Emergency situation. All prisoners report to the activity area immediately. Before long, the prisoners were gathered, and a group of guards arrived. Leading them was none other than Lu Lang. The moment Lu Lang appeared, Lin Bei's brows furrowed deeply. A palpable sense of hostility directed at him emanated from Lu Lang. And it wasn't just from him, it came from the many prisoners around as well. Both male and female inmates subtly moved closer to him, their unusual behavior putting Lin Bei on high alert. So many people targeting me? Seems Li Fugui must have offered them quite a lot, Lin Bei thought with a cold smile. There was no other explanation for being singled out by so many prisoners without having provoked anyone. The mastermind behind this was undoubtedly Li Fugui. Dressed in protective armor, Lu Lang led a team of prison guards patrolling among the inmates, but his gaze frequently flickered toward Lin Bei. Raising his voice, he announced, a prisoner has gone missing, and we are doing everything we can to track them down. For now, the prison will be under high-level lockdown. Anyone who dares to break the rules during this period will face double the punishment. Mistakes that would normally result in solitary confinement will now land you in the Hellfire prison. Understood. The prisoners responded in unison, each silently warning themselves not to make a mistake. To them, Hellfire prison was an untouchable abyss. At that moment, the prisoners harboring ill intent toward Lin Bei maneuvered through the crowd, positioning themselves behind him. Their eyes locked onto him, as if waiting for a signal. Lin Bei instantly understood their plan. These people intended to get him thrown into Hellfire prison. Satisfied that everything was in place, Lu Lang gave the order, disperse. Return to your cells. Remember, no mistakes, or you'll end up in Hellfire prison. As he spoke, he discreetly signaled to the instigating prisoners. The other guards began dispersing the crowd, but just then, the prisoner closest to Lin Bei suddenly threw a powerful punch. The force behind it could have killed an ox. Simultaneously, several other prisoners launched attacks from different directions. Their mission was simple: injure Lin Bei, force him to fight back, then feign serious injury to give Lu Lang an excuse to throw Lin Bei into Hellfire prison. But Lin Bei was ready. The moment they moved, he channeled the power of wind and thunder into his arms. Spinning around swiftly, he launched a counterpunch at the nearest attacker. Getting thrown into Hellfire prison? Perfect. That's exactly where I want to go, Lin Bei thought. After all, the suppression monument is there. Boom. Lightning erupted as a surge of raw power sent the first attacker flying dozens of meters. His chest caved in, blood poured from his mouth and nose, and his life force waned. Before the others could react, Lin Bai's onslaught rained down like a violent storm. Boom, boom, boom. Every punch landed with precision. Those hit either coughed up blood or collapsed to the ground. In just a few seconds, all the attackers lay defeated, groaning in regret. The surrounding prisoners were stunned into silence, frozen in place. So Strong took them all down with one punch each. But he's too reckless. Now he's definitely going to Hellfire Prison, someone whispered. Even Lu Lang was momentarily taken aback by Lin Bai's display of strength. But when his eyes met Lin Bai's icy gaze, he quickly regained his composure and shouted, "Guards, take him to Hellfire Prison." Lin Bei stared coldly at Lu Lang, choosing not to act for the moment. He was calculating in his mind keeping Lu Lang around could prove useful against Li Fugui. Besides, attacking a prisoner and assaulting prison guards were entirely different matters. His immediate priority was to achieve his current objective. At that moment, a large group of prison guards arrived, quickly surrounding Lu Lang. They glanced at the prisoners on the ground, beaten beyond recognition, and couldn't help but grow wary of Lin Bei. A person capable of such destruction single-handedly was truly rare. "Stay where you are." One of the guards barked sharply. "You're just a prisoner who's lost his powers. If you dare make a move, we'll summon our beasts to subdue you immediately." Lu Lang finally let out a sigh of relief, silently cursing Li Fugui. Why didn't he warn me about someone this troublesome? This job definitely needs a price increase. Then, raising his voice, he declared, "Prisoner Lin Bei has severely injured fellow inmates. His actions are heinous. I hereby sentence him to the prison of malevolence." The guards immediately encircled Lin Bei and began escorting him toward the prison of malevolence. Surprisingly, Lin Bei offered no resistance and cooperated without objection as if entering the prison of malevolence was exactly what he wanted. The other prisoners, witnessing the scene, began whispering among themselves. "This time, it's serious. Fights never used to land anyone in the prison of malevolence. That guy's out of luck, picking a fight at the worst possible time. I've been here 3 years and never seen anyone come out of that place alive." 3 years? That's nothing. I've been here 5 years, and no one's ever made it back. They say everyone who goes in ends up dead. Ryan, however, listened to the murmurs with a peculiar expression. With Lin Bai's ability to move freely through the void, leaving the prison of malevolence should be a piece of cake. If anything, it's a miracle if he doesn't turn the place upside down. But he kept these thoughts to himself. Suddenly, something occurred to him. If I'm not mistaken, Kong from bed 3 and Wu from bed 4 are also in the prison of malevolence. Lu Lang felt a sense of relief as Lin Bei was taken away. Looking at the guards lying incapacitated on the ground, he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. The team I painstakingly trained is completely ruined. This is a total loss for my business. Useless fools. With that, he left the scene, paying no attention to the guard's condition. Meanwhile, at the Tianshan guest hotel, the sound of shattering echoed through the void. The void reincarnation dragon delivered Ran Ting into Lin Bai's room. With a low growl, the dragon signaled for Ran Ting to wait there before hurrying off to find its master. Ran Ting stood in the modest yet cozy hotel room, momentarily at a loss. The warmth and brightness of the space felt almost otherworldly, as if she had stepped into paradise. She couldn't even remember the last time she had experienced such an environment. "Is this real? Am I really not dreaming?" she murmured to herself, tears streaming uncontrollably down her dirt-streaked face. Just then, the door opened, and Wang Yuling walked in. Having heard Bai Zhou's account, she had planned to stay in Lin Bai's room temporarily. Upon entering and seeing Ren Ting, she froze in surprise. "Who are you? And why are you in Brother Bai's room?" she asked, not assuming the worst since the girl before her appeared frail and disheveled. Sensing something amiss, Bai Zhou quickly arrived. Seeing the unexpected presence of a young girl in the room, he too was taken aback. "What's going on? Where did this girl come from?" The three of them stared at one another in silence, the room suddenly enveloped in an awkward quiet. The prison of malevolence wasn't far from the prisoner's assembly point. Lin Bei soon arrived at its gates. The guards promptly opened the door. "Get in," they ordered. Without hesitation, Lin Bei stepped inside, and the heavy doors slammed shut behind him. A strong stench of blood assaulted his senses, causing him to frown. As his eyes adjusted to the dim light, he could make out the grim scene, a horrifying expanse of carnage, with mountains of corpses and rivers of blood stretching into the darkness. At the entrance to the prison of malevolent spirits, countless corpses lay sprawled in pools of blood. Each body was riddled with gruesome wounds inflicted by sharp and blunt weapons, their faces frozen in expressions of terror from their final moments. Dark red blood slowly flowed through the damp, enclosed air, weaving a chilling and macabre scene. The overpowering stench of blood far exceeded that of the Tianshan guest hotel, saturating the entire space. Lin Bei stood at the entrance, quickly realizing the fundamental difference between the prison of malevolent spirits and the prisons of men and women. Though the danger was evident, he remained composite, still had a trump card. Cautiously, he stood his ground, refraining from venturing further. While finding the suppression monument was important, ensuring his own safety was even more critical. A few minutes later, a dragon's roar echoed from the void. Lin Bei's lips curved into a slight smile. Su's return signaled that the time to act had arrived. With the abilities of the Void Cycle Dragon, he could retreat into the void at any moment to evade danger. Combined with the temporal powers of the Time's Sovereign Dragon, he was now virtually invincible. Lin Bei stepped into the blood-soaked ground, the Void Cycle Dragon and Time's Sovereign Dragon following closely in the void. The deeper he went, the stronger the stench of blood became, accompanied by an unsettling sensation. It was as if the seemingly lifeless corpses exuded a faint, almost imperceptible killing intent. Meanwhile, back at the Tianshan guest hotel, Wang Yuling, Bai Zhou, and Ren Ting sat in silence. Wang Yuling and Bai Zhou appeared puzzled, while Ren Ting, gripped by fear, dared not speak. At this moment, she trusted only Lin Bei and Ren. Finally, Wang Yuling broke the silence, asking Ren Ting if she knew Lin Bei. When Ren Ting mentioned Lin Bei, a glimmer of light flashed in her eyes, prompting Wang Yuling to press further, asking if Lin Bei was the one who brought her here. Ren Ting softly replied that it was Lin Bei's dragon that had brought her. Wang Yuling and Bai Zhou exchanged a knowing glance before stepping into the room. Wang Yuling gently offered to take care of Ren Ting, bringing a rare sense of warmth to the young girl who had long lived in fear. Back in the prison of malevolent spirits, Lin Bei had advanced another 100 meters when the situation abruptly changed. The corpses suddenly stood up, wielding blood-stained weapons made of white bone, and surrounded him. Only then did Lin Bei realize why he had felt the malice. These corpses were not truly dead. There was undoubtedly more to this than met the eye. Lin Bei found himself encircled by a ring of upright corpses. Strangely, they made no move to attack him, as if their sole purpose in standing was to intimidate. Faced with this unsettling scene, he remained composed, his mind racing to uncover the reason behind these lifeless beings regaining mobility. Was it the result of human manipulation, or some other unknown force? If it was the latter, could it be harnessed for synthesis? These questions churned in his thoughts. Cautiously, he took a step forward. Instantly, the corpses raised their weapons, the malevolence emanating from them growing thicker, yet they did not strike. Realizing something, Lin Bei quickly stepped back. As expected, the weapons lowered. Testing his theory, he stepped forward again once more. The corpses lifted their weapons. Retreating, they returned to their original state. After repeating this process a few times, Lin Bei grasped the truth. The corpses were acting as a barrier, preventing him from advancing. In the dim distance, a mysterious, almost fatal allure seemed to call out to him. Taking a deep breath, Lin Bei prepared to press onward when suddenly a voice echoed from the shadows. "Don't go any further, or you'll end up just like them." From the gloom emerged 5 gaunt figures, their haggard appearances a testament to prolonged hunger and exhaustion. Lin Bei paused his advance, retrieving some food from his system space and placing it within reach. Though meager, it was a luxury in this prison. "Answer my questions, and the food is yours," he said. The moment they saw the food, the 5 couldn't help but swallow hard, their ravenous eyes fixed on it. Without hesitation, they began to explain. "There's a madman in there," one of them said. "He controls these corpses. That's his territory. You can't enter without his permission. How is he able to control corpses? Aren't abilities supposed to be suppressed here?" Lin Bei pressed further. "You must be new here," another replied. "You don't understand this place. That guy has the warden's approval and carries the same equipment as the guards, which lets him use his abilities freely. He controls the corpses with a treasure given to him by the warden. Honestly, calling him a prisoner is misleading, more like the guardian of the infernal prison. He kills anyone deemed sinful. Only those of us who've been wrongfully accused are allowed to live." They added urgently, "The only safe place is the edge cells. If we stay outside for more than 10 minutes, these corpses will attack us. We need to get back now." Hearing their explanation, Lin Bei fully grasped the gravity of the situation. This so-called guardian was undoubtedly protecting the prison suppression monument. Taking it from someone like him would be no easy feat yet. This realization only fueled Lin Bei's determination. The challenge promised not only the monument, but possibly other rewards as well. Without hesitation, he took another step forward, his voice cold and resolute. "The dead should stay dead." Seeing Lin Bei stride forward without hesitation, the 5 people who were just about to enjoy their meal froze in place. They didn't even have time to unwrap the tempting food in front of them, instinctively letting out low exclamations of shock. What is he doing? Why is he still walking forward? Is he crazy? I don't get it. He knows how dangerous it is up ahead. So why would he make such a choice? Lin Bei's actions were beyond their comprehension. To them, It was nothing short of a death wish, a path no one could dissuade him from taking. Entering that perilous zone meant facing endless waves of relentless undead. These tireless corpses were merely the beginning. The deeper one ventured, the greater the dangers became, escalating to unimaginable levels. Everyone who had attempted to breach that area before had met a grim and gruesome fate without exception. The five stood rooted in place, too terrified to advance and unsure of what to do. In the end, they chose to stay where they were, paralyzed by fear. At that moment, Lin Bei's foot landed on the ground, igniting a spark that spread like wildfire. The surrounding corpses instantly came to life, raising weapons forged from the bones of various creatures and launching a ferocious assault on him without hesitation. The dense bone blades gleamed coldly in the darkness, still stained with dried blood. At least 10 bone swords swung toward Lin Bei simultaneously, joined by bone spears, hammers, axes, and clubs. A storm of white bone weaponry unleashed in a violent onslaught. Positioned at the center of the attack, Lin Bei remained calm and composed. Without a moment's delay, he activated the Void Reincarnation Dragon, vanishing into the void in an instant. The next moment, the barrage of bone weapons struck where he had just stood, leaving behind gashes over 20 centimeters deep, massive craters, and a web of fractures on the ground. The undead army quickly returned to stillness, unable to sense any threat. Hidden in the void, Lin Bei observed quietly, analyzing the attack patterns of the corpses. While he had the ability to withstand their strikes, he was more interested in understanding how the combat techniques of the dead differed from those of the living. It became evident that these undead, under external control, had actually grown more formidable. Without the need to account for recoil or physical damage, they could unleash their full strength without reservation. Although they had lost other abilities, their raw combat power had surpassed what they possessed in life. The 5 people standing by the food couldn't bear to watch. Just hearing the sounds of the attack was enough to fill them with dread. They had witnessed the horrors of the undead army before, seen unfortunate souls reduced to unrecognizable remains, their bones shattered to dust. When the chaos subsided, they finally dared to open their eyes, only to be greeted by the devastated ground. Lin Bei was nowhere to be seen. What's the point? One of them shook their head with a sigh. There's not even a trace of him left. He could have stayed alive, but instead, he chose to throw it all away. Just as they resigned themselves to the thought that Lin Bei must have perished, he suddenly reappeared, hovering 10 meters above the undead army. With a low shout, he activated the wind and thunder wings. Violent lightning and fierce winds erupted from his back, illuminating the dim surroundings in an instant. Lin Bei, enveloped in the power of wind and lightning, descended rapidly from the sky. Upon landing, the energy burst forth, creating a rapidly expanding hemispherical field of electricity. Starting with a radius of half a meter, the field quickly grew to 5 meters and continued to expand. Every undead caught within its range was paralyzed by the lightning, rendered completely immobile. The raging winds transformed into countless razor-sharp blades, concealed within the lightning field. These wind blades effortlessly severed the limbs of the undead and destroyed their bone weapons, creating a spectacle of destruction akin to a Category 5 hurricane tearing through the battlefield. The sudden display of wind and thunder power sent the 5 people stumbling backward instinctively. The power of the thunderstorm ahead had expanded to a radius of 20 meters, and in that moment, the thoughts of the 5 individuals came to an abrupt halt. Their pupils reflected only the endless blue of the lightning, its terrifying, all-consuming spectacle, leaving them too stunned to speak. Though the corpses ravaged by the storm's winds and slashed apart were no longer discernible, the sheer blinding light of the lightning alone forced exclamations from them. What's happening? How could such powerful lightning appear in the prison of malevolence? Even at a distance from the lightning, their bodies began to involuntarily go numb. Yet in the very eye of the storm, Lin Bei remained calm, his expression indifferent as he observed the bodies around him, arms, legs, heads, even torsos severed by the wind blades. Bone-crafted weapons fared no better, shattered entirely under the relentless force of the 6-winged storm dragon's winds. After confirming that the threat had been neutralized, Lin Bei moved forward. With every step he took, the field of lightning expanded, consuming and obliterating more corpses. He advanced unhindered, as though walking through an unguarded domain. Meanwhile, deep within the prison of malevolence, a man clad in a warden's uniform stood facing 2 30-something men, battered and bloodied, with scars marking their bodies. These 2 were Kong and Wu, cellmates of Lin Bei and Renan. The pair had endured countless trials to reach this place. Taking a deep breath, Kong spoke, at last. "We meet you, Mr. Lu Ying, once the sacred seed of the light altar." He recalled the perilous battles they had fought against the tenacious corpses along the way. Their strength had been severely suppressed, and without employing special means, they would never have made it this far. Lu Ying, the warden before them, was the very person mentioned by Si Lingxian. Once a sacred seed of the light altar, He had been imprisoned in Tianqian's great prison for a grave transgression, though the truth of the matter seemed to hold deeper secrets. Frowning, Luing asked, "Who are you? What is your purpose here?" Despite being the overseer of the prison of malevolence, he did not immediately act against these intruders. This was the first time in his years of imprisonment that any prisoners had managed to reach him alive. Kong and Wu exchanged a glance before explaining their intent. "We propose a trade. In exchange for the artifact you use to control the corpses, we offer you the Angel's Halo. You know its power. It can purify your fallen dark angel pet and allow you to leave this place with honor." Hearing this, Lu Ying fell silent, a wave of pain washing over him. His presence in the prison of malevolence was his way of seeking redemption. Sensing his turmoil, Kong and Wu wisely held their silence. Their mission was to negotiate, not to seize by force. Challenging the warden in his own domain would be a foolish endeavor. Unaware of the events unfolding deeper within the prison, Lin Bei continued to stroll through the thunderstorm, his movements unhurried, as if he were merely walking in the rain. Were it not for the scattered remains of severed limbs and bones around him, the scene might almost have seemed serene. He had already advanced 100 meters, and the hemispherical field of lightning had expanded to a radius of 300 meters, reaching its limit. Shaking his head slightly, Lin Bei muttered, "Only 300 meters? The six-winged storm dragon is still just at the threshold of the king level. Its strength is far too limited. He'll need to find a way to help the dragons ascend to the king level." He was well aware of the formidable challenges that lay ahead. The power of the holy white dragon of light was enough to make countless adversaries covetous, and he could not afford even a moment of complacency. Lin Bei continued to stride forward, the lightning field surrounding him moving in tandem, enveloping an area of 300 meters around him. The field shifted as he moved, maintaining a consistent radius, neither expanding nor contracting. He quickened his pace, no longer as leisurely as before. A hint of solemnity appeared on his face. At the current rate of energy consumption, the lightning field could only last for 5 more minutes. 5 minutes? That's enough, he muttered to himself. The wind and thunder wings on his back suddenly flared, propelling him forward in an instant, covering a distance of over 10 meters. The lightning field moved swiftly with him, revealing the area it had previously covered. Shattered corpses and fragmented bone weapons strewn across the ground, creating a horrifying scene. The 5 individuals who had previously tried to deter Lin Bei stood frozen near their food. Despite their gnawing hunger, they had lost all appetite, staring blankly at the charred remains ahead, remnants of those struck down by the lightning. Every corpse was in pieces, mangled beyond recognition. Scattered around them were fragments of all kinds of bone weapons, as if the aftermath of a brutal battle. The 5 stood in stunned silence, their minds overwhelmed by a torrent of emotion: shock, confusion, curiosity. For a full minute, they couldn't move or speak. Finally, one of them broke the silence, stammering, "Am I dreaming? How could something like this happen in the prison of malevolent spirits? Those corpses that had killed countless prisoners, they've all been destroyed." The others snapped out of their daze, exclaiming in disbelief, "What a sight to behold today! Just who or what did they bring in here? That guy's strength doesn't match his appearance at all. Could he be someone with special connections?" Unaware that he was being mistaken as a special connection, Lin Bei remained focused on his goal, obtaining the suppression monument and another treasure. He moved swiftly through the prison of malevolent spirits, encountering no obstacles or hostility. The lightning field rendered all the corpses powerless, leaving them in a state of near-permanent paralysis. After 3 minutes of relentless progress, Lin Bei reached the depths of the prison. In the distance, he could make out the faint outline of a massive stone monument, though it was clear he still had some ground to cover. For some reason, the number of corpses in this area was noticeably fewer. Taking a deep breath, he withdrew the power of wind and thunder. It was time to replenish his energy. In a relatively secure environment, an unexpected encounter was unfolding at the far end of the infernal prison. Lu Ying, who had been deep in thought, suddenly lifted his head, his sharp gaze piercing forward as a flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes. "Who's there?" he demanded in a low, firm voice. Then, turning to Kong and Wu, who stood nearby, he frowned slightly. "That person approaching, are they one of yours?" Kong and Wu froze for a moment, equally surprised. As newly imprisoned inmates of the infernal prison, they had a decent understanding of the situation outside. Their prior investigations indicated that the other prisoners outside possessed no extraordinary abilities, which was why they had felt reassured entering this place. "No, they have nothing to do with us," the two hastily clarified, fearing that Lu Ying might misunderstand and ruin their plans. Lu Ying's frown deepened, his mind swirling with suspicion. If it wasn't related to these two, then who was this mysterious visitor? Friend or foe? Or perhaps someone here to strike a deal? Most importantly, how had this person managed to find this place? "We'll put the deal on hold for now. I need to greet a guest first," Lu Ying declared. Though Kong and Wu seemed a little frustrated, they had no choice but to accept the situation. Standing protectively in front of the two, Lu Ying fixed his piercing gaze on the path ahead, waiting for the uninvited guest to appear. 2 minutes later, Lin Bei, who had been racing toward them, finally came into view. "Who are you? What's your purpose here?" Lu Ying asked bluntly. Lin Bei stopped in his tracks, calmly scanning his surroundings. Noticing that there were 3 people present, he hesitated briefly but quickly regained his composure. Pointing toward the prison suppression monument in the distance, he spoke in an even tone. "I'm here for that." When Lin Bei revealed his true intentions, the expressions of Kong and Wu froze instantly. They were shocked by 2 things. First, his audacity to openly declare such a chilling goal, and second, that his target was none other than the legendary Lin Bei, the prison suppression monument. Even though they had taken immense risks to infiltrate the prison of malevolent spirits, their ambitions extended only to the treasures in Lu Ying's possession. They wouldn't dare to covet the Lin Bei. Kong lowered his voice, casting a mocking glance at Lin Bei. "You're courting death, aiming for the Lin Bei? And you actually said it in front of Lu Ying? Don't you know that coveting one of the 3 great treasures of the prison is no different from signing your own death warrant?" Wu nodded in agreement. "Exactly, this is suicide. But if he's made it this far, there must be a reason. He's likely sent by some other organization. The only ones crazy enough to go after the Lin Bei would be those lunatics from the Shanghai organization." "That's very possible," Kong chimed in. "The treasures in the prison of malevolent spirits are tempting enough for the Shanghai organization to take reckless risks. But with the Lin Bei and Lu Ying here, they won't be able to stir up much trouble." Wu didn't say another word, but his gaze remained fixed on Lin Bei. The two of them gradually became more serious, a flicker of hostility in their eyes. It was clear they had a deep disdain for the Shanghai organization. Although they had mistaken Lin Bei for a member of that group, they didn't see him as much of a threat in the prison of malevolent spirits, where proximity to the Lin Bei suppressed even the strongest talents. Lin Bei had chosen to speak so openly because he knew this matter couldn't be concealed for long. He carefully observed the 3 people in front of him. Lu Ying, dressed in a prison guard's uniform as described by the 5 he had encountered earlier, who controlled the corpses, and the other 2, dressed in different attire. The 2 things Lin Bei sought, one was in Lu Ying's possession, and the other was right behind him. Lu Ying was also sizing up Lin Bei, surprised by his bluntness. "You've got guts, saying something like that in front of me," he remarked. After a brief pause, he continued, "But no matter what you plan to do, I won't let you take the Lin Bei. As long as it remains here, I can continue doing what needs to be done." Lin Bei wasn't surprised. Taking the Lin Bei wasn't something that could be achieved so easily. He turned his gaze toward the monument behind Lu Ying. Strange energy continuously emanated from it, seeping rapidly into the bodies of everyone present. Only Lu Ying, clad in his prison guard uniform, seemed immune to its effects. After a moment, Lin Bei withdrew his gaze and looked directly at Lu Ying. "Whether I can take the Lin Bei or not isn't up to you." He already had a plan in mind, one that would allow him to obtain the Lin Bei while preserving the unique properties of the Tianshan prison. Lu Ying retrieved a bone-white staff from his spatial ring and gripped it tightly. "In that case, there's nothing more to say. If you want to seize the Lin Bei, go ahead and try." He raised the staff high, and an overwhelming, chilling aura surged out as power erupted from within him. "If you think those corpses are the ones guarding the Lin Bei, you couldn't be more wrong. Those corpses are nothing but a facade." No sooner had he spoken than the corpses Lin Bei had slain earlier began to rise. Even those with severed legs stood upright through sheer force. Amid the grating crack-crack sound, bones began to pierce through their flesh as if they had a will of their own. In mere seconds, the bones reassembled themselves into ghastly forms. Some retained humanoid shapes, while others turned into horrifying monstrosities. A formidable tall, 5-armed skeletal warrior. A spider-like creature with 3 heads and 6 legs. The flesh left behind, now devoid of skeletal support, collapsed into formless heaps on the ground. Lin Bei's breathing grew heavy as he realized the true danger had been hidden beneath the flesh. This treasure was far more formidable than he had anticipated, almost as if it had been crafted specifically for the heaven-slaying demon dragon. Within moments, the bones of all the corpses had restructured. Empty, hollow eye sockets aligned in unison, all locking onto Lin Bei. The crisis had already begun. In the forepart of the prison of malevolent spirits, 5 individuals witnessed a horrifying scene. Gleaming white bones erupted from within decaying corpses. This supernatural spectacle instantly shattered their mental fortitude. 2 of them fainted on the spot, while the remaining 3 collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably and rendered speechless. Kong and Wu, standing beside Lang, instinctively stepped back half a pace, their eyes wide with shock. This eerie ability to transform corpse warriors into skeletal soldiers was entirely beyond the scope of their intelligence. Both couldn't help but feel relieved had they encountered such an army of skeletal warriors earlier on their journey. Reaching this place would have been nothing short of a miracle. Soon, the two regained the composure expected of professional operatives. Kong turned to Wu and spoke in a low voice. The artifact in this deal is far more valuable than we anticipated. It not only controls corpses, but also commands bones. His voice quivered slightly with excitement. Wu stared at the skeletal army with widened eyes, his breathing quickened. We need to report this immediately. The angelic halo alone isn't enough to seize this artifact from Lang. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the two discreetly stepped aside, putting some distance between themselves and Lang, and began using a specialized method to contact their team. Communicating within the confines of Tianshan prison was a challenge in itself. Meanwhile, a variety of grotesque creatures, pieced together from skeletal remains, had completely surrounded Lin Bei. Despite being encircled by this bone-constructed army, Lin Bei appeared calm and composed. Defeat me with a bunch of bones? Human bones are no match for dragon bone swats there to fear, he remarked confidently. Lang let out a cold snort. You want the suppression steel? Survive first. As soon as he finished speaking, he slumped to the ground, gasping for breath, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Clearly, wielding the staff's power had left him utterly drained. Closing his eyes to rest, he murmured to himself, it's far more exhausting than using my innate abilities. I wonder where that guy even got this staff. In truth, he preferred to rely on his natural talents in combat, but with his abilities currently tainted, he had no choice but to resort to this power. The next moment, the skeletal army launched a simultaneous assault. An 8-meter-tall skeletal giant swung its car-sized hand downward, aiming to crush Lin Bei. The air seemed to explode under the force, pressing Lin Bei's clothes and hair tightly against his body. At the same time, another skeletal creature, its arm transformed into a massive blade, darted forward with lightning speed, slashing horizontally at his waist. The rest of the skeletal monsters joined in, unleashing a storm of relentless attacks to overwhelm Lin Bei. Yet, despite the deadly onslaught, Lin Bei's expression remained calm and unruffled, as though entirely unaware of the peril he faced. As time passed, the shadow of death crept closer and closer to Lin Bei. The massive blade of white bone was now just 10 centimeters from his face, while the colossal skeletal hand above had already brushed against his hair. The situation had reached a critical juncture. Kong and Wu, witnessing this heart-stopping scene, exchanged a glance filled with lingering fear. Kong swallowed hard, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, and said, it's a good thing we didn't anger Luing, or we'd probably share the same fate. Wu nodded in agreement, exhaling deeply. Facing an attack from these bone creatures, there's not even a sliver of hope for survival. These bones might just be fragments of corpses, but they can reassemble and morph at will, unleashing unimaginable power. In this moment of life and death, Lin Bei finally made his move. He lifted his gaze to the Shi Huanglong hovering in the void and shouted firmly, time stop. Shi Huanglong, already prepared, immediately unleashed its unique power of time manipulation. This force, invisible and silent, had the ability to govern the flow of all things. Under its influence, everything around them froze in an instant. The slashing blade halted midair, the massive skeletal hand suspended above, and every attack seemed to have been put on pause. However, this formidable ability was limited by Shi Huanglong's current level of power and could not be sustained for long. Without a dedicated space or the ability to evolve on its own, it could only maintain the time freeze momentarily. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lin Bei sprang into action. In his hands, the wheel of reincarnation transformed into the demon-slaying spear, and the wind thunder wings on his back unfurled. With a powerful beat of his wings, he soared into the sky, gripping the spear tightly in both hands. He aimed the spear tip downward and awakened another formidable force within him, dragon flame. With a deafening roar, raging flames erupted from Lin Bei's arms, engulfing Qianhuan, which had transformed into a demonic spear, in an instant. In a flash, Qianhuan became a long spear ablaze with roaring fire. At the same time, the forces of wind and thunder gathered behind him, seamlessly merging with the flames on Qianhuan, creating a perfect fusion of three distinct powers. Even though time around them had come to a standstill, the overwhelming energy left faint cracks across the peak of the infernal prison. Lightning, gales, and fire seeped into the fissures, spreading relentlessly. This seemingly formidable fusion of three forces was merely the beginning. 1 second later, as the three powers reached their saturation point, Lin Bei called out in a deep voice, Asu. Use the power of reincarnation. As the focal point of the skeletal army's ferocious assault, he understood the dire situation better than anyone else. These skeletal creatures not only surpassed ordinary corpses in individual strength, but also swarmed in staggering numbers. Anyone else in his place would likely have faced certain annihilation. In the void, the reincarnation dragon immediately unleashed the power of reincarnation, a force comparable to the power of time, tightly enveloping Qianhuan and the triad of energies within. In an instant, the temperature of the flames soared, the destructive force of the lightning doubled, and the sharpness of the winds intensified. This was the profound nature of the power of reincarnation, allowing energy to cycle endlessly, growing stronger with each iteration. With everything in place, Lin Bei cast his gaze downward, a glint of disdain flashing in his eyes. "Shatter," he commanded. Before the word had fully left his lips, he hurled Qianhuan fiercely toward the ground. The entire space trembled, and even the time-frozen infernal prison began to quake. As Qianhuan plummeted with immense speed, Lin Bei issued another order to the Time Emperor Dragon: lift the time freeze, then rest well. Maintaining the time suspension, even for just a few seconds, had drained the Time Emperor Dragon significantly. After all, this time it had halted the flow of time across the entire infernal prison, a far more taxing feat than accelerating time for Renank earlier. The more entities affected by the power of time, the greater the energy consumption. As the Time Emperor Dragon released its hold on time, the infernal prison returned to its normal flow. To the others, it was as if nothing had transpired. Kong and Wu continued their hushed conversation. The five lay unconscious in their collapsed states. The skeletal creatures kept attacking Lin Bei's previous position, and Lu Ying was still mulling over Kong and Wu's proposal. But then, a thunderous explosion shook the entirety of the infernal prison. The reincarnation-fortified triad of forces detonated, merging fire, lightning, and wind into a devastating power capable of consuming everything in its path. The entire infernal prison was suddenly illuminated as if lit by thousands of blazing lanterns. Within a single second, the force swept across dozens of meters. The ground fractured, craters spread, dust filled the air, and chaos reigned in the aftermath. In that instant, the surrounding skeletal creatures disintegrated into dust, vanishing so swiftly that they didn't even have time to make a sound. The infernal prison of malice shook violently, catching Kong and Wu off guard within the safe zone, causing them to tumble to the ground. They lay there, dazed and bewildered, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Lu Ying, who had been sitting with his eyes closed in contemplation, suddenly snapped them open, staring ahead in shock. His wide-eyed gaze was filled with disbelief, as he struggled to make sense of the scene unfolding before him. It took a full 10 seconds for the infernal prison of malice to regain a semblance of calm. Kong, Wu, and Lu Ying immediately turned their attention forward, only to be met with a sight that made them gasp audibly. The scene before them defied all expectations. The ground looked as though it had been struck by a meteor shower, riddled with massive craters and cracks, sinking by at least a meter. These fissures and holes were filled with crushed bones, the fine bone powder scattered like countless stars. Amidst the devastation, one figure stood tall, holding the heaven-slaying spear Lin Bei. Kong and Wu were utterly frozen in shock. All wiped out? How is his power this overwhelming? This is insane. Lin Bei, however, paid no attention to their astonishment. Instead, he turned to Lu Ying, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. See? That army of bones was useless. Indeed, it was true. The skeletal army had been completely obliterated. Lu Ying took a deep breath, gripping his staff tightly as his tone grew heavy with determination. The ultimate form, Bone Dragon. As his words echoed, the pulverized remains of the bones began to stir once more. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.